Welcome to the realm of malevolence. Unlock the narrative alongside the principal characters of the Marvel Universe, with a chance to enhance your spellcasting prowess. The seals that have been unlocked can be upgraded using villain points, making you increasingly formidable. 001 Choose your faction. New York, Midtown Technical Institute, Senior Class. The rear windows remained tightly shut, yet the books on the desk by the window flipped open without a breeze, revealing the name Ricardo M. Luo on the title page. Kuin's spell, levitation. Luo Xia controlled the pages to turn at a steady pace during the monotony of class. He often indulged in such games to pass the time while honing his mastery over spellcraft. The girl at the adjacent desk curiously observed the steady motion of the pages before Luo Xia, yet she felt no wind. Amused by her action of adjusting her glasses, Luo Xia decided to tease her. The book closed, and Luo Xia skillfully twirled a pen twice, gesturing at the bespectacled girl, then abruptly closed his hand before swiftly opening it again. The girl, astonished, adjusted her glasses once more, convinced she must be seeing things. That pen had vanished in a thin air. Luo Xia flipped his palm again, and the pen reappeared, spinning in his hand. The girl retracted her chin and whispered across the aisle, "Impressive magic performance." Luo Xia smiled faintly. The snake's spell possessed the power of invisibility, and he had merely applied its force to the pen. He recognized this girl not since his first day in the class, but from the Marvel film The Amazing Spider-Man, where she appeared briefly, yet left an impression with her beauty, which had been immortalized by many fan edits. When Luo Xia first entered the Marvel Universe, he was exhilarated. This excitement peaked when he activated the golden finger of the 12 spells, but gradually, that thrill subsided, replaced by a hint of concern. For Luo Xia discovered that the power of his 12 spells was rather lackluster. For instance, the cow spell only augmented his strength by approximately 200 kilograms. And even with the rabbit spell's enhancement, his 100-meter dash lingered around 5 seconds, while the dragon spell's explosive firepower couldn't even pierce a centimeter-thick steel plate. In an ordinary universe, such abilities would suffice, but this was the Marvel Universe, where a mere snap could eradicate half of the population. Thus, these spells appeared rather insufficient. Just as Luo Xia was unable to refrain from another round of lamentation, a luminescent blue 3D interface suddenly materialized before him. Luo Xia stared in disbelief at the bold text before him. Choose your identity. A superhero symbolizing light and justice, protecting humanity and maintaining world peace, or a villain embodying darkness and evil, annihilating all and instilling dread and despair. Still in shock, the interface pulsated. Choose your item. Hero's cloak, demon mask. Regaining his composure, Luo Xia could hardly contain his excitement. It seemed his true golden opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he selected the villain faction and acquired the demon mask. This was hardly a choice at all. One who wishes to do good is often burdened with hesitation, while evil has no such constraints. A villain performing a good deed may evoke sympathy, while a hero committing a misdeed faces public scorn. In Marvel films, the Avengers, tasked with saving the world, find themselves constrained by the United Nations, leading to internal conflict. A civilian dares to aim a gun at a righteous superhero, yet quails before thugs and criminals. Luo Xia caressed the demon mask in his lap. Its metallic texture was as light as gossamer, adorned with uneven patterns. Simultaneously, the mask's functional information flooded his mind. Donning the mask could alter his attire and physique, refining his charisma and vocal tone. Oh, truly an indispensable artifact for nefarious deeds and everyday adventures. Luo Xia rendered the demon mask invisible using the snake spell before stowing it in his backpack, feeling relieved. He continued to scrutinize the luminous blue interface, which displayed several lines of explanatory text. Welcome to the realm of malevolence. Unlock narratives alongside the principal characters of the Marvel Universe, with a chance to enhance your spellcasting prowess. The seals that have been unlocked can be upgraded using villain points, making you increasingly formidable. Instilling fear, anger, sorrow, frustration, and regret in others will yield villain points. These points serve as the currency of evil, allowing you to acquire much, such as becoming the finest pianist or the wealthiest individual, or perhaps forfeiting your very life. Attempt to evoke negative emotions in superheroes for unexpected rewards. So, are you ready? Welcome to the Marvel Universe, Mr. Demon. Luo Xia couldn't help but toss his hair back with one hand. Marvel. Prepare yourself for the greatest villain. Mr. Luo. The teacher beneath the blackboard nearly shouted, incredulous that Luo Xia, despite flirting with the pretty girl, could ignore the teacher's query as well, who claimed that Asian students were always exemplary and obedient. This new transfer student's first-class performance was utterly dreadful. Present, Luo Xia responded reflexively, eliciting a chorus of laughter as mischievous students mimicked his rising gesture, creating a ruckus that even the teacher could not quell. In New York, students are permitted to respond while seated amidst the stares of his classmates. Luo Xia awkwardly sat down and attempted to adjust his glasses, only to find nothing there. So, can you answer my question? The teacher inquired, or do you need me to repeat it? Even if you repeated it 10 times, I wouldn't know. Though Luo Xia's mind was elsewhere, he caught the teacher's question an intricate formula that the 12 spells had not enhanced his intellect to comprehend. I'm sorry, could you please repeat that, teacher? Luo Xia feigned sincerity. It's a decay rate algorithm. I am sorry. Teacher, I don't know the answer. The teacher furrowed his brow indeed. Such politeness suggested compliance. This demeanor made it difficult to harbor anger. All right. Schools often have varying curricula, that's understandable. Is there anyone who can assist the new student, Luo, in answering this question? The teacher decided to spare Luo Xia. Someone in the middle of the classroom raised their hand after standing. She provided the answer. Luo Xia turned to see a golden-haired girl, her face obscured, yet he envisioned her features in his mind. Gwen Stacy. Luo Xia squinted at the silhouette of the blonde girl. His previous phone wallpaper had been of the Stone Sister. The bell rang, signaling lunchtime. The midday sun filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern upon the communal dining table. How did you perform that magic trick just now? Is it some kind of mystical magic from the East? The bespectacled girl, filled with curiosity, introduced herself to Luo Xia as Hannah. In the East, we do not have magic. We refer to it as Xian Shu and Fa Shu, with the lesser form being Dao Shu. Luo Xia replied with an air of seriousness. Hannah's jaw dropped in disbelief. Incredible. Do schools over there actually teach such things? That's nothing. Our students ride giant pandas or elephants to school, and some even have the ability to exorcise corpses. As Luo Xia rambled on, he hastily devoured half a sandwich, sneaking glances at Gwen, who was engrossed in her book at a nearby table. That girl is truly beautiful, he remarked, swallowing the saliva that had pooled from his meal. She's an honor student and comes from a wealthy family. Don't get your hopes up. Hannah responded with an air of familiarity. Exorcising corpses? Did I hear that correctly? That's not the point. Why do you presume I couldn't pursue her? I wager a month's worth of sandwiches. Hannah declared with resolute conviction. Who would eat sandwiches for an entire month? Luo Xia replied, his expression one of disbelief. A crowd had gathered in one area of the campus, with a commotion echoing through the air. What's happening over there? Luo Xia inquired, his curiosity piqued. Hannah observed for a moment. It's Fleischer. That jerk is bullying someone again. Campus bullying? Is Fleischer the school bully? Luo Xia suddenly felt a surge of excitement. One could say that he often picks on weaker boys, like Tom, Jim, and Peter. Hannah shrugged in resignation. That I have an affinity for bullies. Luo Xia tossed his disposable container into the trash, flexing his wrist. Fleischer, is it? You shall be my lucky star. The villain's score stood at 10, 10, 10. A throng of onlookers, both men and women, laughed and jeered as they beheld the bullying unfolding at the center table. Finish your meal, Gordon. Hurry up. Fleischer mocked loudly. Wasting food is unacceptable, especially when it's free mashed potatoes with pig knuckles. Roxa, arms crossed, squeezed into the circle and witnessed the scene. The towering Fleischer was hoisting the frail Gordon upside down, seemingly intent on plunging his face into the plate. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Villains score 1, 1, 1. Roxa felt a jolt. He sensed Gordon's fear mingled with a hidden rage. It dawned on him that negative emotions from those around could accumulate villain points, even if he was not the source. And oh, Fleischer, put him down. Someone shouted from the crowd. Clad in a gray jacket and jeans, with a camera slung around his neck, stood Peter Parker. Under ordinary circumstances, he would soon become Spider-Man. Roxa felt no particular reaction upon seeing Peter. After all, they were classmates and had crossed paths numerous times that day. The system hinted that encountering key characters in the storyline might unlock a Talisman-esque power, and Roxa was confident that Spider-Man, as one of the paramount figures in the Marvel Universe, would indeed unlock a talisman. However, no response from the system upon seeing Peter led Roxa to speculate that it was because Peter had yet to become Spider-Man. At this moment, he was merely a student, not the superhero from Queens. Roxa was unperturbed. He had an abundance of patience. Hey, Parker, Fleischer sneered, showing no regard for the arrival of a champion of justice. Come here, take a picture with me and dear Gordon. No, I will not take such a picture. Put him down. Peter replied, his expression grave. Don't eat that, Gordon. Take the picture. Fleischer insisted stubbornly, as Gordon dangled precariously in his grip. Put him down, Eugene, Peter exclaimed loudly. Fleischer's expression shifted. His full name was Eugene Thompson. He unceremoniously dropped the trembling Gordon, who crashed onto the table before rolling onto the cracked concrete floor, letting out a pained cry. Gordon, as Peter moved to assist. He was intercepted by Fleischer, who landed a brutal punch to Peter's abdomen. Peter collapsed instantly, his face paling, the camera rolling away as he experienced a sharp, twisting pain in his stomach that rendered him speechless. Fleischer was a member of the school's basketball team, and in a one-on-one confrontation, Peter stood no chance against him. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, students taunting and laughing at the fallen Peter. "Get up, Peter!" Fleischer bellowed. "Stand up like a man." Peter struggled to rise, only to be knocked back down by Fleischer's kick. "Get up, Peter! Are you a sheep?" Fleischer spat angrily. "Where has your courage gone?" These negative emotions were harvested from Peter, much like those from Gordon before him, revealing nothing extraordinary. It seemed that Peter had yet to be recognized by the system as a superhero. Roxia shook his head slightly. Peter, who had not yet been bitten by the mutant spider, was too weak. After another kick from Fleischer, he was ready to seek amusement. "Stop!" A voice filled with mirth emerged from the crowd. Fleischer paused, incredulous, as it dawned on him that someone was repeatedly disrupting his game this afternoon. "Indeed, I am referring to you, the fellow who resembles a hippopotamus." Roxia, with an expression of disbelief, placed a hand on his forehead. "Did I see that correctly? You are bullying a poor little spider on campus. Your actions are even worse than your appearance." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Haha, did I hear correctly? Fleischer, he said you look like a hippopotamus." Roxia, Hannah, who had come along, attempted to deter him from his foolish antics, for magic should not be employed for fighting. Fleischer's fury was evident, even without the system's notifications for Roxia to perceive. "Right now, you resemble an inflated pufferfish. I would love to use your face to polish my shoes," Roxia remarked, raising his hand and mimicking a brushing motion. The ridiculous gesture incited Fleischer's rage to a boiling point. "You possess courage, but are far more foolish." Fleischer charged at Roxia, akin to a football player breaching the opponent's defense, already envisioning how to knock this insolent transfer student down with a single punch. Roxia's smile remained unyielding. If anyone had observed his eyes, they would have discerned the silhouette of a bull. With a single kick, he sent Fleischer, who weighed over 80 kilograms, soaring, crashing into the chairs at the dining table like a kite severed from its string. "Ugh!" The crowd gasped in unison, each individual left in awe. Fleischer lay crumpled on the ground, as if enduring great pain. The villain points accumulated from Fleischer had greatly increased. In his satisfaction, Roxia deduced that the source of this bounty was Fleischer's own negative emotions. "Are you all right, Mr. Hippopotamus?" Roxia approached slowly, feigning concern. "How did you happen to fall? Let me assist you." With one hand, he grasped Fleischer's collar and gradually lifted him. The spectators could hardly contain their disbelief as the transfer student effortlessly hoisted the towering Fleischer. Fleischer struggled in vain, resembling a sheep in Roxia's grasp. Everyone has witnessed it. It was he who inadvertently fell, and I, with benevolence, assisted him in rising. Luo Xia smiled, did he not, Fleischer? Fleischer, with his neck constricted, found himself unable to articulate a word, even struggling to draw breath. He writhed in desperation, resembling a sheep ensnared within the jaws of a tiger, and gradually, he perceived a strange dread emanating from Luo Xia's smile. Luo Xia released him, yet this was not the end. "Consume this food, Fleischer, and serve as a commendable example for our classmate Gordon." Luo Xia pressed Fleischer's face into the plate, and Fleischer thrashed violently, but against the might of a bull. All efforts proved futile. Villain points 50, 50, 50. A profound silence enveloped the central dining table. Not a soul uttered a sound. The notorious bully Fleischer had been forced to submerge his head into a plate. "Hey, what you're doing is wrong, my friend." A voice emerged, none other than Peter, just rising from the floor. "I truly appreciate your assistance, but could you perhaps release him? He is already in a dire state." Luo Xia's smile remained unyielding. Indeed, a future superhero was he, for the sense of justice within Peter had already taken root, akin to Gordon, who had just been bullied, now reveling in the spectacle among the crowd. No. It seems you have misunderstood, dear Peter," Luo Xia declared, firmly pressing Fleischer's head down. "I am not here to aid you or to uphold some ludicrous sense of justice. I merely seek someone to amuse myself with. Perhaps tomorrow. The unfortunate soul whose head shall be plunged into mashed potatoes may very well be our dear Gordon, or it could be you, or any one of us present." As the onlookers gazed upon Luo Xia's grin, their laughter began to fade, and Peter found himself at a loss for words. 003 Gwen Stacy. "Fleischer, I have heard tell of your reputation as a bully, frequently preying upon the weak," Luo Xia remarked. "I, too, enjoy the act of bullying. Yet I prefer to target bullies. Ha! Is the taste of mashed potatoes delightful?" Villain points 50, 50, 50. This sound was particularly melodious to Luo Xia's ears. "And you all?" Luo Xia gestured towards the crowd, singling out each individual. You are truly despicable. To witness a classmate being bullied and not dare to speak out in aid. Even finding amusement in the cruelty. How amusing is it? Consider the pitiable Gordon and Peter, and now Fleischer, whose nostrils are filled with mashed potatoes. I believe he shall never wish to eat mashed potatoes again. Yet no one dares to assist him. How utterly callous. Luo Xia declared loudly, of course. With the exception of the lovely Hannah. Villain points 20, 20, 20. This increase in villain points, apart from the previous, was substantial. Luo Xia's verbal assault on each individual proved remarkably effective. Shut your foul mouth, yellow-skinned monkey. A towering African-American classmate charged at Luo Xia. A key player on the school's basketball team, nearly 2 meters tall. Luo Xia pushed the wretched Fleischer aside, withdrew the plate, and deftly evaded the black youth's charge, effortlessly swinging the plate in his hand. Duong, the African-American classmate, is about to suffer from tinnitus, as the remaining mashed potatoes have been splattered across his head. Duong, Luo Xia strikes again. A racist, perhaps? Duong. Luo Xia begins to sing Sunny Rainbow, Little White Horse. Duong, with the other hand pinching his nose, he remarks, you truly are a mobile air pollution machine. Duong, hey, Mr. Luo, I have something to inform you. Luo Xia notices Gwen, the blonde, hurriedly approaching with her books. He lifts the African-American classmate and, without hesitation, grabs a paper towel from the table to wipe the mashed potatoes off his face. How clumsy of you. Next time, watch where you're going to avoid falling. Luo Xia expresses concern, then whispers, you'd better scram, unless you wish for me to dunk your head in the toilet next time. The African-American classmate scurries away. This transfer student is nothing short of a devil. Hey, why are you all still gathered here? Luo Xia addresses the crowd. Is it amusing to gawk at a classmate who fell into mashed potatoes? The crowd disperses quickly, as no one wishes to provoke Luo Xia. Gwen approaches Luo Xia. Glancing at the name recorded in her notebook, Ricardo M. Luo. Am I correct in addressing you as Mr. Luo? Or should I say Ligiato? Just call me Luo Xia. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a refined smile on his face. Luo Xia makes Gwen question whether the earlier chaos was indeed his doing. I am. Gwen Stacy. Luo Xia interjects, already knew that. What were you inquiring about my name for? I merely asked them who the most beautiful girl in this school was, and they informed me it was Gwen Stacy. Luo Xia states earnestly. Thank you, but that is not the point. Gwen's cheeks flush. What were you doing just now? I seemed to witness something unsavory. There was nothing untoward. Everything was splendid. 2 classmates merely fell into mashed potatoes, and I was kindly helping them up. Luo Xia assures her. Fell into mashed potatoes. Did they? Gwen sighs. Well, that's not the main issue. You just transferred to Central City Technology, and I must inform you of some school rules. Bullying classmates will lead to a meeting with guardians. Minor offenses may result in community service, while serious ones can lead to expulsion. Excellent rules. Luo Xia nods, expressing his agreement with such measures against bullies. I wholeheartedly endorse this, as I'm not that sort of person. I was merely being helpful. So, you sought me out for a reason? Do you have something to inform me? Oh, indeed, I have something to tell you. You have been assigned to my study group by the teacher, when nearly forgot, due to Luo Xia's constant interruptions. Our study plan will commence after school today. In the classroom. I am on duty today, so I can clean the classroom after we finish. Okay, Luo Xia declared. No problem, I love learning. Gwen fell silent. Had it not been for the report card that she held, transcribed from the teacher, one might have believed his words. The warm sun streamed into the classroom, and the study plan for Gwen's group commenced at 3 o'clock. Within the study group, Luo Xia encountered an acquaintance, Fleischer, whose face bore remnants of mashed potatoes, now cleaned, yet still showed signs of bruising, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Villain level 10, 10, 10. Fleischer glared at Luo Xia with malice. But likely due to the circumstances or the disparity in their strengths, he refrained from acting. Luo Xia, with a casual familiarity, settled beside Fleischer, exclaiming, I'm so glad to see you. How has your afternoon been, Fleischer? Did you visit the school infirmary? I mean, after that fall at noon. You might have sustained a mild concussion. I recommend you check in with the school doctor, my friend. Noting Gwen's astonished expression, Luo Xia added, a friend I just met at noon. He nudged Fleischer with his shoulder, right, Fleischer? Ouch. Fleischer flinched, feeling the bruise left from Luo Xia's earlier collision. He nodded in humiliation, recalling the moment from noon when Luo Xia had effortlessly lifted him. Villain level 10, 10, 10. Well, I'm delighted you two could become friends. Gwen remarked resignedly. Now we must begin our studies. The primary task of the study group was to complete their homework. Once Luo Xia finished his assignments, he took out his phone to play, awaiting Gwen to review the work of the other members. He began reading a tweet from the New York Daily. Recently, A mysterious figure in black had emerged in Queens, combating criminals and protecting the public. Many citizens reported being rescued from the clutches of addicts and thugs. And just last night, he had thwarted a drug deal involving gangsters. The public hailed him as a superhero. Let us hear how the police have assessed him. Are you interested in this news? Do you wish to become a superhero? Is that why you intervened to assist Gordon and Peter at noon? Gwen seated herself before him, picking up his homework. The rest of the study group had already departed, and the clamor of the campus was muffled by the closed doors and windows. Leaving the classroom in a tranquil hush, Luo Xia switched off his phone, asserting, No, I never contemplated helping anyone. I have no interest in this so-called superhero. He raised his phone to emphasize, speaking with a hint of profundity, even if he was just yesterday's champion of justice. Who knows whether he might turn into a malevolent criminal tonight? Justice and evil are eternally at odds. I believe this gentleman in black will uphold his justice. Gwen gazed at Luo Xia's homework, saying, Then I suppose I must disappoint you. Luo Xia thought to himself, the man in black, the rookie hero, is indeed Luo Xia himself. All his actions are merely an endeavor to discover a means to enhance his magical powers. Now that he has found a method, it is, however, not through the path of righteousness. Your performance on the assignment was commendable, classmate Luo Xia. Gwen returned the work to him, and now you may depart. Wishing you a delightful afternoon, and do remember to remain vigilant upon your arrival at school tomorrow. Fleischer will not relent easily. Although tomorrow is the weekend, I find myself eagerly anticipating next Monday, as it promises to be quite intriguing, given your words. Luo Xia began to pack his bag. Do you require assistance? He inquired, gazing at the blackboard and the disarray of desks and chairs. I can manage the duty on my own, Gwen replied with a smile, declining his offer. See you next week. It should be tomorrow. Luo Xia chuckled and exited the classroom. Gwen observed Luo Xia's retreating figure with a sense of perplexity. After all, tomorrow was Saturday, and she was to intern at the Osborne Group, making a meeting unlikely. 004 The Robber. In the heart of New York City, at the Park Hyatt Hotel, Harry Winston Jewelry had taken over an entire floor. Following the gala, several exquisite treasures would enter the auction, each vying for bids. Most attendees were present merely for socializing and networking. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation were among the wealthiest and most influential individuals in New York. Naturally, there were also those drawn by the allure of the priceless jewels, for Harry Winston is the epitome of luxury jewelry. Owning a piece signifies companionship with legend. The 19th century crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, and the marble floor gleamed, reflecting the graceful strides of the waitstaff. On stage, each jewel dazzled. Crafted from rare materials by master artisans, with a starting total for fewer than 10 pieces exceeding $50 million. Guests exchanged toasts, their conversations predominantly revolving around securities, funds, stocks, and biotechnology, with little lingering over the exquisite culinary offerings prepared by the hotel's chef, sourced from various regions around the globe. $4,900,000. The auctioneer's gavel came down decisively, declaring the tears of Aphrodite belonging to Mr. Morgan. May he be favored by the goddess of love. A soft applause arose from the audience, as the next three jewels were set to start bidding above $5 million, truly the highlights of the evening. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a sudden, muffled gunshot erupted, and the auctioneer collapsed, blood seeping from multiple wounds in his chest. Ladies screamed in panic. Esteemed guests scrambled for cover, abandoning all semblance of composure. A silenced gunshot swept through the venue once more, and several unfortunate souls fell to the ground. Fear engulfing all present. Everyone remained still, crouch down and cover your heads, bellowed a man clad in a black hood, stepping onto the stage. Anyone who moves will have their head blown off. The figure clad in a skull mask collected the three unauctioned jewels from the stage before descending to confront the previous bidders. The jewels acquired during the auction would be swiftly delivered to the guests. The first bidder hesitated slightly, prompting the skull-masked man to raise his Glock pistol and pull the trigger. The hesitant bidder fell to the ground amidst the screams of his female companion. The skull-masked man fired again at the lady in the off-shoulder gown, uttering apologies, but you are rather loud. The guests present soon became more compliant, with Mr. Morgan relinquishing the tears of Aphrodite, valued at $4.9 million, without a second thought. The venue's signal had been jammed. For your own safety, it would be wise not to attempt to call for help unless you wish to meet your maker, the man in the black hood declared, raising his Uzi submachine gun to fire at a man clad in a brown suit who collapsed, his phone rolling into a pool of blood. Moments earlier, he had crouched in the crowd, discreetly dialing for assistance, only to be discovered. The skull-masked man quickly gathered all the treasures, stuffing them into a black bag slung over his shoulder. Glancing at his watch, he murmured, according to plan, We have 7 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Now, esteemed guests, please surrender all valuables you possess. Do not attempt to deceive us if you believe these material possessions are more valuable than your lives. The man in the black hood warned, "Isn't that right, Mr. Morgan? I find your Patek Philippe on your left wrist quite appealing, and Mr. William, that gold pin adorning your chest is rather striking. And Ms. Jenny, your sapphire necklace is simply exquisite." Under the organization of the remaining armed men in black, the guests formed orderly lines in groups of 4, tossing their valuables into the black bag in turn. "Surely, sir, you possess nothing more than an old, worn Rolex?" The skull-masked man raised his gun once more, stating, "I am afraid you must surrender something else. I am referring to your life." The man's face flushed crimson. Terror etched across his features, and before he could utter a word, he was shot. The armed men swiftly dragged his still-breathing body aside, continuing their looting of the guests. The skull-masked man regarded the last boy in line, who, perhaps paralyzed by fear, kept his head bowed, obscuring his face. He appeared to be a wealthy young lad attending such an event for the first time, his slender frame unable to fully fill his upscale suit. "Do not be afraid. Summon your courage, and do not let fear cause you to soil yourself. That would be unfortunate. I do not relish taking lives, unless you disrupt my good mood." The skull-masked man encouraged with a smile. "Now, do present your treasures." Trembling, the boy nodded slightly, extending his hand to reveal a piece of candy wrapper that fell into the black bag. The skull-masked man was taken aback, questioning whether his eyes had deceived him. Yet, he retrieved the sticky candy wrapper from the bag, which had once encased chocolate. "I trust you have made a mistake, have you not?" The skull-masked man smiled, raising his gun once more, "But you shall also apologize with your life." In a fleeting moment when a gun was suddenly aimed at him, all traces of fear evaporated from the boy's being. He raised his head, and the man in the skull mask stood momentarily stunned. The boy's face was adorned with a mask that eclipsed the terror of the skull visage 100-fold, radiating an aura of authority. It resembled a demonic mask. No, it was not merely a mask. It appeared as if the very face of a demon had been flayed and worn upon his own, rendering it astonishingly lifelike. Even through the demonic facade, he could perceive the boy smiling at him, an unsettling and haunting sight. In an instant, gunfire erupted as an Uzi submachine gun spat flames, wielded by a man in a black balaclava. As the leader, he exuded a calm decisiveness, emptying his magazine in the blink of an eye. Yet, as the echoes of gunfire faded, a creeping dread invaded the hearts of every robber. The imagined scene of the boy collapsing in a pool of blood did not materialize. Instead, he vanished into thin air. That was no mere boy, but a demon, endowed with a supernatural power befitting such a fiend. "Damn it! Show yourself!" The robbers spun around, scrutinizing every corner of the room, desperately seeking the silhouette of the boy with the demonic mask. Luo Xia adjusted his tie, deactivating the invisibility of the serpent charm. "Gentlemen, are you searching for me?" The man in the skull mask swiftly turned, only to behold an outstretched hand. The palm emblazoned with the form of a dragon, pulsating with golden luminescence. Boom! A column of fire erupted from Luo Xia's palm, instantly engulfing the man in the skull mask. "Dragon charm, explosive flames." Luo Xia declared, "Your mask is truly hideous." Before the remaining robbers could raise their weapons, he had already shifted his position invisibly, moving with astonishing speed. To him, their actions appeared sluggish, like those of clumsy koalas, albeit devoid of the latter as charm. Rabbit charm, supersonic speed. Gunfire crackled as all emptied their magazines. Yet an eerie occurrence unfolded. The boy with the demonic mask vanished once more. Only a headless corpse, its cranium entirely melted, lay sprawled on the floor. Gazing at the decapitated body, an unknown terror unfurled within their hearts. Villain value, 100, 100, 100. Luo Xia relished the melodious sound. Under the threat of death, the robber's emotional turmoil held greater worth. Pointing your gun at others is a poor habit. He approached a black-clad robber. "I wager your gun is devoid of bullets." "Fuck." The robber defiantly aimed and fired. Suddenly, an immense force surged from the gun's grip, rendering him unable to maintain hold of his weapon. In an instant, the gun was turned upon him, the trigger inexplicably pulled, as if he had committed suicide. The gunshot rang out, and the black-clad robber crumpled to the ground, his brains splattered across the floor. "My sincerest apologies. I lost the wager." Luo Xia sighed and faded into invisibility once more. As they gazed upon the horrifying scene within the venue, beads of cold sweat formed on the brows of all present. Be they the assailants or the innocent guests, this devil seemed not to be a harbinger of justice, but rather a purveyor of fear and destruction, relishing in the torment of those he hunted. Watches, necklaces, and yet more watches. Was this truly Mr. Williams' golden pen? How utterly banal. However, it could likely be melted down for currency. A voice emanated from behind, and the black-clad robbers numbly turned. They beheld, in a corner of the stage, a figure masked as a demon, sifting through a black bag, discarding unsatisfactory trinkets with a casual flick, the sound of them clattering to the floor resounding sharply. No one fired their weapons anymore. They exchanged glances, their eyes eventually settling on the robber clad in a black hood. The demon in the corner appeared oblivious to their presence, and now would be a propitious moment to retreat. The hooded figure's expression fluctuated between dark and light, and he gestured for his fellow robbers to withdraw, their guns still trained on the guests. Were they truly about to leave? How dull. Suddenly, Luo Xia spoke, her voice chilling, causing all the robbers to halt in their tracks. Why don't we play a game? 1, 2, 3, Woodman. Those who move when I turn around shall be deemed dead. Of course, those who reach the exit will be safe. The demon's mask turned, a smile forming. And you guess on the ground. Do remain still, lest you be inadvertently harmed. Luo Xia heard the ominous rise in the villain rating. 005 Demon. This robbery, unfolding in the heart of the city, swiftly captured the full attention of the police. They surrounded the Park Hyatt Hotel, securing all entrances, exits, and the underground garage, yet refrained from forcibly entering the 28th floor controlled by the robbers, in order to avoid further provoking them and to ensure the safety of the esteemed guests. The officers on the scene were in a state of disarray. What began as a jewel heist had escalated into a hostage situation, with the captives being prominent magnates renowned throughout New York. Such a complex and impactful case was exceedingly rare, even in New York. It was only when Police Chief George Stacy arrived that the situation began to unfold in a more orderly manner. Can we confirm the identities of the robbers? Chief Stacy inquired of the officers while donning a bulletproof vest. Just half an hour prior, he had been at home, enjoying dinner with his wife and children. But this significant incident compelled him to cut his leave short and rush to the scene. I'm sorry, Chief. The robbers are quite astute. They have disabled all surveillance systems and curtains, and they have jammed signals. We know nothing about them. An officer presented a document confirming the list of hostages, as the hotel provided the guest list for the evening's banquet. Chief Stacy took the document, his head spinning as he scanned the familiar names. These wealthy individuals had allies in the political arena. Should any harm come to them, even if the police apprehended the criminals, it would lead to considerable trouble. Prepare to make an announcement. A tense and solemn atmosphere enveloped the scene, with each officer bearing the weight of the moment as they meticulously inspected their weapons and equipment. The Park Hyatt Hotel, nestled in the heart of the city, was under the watchful gaze of numerous media outlets, capturing every movement of the police. Outside the cordon, journalists and paparazzi brandished their cameras, eagerly anticipating the headlines that would dominate the news the following day, many already devising ways to secure exclusive first-hand accounts. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons, and we will guarantee your safety. The officers reiterated these commands tirelessly, yet strangely, the assailants remained unresponsive. Chief George felt the situation deteriorate further. The criminals' refusal to engage in negotiations was disconcerting, especially as they held significant hostages, emboldened by the knowledge that even with the hotel surrounded, the police would exercise caution. Suddenly, a frantic voice crackled through the radio. Guests from the 28th floor are emerging. Everyone. There may be criminals among them, and their mental state seems unstable. Instantly, the officers tightened their grips, drawing their weapons and taking cover behind their riot shields. Step back. Chief George bellowed at the encroaching media, commanding them to retreat as the cordon was adjusted once more. Officers formed a barricade at the hotel entrance, brandishing their shields as the esteemed guests emerged, disheveled and jostling, their cries echoing into the night. Flashing lights illuminated the scene as reporters captured the frantic expressions of the wealthy elite behind the glass. Demons. They are demons. Let me out. What right do you have to confine my freedom? I will file a complaint. Yet, the officers remained unfazed by the outbursts, coldly instructing the individuals to calm down, step back, and assume a crouched position with their hands on their heads. Chief, you are detaining law-abiding citizens. They are not criminals. A journalist challenged George. However, criminals may be hiding among them, ready to escape. George patiently explained before the cameras, striving to maintain composure. Your foolish actions only serve to provoke the criminals. The reporter persisted. Your duty is to protect the public's safety, not to place them in danger. Chief George felt overwhelmed. They would be safe and could leave after their identities were verified and a brief statement taken. With that, he promptly approached the hotel. The police worked swiftly. The hotel management had provided a guest list, and many of the attendees were well-known public figures, including affluent businessmen and Hollywood stars. Gradually, guests verified their identities and exited the hotel, only to be swarmed by the media. What? Did a demon rescue you? Did it eliminate all the criminals? No. The demon kidnapped us along with those criminals. It is 100 times more terrifying than the criminals themselves. Its face is beastly in appearance, capable of breathing fire, impervious to weapons, and brutally bloodthirsty when dispatching the criminals. It sounded eerily reminiscent of the devil himself. No, that is not the devil. The guest recalled the terrifying game played by demons and robbers. As he turned, a robber, unable to halt his steps, was pierced through by a pillar of fire. If all remained utterly still, the demon would compel the robbers to internally select a companion for judgment of death. The devil is orderly, while the demon embodies chaos and malevolence, representing annihilation and carnage. Such dialogues echoed continuously, revealing that the guests who narrowly escaped had somewhat frayed minds. But what of it? No journalist would perceive this as problematic. The more sensational the content, the greater their excitement. Director George ascended to the 28th floor via the elevator, where the power system was compromised and under repair. In the pitch-black room, emergency lights flickered to life, and the beam of a flashlight danced about as several officers investigated and gathered evidence, their astonished murmurs rising and falling. Upon entering the room, Director George furrowed his brow at the chaotic luxury suite, where beverages and meals lay scattered everywhere, surely impeding the police's evidence collection. Suddenly, he froze, his flashlight slowly shifting until it landed upon a corpse. It was a headless body. The wound suggested that the victim's head had not been severed, but rather melted away. Then he spotted another body, lying on the ground, with a basketball-sized cavity in its back, the bones and flesh congealing after having melted. Director George's heart raced. No wonder the guests were so horrified that their minds were somewhat unhinged. Anyone witnessing such a ghastly and bloody scene would surely carry a lifelong shadow, wouldn't they? Suddenly, all the lights in the luxurious suite illuminated, the tassels of the crystal chandelier quivering, the brightness almost blinding. Moments later, as George adjusted to the light, he opened his eyes to find all the officers had paused their tasks, staring blankly in the same direction. He swiftly turned around. On the wall of the stage, a smiley face formed of an M above and a V below remained, its blood-red grin both eerie and terrifying. He glanced down once more at the corpse on the floor. "I will catch you, I promise," George Stacy murmured to himself. In Queens, within a standalone villa, Roxa sat before a mirror, the demon mask he had removed resting on the table beside him. He did not turn on the lights. Only the moonlight and street lamp filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the late-night surroundings in silence. Roxa gazed at his reflection, then towards the demon mask, his focus wavering as his gaze became hollow. He reflected on the events of the night, recalling his stay at the Park Hyatt in the city center, where he punished the despicable robbers. He had also traversed the dark alleys of Brooklyn, hanging the addicts who intercepted passers-by for robbery from the street lamps. Of course, the demon is not always just. As Roxa paused at a red light while traversing Manhattan's financial district, he observed the displeasure of a 911 owner with his slicked-back hair. In a fit of impulsiveness, he halted the vehicle and unceremoniously deposited the impeccably dressed driver into a nearby trash bin, leaving only a blonde woman in the passenger seat. Her hair tousled by the wind. Donning a devil mask, he meandered through the sin-ridden streets of New York, an experience that imbued him with a sense of liberation and recklessness. Yet, this exhilarating sensation dissipated like mist upon the removal of the mask. Suddenly, Roxa felt an internal transformation. This evening had altered him since the moment he adorned the devil mask. However, he was uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. After all, did wearing a mask not also equate to shedding one? He grasped the devil mask from his desk, covering half of his face, and smiled. The reflection in the mirror seemed to reveal the mask smiling back at him. The system indicated that on the first day, he had amassed a villain value of 8,011, suggesting he possessed a remarkable aptitude for villainy. At the Osborne Group, morning sunlight streamed into the headquarters. Gwen opened her locker, her attention suddenly captured by a notification on her phone. Reports from last night's incident at the Platinum Hotel described a man in a devil mask who had slain the robbers and rescued the hostages. Citizens recounted sightings of the devil's figure throughout various neighborhoods in New York. Although the devil had interrupted the crime and saved lives, it was challenging to characterize him as a force of justice. He appeared to derive pleasure from the torment of humanity, taunting and torturing his targets before delivering fatal blows. Moreover, his malevolent actions bordered on criminality. Notably, the devil possessed unique supernatural abilities, including invisibility, flight, and explosive fire, reminiscent of the newly emerged superhero known as the Man in Black. Gwen pondered whether there existed a connection between the devil and this enigmatic hero. Furrowing her brow, Gwen recalled a comment made by someone the previous day. Even if he was just, who could predict whether he would transform into a malevolent criminal by nightfall? Shaking her head to dispel these strange thoughts, she changed into her work attire and exited the break room. As an intern within Dr. Connor's team, she not only engaged in research projects, but also served as the leader for the interns, with a new batch of them arriving today. Thus, her morning task involved a brief tour of the Osborne Group, primarily showcasing scientific instruments and research achievements. On the same floor, the door to the men's restroom swung open, and Roxa paused at the sink to adjust his collar before seamlessly blending into the flow of employees exiting. Entry to the Osborne Group required an appointment or proof of employment, neither of which Roxa possessed, compelling him to pursue an unconventional path. Fortunately, within the Osborne Group, the security management is relatively lax. Even Peter, who is yet to become Spider-Man, can easily approach the confidential research labs, and with the power of 12 charms. Luo Xia strolls through the Osborne Group with ease. As Luo Xia surveys the courtyard, he immediately spots the line of interns, his gaze searching for Peter's silhouette. According to the narrative, today Peter Parker will impersonate the intern Rodrigo to gain entry into the Osborne Group, where he will capture Dr. Connor's attention with his unique perspective during their exchange. Subsequently, Peter inadvertently knocks a document from the hands of a high-ranking Osborne official, only to discover a familiar emblem on it, an emblem linked to his father's research during his lifetime. Thus, Peter follows the official into a research facility known as the Bioelectric Cable Development Unit. There, he is bitten by a mutated spider, resulting in a genetic transformation that turns him into Marvel's most beloved superhero, Spider-Man, also affectionately referred to as the pajama baby of the Avengers. Luo Xia's visit to the Osborne Group today is not to witness the birth of the protagonist Spider-Man within the Marvel Universe. Rather, he seeks to observe how his villainous system reacts to Peter, who has already become Spider-Man. After all, this is crucial for unlocking a charm, as an unsealed charm enables further upgrades, thereby enhancing his powers and allowing him to thrive in this perilous Marvel Universe. Luo Xia has entertained the thought of preemptively acquiring Spider-Man's abilities, but ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, Spider-Man is merely a street hero, apart from his spider sense. His other abilities are greatly surpassed by the 12 charms. Moreover, each individual possesses a unique constitution, given the healing power of the horse charm within him. It is conceivable that a mere bite from the mutated spider might not have the same effect on him. Of course, the most significant concern is that without Spider-Man in the superhero roster, there would be a void in manpower, necessitating Luo Xia's personal intervention to deal with minor villains like Dr. Octopus and Electro, and the potential consequences of altering the storyline remain uncertain. As of now, Peter's presence has yet to manifest among the intern team, but Luo Xia remains unperturbed, patiently awaiting his arrival. Welcome to Osborne. My name is Gwen Stacy, a student of the graduating class at Midtown Tech and the lead intern for Dr. Connors. I will be accompanying you throughout the tour. Luo Xia turns to the source of the voice, where Gwen stands at the forefront of the intern line, clutching a notepad. Her satin-like golden hair is striking, and instantly, all the interns are captivated by her stunning presence. Clad in a short skirt topped with a white lab coat, she reveals a segment of her snow-white legs between her skirt and boots. The black skirt accentuates her figure, while the lab coat and notepad lend her an air of intellectual sophistication, combining professionalism with grace. Where I go, you go. This is the fundamental rule. Now, please follow me. Gwen led the interns on a tour, introducing them to Dr. Connor's team, which specializes in biomedical and chemical sciences. This is the biotree developed by the Osborne Group. Feel free to gather around for a closer look. The interns, filled with curiosity, clustered around as the biotree utilized holographic projection technology to showcase the chaotic web of Earth's biodiversity, an impressive sight that left these relatively naive high school students in awe. This segment focused on interspecies research, with the display highlighting cloning technology. Suddenly, Gwen's voice faltered as her gaze pierced through the crowd of interns, landing on a somewhat familiar figure. With black hair and clad in a suit, the slender figure stood upright. It was Xia, the new Asian transfer student. Just last night, a photo of Xia pressing the school bully, Fleischer's head into a lunch tray, had gone viral on the school forum, with many classmates voting him as the new kingpin of Central City Tech. At that moment, Xia was turning to leave. What was Xia doing here? Gwen felt perplexed. After all, Osborne Group was a world-class biotechnology and chemical technology company, whereas Xia was merely a student with somewhat poor grades, making it difficult for her to connect the two. Suddenly, she recalled Xia's words from yesterday afternoon. See you tomorrow. Could it be that he had followed her to the Osborne Group? This wasn't entirely implausible. As an attractive and accomplished young woman, Gwen had grown accustomed to ardent admirers. It is well known that the technology to clone individual organisms already exists, albeit imperfectly. The Osborn group focuses on cloning specific biological tissues, such as individual human organs. Regaining her composure, Gwen continued her presentation, stating that once this technology is successful, it would revolutionize modern medicine, enabling the treatment of many terminal illnesses through the replacement of human tissues. You're welcome to come closer and observe our cloning experiment examples. As Gwen stepped out from the crowd to glance once more in Rashia's direction, she noticed he was already turning a corner, gradually disappearing into the throng. "Lucy," Gwen called out urgently to a colleague, "please assist them. It's just a simple tour." Seeing her colleague's hesitant expression, Gwen quickly added, "I need to use the restroom. Please, please." "Then hurry back," Lucy replied with a resigned smile. Gwen set down her notebook and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Rashia had vanished. 007, Gwen, Spider-Man. Rashia was somewhat taken aback. Today, Peter had not come to the Osborn group. The exact reason for Peter's absence eluded him, but it was undoubtedly due to his presence altering the narrative. Yet, Rashia was not concerned about the Spider-Man dilemma. As long as Peter sought to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, he would inevitably seek out the Osborn group, perhaps tomorrow or next weekend. It was merely a matter of time. Rashia pondered whether the storyline of the Marvel Universe would henceforth undergo a transformation. Suddenly, Luo Xia, lost in contemplation, was taken aback. He realized he was being followed, not due to his acute senses, but rather because the pursuer's tracking skills were woefully inadequate, rife with blatant flaws. Too close a proximity. The unmistakable sound of footsteps and reflections on the smooth wall. Who could this follower be? Could it be that the Osborn group had unearthed his infiltration? Yet, that seemed implausible. Had they truly discovered him, their security would have merely escorted him out, especially since he had not donned the demonic mask, rendering him no cause for alarm to the Osborn personnel. Luo Xia betrayed no sign of awareness. He calmly veered into a less crowded corridor, and upon rounding the corner, he found himself in a surveillance-blind spot devoid of any onlookers, where his figure vanished in an instant, with the serpent talisman rendering him invisible. He silently leaned against the wall, attentively listening as the faint footsteps approached. Gradually, he discerned the silhouette of his pursuer. To his surprise, it was Gwen. What was she doing trailing him instead of supervising her group of interns? Alone in the corridor, Gwen appeared momentarily perplexed, questioning whether she had indeed mistaken her observation. Her gaze swept across the barren passageway, culminating at an ajar door at the far end. Clearly, if someone had arrived at this location, they could only be concealed behind that door. It was unlikely for someone to vanish into thin air, was it? Her brow furrowed slightly, as she seemed to grapple with the decision of whether to investigate further. After a brief pause, her curiosity ultimately prevailed. Gwen recalled Luo Xia's words from the previous day, "See you tomorrow," and the questions resurfaced. What was his purpose at the Osborn group? Why had he ventured into such a confidential research facility? Leaning against the wall, Luo Xia observed the unfolding scene as Gwen passed him and made her way toward the end of the corridor. He turned his gaze towards the open door, where a sign read, "Biochemical Development Unit." Luo Xia found himself bewildered. According to the narrative, today should have seen Peter Parker inadvertently entering the laboratory that birthed the mutated spiders. Yet why was it Gwen Stacy who stepped inside instead? Following him, no less. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to impede her entrance but silently trailed her. He recalled that in the parallel universe of Earth 65, Gwen Stacy had been bitten by a spider infused with radioactive properties, transforming her into a superhero known as Spider-Woman. Could it be that he had crossed into a Marvel parallel universe? Or perhaps the Marvel universe had altered its trajectory under his influence. After all, his impact far exceeded that of a mere butterfly. Was it possible that the superhero emerging today was not Peter Parker's baby in pajamas, but rather Gwen as Spider-Woman? Fortunately, none of this appeared significant to Luo Xia. Gwen's sense of justice and mission was no less formidable than Peter's, and even as an ordinary individual, she played a crucial role in aiding Spider-Man in vanquishing villains. Thus, Luo Xia believes that if today were to witness the birth of Gwen as Spider-Man, she would undoubtedly embody the essence of a commendable superhero. Gwen cautiously ventured into the enigmatic research laboratory, a place she had never before set foot in, for she was still merely an intern. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the intelligence and technological ambience that enveloped her. At the center stood an assembly line dedicated to the creation of various biological cables, inspired by the wondrous silk of spiders. Spider silk is far more formidable than humanity can conceive, in terms of mechanical strength. Spider silk fibers rival the highest-grade carbon fibers and high-strength synthetic fibers, such as aramid and Kevlar, yet they exhibit remarkable toughness that surpasses these materials. Adjacent to this was an automated machine designed to test the resilience of these biological cables. Threads as fine as human hair were continuously stretched into various shapes under the immense force of the machine, astonishingly neither breaking nor losing their inherent flexibility upon retraction. Gwen surveyed her surroundings, noting the desolate emptiness of the room, a sense of unease creeping over her. "Mr. Luo Xia," she called softly, as she tentatively made her way deeper into the chamber. Meanwhile, Luo Xia observed the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor. This chamber radiated a soothing blue light. Dominated by a colossal machine that rotated steadily, its surface adorned with a myriad of spiders and intricately woven webs. Gwen was captivated by the sci-fi aesthetics of the environment, speculating that this must be the breeding chamber for mutated spiders. Before she could search for Luo Xia, the translucent spider silk glimmered under the azure glow, and she could not resist reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance occurred. The giant machine began to decelerate, causing the webs to warp and emit a creaking sound as countless mutated spiders cascaded down, landing on the floor and entangling themselves in Gwen's hair. "Oh no!" Gwen exclaimed, shaking off the spiders, the sensation of the many-legged creatures on her skin sending a shiver down her spine. As she prepared to flee from the multitude of mutated spiders on the ground, a sudden sharp pain shot through her neck. Gwen nearly collided with the wall, steadying herself against it as she instinctively reached for the wound on her neck. Monitoring. Superhero spider Gwen detected. The rabbit charm has been activated. Villain points can be used for upgrades. Attempt to induce negative emotions in spider Gwen for more surprises awaiting your exploration. The system's female voice was music to Luo Xia's ears. However, was it truly appropriate to bully a girl, especially one as lovely as her? For women are indeed beautiful and delightful beings deserving of admiration, not the accumulation of villain points. You have been bitten by a spider. Upon hearing this voice, Gwen spun around, her gaze meeting Luo Xia's face, which ignited a spark of irritation within her. Today was proving to be a string of unfortunate events, and she could only anticipate the scolding she would receive from Lucy, who was filling in for her. Who knew whether those experimental spiders were venomous? However, she had no reason to be angry. After all, this predicament was of her own making. If only her curiosity hadn't been so insatiable. Perhaps she would not have found herself in this situation. One could only blame her misfortune. Roxa approached Gwen, gently tugging a strand of spider silk from the nape of her neck, and raised it to her attention. At the end of the silk dangled a small spider, clearly visible in the light. Not particularly frightening, yet the thought of being bitten by such a creature sent a chill down her spine. "Do you need me to check your wound?" Roxa offered earnestly. "If the situation is severe, you should consider visiting a hospital, as we cannot ascertain whether these spiders are venomous." "I believe that might be necessary," Gwen replied decisively, turning away before suddenly looking back to say, "Thank you." Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Roxa smiled. Gwen immediately averted her gaze. "What brings you here?" She began to shift the topic. "I'm interning in the biomaterials department at Osborne Group, which is responsible for the research of the Green Goblin Biological Cable Project. This is one of our department's workspaces," Roxa stated with utmost seriousness, lying effortlessly without a moment as hesitation. As they spoke, Roxa began his task, delicately parting Gwen's golden hair, which was incredibly soft and abundant, reminiscent of ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. As he opened her collar, he discovered a small wound, resembling that of an insect bite. The area appeared slightly red and had formed a tiny hard lump. "It seems a bit swollen. May I touch it?" "If it's convenient, yes, thank you." At that moment, Gwen began to perceive Roxa in a more favorable light. Although he struggled academically and was known for bullying, at least he targeted the school bully, thereby vanquishing a villain. Moreover, he exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor, treating girls with respect and consideration. Roxa extended his index finger to gently touch the wound on the back of Gwen's neck, a faint golden light flickering in response. Equine charm healing. Under the influence of the charm, the wound on Gwen's neck healed at a visibly rapid pace, the redness and swelling dissipating swiftly. As Roxa's finger made contact, Gwen involuntarily shivered slightly, attributing it to a physiological response that left her feeling somewhat bashful, her cheeks warming instinctively. Yet, Gwen was not the type to blush merely from physical contact with the opposite sex, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, she noticed that the peculiar sensations on her neck had vanished. What had once been itchy and mildly painful was now a distant memory, with no rational explanation. She could only attribute it to a psychological effect. Roxa tidied Gwen's collar and hair, declaring, "All done. You're quite fortunate. That spider is non-venomous." "Thank you," Gwen replied, brushing her hair back with a smile. "So, may we return to our earlier question? What brings you here?" "I am currently interning here. Where is the work certification?" Gwen extended her hand, revealing that all employees of the Osborne Group, including interns, possess work certifications. Indeed, a name tag was hanging from Gwen's chest. "Ah, I am here to prepare for my internship at Osborne, so I came to scout the place," Luo Xia replied, maintaining his composure. "Are you following me?" "No, it is you who are trailing me. You followed me here, which led to your encounter with the spider." Gwen chuckled as she rubbed her forehead. "All right, what I mean is that none of that is important. I snuck in here because I love science. I am utterly enamored with it. Osborne's achievements and status in the field of biological sciences are akin to Stark Industries in the realm of weaponry, which is why I am here." "How did you manage to enter without a work certification?" Gwen inquired curiously. "You are quite the mysterious Luo Xia. That is irrelevant. We should leave now. This laboratory is highly confidential, and the Green Goblin Biocable project has yet to be unveiled. It would be disastrous if we were caught here causing trouble," Luo Xia replied. "You wouldn't want to be expelled from Osborne, would you?" Gwen shrugged, glancing at the scattered spiders, and the two made their escape. Throughout their journey, they exchanged only a few idle remarks. Upon reaching the elevator, Luo Xia paused. "I must be going now. Okay, I need to return to my work." Gwen nodded in agreement. Luo Xia handed her a glass test tube containing the very mutated spider that had bitten Gwen, now deceased. Under the illumination, the spider inside the test tube exhibited vibrant colors and long legs. "It is truly beautiful," Gwen remarked as she accepted it, but upon recalling its bite, she felt an urge to flush it down the drain. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the doors slowly parted. "Do not do that," Luo Xia said. "It will be worth your collection. Goodbye." Luo Xia stepped into the elevator. "Goodbye," Gwen waved. The elevator descended to the first floor, where Luo Xia exited and quickly found a public seat in the lobby. Eagerly, he opened the villain system to check. A cerulean 3D interface appeared, and indeed, the badge of the rabbit spell had been illuminated. Rabbit spell LV1. To upgrade to LV2 requires 1,500 villain points. Speed enhancement to 50 meters per second. Luo Xia's villain points remained fixed at 8011 from the previous night. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. To upgrade from LV2 to LV3 requires 2,000 villain points. Speed enhancement to 100 meters per second. Luo Xia continued to click for upgrades until he elevated the rabbit spell to LV4, leaving him with 2,011 villain points. Insufficient for the next upgrade, prompting him to stop. At this moment, the speed of the rabbit spell had reached an impressive 160 meters per second. After all, the Bugatti Veyron is the fastest production car in the world, with a top speed of approximately 120 meters per second. Few superheroes could rival the Veyron. Certainly, Captain America and Spider-Man would not even catch a whiff of its exhaust. Luo Xia gazed at the upgrade instructions for the rabbit talisman within the villain system. Each upgrade would require an increasing amount of villain points, though the pace of enhancement would significantly accelerate. Notably, he discovered that the highest level, LV12, was non-upgradable. The villain system indicated that to achieve LV12, all 12 talismans must reach LV11. Upon reaching LV12, the rabbit talisman would enable speed to accumulate infinitely, surpassing even the speed of light, thus granting the ability to traverse time, an ability akin to that of the Time Stone in the Marvel Universe. After a brief calculation, Luo Xia realized that to ascend from his current LV4 to LV11, he would require 500 villain points, allowing him to attain a speed 5 times that of sound. However, he believed in a balanced development approach, aiming to elevate the rabbit talisman to LV7, thereby achieving a speed equal to that of sound, which would suffice. After all, among the 12 talismans, very few were superfluous. Many would significantly enhance his combat prowess upon upgrading. It seemed that the expenses associated with leveling up the talismans remained within a bearable range. The system shop displayed that a skill in firearms proficiency or driving mastery required 500 villain points for exchange, while a portion 911, valued at approximately 200,000, could be obtained for just 500 villain points. Luo Xia's objective was now clear, to amass more villain points. These points not only facilitated the exchange for various skills within the villain system, but also enabled talisman upgrades, underscoring their undeniable significance. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. "It's always a surprise to run into you," Gwen remarked. "Luo Xia, we meet again. I thought you had left ahead of me." Luo Xia looked up to see Gwen standing before him, lively and vibrant, having changed out of her work attire and carrying a small bag. "I'm here taking a break, reflecting on today's visit to Osborne," she explained. Luo Xia rose, surveying the opulent surroundings, remarking, "It's truly a fusion of technology and luxury." And what about you? I took a leave. It seems that a cursed spider has caused some adverse reactions in my body, leaving me in a rather poor state, when shrugged. If I still feel this way later, I might have to consider a visit to the community hospital. Honestly, I think I should go now. If not for some guy telling me that spider was tea poisonous indeed, that spider was harmless. I assure you. Luo Xia smiled. You don't look well. Would you like me to take you home? 009 Spider-Woman. As the subway sped along, the howling wind accompanied its swift passage. A group of individuals adorned with heavy metal accessories and eccentric attire congregated at the rear of the carriage, performing an obnoxious display of pole dancing on the handrails. Their raucous antics proving to be quite irksome. Yet, amidst such cacophony, one had managed to fall asleep, resting her head against Roxa's shoulder. Even in slumber, her brow was slightly furrowed, suggesting her discontent. Although Roxa found solace in the fragrant scent of her hair, the boisterous antics of the peculiar group were far too disruptive. And their remarks, laced with insults towards Gwen's figure and Roxa's complexion, were particularly offensive. Roxa gently adjusted Gwen's head onto the seat, rising with a smile as he made his way toward the rear of the carriage. Hey, buddy, is that your girlfriend? One of the provocateurs, adorned with a metal chain around his neck, taunted with a smirk. How much for 2 hours? Roxa chose not to engage in banter, aware that even a retort involving the man's mother would only lead to his own detriment. He had no desire for physical confrontation either. With a swift kick, he sent the provocateur crashing to the ground, his body bending painfully against the handrail before coming to a halt. The remaining ruffians soon found themselves incapacitated beneath the soles of Roxa's shoes, leaving only a woman with pink hair. Upon seeing Roxa approach, the pink-haired woman trembled in fear, realizing with dismay that she had encountered a veritable Bruce Lee on the subway. The pungent aroma of her cheap perfume was overwhelming, rendering her a veritable mobile air pollution device. I don't strike women, unless I'm in a foul mood, Roxa remarked, pinching his nose. You reek. Could you please move to the next carriage? The woman nodded vigorously, turning to flee, but suddenly found herself airborne, crashing to the floor of the adjacent carriage with a footprint imprinted upon her backside. Oh, I forgot to mention, my mood is quite poor at the moment. Roxa muttered to himself, bemused by her earlier bravado. With a swift motion, he rubbed his foot on the floor, as if he had just stepped in something unsavory. He merely sought to release his pent-up frustration and accrue a smidgen of villainous reputation. Turning back, he found Gwen awake and quietly observing him. He feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. Apologies for the disturbance. Was I too violent just now? I thought you might say they simply tripped. Gwen pursed her lips, replying, I hope you won't kick me in the future. I certainly don't wish to take flight. How could that be? In our country, men are always courteous to women, especially to those as beautiful as you, Roxa replied, gazing into Gwen's eyes. After a brief moment of eye contact, she turned away, avoiding his gaze. I understand they likely offended you, but perhaps your response was a tad extreme. After all, violence seldom resolves issues and often exacerbates them. No, you're mistaken. Gwen, Luo remarked. One day you will realize that violence is the most effective means of resolving conflicts. If the situation worsens, it simply indicates that greater violence is required. As Luo traversed the corridors of the academic building, students instinctively parted to create a broad path for him, leading him to his locker. Meanwhile, Peter skated in, his head wrapped in bandages, looking rather disheveled. Parker? A teacher called out, Do you still want your skateboard? I suppose so, Peter replied, retrieving it. Then hold it with the wheels facing upward. Understood? Okay. Peter reluctantly lifted the skateboard above his head. Is this acceptable, teacher? Very good, keep it off the ground. Peter nodded vigorously, but as soon as the teacher entered the classroom, he began skating in the hallway once more. Coincidentally, his locker was adjacent to Luo Xia's. As Peter reached for his books, he cautiously glanced at the individual beside him. Mr. Luo? Peter ventured, greeting him tentatively. Luo Xia nodded in acknowledgement, his mood seemingly elevated of late. He had spent several evenings leaving his mark across the streets of New York, amassing considerable notoriety and successfully upgrading his villainous emblem to level 7. Now, his reputation surpassed that of all superheroes, instilling fear in antagonists while simultaneously exasperating other heroes and law enforcement. Many young fans emulated his eccentric behavior, and various toy manufacturers had sold out of their devil masks. Hello, I'm Peter Parker, the one you saved that afternoon. I hope you remember me. Peter extended his hand, having never found the opportunity to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help that day. Luo Xia cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing the handshake. No need for formality. I recall stating that I had no intention of helping you. I merely sought someone to toy with. Perhaps next time, misfortune will befall you instead. Peter chuckled awkwardly, not taking offense. Did you employ martial arts that day? I'm a fan of Bruce Lee, and I particularly admire Kung Fu. Could you teach me? Or perhaps we could discuss it. I've heard that you assess potential before taking on apprentices. Peter was brimming with enthusiasm. You have such style. You're incredibly cool and undeniably handsome. You are my idol. Thank you for the compliment, Luo Xia said, patting his shoulder with a smile. You're discerning. I has spared you from peril. I was just contemplating the idea of tossing your head into a trash bin. Suddenly, Luo Xia's attention was captured by a report. A new vigilante had emerged in the streets of New York, clad in a black and white bodysuit with a pair of blue ballet slippers. She fought against crime, protecting many solitary women returning home from work at night, earning the moniker Spider-Woman. Beside him, Peter continued to chatter. Do you prefer quiet students? If you're willing to teach me martial arts, I believe I too can embrace silence. Be quiet, Luo Xia interrupted the loquacious Peter as he approached the classmate engrossed in a news report. Hello, may I take a look? No. This was just bought for me by my mother. You cannot take it. The girl's reaction was intense. She clutched her iPad tightly. Her eyes filled with fear and helplessness as she glanced around, but everyone averted their gaze. Luo Xia began to question the extent of his own villainous persona. As his villainy meter surged, the girl before him was genuinely terrified. I merely wish to see this news article for 30 seconds. Trust is essential among classmates. Very well. The girl cautiously turned the iPad towards Luo Xia, holding it with both hands. He stared at the screen, incredulity etched on his face. At that moment, the interview featured a single woman who had been rescued by Spider-Woman. She is my savior, Spider-Woman. She is a true superhero, and our family is immensely grateful. Without her, I might have fallen victim to a drug addict. The scene shifted to Spider-Woman swinging between skyscrapers. Behind her, a chaotic scene of police cars entangled with private vehicles, sirens wailing, culminating in a breathtaking chase that concluded with Spider-Woman's triumph. Next, a reporter interviewed Police Chief George Stacy at a press conference in the police station. Many of us regard her as a force for justice. She not only combats criminals, but also assists numerous people, the reporter stated. We bear the badge of justice, while that fugitive dons a mask. We do not deny that she has performed acts beneficial to the citizens, but the seeds of evil cannot yield the flowers of justice. She lacks the authority to enforce the law and often creates chaos on the streets, Chief George asserted with righteous fervor. According to incomplete statistics, the destruction caused by Spider-Woman has exceeded $1 million, and she has severely disrupted police operations. The chief of the New York City Police Department assured the citizens, "We will ensure that Spider-Woman is brought to justice in the shortest time possible." After reading this, Luo Xia could not help but chuckle. He thanked the girl and turned to leave, and the timid girl sighed in relief, realizing that Luo Xia had no intention of seizing her iPad. He was certain that Spider-Woman was none other than Gwen Stacy, who had recently been bitten by a mutated spider. It appeared her adaptability was commendable. However, the situation now seemed rather intriguing. Spider-Woman had stirred up some trouble, and Chief George was constantly contemplating how to imprison her. What would happen if Chief George were to discover that the masked Spider-Woman was, in fact, his own daughter? Would he uphold the law against his kin? Or would he feign ignorance and let Gwen go? The mere thought of such a scenario amused Luo Xia. 010 Demon versus Spider-Woman. On a crosswalk, the lone pedestrian ambled along in the final seconds of a green light. As the evening rain fell gently, he chose not to use an umbrella, merely donning the hood of his sweatshirt. Drip, drip, drip. A crimson Ferrari blared its horn aggressively, and a brash young man leaned out of the window, shouting, "Get out of the way, damn fool. Even an 80-year-old grandmother walks faster than you." Pedestrians abruptly halted in their tracks, standing directly in front of the Ferrari as he slowly turned around. The raindrops were clearly visible in the car's headlights, and the blinding light illuminated not a mere face, but one adorned with a demonic mask. The young driver was momentarily stunned, but quickly resumed his tirade. "What the hell are you pretending to be, a demon? Wearing a mask for cosplay? I'm Captain America." The demon remained silent, only revealing a chilling smile. The driver's jaw dropped in disbelief, terror washing over him. A mask could not smile unless it truly bore the face of a demon. The Ferrari's engine roared as it surged forward at the green light. The driver's expression contorted with rage as the demon suddenly vanished. The Ferrari sped over the crosswalk, narrowly missing the figure. Glancing into the rearview mirror, the driver saw the demon standing still, smiling at him once more. However, his fear had diminished significantly. The Ferrari had already achieved 100 kilometers per hour in mere seconds, and the demon could not keep pace with the speeding supercar. After racing several kilometers, he reached the Brooklyn Bridge and eased off the accelerator, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet before he could fully relax, a series of thuds echoed as someone knocked on his window. A chill crept up his spine. Who could possibly chase down a car traveling at 60 kilometers per hour to knock on the window? The answer could only be the demon. He pressed the accelerator again, trying to shake off the apparition, when suddenly a deafening crash resonated from the roof of his car. The immense force distorting the Ferrari's top. The jarring sound of metal being sliced filled his ears, and he could vividly imagine the demon perched atop his vehicle, slowly clawing its way through the roof. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, his limbs stiffened, and in a moment of panic, he veered the Ferrari toward the bridge's railing. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted. Fortunately, even as he slammed on the brakes, only half of the car plummeted off the bridge, the remainder lodged securely, with the airbags deploying to cushion him, resulting in only minor injuries. The accident on the bridge caused a traffic jam, with a cacophony of car horns ringing out. Yet the excruciating sound of metal being cut continued. The demon had not yet released him. In desperation, he contemplated driving the car into the river to end it all. "Help! Save me!" he screamed incessantly. The demon finally leisurely tore through the car's roof, standing atop the vehicle and grinning down at the man ensnared by the airbags, slowly extending a hand that astonishingly resembled that of a human. A hand clutched the man's collar, his screams echoing incessantly as he was gradually pulled forth by the demon's overwhelming strength. In this brief yet harrowing ordeal, the man sustained several fractures, for the demon wielded sheer brute force without regard for his well-being. Let us now delve into the study of traffic regulations, shall we? The demon maintained his smile, inquiring whether he would remember to yield to pedestrians next time. The man was on the verge of fainting, his heart racing, his cries drowning out the cacophony of honking cars. Villain level 80, 80, 80. "Hey, Mr. Demon, I think you should release him." Luo Xia heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but smile, slowly turning around. The Spider-Woman, clad in a black and white bodysuit, descended gracefully, suspended by her webbing. Her crouched posture and agile form resembled that of a spider, her arachnid genes subtly influencing each of her movements. "Very well, as you wish." Luo Xia nonchalantly let the man drop from the bridge. "No!" Spider-Gwen sprang into action, her wrist swiftly releasing webbing to catch the falling man. She secured the web to the bridge before leisurely approaching the demon. "No, no, don't come any closer." Luo Xia raised his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, grinning as he said, "I am merely following your instructions, Miss Spider." The demon mask altered Luo Xia's voice and attire, rendering it unfamiliar to Gwen. "This is hardly amusing, Mr. Demon," Spider-Gwen retorted angrily. "You must face the consequences of your actions." She shot out a strand of webbing, only to have it seized by Luo Xia. "What is this? Webbing? Quite an inventive approach." His words were abruptly cut off as the immense force from the webbing yanked him away. The unenhanced cow talisman could only augment his strength by a few hundred kilograms, whereas Spider-Gwen could effortlessly lift a car. In terms of sheer power, he was no match for her. As the demon approached, Spider-Gwen prepared to unleash a punch aimed squarely at his masked face. Suddenly, the demon extended his right hand, revealing a dragon totem glowing in his palm. A spider-sense warning surged through her, and, sensing imminent danger, Spider-Gwen opted not to attack, but instead leapt aside, landing gracefully like a spider, balancing on one hand. Boom! A column of fire erupted, striking the very spot where she had just stood, scorching the concrete floor beneath. Dragon Talisman, Explosive Inferno. Spider-Gwen felt a surge of fear. Had she been struck, she would have faced severe injury, for her spider suit offered no protective capabilities. Luo Xia landed with a roll and came to a stop, rising to dust off the non-existent dirt on his attire, exuding the elegance of a gentleman bowing to a dance partner. Spider-Gwen stood and clapped her hands, quite graceful, Mr. Demon. Though it would have been even better had your landing not been so clumsy. Thank you for your kind words. Luo Xia bowed gracefully. His casual attire of a hoodie and jeans transformed into a meticulously tailored tailcoat, while the devilish mask upon his face remained unchanged. "Oh, how is this possible?" Spider-Gwen exclaimed in astonishment. Holographic projection? Rapid 3D printing technology? Nanomaterials? Or perhaps a clever illusion? Surely, it cannot be genuine magic. This is utterly unscientific. Luo Xia maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed, as it appeared that no matter the universe, Spider-Man's loquacious nature was inescapable. "I am delighted to meet you. I truly wish to converse further." Spider-Gwen extended her hand, yet this was hardly an appropriate venue, as we have already disrupted traffic, so I must resolve this swiftly. With a sudden leap, Spider-Gwen, equipped with her spider sense, opted for close combat against the devil, undoubtedly the most effective strategy. Having realized during their previous encounter that the fiend's strength was not formidable. Whoosh! She shot her web, securing it to the steel cables of the bridge. and swung forth with agility, extending her long, straight leg in an attempt to execute a flying kick. However, to her shock, the devil vanished before her eyes, leaving her strike to miss its target. She suppressed her astonishment. How could the devil move so swiftly? Suddenly, a hand tapped her left shoulder. Without hesitation, Spider-Gwen executed a sweeping kick, yet her attack again met with air. Another hand tapped her right shoulder, prompting her to respond with a punch. 011 is merely playful. Spider-Gwen was extraordinarily agile, but Luo Xia, empowered by the rabbit charm, could reach supersonic speeds, creating a vast disparity between them. The battle swiftly morphed into a game of turn-based strategy, with Spider-Gwen perpetually at a disadvantage, manipulated at the devil's whim. The relentless teasing finally provoked an expletive from Gwen. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Xia had already positioned himself behind her. Beneath the mask, a smile graced Luo Xia's lips as he delivered a swift kick. The spider sense alerted her just in time, yet she could not evade the blow, which struck her posterior and sent her flying. Spider-Gwen spun mid-air, akin to a graceful dancer, landing deftly on her feet and brushing off the dust from her rear. Kicking a girl's backside. You truly are pathetic, Mr. Devil, Gwen exclaimed, retracting her earlier praise. She found herself devoid of the spirit for further banter. It was evident she was no match for the devil, even with her spider sense offering warnings. The devil's speed was too overwhelming for her to evade his assaults. Moreover, the devil had been holding back considerably. Had he unleashed that fiery explosion at full velocity, she might have found herself stranded on the Brooklyn Bridge today. Good luck, Mr. Ferrari. Spider-Gwen raised her hand, shooting a web to latch onto the bridge's cables. And in an instant, her body soared upward, gliding through the air with a few deft swings that propelled her hundreds of meters away. Good night, you insufferable devil. Gwen's voice drifted from afar, proclaiming that the next Spider-Woman of justice would thwart your criminal endeavors. For Gwen, fleeing in the face of adversity bore no psychological burden. She merely sought joy through her abilities and aspired to assist others, though it was neither her obligation nor her vocation. Nor did she bear the responsibility of sacrificing herself for the protection of others. Luo Xia cast a glance at the silhouette of Spider-Gwen, who stood atop the Brooklyn Bridge's railing, looking down at the Ferrari owner still swaying precariously on a web. From him, Luo Xia collected 500 villain points. Help! Save me! The man cried incessantly, his voice a fragmented echo in the wind. Remember to adhere to traffic regulations next time, Luo Xia murmured. With a leap from the railing, he vanished in an instant. Within less than 3 seconds, he had vacated the Brooklyn Bridge and, upon entering the forest of skyscrapers, completed his acceleration. Chicken Talisman, levitate. Rabbit Talisman, swift as the wind. Empowered by the 2 talismans, Luo Xia's speed reached its zenith, producing a series of sonic booms that shattered the glass facades along the street, scattering shards everywhere, inadvertently injuring countless innocent vehicles and pedestrians. Gwen first perceived the demonic figure surpassing her before feeling the terrifying shockwaves of sound. Luo Xia adjusted his tie, his tailcoat transforming instantly into an airline pilot's uniform. Miss Spider, I never indicated you could leave, he smiled. Spider-Gwen was the first superhero he had encountered, and Luo Xia aimed to evoke negative emotions within her to garner villain points or, as the system suggested, more substantial rewards. Of course, if Gwen held a grudge and later blamed Luo Xia upon discovering his true identity as the demon, that was a matter for another time. The sinister smile of the demon mask instilled a sense of fear in Gwen, for just days prior. She was an ordinary girl with dreams of living in a house made of chocolate. Detected mild fear from Spider-Gwen, villain points, 200, 200, 200. Luo Xia noted the villain points surging dramatically. Within mere seconds, he amassed over 1,000 points. Notably, he had only garnered 500 points after taunting the ill-mannered Ferrari driver from Manhattan to the Brooklyn Bridge. Luo Xia gazed at Gwen, his eyes beneath the demon mask sparkling like stars. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Or perhaps it was akin to a famished person encountering a delectable lemon base. He yearned for something grander and had already conceived a preliminary plan. After all, donning the mask meant he was no longer Luo Xia, but the demon. The demon feared not the possibility of Gwen harboring resentment. If she were to seek vengeance against the demon, it would be of no concern to Luo Xia. Gwen too realized she could not evade the demon, as his speed far surpassed her own. Spider-Gwen ceased her acrobatics, choosing instead to traverse the narrow space between 2 towering edifices. She skillfully launched her webbing, ascending gracefully until she landed securely atop one of the skyscrapers. Clinging to the wall, she ascended with the elegance of a resplendent spider. Upon reaching the rooftop, she resolved that since she could not evade the demon, it would be prudent to distance herself from the throngs of humanity in the bustling city, engaging in a candid dialogue with the demon to ascertain its intentions. Gwen surmised that while the demon might harbor malicious intent, it was unlikely to seek her demise. For with its formidable powers, it could effortlessly extinguish her life at any moment. Standing on the rooftop, she faced the demon, which shadowed her every movement, exhibiting a speed that required no external force for its flight. Not fleeing, are we, Miss Spider? Or perhaps you've relinquished your chance at survival. Laughter tinged his voice as he continued, Listen, the hunter's game is hardly entertaining. A spider will always be a predator, never the prey. Gwen retorted fiercely, Your motives are of no concern to me, but I implore you to cease your pursuit. The demon, named Luo Xia, balanced precariously on the narrow railing of the rooftop, with the cacophony of the bustling streets far below rendered inaudible from such heights. Arms outstretched for equilibrium, he resembled a tightrope walker in a circus. You have disrupted my game, and thus you shall become my amusement. He grinned. Just moments ago, when you saved that life, you were not so confident nor brave. I preferred the earlier version of you. What is it that you desire? Gwen inquired, slowly crouching, one hand poised on the ground, preparing for an attack. Remove your mask. Allow me to behold your face, fair maiden, the demon pronounced, each word deliberate. This was Luo Xia's scheme. Unmasking Spider-Gwen would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of her pent-up emotions. With her mask donned, she was a fearless superhero, capable of dispensing justice and toying with the authorities. Yet, without it, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, distinguished only by her exceptional grades and striking appearance. As an ordinary girl, she grappled with numerous concerns: her mentors, friends, classmates, and most importantly, her family. The thought of her identity as Spider-Woman being exposed filled her with dread. The repercussions could be catastrophic. Her father would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of disappointment, especially since Chief George perpetually sought to capture Spider-Woman. The revelation that his daughter was the elusive hero would be an unbearable truth for him. Her peers and friends would regard her with suspicion, distancing themselves from her. In that moment, she would forfeit the beautiful life that a girl of her age should possess. More critically, if malevolent criminals conspired to obliterate what she cherished, it would spell disaster for her. Absolutely not, Gwen declared with resolute finality, adding, And I must disappoint you further. Beneath this mask, I am but an ugly duckling. Remove the mask, Luo Xia insisted. Though Gwen spoke with unwavering resolve and displayed a formidable demeanor, her emotional fluctuations were not lost on the villainous Luo Xia, who possessed a system attuned to such sentiments. Monitoring indicates intense fear detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 400, 400, 400. Monitoring indicates mild anger detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 200, 200, 200. Monitoring indicates mild tension detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 100, 100, 100. Suppressing the exhilaration of accumulating villain points, Luo Xia continued to embody his terrifying demonic persona. Demons can discern lies. Do not struggle, beautiful Spider-Miss. Luo Xia spoke calmly. Or do you believe you can resist me? Spider-Gwen shot forth a strand of webbing, propelling herself backward, her form carving an arc through the air before plummeting vertically. Yet, Luo Xia's speed surpassed hers, bolstered by the level 7 rabbit charm. He closed the several-meter gap in a mere 0.1 seconds. The spider's sense offered a warning, but Gwen's response was too sluggish. Luo Xia reached out and removed Spider-Gwen's mask, revealing a captivating visage, her golden locks standing on end as she descended rapidly, resembling exquisite ribbons in flight. Monitoring indicates intense anger detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 400. 400, 400. Monitoring indicates intense tension detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 200, 200, 200. Monitoring indicates anxiety detected in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 100, 100, 100. With a swift motion, Spider-Gwen shot a web that latched onto the wall of a nearby skyscraper, arresting her rapid descent. Utilizing the elastic potential of the webbing, she leapt back into the air, elegantly shooting another strand to displace herself mid-flight. She continuously fired webs, gracefully maneuvering through the towering edifices as she hastily departed. I shall remember you, demon. Gwen's trembling voice lingered in the air. And I shall remember your face, Spider-Miss. Luo Xia replied, gazing at her retreating, golden-haired silhouette. Upon returning to her residential area, Gwen exhaled a sigh of relief, ensuring the demon had not pursued her. The sheer power exhibited by the demon had overwhelmed her, imposing significant pressure. Fortunately, the demon harbored no hostility towards her. Otherwise, yet another superhero might have met an untimely demise. Scaling the wall, Gwen entered her room through the glass window, collapsing onto the sofa as she took deep breaths to gradually calm her racing heart. The joy of acquiring powers and becoming a superhero had been dispelled by the demon's presence, prompting Gwen to resolve to be more cautious while traversing the streets in the future. Suddenly, Gwen sprang to her feet, hastily donning a nightgown over her still unremoved spider suit. Attempting to conceal it, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps outside her bedroom door. Thud, thud. The door was gently knocked upon. "Hey, Gwen, dear. Would you like a cup of cocoa? Your brother made some." "No, Dad, I don't want any," Gwen replied, recalling her request for them not to disturb her. She opened the door just enough to peek her head out, wary of revealing too much. "Well, I noticed your room light was on again, so I thought I'd check in on you," George said, shrugging. "And please, don't call me honey. I'm 17 now," Gwen smiled. George couldn't help but chuckle. "But I remember someone saying last week that she always fantasizes about living in a chocolate house." "That's unrealistic," Gwen exclaimed, covering her face. "And it would make me gain weight. The calories are too high." With a clang, she shut the door. George stood there, bemused. He sensed something was off with his daughter tonight. After a couple of seconds, the door swung open again, and Gwen looked apologetic. "Sorry, Dad, my mood, my attitude. Everything is just a bit off. It's all right. You should get to bed early then." "Yes, that's why I can't have any cocoa. I'm busy with other things." Gwen pondered for a moment and finally admitted, "Well, I have cramps. I'm feeling quite uncomfortable, and my emotions are a bit all over the place." "Okay, I understand," George nodded. "No, you don't really," she insisted. "Actually, I do." "All right. Thank you for understanding," Gwen said as she leaned against the doorframe. "Good night, Dad." "Good night, sweetheart." Gwen smiled faintly and closed the door. Once back in her room, she slowly removed her nightgown and the spider suit beneath it. She lay on her bed, clutching her stuffed toy, wrapping herself in her blanket. Yet the demon's words echoed in her mind. "I remember your face." Gwen felt overwhelmed. Her emotions a tumultuous mix of fear, anxiety, confusion, and uncertainty. The demon was clearly something she could not confront. Yet it had discerned her true identity beneath the spider mask, maliciously ensnaring her. Gwen worried incessantly. What if she awoke tomorrow to find the demon sitting in her room, watching her, or worse, stretching its poisonous hand toward her family? She couldn't bear to contemplate the possibility of harm coming to them because of her. It would haunt her for a lifetime. Time slipped by, and night deepened, yet Gwen remained awake, unable to settle her chaotic thoughts. She extended a hand from under the blanket to grasp her phone on the bedside table. It was 11:59 p.m., quite late indeed. She opened her contacts, scrolling through them. As a top student and the belle of the school, she was undoubtedly a prominent figure at Midtown Tech Academy. Having entered the professional world early, she not only enjoyed social practice activities, but also interned at various companies, resulting in a contact list brimming with names. Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brant, and Glory Grant. Yet she found it exceedingly difficult to identify someone with whom she could confide during the late hours of the night, someone who might alleviate her troubles and negative emotions. These individuals were merely ordinary graduates, grappling with the common tribulations of academia, family, and love, none of whom could truly comprehend her struggles. Suddenly, Gwen, almost as if compelled by fate, searched for L, her fingers pausing over the phone number of Luo. She recalled that she too was acquainted with an unconventional graduate, Luo Xia, the enigmatic transfer student. He possessed remarkable personal prowess, effortlessly handling bullies like Fleischer or thuggish encounters on the subway. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary graduate. He championed violence, exhibited indifference to others, and never hesitated to resolve matters with his fists. Moreover, Gwen's transformation into Spider-Gwen, following the bite of a mutated spider, was intricately linked to him. To this day, Gwen remained uncertain whether her accidental entry into that laboratory was mere coincidence or a premeditated act. Yet, her finger lingered hesitantly over the dial button, uncertain if she should make the call. Years later, Gwen Stacy would often reflect on that fateful night, feeling profoundly grateful that she had summoned the courage to reach out in her moment of confusion. At 0:13, in the stillness of the night, in a row of detached villas in Queens, Luo Xia returned home, freshly cleansed and prepared to rest. The demonic mask lay quietly beside him, its intricate patterns and details vividly illuminated in the dim light. In the pitch-black tranquility of the night, the menacing and grotesque mask appeared eerily out of place upon the pristine white sheets. Tonight marked a bountiful harvest. The villain system indicated that Luo Xia had amassed over 20,000 villain points, nearly half of which were derived from Spider-Gwen. This was Luo Xia's first taste of success, prompting him to take a greater interest in information about superheroes, for they represented a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Indeed, Spider-Gwen had captured much of his attention, and before uncovering new superheroes, he resolved to capitalize on Spider-Gwen's potential. A cerulean 3D interface materialized before him, revealing that his total villain points had reached an impressive 30,000, marking him as quite affluent. He accessed the villain points marketplace, searching for keywords such as web shooters and spider suits. Luo Xia was determined not to forget the greatest contributor to his success that night. He planned to procure some practical equipment to bestow upon Spider-Gwen at an opportune moment and in an appropriate manner. Furthermore, his act of removing Gwen's spider mask was indeed somewhat excessive, as no one wishes to expose their true identity to others without the concealment of their mask. The web shooter and the spider suit significantly enhance Spider-Gwen's combat capabilities. In the comic narratives, various iterations of Spider-Man frequently encounter issues with their web shooters, ranging from launch malfunctions to failures in waterproofing and electrical insulation. They often upgrade their gear only after experiencing setbacks. However, with Luo Xia's assistance, Spider-Gwen can circumvent many of these pitfalls. The efficacy of the spider suit is self-evident. The first-generation suits of each Spider-Man were merely crafted from elastic fibers, lacking in material quality, craftsmanship, and functionality, rendering them inferior compared to the equipment of other superheroes. It is no wonder that Iron Man affectionately dubbed Spider-Man as the pajama baby. Artifacts such as Captain America's shield, Iron Man's armor, and Thor's hammer epitomize what a superhero should possess. Within the villainous system marketplace, Luo Xia discovered these coveted pieces of equipment, each bearing a hefty price tag. For instance, the advanced web shooter was priced at 500 villain points, boasting the capability to launch versatile webs, including nets for capture, web bullets, and electrified webs, all while being waterproof, fireproof, and shockproof. Should Spider-Gwen acquire such a device, she would be well equipped to handle minor adversaries like Dr. Connors and Electro with ease. Moreover, the multifunctional spider suit commanded an even steeper price of 30,000 villain points. This suit not only bolstered defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding bullets and ordinary explosives, but also included features such as spider drones, gliding wings, a one-touch cloaking device, and a thermal imaging system. The marketplace also offered the MK series of spider suits, which, despite their diminished functionalities, were significantly more affordable. After contemplating the exorbitant prices, Luo Xia quietly closed the marketplace interface, deciding to postpone any purchases until he could amass more villain points through Spider-Gwen's endeavors. As he prepared for slumber, Luo Xia's fingers grazed the demon mask beside him. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, his phone at the bedside abruptly rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Gwen. Luo Xia felt a twinge of curiosity. Why would she be calling him in the dead of night? Perhaps she was still rattled from their earlier encounter and sought solace in conversation. Yet, he found a notion somewhat amusing, given that her fears were largely a result of his own actions. Upon answering the call and activating the speakerphone, he placed it beside his pillow, remaining silent. Gwen, upon realizing the call had connected, felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Suddenly, she recalled the moment in the Osborn Group laboratory, surrounded by mutated spiders, where Luo Xia stood just behind her, and how she had shivered ever so slightly at their skin's contact. The memory of that curious sensation remained vividly etched in her mind, as if a faint electric current had coursed through her body, igniting an unexplainable thrill. Since that day, their encounters had been scarce, primarily limited to their study group. At this moment, Gwen reflected on her subconscious avoidance of Roxa, realizing that Roxa's response was even more aloof than hers, treating her note differently than the other girls in school, and even appearing closer to that Hannah. This left Gwen feeling somewhat disheartened, as girls of her age are particularly sensitive to their allure and the attention they receive from boys. Despite being accustomed to the attentiveness of boys, Gwen was no exception. Unsure of how to initiate the conversation, she merely sought someone with whom to converse, regardless of the topic. Roxa? Gwen tentatively called out, and if not for the faint sound of Roxa's breath coming through the phone, she might have doubted whether he had already fallen asleep. Yes, Roxa replied softly. His response felt somewhat cold to Gwen, deepening her sense of disappointment. If any of the other boys in her class had received her call at this hour, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Even someone like Harry Osborn, who did not admire her, would offer her warm concern. Reserve and subtlety are intrinsic to Roxa's culture. Gwen reassured herself. "What are you doing?" Roxa asked. "If you had tea to disturb me, I would likely be asleep." He continued, suggesting that she should clarify the purpose of her call. Gwen hesitated, feeling momentarily at a loss for words. However, being tentative was not her style. She was cheerful, lively, and brave, preferring to take a direct approach. "Let me check the time. It's past midnight, quite late," Gwen remarked. "But I can't seem to sleep. Perhaps it's insomnia. Would you mind chatting with me? I apologize for interrupting your sleep." "Sure, it's not the first time I've kept you company while you sleep," Roxa replied. Gwen was momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, she realized that Roxa was indeed correct. That day he had accompanied her home, and she had dozed off against him on the subway, though his phrasing felt rather ambiguous. Recently, I've been under a lot of pressure, with school and the numerous tasks from Dr. Connor's team. Produce. Today I encountered a challenging academic problem. Don't read too much into it. There's just so much weighing down on me, and yet giving up feels impossible. There are always various reasons. Sometimes, I genuinely worry, fearful that I might ruin everything. Gwen rambled on, while Roxa listened patiently. You are just a high school student, not some superhero. Don't place such immense pressure on yourself, Roxa gently advised. There's no obstacle you can't overcome. Learning to let go is essential. In the corridor, Fleischer, who was joking with the girls, suddenly raised a book to shield his face, stepping back to lean against the wall, motionless. Moments later, Roxa and Gwen walked by side, engaged in lighthearted conversation. Following their late-night phone call, their relationship had grown significantly closer, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Gwen had become much more familiar with Roxa. They fear you, Gwen said, tilting her head. That is truly splendid. Luo Xia nodded in satisfaction, for he would thus be able to consistently accrue villain points. This is an abnormal relationship among classmates. I believe you should endeavor to alter their perception of you. Gwen shook her head, adjusting the strap of her backpack, asserting that he was quite a nice person, far from the violent creature they imagined. Who cares about others' opinions? Luo Xia wore a nonchalant expression, adding that perhaps your impression of me is inaccurate, possibly embellished by your own biases. All right then, I shall change from this moment forward. Gwen contemplated before declaring, you are indeed wicked and violent, akin to a demon. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Xia smiled as he approached his locker, depositing his books within. Observing that Luo Xia did not detest demons, but rather seemed to take it as praise, Gwen queried, you like demons? She leaned closer, clarifying that she did not refer to the mythical beings or the demons from the Bible, but rather to the ones wreaking havoc in New York daily. Well, the demon is merely his moniker. He is, in fact, a human clad in a demonic guise, endowed with power by God, yet misusing it. You seem to know him well? Of course, I frequently keep abreast of the news. Gwen raised her phone in affirmation. I admire the demon. He wields tremendous strength and lives recklessly and freely. Luo Xia replied with a smile, yet curiously, Gwen perceived not a hint of envy in his eyes. You made a valid point. The demon does indeed run rampant in New York, and I relish such audacity. As you can see, I too am quite the tyrant at school, so I suppose I'm the demon of Midtown Technical Academy. Well, I concede you are quite cool. Gwen clapped her hands, though she added, yet that is a flawed value system. No one should derive their joy from the suffering of others. You are right, Luo Xia acknowledged, and I shall strive to uphold that. Gwen was taken aback by Luo Xia's lack of rebuttal. As he secured his locker and prepared to depart, Gwen inquired once more, what do you think of Spider-Woman? Her face was alight with anticipation. Spider-Woman? Luo Xia paused for a moment. Yes. Gwen nodded vigorously. She is utterly dreadful. Luo Xia sighed. Engaging in criminal activities, selfish, foolish. I truly do not wish to use such negative descriptors for anyone, but Spider-Woman embodies all of that. Gwen's smile faltered. She toys with the police, causing traffic chaos. She leaves citizens suspended on webs above bridges, neglecting them, leading to firefighters spending half an hour to rescue them. Gwen's expression darkened further, yet Luo Xia continued. Spider-Woman delights in playing the role of the capture-the-thief vigilante, yet foolishly apprehends a police informant, rendering 6 months of police work futile. Is this truly the conduct expected of a superhero? The most disheartening aspect is undoubtedly her sense of aesthetics. That white and black uniform paired with blue ballet shoes only indicates her peculiar taste. Gwen fell silent, contemplating a retort. Yet Roxia asserted that these were her own foolish actions. Why the silence? Roxia asked with a beaming smile. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about Spider-Woman, Gwen remarked quietly. I keep abreast of the news too, Roxia replied, waving her phone. Moreover, I am a devoted fan of the Horn Herald. No wonder Gwen understood. The Horn Herald is a media outlet with an entertainment slant and is notoriously the foremost critic of Spider-Woman, often maliciously defaming her and attributing actions to her that she has never committed, all for the sake of boosting sales. And the devil? He is 100 times worse than Spider-Woman, Gwen exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. You are being hypocritical. This is utterly unfair. The devil is not a superhero. He is an evil villain. Roxia shrugged, questioning whether the criteria for judging villains and superheroes could ever be the same. Gwen found herself at a loss for words. Compared to other villains, the devil had not instigated acts of terror. He was not a serial killer, nor had he ever robbed a bank or a jewelry store. and he had no connection whatsoever with drugs or organized crime. Luo Xia continued, in fact, the devil has even performed acts of justice. He resolved the kidnapping case and frequently aids solitary girls on the streets, teaching a lesson to some addicts. With a broad smile, Luo Xia concluded, in comparison, the devil is truly the most benevolent, law-abiding, and civic-minded villain. He possesses immense power. Yet the threat he poses to society pales in comparison to that of certain mob leaders. Surely, you wouldn't want the devil to one day whimsically decide to annihilate the earth and eradicate all humanity, would you? Gwen's mind seemed to stall. She found herself agreeing with Luo Xia's reasoning. Indeed, the devil's rating among villains far surpassed that of Spider-Woman among superheroes. Gwen fell silent. Her gaze lowered as she walked ahead, her expression betraying her displeasure, and she began to doubt herself. Gwen! Luo Xia exclaimed cheerfully, reaching to grasp her arm, only to be shrugged off. Gwen adjusted her backpack and strode purposefully towards the exit, moving swiftly and ignoring Luo Xia's calls. Hey Gwen! Luo Xia positioned herself in front of her, attempting to block her path. When Gwen attempted to slip past on the left, Luo Xia shifted left as well. When she moved right, Luo Xia mirrored her. Gwen shot an exasperated glance at Luo Xia's smiling face, glaring at him. It was then she realized how close they had become due to their playful shoving. Her hand rested against Luo Xia's solid chest, and he nearly pulled her into an embrace. Yet, she remained silent, her cheeks flushed. I was joking, Luo Xia said earnestly. Spider-Woman is indeed remarkable. She is brave and just, fighting crime and aiding the weak. It is only natural for a novice superhero to make mistakes at the outset. Indeed, the striking black and white battle attire is quite impressive, while the blue ballet shoes serve as a delightful accent, making it entirely suitable for Fashion Week. Every citizen yearns for the beautiful Spider-Woman to descend from the heavens and rescue them in times of peril. Yet what a fallacy. You have never witnessed Spider-Woman unmask herself. So how can you assert her beauty? Gwen pouted slightly. Judging by her silhouette, figure, and demeanor, a person as kind-hearted as she must undoubtedly be a great beauty. Remarked Luo Xia, as if speaking of someone like Gwen. You say that merely to please me. Gwen shook her head in protest. That is of little consequence, Luo Xia replied, gazing into Gwen's eyes. You admire Spider-Woman, and thus I shall too, simply because of you. Gwen lowered her head, murmuring, oh, lemon base. Is it satisfactory now? Gwen nodded, and as the two began to part, she grasped Luo Xia's arm once more. Do you enjoy lemon base? She inquired. Luo Xia responded, lemon and base? Yes. It's a method of preparing fish. Gwen clarified. It sounds delightful. Perhaps I would enjoy it, he replied. That would be splendid. Gwen excitedly opened her backpack, her hands trembling slightly as she retrieved paper and a pen. After jotting down an address, she tore it off and handed it to Luo Xia. If you wish, you can come to this place at 8 tonight, Gwen said, holding the pen tightly. My mother is preparing lemon base tonight. All right, Luo Xia said, neatly folding the note and placing it in his pocket. I shall be punctual. Shall we meet tonight? Gwen turned back to look at Luo Xia. See you tonight, goodbye. With her hands clasped behind her back, her fingers intertwined, Gwen skipped away, her joy unmistakable. Oh, it's apartment 2016. I forgot to write the room number. She called back after a few steps, laughing nervously. I don't quite know why. Ha ha ha. A bit anxious. Luo Xia nodded, standing still with a smile. At the end of the corridor behind him, Peter Parker, with bandages wrapped around his head, regarded the scene with indifference. Peter opened his backpack and pulled out a time-worn notebook. Its pages yellowed with age, and as he held it, his gaze grew resolute. As night fell over New York, Luo Xia drove an aging Ford, crossing the Brooklyn Bridge to reach Parker Street in Manhattan. Along the way, he encountered police barricades, with numerous squad cars gathered. It seemed another significant incident had occurred. Under normal circumstances, he would don his devil mask to join the fray, racking up villain points amidst the criminals and officers. But tonight his heart was not in it. Luo Xia arrived at an upscale apartment building, where Gwen was already waiting in the open space for him, greeting her with the flicker of his headlights. You may park the car here, Gwen directed with grace, clad in a fitted purple sweater, her golden locks tied in a ponytail, with neat bangs framing her forehead. A little further back, just a tad more, there's ample space. Gwen appeared quite pleased. All right, splendid. Your driving skills can now rival mine. Of course, Luo Xia hardly required Gwen's guidance. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Gwen hurried to open his door, and upon Luo Xia's exit, her eyes sparkled. You don a full suit? Gwen's tone was tinged with surprise. Indeed, as you can see, Luo Xia replied, adjusting his collar. Shall we proceed? Gwen linked her arm with his, her excitement heightened by the significance Luo Xia placed on this dinner. Just a moment, I brought a gift. It's in the trunk. Upon witnessing Gwen's astonished smile, Luo Xia explained, "You know, it's customary in our culture." "Indeed, I understand. Thank you for your thoughtful preparation. I hope it's not too much trouble for you." Gwen accompanied him to retrieve the gift, and they ascended to the 20th floor via the elevator. After pressing the doorbell, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with meticulously groomed hair and tie, opened the door. He exuded an air of someone who values his appearance. Georges Daisy. Luo Xia recognized this director, Georges, well. "You must be Richard. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir." Luo Xia extended his hand. "The pleasure is mine," Georges replied, his expression stern as he scrutinized Luo Xia, a habitual behavior stemming from his role as a police officer. Georges' initial impression of Luo Xia was favorable. He was well-dressed and devoid of the ostentatious piercings and tattoos common among many young individuals, exuding a calm demeanor. It was known that his gaze instilled fear in both his subordinates and criminals alike. After their handshake, they released. "Dinner will be ready shortly," Georges remarked. "I hope you enjoy the lemon base." Gwen first led Luo Xia to her room. "I hope my father did not intimidate you," Gwen said with a hint of exasperation. "He can be rather serious, perhaps due to his profession." Luo Xia smiled and shook his head. If he were to assume a demonic persona, it would indeed strike fear into the stern director Georges. "Is this your room?" Luo Xia turned to observe the plethora of books. "Personal interests. Many are classics of literature and texts on biochemistry," Gwen said, stretching on the sofa. "Even the brightest minds at Central Tech must strive to absorb knowledge." Luo Xia stood before the bookshelf, noting titles like 100 Years of Solitude, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, and A Tale of Two Cities, which he particularly favored. The Great Gatsby. Gwen pulled out the copy hidden beneath others and handed it to Luo Xia. "Here, this is for you, a reciprocation for the flowers you brought me." Reciprocation is admirable, but I have already perused this book's contents. Luo Xia recounted the original text, suggesting that one should don a golden hat to capture her heart. If one possesses the ability to leap high, then one should indeed jump for her, until she exclaims, "Dearest beloved, my beloved in the golden hat. My beloved who leaps high. I must possess you." I particularly admire the conclusion where Gatsby pursues the green light. Gwen's gaze is notably gentle, and my impression of you has transformed, now imbued with a touch of artistry. Before dinner, Luo Xia distributed gifts. To Gwen, he presented flowers, to Gwen's mother, a brooch, and to director Georges, a book. Luo Xia prepared 2 of the latest PlayStation 11 consoles for Gwen's 2 younger brothers, instantly winning their favor. Observing her brother's flirtatious glances, Gwen could only share an awkward look with Luo Xia. After a round of polite inquiries, Gwen's mother prompted George to discuss work matters to lighten the mood. "Dad, did you catch that Spider-Woman?" Gwen's brother, Howard, immediately inquired, as children are most fascinated by superheroes. This topic made Gwen somewhat uneasy. She instinctively turned to glance at Luo Xia, who was intently focused on his meal, skillfully maneuvering a knife against the base, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. "And the demon. My classmate's brother was bullied by a demon, who stuffed him into a garbage bin by the roadside. He is truly a villain." George set down his knife, stating, "The police have yet to apprehend them, but we will not relent. Whether it be Spider-Woman or the demon, any criminals posing a threat to public safety shall be pursued relentlessly." "Who is the criminal?" "Spider-Woman is a criminal?" Gwen retorted, displeased. "As far as I know, Spider-Woman has not broken any laws, although she has indeed made some mistakes." Just as George was about to respond, his wife across the table silenced him with a look. George refrained from countering Gwen. He understood that they often clashed over discussions about Spider-Woman. After all, Gwen is only 17, her values still maturing, and it is natural for her to idolize a female superhero with a certain degree of blindness. "So, what is your perspective on the demon and Spider-Woman?" George turned his attention to Luo Xia, who rested his chin on his clasped hands, pondering. On the Brooklyn Bridge, traffic was ensnared in congestion. It was the evening rush hour, with horns blaring in a cacophony as drivers vented their restless discontent. At such a time, whether one drive a luxurious sports car or an economical sedan, one can only inch a few meters amidst the gridlock. In a yellow taxi, Dr. Connors, still clad in his white lab coat, appeared pallid. He pressed his forehead against the front seat with force, seeking relief from his suffering. Beads of sweat, each the size of a soybean, trickled down from his brow. Dr. Connors grasped his newly grown left hand with his right, as white patches of skin continued to shed from it, accompanied by excruciating pain. "Hey, sir, are you all right?" the taxi driver inquired cautiously, sensing something amiss with the passenger in the back seat. "I'm fine, thank you," Dr. Connors replied, his voice hoarse, yet the driver perceived it akin to a beast's roar. Tentatively, the driver glanced at his passenger through the rearview mirror and was suddenly taken aback. Connor's neck and half of his face had turned a ghastly shade of blue, which was progressively spreading, reminiscent of a creature transforming from human to beast in a film. "Sir, you appear to be unwell. Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" the driver bravely suggested. "No, thank you," Connor said, lifting his gaze to meet the driver's eyes in the mirror, by which point his entire visage had transformed to a shade of blue. He opened the car door and stepped out, meandering through the traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge. Demons and Spider-Woman? Roxa paused mid-cut, slicing a lemon base with her dinner knife. "Indeed, what are your thoughts on them?" George fixed his gaze upon Roxa's eyes, a look that seemed to penetrate her very soul. "Two anarchists," Roxa replied nonchalantly, spearing a piece of broccoli with her fork and savoring it slowly. "Is that all?" George's interest was piqued. Roxa's opinion surprisingly aligned with his own. "As far as I know, you young people idolize such powerful and free spirits. There are countless individuals online who claim to be righteous superheroes, and their videos mocking the police always go viral, garnering immense views and likes. A demon is merely a criminal. Only those with warped values would venerate a criminal." Roxa set down her knife, asserting, as for Spider-Woman, she still has much to learn. "True superheroes do not stand in opposition to the police." Gwen nearly rolled her eyes at Roxa's earnest demeanor, recalling how she had previously professed her admiration for the demon. Roxa had once spoken with conviction, yet now, in the presence of her police chief father, she had adopted a different stance. Gwen was at a loss to determine whether to commend her for being clever or to label her as a deceitful liar. George raised his drink in a toast, a smile finally gracing his face, and he expressed greater satisfaction with Roxa. "You should learn from his rationality and perspective," he remarked to Gwen. "Oh, I will, Dad." Gwen sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. "If you truly understood what kind of person Roxa is, you wouldn't suggest I learn from her." The dinner proceeded pleasantly until an abrupt, urgent ringtone shattered the restaurant's warm ambience. George retrieved his phone to answer, and as the voice on the other end spoke just a few words, his expression darkened. As the call ended, George rose with an apologetic demeanor, stating, "I'm afraid I must take my leave. There are matters at the precinct that require my attention." "Daddy, has the devil descended upon us? Is he wreaking havoc again?" Young Howard inquired with a childlike voice. "No, this time it is an entirely new criminal," George replied, donning his suit. "A creature resembling a lizard has attacked the Brooklyn Bridge, and traffic is congested. Many citizens have yet to evacuate." After briefly outlining the situation, he departed, leaving the remaining diners at the table disinterested in continuing their meal, save for Roxa, who continued to eat with gusto. Gwen's two younger brothers were captivated by their father's description of the lizard-like monster, which sounded akin to a mutant species, reminiscent of Spider-Woman. Gwen and her mother were concerned for George. The situation indicated that the criminal the police were confronting this evening was particularly formidable, and the case appeared quite intricate. Gwen was already contemplating how to stealthily slip away. A lizard creature was something she had never encountered, and she wished to witness it firsthand while ensuring her father's safety. She did not believe her father and his team of officers could handle such a foe. "He always does this, rushing out whenever he receives a call from the precinct. Even on his days off," Gwen's mother lamented. "To me, this seems dreadful. Work and life should not interfere with one another." "It is his duty," Mother Gwen reassured. "Mr. George is a competent police chief," Roxa added. "Well, dinner is over. Let me escort you downstairs." "Roxa," Gwen said, taking her hand and leading her away. "Gwen, Mrs. Stacy expressed her discontent at her daughter's impolite behavior. "It is getting late. We should head home. I have finished eating. Thank you for your hospitality." Roxa responded cheerfully, understanding Gwen's intentions. "All right, you are welcome to visit again, and remember to steer clear of the Brooklyn Bridge on your way back," Mrs. Stacy smiled, adding, "And I adored the brooch you gifted me." Gwen and Roxa took the elevator downstairs, ultimately arriving at the parking lot. "I thought tonight would be a splendid evening," Roxa remarked with a smile, but then a damned lizard creature showed up. "It has still been quite delightful," Gwen replied. "My parents think very highly of you. You've done wonderfully. I have always been quite likable," Roxa declared confidently. "Then you should check the school forum to see who ranks as the most disliked at Midtown Tech. I want to tell you that your name tops the list," Gwen teased. "Be careful on your way. Goodbye." Gwen retreated to the roadside and waved. "See you tomorrow." Roxa drove off in his Ford. As the Ford had yet to leave Parklow Street, Roxa glanced out the window, spotting a black and white figure darting across the street. The waiting drivers at the red light were also drawn to the commotion. "It's Spider-Woman," someone exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. Spider-Woman swung deftly between the towering edifices, her silken strands trailing behind her, until she vanished around a street corner, heading towards the iconic Brooklyn Bridge. Luo Xia unfastened his seatbelt and methodically undid the buttons of his suit. From within his attire, he slowly extracted a demonic mask, known as Officer 017, the Demon. Meanwhile, Spider-Gwen descended along the iron cables of the bridge. Where the police confronted the monstrous lizard man, panic-stricken citizens were compelled to vacate their vehicles, fleeing from the battleground. "Open fire," commanded Chief George, and in an instant, the officers unleashed a barrage of gunfire, ceasing only when their magazines were exhausted. The bullets struck the lizard man, igniting a flurry of sparks. His defenses were not particularly formidable, and the projectiles readily penetrated his skin, erupting into clouds of crimson mist. Yet, the lizard man's regenerative abilities were astonishingly potent, as his wounds healed at a visible pace, expelling the embedded bullets onto the asphalt with a resonant clink, leaving all witnesses in astonishment. Ordinary police firearms could inflict pain, but were incapable of delivering a fatal blow, yet the intense agony incited the lizard man's fury. With a deafening roar, he lifted a taxi weighing over a ton and hurled it towards the officer's position, showcasing his immense strength. Fortunately, his aim was poor, and the officer's quick reflexes spared them from casualties. Chief George quickly reorganized his team to resume firing, having called for heavy weaponry that no carbon-based life form could withstand, certainly not the lizard man. However, the task before the police remained arduous. They were charged with containing the lizard man on the Brooklyn Bridge, awaiting the arrival of heavy armaments to eliminate him. Should he breach the city limits, it would spell disaster, endangering the safety and property of countless citizens. The enraged lizard man charged through the hail of bullets, prompting the officers to evade. Yet his speed was formidable, and several officers were severely injured by his claws and sweeping tail, incapacitated in the process. Bang, bang, bang. The courageous Chief George brandished his Colt Lawmaker revolver, drawing the lizard man's attention away from the injured officers. Though he had entered middle age, his movements remained agile, skillfully dodging several of the lizard man's assaults. However, he found himself cornered, with the officers behind him attempting to divert the lizard man's focus. Yet, this creature exhibited a notable intelligence, fixating solely on Chief George. With a powerful swing of his tail, the lizard man struck, forcing Chief George to seek refuge within a nearby police vehicle, which nearly toppled under the impact, its body suffering severe deformation. The lizard man leaped onto the police car, slowly tearing open the roof with his sharp claws. Chief George, amidst the swaying vehicle, calmly reloaded and fired his weapon. Both doors of the car were rendered inoperable, and it seemed the lizard man could pierce his skull at any moment. Suddenly, Spider-Gwen swung in, delivering a powerful kick to the lizard man, sending him flying several meters before he tumbled across the asphalt. Perched atop the car, Spider-Gwen extended her hand toward the shaken Chief George. "You appear to be in dire need of assistance, Mr. Chief." With ease, she extracted him from the wrecked police vehicle, marking George's first close encounter with the renowned Spider-Woman. Though he remained silent, having previously declared in the media his intention to imprison Spider-Woman, he was now saved by her. Had he known the truth, that it was Gwen who had rescued him from the lizard man, his internal conflict would have been profound. Despite Spider-Woman being on the police's wanted list, a more pressing threat loomed in the form of the lizard man. Thus, Chief George quickly set aside his prejudices, deciding that collaboration with Spider-Woman was essential to subduing the lizard man. Given the current capabilities of the police, it was not only challenging to restrain the lizard man on the Brooklyn Bridge, but simply surviving against him seemed a daunting task. "Tell your men to cease fire. I have no desire to be inadvertently harmed," Spider-Gwen declared as she approached the lizard man, intentionally minimizing contact with her father, George, lest he discern her secret. "Cease fire," Chief George promptly commanded, opting to observe this extraordinary battle. "Hey, you, resembling a lizard, can we have a conversation?" Spider-Gwen inquired. "You appear unwell, and your condition seems dire. Do you require my assistance?" Gwen deduced that the lizard man before her was a creature formed from altered human genes, possibly due to an injection of some serum, or like her, a victim of a radioactive lizard's bite. In retrospect, Gwen considered herself fortunate. At least she had not transformed into a grotesque humanoid spider, which she could easily imagine resembling the lizard man before her, an utterly disheveled appearance. In response to Spider-Gwen, the lizard man hurled a car at her, which she effortlessly caught and placed back onto the street. She had intended to engage the lizard man in dialogue to glean valuable information, such as the reasons behind his transformation. "Please refrain from damaging others' cherished vehicles," Spider-Gwen admonished. "And truly, you are quite rude." The two individuals soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Spider-Gwen adeptly evaded the lizard man's attacks with her remarkable speed, finding it exceedingly difficult to inflict any harm upon him. However, If the lizard man's claws were to strike her, they would undoubtedly leave deep gashes upon her skin. The situation was dire. It appeared that even Spider-Gwen was no match for the lizard man. One officer, while tending to a wounded colleague's injuries, kept a watchful eye on the unfolding chaos. The geographical location was far from ideal, rendering it impossible to station snipers on the bridge. Fire support was expected to arrive at the Brooklyn Bridge within 3 minutes, and one could only hope that the lizard man could withstand the onslaught of tactical grenades and individual missiles. The officers were engrossed in discussion, their attention primarily fixated on the battle between Spider-Gwen and the lizard man, completely oblivious to the additional figure in the queue tending to the injured. Having sustained a blow to the head, he had momentarily lost consciousness, likely to suffer from a concussion as a result. "I must speak to myself," mused Roxa. As the unconscious officer regained consciousness, he was met with the frightening visage of a demonic mask, causing him to faint once more in sheer terror. Clad in a police uniform, Roxa swiftly approached another officer to bandage his head, executing the task with remarkable proficiency. "Pass me the gauze, Chief." Roxa nudged George, who was intently observing the battlefield. "Indeed, it's right in that first aid kit." After George retrieved the gauze from the kit and handed it to Roxa, he returned his focus to the chaos, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. The sight of a demon in police attire tending to his injured subordinate's head, while humming a popular tune with apparent delight, left George aghast. "Is Spider-Gwen working with the demon?" he thought, instinctively drawing his firearm. "Hands up," he commanded. Roxa immediately raised his hands above his head, causing the gauze to tumble to the ground. The injured officer turned in confusion, and upon seeing his colleague adorned with a demon mask, he fell back in shock, exclaiming, "Goodness, it was the demon who was helping me." Roxa shrugged in resignation at the fallen officer, signaling to George that he had done nothing wrong. "Don't move. If you do, I will fire." George barked sternly. "Mike, bring the handcuffs to restrain him." Officer Mike, composed, jogged forward with the handcuffs. What a splendid day it was. Spider-Gwen and the demon were united, and they might even capture a lizard man. Mike affixed one end of the handcuff to the iron railing of the bridge, preparing to secure Roxa's raised hands. "Do not resist, Mr. Demon. No one escapes the judgment of the New York police. You plan to lock me to the bridge?" Roxa questioned. "Of course." Mike tightened his grip on Roxa's wrist. Just as he fastened the cuff, a sudden flash caught his eye. The handcuffs clicked shut, but to everyone's astonishment, they were fastened around Officer Mike's own wrists. "What have you done, you bastard?" Mike bellowed in fury. Director George, resolute, fired his weapon. Though the demon and Mike's figures overlapped, his marksmanship was impeccable, honed through weekly practice at the precinct's shooting range. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, George emptied his magazine. The bullets intended for the demon, yet only air remained. The demon had vanished in a thin air, and an inexplicable chill crept down George's spine. Alas, Spider-Man. All officers turned toward the source of the voice, where a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit swung from the webbing left by Spider-Woman, resembling a child on a swing. "It's the demon." As the officers pondered the sudden appearance of a second Spider-Man in New York, one officer shouted loudly. He recognized the face of the red and blue figure, devoid of spider mask, adorned instead with a terrifying demon mask. "Open fire," Director George commanded, raising his Colt Lawman revolver to shoot first. The police's assault was fierce, a barrage of bullets capable of repelling even a lizard man. Yet this onslaught proved futile against the demon. His speed was unparalleled, so swift that the officers could scarcely aim. Thus, after the police executed a triple volley, the demon in the red and blue suit continued to swing from the webs. "Gentlemen, please lower your weapons. It's my turn now." Luo Xia employed a dragon talisman to melt the webbing connecting to the bridge's steel cables, transforming the resilient strands into slender ropes. Luo Xia swiftly bound the officers together with the webs, his speed and strength unmatched by ordinary officers, including Director George himself. In under 5 seconds, he had ensnared over 20 officers, rendering them utterly incapacitated. "Let's go, you bastard, or I'll smash your head in." One officer, still grappling with reality, shouted in defiance. Luo Xia swung a fist, shattering the officer's teeth, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Shaking his hand, Luo Xia watched as a talisman quickly healed the minor injury on his fingers. He stood tall, the spider emblem on his red and blue uniform strikingly vivid. "Do you know who I am?" Luo Xia turned to the terrified officers and asked. "I am a demon spider. You are a criminal." Director George, despite his dire predicament, remained steadfast in his sense of justice. "One day, I will personally bring you to justice." "Be silent, Director, unless you wish to witness your subordinates being hurled from the bridge." Luo Xia threatened with a smile. Director George fell silent, his gaze locked in a furious stare at Luo Xia. Detection of George Stacy's anger. Villain rating 50, 50, 50. Very well. Spider-Woman has instructed me to keep an eye on you and ensure you do not disturb her. My task is now complete. It seems that Roxas is muttering to himself. Are you and Spider-Woman in cahoots? Director George could not restrain his curiosity, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Of course, all the nefarious deeds I've committed were at her behest, Roxas declared with utmost sincerity. Director George fell silent. He certainly would not take the devil's word at face value. Although Spider-Woman is also an unpredictable criminal, she has never actively caused destruction or threatened the lives of citizens. The devil, however, is a different matter entirely. He has repeatedly damaged public property and instigated multiple fatalities, though the deceased were all criminals. Their misdeeds do not warrant the death penalty under the law, and only the courts have the authority to judge them. In comparison, the level of danger posed by the devil is perceived by the police to be greater than that of the lizard, who wreak havoc on the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, and certainly exceeds that of Spider-Woman. In truth, Spider-Gwen has been keenly observing the interplay between the devil and the police since the conflict began between the devil and her father, George. However, she was ensnared by the lizard and found herself unable to escape. Now that the police have been effortlessly dealt with by the devil, Spider-Gwen felt overwhelmed. If she struggled against a single lizard, how could she possibly contend with the devil's unexpected appearance? Fortunately, Spider-Gwen was certain that the devil and the lizard were not allies. Such a grotesque being must be a solitary entity. As Spider-Gwen diverted her attention to monitor the devil, the lizard seized the opportunity to strike. He launched a sweeping attack, his tail slicing through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Reacting swiftly, Spider-Gwen grasped the lizard's tail, intending to fling him away, only to find the tail snapped off, and the lizard pivoted to strike with his claws. Spider-Gwen nimbly evaded the assault. How revolting, she muttered, casting aside the twitching lizard's tail as she retreated. The severed tail rapidly regenerated, showcasing a remarkable healing ability that left Spider-Gwen exasperated. It was evident that her strength alone would not suffice to subdue the lizard before her. "Good evening, Miss Spider," a voice greeted, causing Gwen to feel a wave of dread wash over her. She shot a web to blind the lizard, executing a flying kick to send him hurtling back. "You look rather unwell. Do you require assistance?" Roxas approached. Gwen glared at the devil, her teeth clenched in resentment. Unable to forget the prank he played when he removed her spider mask atop the high-rise rooftop. "Can you handle this lizard?" "Of course, we are allies. Fighting side by side is quite customary." Roxas patted his chest confidently. "We? Allies?" Gwen clearly disagreed with this assertion. "Well, that is of little consequence. The giant lizard is charging at us." The lizard approached the two, running on its hind legs. 019 Supervillain. From the details observed, Luo Xia discerned that the lizard man before him had likely undergone mutation recently, as the animal genes had not entirely supplanted human behavioral patterns. He could not definitively conclude that this lizard man was the dismembered Dr. Connors, for even Spider-Man had transformed into Spider-Gwen. This world had been irrevocably altered by his arrival. However, one thing was certain. Peter Parker had entrusted the decay rate algorithm, left by his father, to Dr. Connors, enabling him to concoct the mutated serum infused with lizard DNA. Thus, the lizard man could potentially be Dr. Connors himself or a subject of human experimentation employed by Oscorp. The lizard man's attacks were primal, relying solely on claws and a long tail. As the lizard man charged towards him, Luo Xia raised his right hand, igniting a dragon-shaped totem. Dragon spell, explosive flame. The power of the dragon incantation surged forth as a colossal pillar of fiery light erupted, instantly propelling the lizard man away. Gwen instinctively recoiled. For the moment Luo Xia lifted his hand, her spider sense had alerted her, even though he was not targeting her. The might of the dragon incantation far surpassed that of conventional firearms, leaving a charred mark upon the lizard man's chest. Yet, amidst his anguished roar, the wound on his chest began to heal at an astonishing rate. It appeared that the unsealed dragon incantation lacked the potency to inflict a fatal blow on the lizard man. Without hesitation, Luo Xia initiated his next assault, unleashing dual lasers from his eyes. Pig spell, laser. The lizard man was struck by the twin beams, resulting in two gaping, bloodied wounds adorning his chest. Green blood cascading onto the asphalt. Gwen was taken aback by this new form of attack employed by the demon. The formidable fiend seemed to harbor many hidden powers yet to be revealed before her. This revelation filled her with a sense of despair, for she was one to hold grudges, and her adversary appeared both immensely powerful and enigmatic. The strength displayed by the demon now seemed insurmountable. The lizard man slowly rose from the ground, and Luo Xia, observing his self-healing injuries, felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that the lizard man's regenerative abilities far surpassed his own unsealed pig incantation. Strangely, upon rising, the lizard man did not launch another attack, but instead retreated cautiously. Luo Xia, puzzled, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Fear emotion detected in the lizard man. Villain points 200, 200, 200. Luo Xia was taken aback. The villain points he had garnered from the lizard man far exceeded those obtained from earlier taunting of the police, even falling just short of what he had earned from Spider-Gwen. The astute Luo Xia has already begun his analysis. It appears that the lizard's role within the Marvel Universe may surpass that of an ordinary police officer. However, a more plausible explanation lies in the fact that the acquisition of villain points is contingent upon the personal prowess of the target. For instance, the disparity in villain points collected from a school bully, a criminal, and a police officer is quite pronounced. It seems that the villain system ought to be termed a supervillain system. Presently, Luo Xia cannot help but cast his gaze upon the superheroes, while also taking note of the lesser villains. For example, the impending appearances of the Rhino and Sandman, who are not merely criminals but also veritable treasure troves, suggest that by capturing these villains, Luo Xia will inevitably achieve freedom in accumulating villain points. "Hey, Mr. Demon, the lizard is about to escape." When called out in warning, Luo Xia snapped back to attention, realizing that the lizard had retreated to the edge of the bridge, seemingly intent on leaping into the river below to flee. The lizard regarded Luo Xia warily. The recent assault from the dragon and pig charms had left him psychologically scarred. He understood that if this demon were to unleash such attacks again, he would surely meet his demise upon the Brooklyn Bridge. Grasping the bridge's railing, the lizard pivoted and leaped off, only to be met moments later by the thunderous sound of his plunge into the water. Spider-Gwen stood upon the bridge, helplessly watching as the waves gradually subsided, erasing the lizard's figure from sight. "Why not capture him?" Gwen inquired. "His aggression and lethality are substantial. An ordinary person stands no chance against him." "Apologies, Miss Spider, but I'm not a New York police officer. Apprehending criminals is neither my duty nor my mission," Luo Xia replied, spreading his hands with nonchalance. Gwen seemed capable of perceiving the smiling visage beneath the demon's mask, and she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to his grotesque face. This demon was simply insufferable. Suddenly, Luo Xia appeared beside Gwen, and just as she prepared to evade, he grasped her shoulder. "That is your father's duty and mission," the demon whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Gwen immediately grasped the implication. The demon had glimpsed her face and likely deduced her true identity. It was entirely reasonable for him to connect her father to George Stacy, the police chief of New York City. A chill ran down her spine as she struggled to suppress the impulse to ensnare the demon with her webs. Fully aware that his speed was overwhelming, capable of crushing her in an instant. Listening to the gratifying sound of villain points continuing to accrue, Luo Xia smiled with satisfaction. His mischievous ploy proving effective indeed. "What do you intend to do?" "I intend to do nothing," Luo Xia replied, stepping back as police reinforcements arrived. Now that the lizard had jumped off the bridge, one might wonder if they would apprehend the Spider-Woman who had just assisted them in battling him. Gwen watched as the demon vanished, having never once launched an attack against him throughout their encounter. After being alerted by the demon, Gwen finally noticed the sound of helicopter blades whirring through the sky. It was the armed helicopter summoned by her father, Chief George. Without hesitation, Gwen shot out her webbing, grasping the steel bridge to escape the scene. The demon's warning proved accurate, and she was acutely aware of her father George's determination to capture Spider-Woman. The officers were ensnared by Luo Xia's webbing, left powerless to do anything but watch as Spider-Woman swung away from their sight. The lizard, the demon, and Spider-Woman departed in succession, leaving behind a disheveled group of over 20 officers. The remnants of the fierce battle were evident on the Brooklyn Bridge, marked by signs of destruction. As the armed helicopter drew near, its searchlight illuminated the bound officers. Chief George squinted against the blinding light, lowering his head, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. However, he understood that he faced an equally formidable challenge that night, as the media, akin to hounds on a scent, closely followed the police's every move. Especially with the lizard's appearance coinciding with the traffic jam on the Brooklyn Bridge, there were numerous eyewitnesses. Who could predict the bizarre narratives the media might concoct? Norman Osborn. Night, 11 o'clock. The glass door swung open, revealing a trail of damp footprints leading into the interior along the wooden corridor. Moonlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow upon Dr. Connor's face. He appeared as though he had just been pulled from water, his hair and face streaked with moisture, and his freshly donned lab coat soaked through. The disheveled Dr. Connors sat amidst the chaos of his home laboratory, a place that had once housed the culmination of his life's research and significant recent breakthroughs. Yet tonight, it resembled a scene of plunder. With pages and printed materials strewn across the floor, the safe violently breached, and even the computer hard drives dismantled and taken away. Dr. Connors sat calmly in his chair, though the skin on his neck had turned green, and he took deep breaths to maintain his composure. He picked up the landline phone on the desk and dialed. Though he had his suspicions, verification was necessary. "It is I, Curtis Scott Connors, who visited my home tonight. Good evening, Dr. Connors. Your visitors included Mr. Peter Parker and Mr. Vanita Reddy." Dr. Connors hung up the phone and continued dialing Reddy's number. The call was quickly answered. "You have stolen my data, my models, my equations, my experimental results, my serum, everything." Dr. Connors spoke in a low tone, his anger palpable. Reddy, detecting the fury in Dr. Connors' voice, remained unfazed. "Hello, Doctor. It seems you have forgotten that it was the Osborn Group that has been funding your ongoing research over the years, yet we see no returns from you. Mr. Norman no longer has time to wait." Reddy's tone was exceedingly harsh. "Those findings do not belong to you, but rather to Norman Osborn. I am merely reclaiming everything from Mr. Norman." Dr. Connors continued to breathe deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous, violent thoughts that surged within his mind. Listening to Reddy, he retorted, "That formula is immature, and there are significant issues with the serum as well." Dr. Connors nearly shouted into the phone, "I have tested it. The serum is a defective product." "So what?" Reddy sneered. "We have enlisted the finest biological research team within the Osborn Group. I believe that with a sufficient number of test samples, we can rectify the flawed formula and optimize a perfect serum to treat Mr. Norman. You cannot initiate human trials." Dr. Connors trembled. "That would lead to numerous deaths and create more abominations." "Who cares?" Reddy replied with a smile. "They should take pride in being part of human evolution. This will be a groundbreaking scientific endeavor. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with you, Dr. Connors." As Dr. Connors listened to the busy tone on the line, he eventually crushed the receiver in his grip. Gradually, his face contorted into a grotesque mask, his skin turning a sickly hue. The first to change was the newly grown left hand, morphing into a lizard's claw, his body expanding at a visible rate, the white lab coat straining and ripping apart. "Vanita Reddy, Norman Osborn," Connors repeated to himself, transformed once again into a lizard man. Reddy set down his phone, the smile vanishing from his face in an instant. He stood high in the Osborn building, gazing down upon the dazzling nightscape of New York. Moments later, he silenced his phone, turning to enter a lavish suite. "Sir, the trials for the lizard serum have commenced. There are numerous dismembered soldiers in the Army hospital. With sufficient experimentation, we can optimize the serum," Reddy said, bowing respectfully from behind the desk. "Sufficient experimentation?" Norman Osborn's tone was far from satisfied. Reddy, drenched in sweat, could only remain silent. He dared not guarantee the pace of the experiments, for if he failed to deliver the adequate lizard serum by the promised date, he would face dire consequences. "I have given you ample time, yet you and Connors have only produced a defective lizard serum?" Norman's voice was icy. "I can only grant you one final month. Should you disappoint me again, you shall also be the pioneer to inject the lizard serum." "Yes." Reddy could only bow, his body drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming tension and fear. Norman turned to gaze at the large screen mounted on the wall, which displayed the riveting scene of the battle between the lizard and the police, along with Spider-Woman, on the Brooklyn Bridge. "Connor's awareness surpasses yours by a considerable margin. His bravery has indeed earned him rewards," he remarked. The footage depicted the lizard enduring repeated assaults from law enforcement's firearms and suffering the loss of his tail at the hands of Spider-Woman. Yet, astonishingly, he possessed the ability to heal his injuries in a matter of moments, a remarkable self-regenerative capability that evoked envy in all those afflicted by ailments. Although transformed into a grotesque and repulsive creature, he ultimately attained health and strength, Norman mused to himself. Beneath the lights, the green glass vials beside him glinted with an enchanting radiance. They contained a serum derived from lizard blood. "What the research on a mutated spider?" Norman inquired in a hushed tone. "It has been declared a failure," Reddy replied, bowing deeply, his head nearly level with the desk. "I administered the spider serum to human test subjects, but all attempts ended in failure, as the toxins within the serum proved insurmountable." Norman remained silent, appearing less enraged, for he had grown accustomed to the trials and tribulations of failure over the years. The Osborn family was plagued by a rare hereditary disease, one that was both incurable and fatal, leading each generation to meet an untimely demise. As the president of the world's most powerful biotechnology company, Norman Osborn was unwilling to accept such a fate. He exhausted every financial resource in pursuit of a cure. The most viable approach was to employ cross-species gene transfer technology to extend life. Over the years, he had scrutinized the genetics of numerous species in an effort to create a flawless serum that could prolong his existence. Yet all endeavors had ended in disappointment. Thus, the failure of this spider serum came as no surprise, especially considering the widespread mortality observed among the lab-bred mutated spiders. Has the cause of the mass deaths among the mutated spiders been determined? Norman inquired coolly. Through surveillance, it was revealed that 2 individuals had illicitly entered the laboratory. Reddy exhaled in relief. One was Gwen Stacy, the lead intern from Connor's team, and the other was a student from Midtown Tech. Moreover, Reddy continued, we noted that following that incident, a new superhero named Spider-Woman emerged on the streets of New York. In other news, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, held his first press conference upon his return, announcing that the company would cease its arms manufacturing. This news has been circulating for several days, Gwen remarked, observing the images on Luo Xia's phone. Since then, Stark Industries stock has plummeted, and I seized the opportunity to invest in the market, resulting in substantial profits. Substantial profits, you say? Might I trouble you for a hot dog and some wings today? Luo Xia smiled as he gazed at the screen, where the dashing figure of Tony Stark appeared, as if witnessing a freshly unsealed talisman. At present, Tony is likely engrossed in the development of the Mark II exosuit. The Iron Man armor remains rudimentary, possessing merely the capability of flight, along with a device for launching incendiary projectiles and a palm-mounted stabilizer that doubles as a shock laser cannon. Xia has begun to contemplate when to pay a visit, as the future Tony will undoubtedly be preoccupied, dealing with internal betrayals within his company and the incessant disturbances from Congress and S.H.I.L.D. Fortunately, the demons do not require an appointment. What are you thinking about? Gwen nudged Xia, noting that she seemed lost in thought. Although you're conversing with me, your gaze is fixated on that old man. Xia's smile swiftly vanished. Mind your peculiar and abnormal remarks, Miss Gwen. I am merely speaking the truth. The two walked side by side down the corridor when suddenly, a noise emanating from the closed stairwell of a secure passageway caught their attention. Gwen reached to push the door, but it seemed to be firmly obstructed by something on the other side. She stepped aside to indicate that Xia should attempt it instead. With a slight exertion, Xia managed to push the door open, prompting Gwen to give a thumbs up with an appreciative smile, while Xia chuckled softly, choosing not to reveal the fact that her own abilities were yet to be unlocked, and she could not compete with the effortlessly strong Spider-Gwen. It could only be said that Gwen is quite attentive to these details and performs admirably. However, from Xia's omniscient perspective, this all appeared somewhat superfluous and amusing. After a brief observation of Xia and Gwen, it became apparent what had transpired, yet Gwen wore an expression of disbelief. In the corridor, familiar faces emerged. Parker and Fleischer were engaged in a peculiar scene of school bullying, albeit with their roles reversed this time. Parker had lifted Fleischer effortlessly, pinning him against the wall. Fleischer's face was marred with bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had already endured a beating. Peter Parker? Gwen exclaimed. Anyone from Midtown Tech witnessing this scene would find it hard to believe. The once dominant bully Fleischer had seemingly become a victim, and the perpetrator was none other than his former target. Gwen was particularly incredulous at this unfolding drama. She held a certain impression of Peter, justice-driven, yet somewhat impulsive and frail. In her mind, Peter, both in terms of physical prowess and character, would never resort to violently assaulting Fleischer. Xia stood by with her arms crossed, observing the scene unfold. It appeared that even if the young spider was not in the limelight, he would still have his moments. Although Peter Parker had not ascended to the role of Spider-Man, he had encountered different adventures and gained alternative powers. Instantly, a multitude of speculations regarding Peter's acquisition of strength flooded Xia's mind. Perhaps he had become Venom Spider-Man, or perhaps he had unlawfully injected himself with a serum. Dr. Connor's ability to complete the lizard serum was largely attributed to Peter's decay rate formula. Peter, being an exceptionally intelligent individual, demonstrated his remarkable talent by independently designing and optimizing the web shooter. Upon hearing a noise, Peter turned to cast a cold glance at the two, a look that unsettled Xia and made Gwen feel as though she were being scrutinized by a feral beast, dangerous, ruthless, and merciless. To Fletcher, the sound was like the arrival of a savior. However, before he could call for help, Peter casually discarded him and descended the stairs, vanishing from sight. Struggling to rise, Fletcher glanced at Xia beside Gwen and decided to follow him down the staircase. After all, Xia was an unpredictable, formidable individual. And when had Peter Parker also become an enigma? Fletcher thought it was absurd to be deceived by that unfortunate soul into a safe passage only to be beaten. Word of this would undoubtedly make him the subject of ridicule. Gwen and Rashia exchanged a knowing look and retreated back into the corridor. Did I just imagine that? Gwen turned to Rashia, bewildered. Peter had just pummeled Fletcher, and then they slipped away? Or was it merely an illusion, and Peter was the one taking the blows? You saw correctly. Peter lifted Fletcher with one hand, leaving him bruised and battered. If we hadn't interrupted his little escapade, Fletcher would likely have been begging for mercy on his knees. Rashia illustrated a combination of punches in the air, right jab, left hook, followed by an elbow strike, enthusiastically as if he had just delivered another round of blows to Fletcher himself. You seem rather pleased? Gwen questioned, perplexed. What do you mean by we interrupted his good fortune? If this continues, Peter will have committed a crime. A crime is merely retribution against Fletcher, Rashia shrugged. I am elated for Peter. Do you not find the story of the underdog striking back against his former bully rather compelling? Inspirational and exhilarating. I do not feel that way. Gwen waved her hand, about to speak, but Rashia swiftly interjected. The misuse of violence is erroneous. Rashia mimicked Gwen's tone, asserting that the demon is wrong, Spider-Woman is wrong, and all violence is wrong. Spider-Woman embodies justice. Gwen retorted, insisting that she has never misused violence. As the two conversed, they quickly diverted the topic, yet both silently retained the memory of the recent incident. Peter's sudden transformation piqued Gwen's curiosity. What could have occurred to enhance his physical prowess dramatically and alter his temperament so profoundly? She recalled the icy gaze he had cast upon them in the hallway, one that felt far from human. A sense of foreboding lingered within her. After leaving the campus, Gwen generously invited Rashia for hot dogs and grilled wings, having shared in a small portion of Stark Industries' bounty. After parting ways with Gwen, Luo Xia made his way home, standing behind the curtains to observe the slowly departing black sedan that had been tailing him from the school gates to his residence. Unlike Spider-Man, who had a girlfriend, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and familial ties, Luo Xia was alone and thus unperturbed by the prospect of his identity being exposed. Even if the entire world were to learn of his demonic nature, it would matter little. Maintaining secrecy was merely an endeavor to enhance the thrill of the game. However, he felt a sense of displeasure at the thought of someone conspiring against him. Donning his demonic mask, Luo Xia decided to follow. He trailed the black Audi until it entered the underground garage of Oscorp headquarters. Realization dawned upon him that Oscorp had taken an interest in him, likely having discovered his prior infiltration of their headquarters and the classified mutation spider research facility. This implied that Gwen was also under surveillance, but given her keen awareness, she would likely have noticed it. Luo Xia felt no apprehension. Continuing into the underground garage, he accompanied a man in a black suit as they took the elevator directly to the 50th floor of Oscorp Tower. The man swiped his access card to enter a spacious, lavishly decorated office area, proceeding directly to the inner office. Inside, two individuals occupied the office, one at the desk and another seated opposite. Gwen Stacy appears unremarkable. I have established surveillance around her. Should Spider-Woman make an appearance, we will be informed immediately. The man in black reported, though he seemed to harbor doubts. From my investigations, there is no evidence linking her to Spider-Woman. Evidence must be unearthed. The demeanor of the man, named Reddy, remained unchanged. Advise your team to exercise caution. If she truly is Spider-Woman, she may have already detected you. Perhaps even counter-tracking. She could very well be eavesdropping from outside the window right now. Understood. The man in black instinctively glanced at the window. Had the trio been observing the office's sofa, they would have noticed the cushions and backrest sagging in the center, suggesting that someone had recently been seated there. Luo Xia was comfortably concealed, eavesdropping on their conversation. Devise a meticulous plan to abduct her. Regardless of the outcome, we will obtain answers. Reddy's expression was stern. Remember to be cautious. Her father is Police Chief George Stacy, and I do not wish for Oscorp to become embroiled in this. Yes, what about the other individual? Reddy was relentless in his pursuit of any leads. The records indicate he is named Ricardo M. Luo, currently an orphan residing in Queens, showing no unusual behavior. The man in black adjusted his sunglasses, but one thing struck me as peculiar. On the day he entered Osborn, I found no information about him at the entrance security system. Only when he departed did he leave a trace on the surveillance footage, with Gwen Stacy standing beside him. This was indeed anomalous. Reddy furrowed his brow, asserting that the security systems at Osborn's headquarters were not something an ordinary high school student could breach. Unless he had flown in, there would undoubtedly be a record. However, Spider-Woman is female. Fool! Reddy fumed, reminding himself that New York is not solely home to Spider-Woman among its superpowered beings. Indeed, there are also demons. The man in black suddenly grasped the situation, abruptly freezing and turning towards the source of the voice. Who spoke? Reddy had already drawn the handgun from beneath his desk. I detest foolish individuals, and I loathe you. Sir, Luo Xia deactivated the snake talisman, his figure gradually becoming visible. I have already introduced myself. The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. From the side, they could see a young man clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, sitting elegantly on the sofa, his posture impeccably straight, if one disregarded his face. Yet, a glance at his profile revealed a half-demon mask that could instill fear. They had heard tales of the infamous demon now residing in New York. The demon turned, revealing a smile. Reddy raised his gun and fired, having no time to ponder why the demon was in his office or the purpose of his visit. Bang! 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 After 3 shots, Reddy realized he had lost his target. The bullets struck the sofa and cushions, white feathers scattering chaotically. Reddy's eyes widened in horror as he observed the terrified expressions of the 2 men opposite him, confirming he was not merely imagining things. He reached to press the hidden alarm button beneath the desk when suddenly, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him. He trembled, paralyzed by fear. The 2 men in black also noticed the demon standing behind Reddy, their hands awkwardly hovering at their waists, reluctant to move. After a brief moment of calm, they recalled the various formidable powers of the demon showcased in viral videos, realizing that their handguns posed no threat to him. The atmosphere grew tense, each second becoming an agony for Reddy. Mr. Demon, is there anything I can assist you with? He forced himself to sound composed. Only you? The foolish and weak you? What did you possibly offer me? You ought to inquire about my intentions. Luo Xia replied, visibly displeased. Well, that is of little consequence now. I have several secrets. Would you care to listen? Of course. Reddy, drenched in sweat, eagerly responded. I would be most willing to hear your secrets. Gwen Stacy is Spider-Woman. Luo Xia stated flatly. The 3 individuals widened their pupils. Despite having previously entertained such conjectures, the receipt of this information still struck them with astonishment. Yet, in the face of the present terror, that astonishment seemed trivial. Luo Xia raised his right hand, aiming at a figure clad in black. Boom! The black-clad man collapsed, a gaping void appearing in his chest, as his heart and flesh were instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat. Both Reddy and another black-clad man were gripped by sheer terror, a chill rising from their feet to their heads. Their dread stemmed not merely from the formidable power of the demon, but rather from his erratic manner of action. The deceased black-clad man had not even provoked the demon in any way. I forgot to mention, listening to a demon's secret demands a life in return. Luo Xia remarked softly, as casually as a department store clerk would state that a shirt costs £9.15. The second secret, the Mr. Luo you have been tailing today, is the demon. Luo Xia, unhurried, said this before raising his hand once more, targeting the second black-clad man. Witnessing his subordinates condemned to death before his very eyes, Reddy's face turned ashen. In that moment, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. He contemplated a desperate struggle against the demon, yet also considered the option of peacefully awaiting his fate. Even a fleeting impulse to curse the demon flashed through his mind. Director George emerged from the elevator and crossed the security line, making his way to the crime scene. Officers were already investigating inside. Yet no useful information had been uncovered thus far. What first caught his eye was not the 3 bloody corpses, but rather the demonic mark inscribed with an M above and AV below in the corner of a desk. 023 Tony Stark. That night, many staff members on the south side of the World Trade Center felt as though they were hallucinating, having just witnessed a red and yellow figure soaring through the sky. Sir, Miss Potts is calling. Put her through. Hey, where have you been? The equipment manufacturing department you put on hold has just experienced a mass exodus today. Virginia Potts exclaimed in rapid succession. I can hear a lot of noise. I'm driving. Cruising in a convertible, Tony replied vaguely. Okay, I got it. You're not aware. You should be in the office meeting Agent Phil, recounting how you escaped from the terrorists. I distinctly remember that being on the agenda. But now you've left him hanging. I recall the CIA, the Department of Defense, and the FBI have all sought me out. Where did this Agent Phil come from? Tony questioned, puzzled. From the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. All right, it's a mouthful, but such a government department does exist. Okay, I'm heading back. Tony gasped. Why are you panting? Potts inquired, surprised. Because I'm running. Aren't you driving? Yes, I'm driving to go for a run. Potts no longer believed his ramblings. Agent Phil has been waiting for you for 2 hours. If you have no time tonight, I will send him back. I am hurrying back very soon, Tony replied. The red and yellow steel suit streaked across the night sky of New York, leaving behind an arc of flight. Jarvis, how much longer? Sir, it is estimated that we will reach Stark Industries in 7 minutes. Moments later, Jarvis's voice echoed once more. Sir, An unidentified flying object has been detected behind you. Tony gazed at the detection graphic transmitted by Jarvis on the screen. It was a small flying object, moving at a considerable speed of approximately 300 kilometers per hour, rapidly closing in on him. A drone tracker? It has followed us into the city? Tony glanced at the towering skyscrapers below and abandoned the thought of shooting down the flying object. Let's shake it off. Very well, sir. Tony increased the output power of the 4 arc reactor thrusters in his hands and legs, significantly boosting his speed in a short span. Sir, the target has accelerated to about 400 kilometers per hour. Tony continued to accelerate, but Jarvis reported that the object pursuing him had also increased its speed. He kept speeding up, yet the distance between them continued to diminish. No matter how fast Tony went, the target behind him always managed to keep pace. This piqued Tony's interest. He was curious about the energy source powering the drone tracker, capable of such velocity, considering he himself utilized an arc reactor to energize his suit. The individual who created that flying machine must be an absolute genius, Tony mused. Just as he was about to elevate Mark III to maximum speed to completely shake off his pursuer, Jarvis timely cautioned him. Sir, it is not advisable to exceed the speed of sound in the city. What if I fly higher? Tony continually ascended until he reached nearly 3,000 meters, his speed surpassing 15 Mach. However, just as he widened the distance, Jarvis alerted him that the flying object had also increased its speed, reaching even 2 Mach. Damn it. Tony swore. He pushed the iron suit to its maximum velocity, yet he could not shake off the unidentified flying object. He began to decelerate and reduce altitude. The speed of the suit rapidly decreased until he activated the flaps and ailerons, and Jarvis indicated that the distance between Tony and the unidentified object was swiftly diminishing. It's coming, sir. I know. Tony watched as the numerical representation of linear distance transformed from 4 digits to 3, then instantly to a single digit before halting. But where is it? Confused, Tony maneuvered the suit to turn around, scanning the surroundings, but finding no trace of the unidentified flying object, despite the screen clearly displaying its proximity. At you 3 o'clock, sir, Jarvis alerted, indicating an optical form of invisibility had been employed. In the realm of aviation, stealth refers to the phenomenon where fighter jets, coated with a substance that efficiently absorbs radar waves, become undetectable. Good heavens! Tony exclaimed as he raised his right hand to unleash an arc pulse from his palm cannon. Luo Xia had been enjoying a leisurely drive along the St. Lawrence River when a crimson and yellow figure streaked across the sky. Iron Man, he recognized instantly. It was likely the Mark III, freshly painted to match his vintage car, making it highly distinguishable. Without hesitation, he pursued, as he had been contemplating a weekend navigation to Tony Stark's residence after catching news about him. It appeared fate had alleviated that trouble. Despite its cloak of invisibility, it could not shield him from Jarvis's electromagnetic scans. Observing Iron Man accelerate, he matched his speed. Fortunately, Luo Xia's rabbit talisman had been unsealed, ensuring he would not be easily outpaced. However, even at the maximum speed of rabbit talisman LV7, he struggled to keep up with Iron Man promptly. He upgraded the talisman to LV8 within the villain system, utilizing his ample villain points to amplify its speed to twice the speed of sound, finally closing the gap to Iron Man. As Luo Xia caught up, Iron Man prepared to fire his palm cannon at him, but retreat was not in his nature. Fortunately, the cannon's power was not overwhelming. Even without the dragon talisman being unsealed, he was confident he could hold his ground, considering it was merely the Mark III armor. A violent explosion resonated as the fiery force of the dragon talisman partially dissipated against the armored suit. Tony hastily steadied himself, hovering in place as he continued his ascent. His arm-mounted weaponry retracted, unleashing a flurry of small anti-armor missiles that accurately targeted Luo Xia. In an instant, Luo Xia utilized the rabbit talisman to accelerate and create a safe distance before detonating the missiles with the dragon talisman. Supersonic speed? Tony's jaw dropped in disbelief. What kind of creature was this? Not a creature, but rather a demon. Jarvis presented images of the demon circulating on the internet, analyzing its abilities and combat style, confirming its identity as a notorious criminal from New York. As Tony rapidly perused report after report about the demon, he thought, my goodness, during my 2-month confinement in the desert, so much has transpired in New York. Why was I not informed? There are demons and intriguing figures like Spider-Woman in this city. As the flames from the explosion dissipated, the demon's figure emerged. Just one glance at that eerie demonic mask left a profound impression on Tony, far more striking than any image or video he had seen. Good evening, Mr. Demon. Tony maneuvered his armored suit to slowly retreat. What brings you to seek me? Let us be friends, Luo Xia said with a smile. Is it akin to your bond with Spider-Woman? Tony replied, I am quite fond of making friends. though this marks my inaugural encounter with a demon. He continued, "May I take my leave now? The night was splendid. It ought not to be squandered in the heavens." "Not just yet," Luo Xia insisted, as the villainous system had yet to indicate that a talisman had been unsealed. Thus he could not allow Tony to escape. What a pity. Tony activated his armor with all his might. The power of the arc pulse thrusters on his hands and feet surged to 300, and the six-barreled mini-cannon on his left shoulder unleashed its fire. He had discerned the demon's vulnerability. Its corporeal defenses appeared not to be formidable. Even if he accelerated to gain distance and resorted to detonating explosives, a time-consuming endeavor, he would not opt to withstand the blast in the interest of saving time. Hence, he could employ a strategy of relentless attacks to curtail the demon's pursuit. However, the quandary lay in the fact that his current Iron Man suit was not laden with ample ammunition, and he hoped that the remaining supply would suffice to liberate him from Luo Xia's grasp. Yet, Tony's plan soon fell through. The invisible missiles, countermeasures, retractable anti-armor missiles, and counter-hijacking ordnance from his arsenal were all expended, yet the demon continued its relentless chase. Tony found himself unable to shake him off with the Iron Man suit. He had already lost in the recent race of speed. The roles of offense and defense swiftly reversed, with Luo Xia taking the initiative to attack. Dragon Talisman, Inferno. However, Luo Xia lacked Jarvis to assist him in targeting the agile Iron Man suit, making it nearly impossible to strike amidst such high-speed maneuvers. He had no choice but to close the distance further. Boom! Luo Xia struck the back of the Iron Man suit. The suit was thrown off balance, spinning from the impact, and it took Tony considerable effort to regain control. "Sir, suit damage at 7. Luo Xia pressed the attack. Despite Tony's evasive maneuvers, the frequency of Luo Xia's strikes increased. "Sir, suit damage at 16. Sir, suit damage at 32. Now I comprehend what is meant by demonic terror. This accursed demon." Tony was equally baffled. He had merely ventured out for a breath of fresh air, yet somehow found himself entangled with a demon. "Jarvis, can you assist me in waving a white flag? It appears our situation is dire." "Apologies, sir, but the opponent is unable to receive my communications," Jarvis responded. "I recommend descending now to prevent excessive damage to the suit leading to a crash." Luo Xia gazed at the remaining 11 talismans, poised to dismantle Iron Man's armor. Pig Talisman. Laissez. Luo Xia's eyes emitted 2 beams of laser, sweeping from Iron Man's left foot to his back. The arc pulse thruster on the left foot of the iron armor was severely damaged, causing Iron Man's body to spiral uncontrollably downward. Despite the Mark III being equipped with a flight stabilization system, it required a moment to regain equilibrium. "Sir, the armor has sustained 62 damage and can no longer support high-speed flight." Jarvis reiterated with urgency. The iron armor continued its descent, even colliding with the corner of a skyscraper upon exiting the heights. Just as Luo Xia anticipated Iron Man's impending crash, the armor traced an arc and soared back into the sky. Inside the suit, Tony felt the world spinning around him. The violent turbulence nearly unsettled his stomach. Fortunately, the advanced flight stabilization system he had integrated enabled him to regain stability before impact. Luo Xia drew closer, monitoring Tony's emotional state. Detection of mild fear in Iron Man. Villain score, 200, 200, 200. Detection of mild anger in Iron Man. Villain score, 200, 200, 200. Detection of severe anxiety in Iron Man. Villain score, 300, 300, 300. At this moment, Tony had just donned the iron suit, yet at his core, he remained a mere playboy. "Mr. Demon, my dear friend," Tony exclaimed, "I believe it is time for us to sit down and have a serious discussion. How about at my place? Stark Tower." Suddenly, Luo Xia halted, having heard a notification from the system. Detection of superhero Iron Man. The Dragon Talisman has been unsealed and can be upgraded using villain scores. Encourage Iron Man to experience negative emotions. More surprises await your exploration. "Very well. I shall visit you at Stark Tower next time," Luo Xia declared before soaring away, leaving a bewildered Tony in his wake. Jarvis activated the radar scan. Has he truly departed? Or has he merely become invisible? Tony mused in frustration. What was the point of accompanying me if he dismantled my armor? The radar scan concluded, revealing that the demon was accelerating away, now 13 kilometers distant. Jarvis informed him. Could he have been intimidated by Stark Industries' reputation? Yet Tony quickly dismissed this ludicrous notion. The demon was not only a wanted criminal by the New York police, but also under investigation by the CIA and FBI. Compared to these formidable agencies, Stark Industries, a private enterprise, wielded little deterrent power. Though perplexed, Tony felt fortunate to have escaped the demon's clutches. He maneuvered the severely damaged iron armor, wobbling as he took flight. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Luo Xia opened the system panel. His pursuit of Iron Man this evening was solely to unseal a talisman. The enhancement from the unsealed talisman was profound. Even the rabbit talisman had brought about a qualitative transformation. He never anticipated that Iron Man could actually unlock the Dragon Talisman. The Dragon Talisman, undoubtedly the quintessential core talisman, stands as one of the most formidable among the 12. Its powers are bifurcated into two distinct forms: the might of explosive flames and boundless energy, serving as the very source of strength for the other 11 talismans. It is difficult to fathom the magnitude of enhancement that would occur upon upgrading the Dragon Talisman this time. A cerulean 3D interface materialized, confirming that the emblem of the Dragon Talisman had indeed been illuminated. Dragon Talisman LV1. To upgrade to LV2 requires 10,000 villain points, significantly amplifying the power of explosive flames. Upon realizing that ascending the Dragon Talisman from LV1 to LV2 necessitated 10,000 villain points, Luo Xia could not help but lament the system's exploitative nature, especially when the preceding Rabbit Talisman only required 500 villain points for its upgrade. It remains uncertain whether the demands for villain points increase with the unlocking of subsequent talismans, or if the more potent talismans simply require a greater expenditure. Fortunately, Luo Xia found great enjoyment in his demonic vocation, exerting considerable effort in his endeavors, and he had yet to deplete his villain points, amassing over 100,000. Continuously upgrading, he elevated the Dragon Talisman to LV6, expending a total of 100,000 villain points. Presently, his balance of villain points stood at just over 10,000, while the next elevation to LV7 required a staggering 350,000 villain points. 025 Spider Beastman. Gwen ascended to the rooftop of a towering building, gazing down upon the entirety of Queens. Memories of an address flickered in her mind. 20 Ingram Street, Forest Hills, Queens, New York. This was Peter Parker's residence, a detail Gwen had unearthed by hacking into the school's database. Prior to her arrival, she had also searched this address within her father's police system, which indicated that the property was registered under Ben Parker, thus confirming the authenticity of the information. Gwen leapt down, allowing her body to engage in free fall, relishing the exhilaration of rapid descent. Mere seconds later, she shot out a web, bringing her body to a sudden halt. The scene of Peter bullying Flash in the corridor struck Gwen profoundly. She was convinced that something had transpired within Peter, an ordeal that had bestowed upon him extraordinary powers. Much like her own transformation into Spider-Woman after being bitten by a mutated spider, she did not perceive Peter's acquisition of power as inherently wrong. Regrettably, it seemed that with his newfound abilities, he had lost a sense of his original moral compass. It was not merely his bullying of Flash that concerned her, but also the feral, cold gaze he now possessed. Perhaps it was Gwen's curiosity, or her desire to help a young man find his way back to righteousness, that led her to enter Queens this night, determined to investigate Peter's home. Soon, she located the place, a standalone villa. The hour is still favorable, and the villa remains aglow with lights. Gwen, suspended by silken threads, descends to the window to eavesdrop on the conversation within. The discourse is mundane. A couple engaged in trivial domestic matters. This couple must indeed be Peter's uncle and aunt. From their exchange, it becomes evident that Peter's uncle is an employee at an auto repair shop, while his aunt works at a department store. Presently, the uncle is lamenting Peter's failure to pick up his aunt, resulting in her having to traverse the subway alone for over half an hour on a darkened path. In contrast, the aunt defends Peter, asserting her capability to return unaccompanied. After listening for some time, Gwen prepares to depart. The modest villa has only one lit window on the second floor, presumably Peter's room. With agility, Gwen scales the wall towards the illuminated window. Just as she reaches the threshold, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Her spider sense triggers an alarm, and without hesitation, she leaps aside, shooting out silk to stabilize her form. A monstrous creature lunges from the side, its gaping maw crashing into the corner of the wall. Had Gwen not reacted swiftly, the beast's assault would have sealed her fate. Drawing back on her silk, she creates a safe distance, granting her the opportunity to scrutinize the creature's appearance. It is a humanoid spider monstrosity, retaining a human torso and limbs, its head grotesquely transformed into that of a repulsive, oversized spider, with 8 slender, sharp legs extending from its back, presenting a formidable visage. A spider beast man? Gwen is taken aback. Why does this creature, sharing her arachnid nature, appear so revolting? The spider beast man seems incapable of verbal communication or has no intention of engaging in dialogue with Gwen. After she evades its fierce assault, the creature prepares for another strike. Its movement is solely reliant on the 8 spider legs behind it, allowing it to traverse vertical walls with the same ease as if on flat ground. Gwen launches Silk to attack the Spider Beast Man, yet it shows no inclination to evade. It casually extends 2 of its slender legs, slicing through the silk as if wielding curved blades. As the creature closes the gap, it lunges once more, attempting to pounce on Gwen. This method of attack starkly contrasts with typical spider behavior. Spiders are elegant beings that first spin webs, ensnaring their prey before indulging in the feast. Gwen has no time for contemplation. She swiftly shoots Silk toward a distant lamppost, instantly pulling herself away. While the Spider Beast Man lacks the ability to traverse through silk, its speed is nonetheless remarkable, its 8 legs creating fleeting afterimages. Gwen, faced with the rapidly approaching creature, feels cornered. Observing the beast's sharp, agile legs, she realizes that engaging in close combat would be a foolish endeavor. However, Gwen is not adept at ranged attacks. Her sole method of long-distance assault is the launch of webbing, a skill she has just employed, rendering it utterly ineffective against the Spider-Orc. The Spider-Orc does not afford Gwen a moment to react, resembling a predatory beast consumed by the singular desire to annihilate its target. Gwen deftly shoots out her webbing, propelling herself forward with a cry of exhilaration. Swinging gracefully, she maneuvers around to the side of the Spider-Orc, executing a flying kick aimed directly at him. The impact sends the Spider-Orc hurtling several meters away, ultimately colliding with the street lamp. Yet his robust physique allows him to rise swiftly and charge at Gwen once more. The Spider-Orc's 8 bent legs alternate in a rhythmic assault against the pavement, the razor-sharp tips effortlessly embedding themselves into the concrete, leaving a trail of craters in their wake. As he approaches, the Spider-Orc swings his curved legs in a fierce arc, the air slicing with a piercing shriek. Gwen nimbly evades the attack and retaliates with a punch that dislocates the Orc's spider head. Undeterred, the Spider-Orc continues his onslaught, several of his remaining legs striking like swords. Despite Gwen's utmost caution, she sustains a gash on her arm amidst the relentless barrage. Seizing an opportune moment, she grasps one of his spider legs, summoning all her strength to snap it in 2. With a series of clangs, she wields the severed leg as a weapon, defending herself with agility and the assistance of her spider sense, maintaining her balance. Ultimately, she thrusts the spider leg into the Orc's abdomen and delivers a powerful kick that sends him flying. Gwen stands amidst the chaos, wiping the sweat from her brow, contemplating the significant effort required to subdue this enigmatic Spider-Orc. Yet, predictably, the Spider-Orc rises again, gripping the leg embedded in his belly, slowly extracting it and tossing it aside, green blood splattering the ground. To Gwen's astonishment, the severed spider leg behind the Orc rapidly regenerates, returning to its original form in mere seconds. Upon glancing at the Orc's abdomen, she notices that the wound has already healed. A myriad of thoughts flood Gwen's mind. She is no stranger to such formidable regenerative capabilities, having encountered a similar power in the Lizard Man during their last battle on the Brooklyn Bridge. The connection between the Lizard Man and the Spider-Orc is difficult for her to dismiss. Both are hybrids of human and another species, endowed with the strength of their animal counterparts. However, the Spider-Orc is even more formidable, possessing not only the spider's agility and sharpness, but also the lizard's remarkable healing abilities. These 2 creatures appear to be the product of some organization employing advanced technology, a technology that continues to evolve. As Gwen contemplates this, the Spider-Orc launches another assault. 026, the girlfriend, is the daughter of the chief of the New York City Police Department. A spider's leg, sharp as a blade, thrust forward with ferocious speed, triggering an intense alarm from the arachnid. Gwen instinctively sidestepped, but in an instant, the wall behind her was pierced. The remaining legs launched another assault, swiftly encircling her, leaving her with no room to maneuver. Despite Gwen's agility, 3 of the spider legs grazed her back. In yet another brief, close-range confrontation, Gwen found herself struggling against the 8 swift and lethal spider limbs, barely managing to defend herself. She promptly resolved to abandon her exploration for the day. While she can engage in prolonged skirmishes with lizardmen due to their relatively weak offense, their formidable defense and regenerative abilities pose a challenge. In contrast, facing this Spider-Orc left her little hope of victory. The Spider-Orc not only possessed a regenerative capacity comparable to that of the lizardmen, but also wielded tremendous offensive power, its 8 limbs resembling unmatched blades. It seemed that only a demon could vanquish such a creature. Once more, Gwen evaded the Spider-Orc's fierce onslaught, launching her webbing towards a nearby skyscraper to propel herself away. In midair, she glanced back. The Spider-Orc was relentless in its pursuit, akin to an unyielding beast. Fortunately, the Spider-Orc's speed was not particularly swift, It lacked the ability to traverse through webs and could only run along the ground, which appeared to be its sole vulnerability. After swinging several kilometers away on her web, Gwen felt an increasing discomfort from her backwound, despite her mutation enhancing her regenerative abilities significantly. Surpassing that of an ordinary human, it paled in comparison to the terrifying healing potential of the lizardman. Yet, the wound on her back showed no signs of coagulation, blood continuing to seep and saturating her athletic spider suit. A dreadful thought struck her. The spider legs sprouting from the orc's back must be venomous. This was dire news. Gwen halted her web-slinging, deciding she needed to find a place to tend to her injury. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a darkened villa, its lights extinguished. Each household likely possessed an emergency medical kit, and the occupants appeared to be asleep, her stealth ensuring she would not disturb them. Gwen stealthily entered the villa. Meanwhile, the sleeping Luo Xia suddenly opened his eyes, reaching for a demon mask beside him to don it before activating his invisibility and slipping out through the nearby window. He circled to the second-floor living room, standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window to observe. To his astonishment, he saw a shadowy figure rummaging through his home. To his disbelief, it was none other than Spider-Gwen, her distinctive black and white uniform unmistakable even in the dim light. Gwen, caught off guard while searching for the emergency medical kit, turned her gaze to the window, finding it empty. Yet, her spider senses had clearly alerted her moments before. Gwen shook her head, contemplating that the fierce battle of the night had likely left her nerves taut, resulting in her spider sense faltering. Roxa glanced around before shifting his position, maneuvering to the rear of the villa, where a gigantic spider was scaling the walls. Utterly grotesque, Roxa remarked with indifference. The spider beast-man noticed Roxa. He was a man clad in pajamas, and upon seeing the demonic mask, he appeared even more sinister in the darkness. With his 8 spider legs coiling and exerting force, he leaped into the air, launching a vicious attack towards Roxa. Roxa calmly raised his right hand. Dragon spell, explosive flame. Boom! A colossal pillar of fiery brilliance erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy upon the spider beast-man. Roxa had upgraded the dragon spell to level 6, its power magnified beyond measure. The spider beast-man barely had time to scream before being blasted several meters away, half of his body consumed by the searing heat. As he tumbled to the ground, he struggled to rise, limping away with his few remaining severed legs. Roxa observed from a distance, devoid of any inclination to pursue. Such a feeble mutant could scarcely withstand a full force strike of his dragon spell. Had the spell struck his head, it would have surely claimed his life. It was unclear where Gwen had provoked such a monstrous spider. Evidently, it had followed her to his abode, likely tracking her by scent, though Gwen remained blissfully unaware. Upon entering the villa and returning to his room, Roxa removed the demonic mask. Gwen had already concealed herself against the wall. The immense energy fluctuation from the dragon spell's activation could not have escaped her notice. A sense of anxiety enveloped her as she pondered the nature of the adversary she would soon confront. Was it the spider beast man or something else? Her condition was deteriorating. She could ascertain that the spider beast man was venomous, and more alarmingly, his spider legs carried anesthetic properties. Gwen felt as though she might collapse at any moment. In the midst of her contemplation, she heard footsteps and halted her thoughts, poised for action. Roxa entered the room, effortlessly evading several of Gwen's attacks. Gwen was taken aback, astonished that her strikes had all missed their mark. Had the anesthetic already dulled her reflexes? She swung a fist once more, but suddenly the light in the room flickered on, and upon seeing his face, she abruptly halted her punch. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Gwen exclaimed, her surprise palpable. "Firstly, this is my home. Where else would I be? Secondly, do we know each other?" Roxa retorted. "Of course not. Rather, I should say I don't know you, but you must know me, right?" Upon recognizing Roxa, Gwen exhaled a sigh of relief and made her way to the sofa, casually surveying the room. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon the residence of Roxa, though I indeed recalled that she resided in Queens. What a remarkable coincidence. "So you're the infamous criminal, Spider-Woman," Roxa remarked nonchalantly. "What brings you to my home uninvited today? Are you intent on committing some crime against me? I should remind you that my girlfriend's father is the chief of police of New York City." Initially incensed by being labeled a notorious criminal, Gwen found her anger dissipating upon hearing Roxa's concluding words. Could it be that Roxa was deceitfully claiming to be her girlfriend in front of others? This thought led Gwen into a spiral of musings. Your girlfriend is the daughter of the police chief? Well, that is indeed impressive. Gwen chuckled inwardly. Moreover, let me correct you. Spider-Woman is not a criminal. She is a champion of justice. Amused by Gwen's reaction, Roxa couldn't help but smirk, shaking her head as she said, "A superhero illegally invading a civilian's home in the dead of night and attacking the citizen during the investigation? Only a criminal would act in such a manner." Morning dawned. All right, allow me to explain. This is merely a misunderstanding. Gwen continued to protest. Clearly, this is not a misunderstanding. This is a crime, Roxa insisted relentlessly. Fine. I shall reveal the truth. Gwen began her performance. I was actually thwarting a crime. They were engaged in a drug deal. One party has already been apprehended, bound by my web, but the other fled, and during our pursuit, he dashed into your home. This sounded quite plausible. Of course, it is plausible. Gwen sighed. You see, those individuals are vicious, and I feared for the safety of innocent people, which is why I followed them in. I mistakenly assumed you were one of the criminals. But now that we are entangled, they have likely escaped. I interfered with your pursuit of criminals? My sincerest apologies, Roxa responded in a cooperative tone. No need to apologize. You were unaware. I didn't intend to disclose this, but you kept pressing me. Gwen retorted. Otherwise, why would I enter your home? Spider-Woman is a force for good. She recently assisted the police in dealing with the lizard. Did you see the newspaper? I did. But the paper reported that the demon and Spider-Woman conspired with the lizard to launch a terror attack on the Brooklyn Bridge, Roxa stated coolly. That newspaper is utterly misleading. All right, forget that you read the Hornet Daily. Gwen exclaimed, exasperated. Next time, remember to peruse a reputable publication, like the New York Daily, and do not inquire how I know you read the Hornet Daily. Spider-Woman is omniscient. Enough of this banter. All-powerful Spider-Woman. Could you kindly vacate my home? I wish to retire for the night, Roxa said, grasping the belt of her nightgown. Many desire to meet me, but find no opportunity. Yet you seem oblivious to the need for appreciation. Very well, I shall take my leave, but do not regret it. Gwen turned to leave, but then glanced back and said, Are you sure you don't want my autograph or a photo to flaunt to your friends? To boast about how Spider-Woman stealthily slipped into my home at midnight? You really lack conversational skills. You absolutely deceived me earlier. You must not have a girlfriend. Furrowing her brow, Gwen was poised to depart from the balcony when suddenly darkness enveloped her, and she felt a dizzying sensation, her strength dissipating as she collapsed, ultimately landing in someone's embrace. Fortunately, Luo Xia caught her, and in the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she recalled how comforting that embrace felt. Luo Xia was initially bewildered by the situation, but as he held Gwen, he felt the blood enwound on her back, gradually piecing together the events that had transpired. He gently placed Gwen on the sofa and removed her spider mask, allowing her golden hair to cascade down, revealing a face that was indeed far more pleasing to the eye without the mask. Luo Xia fetched a basin of warm water and a clean towel, and he meticulously cleaned the blood from the wound on Gwen's back. Pressing his fingers against her injury, a soft glow emanated from his fingertips. Mafu Talismans, heal. The wound began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and once it had scabbed over, Luo Xia ceased the healing incantation, choosing not to expel the anesthetic from Gwen's system. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be awkward for Gwen upon awakening, so Luo Xia thoughtfully allowed her to continue sleeping until morning. As Luo Xia prepared to retire to his own room, he made sure to retrieve the spider mask before departing. Good night, he said, extinguishing the lights. The first rays of sunlight illuminated the streets of Queens, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows and gracing Gwen's face. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Gwen awake. She sprang from the sofa, instantly adhering to the ceiling. I merely came to wake you, Luo Xia stated, leaning against the doorframe. Gwen promptly descended from the ceiling, elegantly seating herself on the sofa with her legs crossed. This is your home. I was injured and unconscious here, she said, still somewhat dazed from her awakening, but recollecting the events of the previous night. No need to pay for lodging, Luo Xia remarked as he turned to leave. I made breakfast. If you wish to eat, head downstairs. If you don't want breakfast, then hurry and leave. Be cautious on your way out. I do not wish to hear any unpleasant rumors about myself from the neighbors. Gwen trailed behind Luo Xia down the stairs, pondering what had transpired the night before. Luo Xia paused on the staircase and turned to Gwen, saying, You wish to inquire about what I did to you last night, don't you? I did nothing. If you feel regret, we can address that now. Aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? And I am Spider-Woman, Gwen retorted. Luo Xia disregarded her chatter. Had he not known that the person beneath the spider mask was Gwen, he would have already cast a dragon talisman upon her. Are you sure you don't want something to eat? Luo Xia inquired, while spreading butter on her bread. Of course not. Superheroes do not need to eat. When you become a superhero one day, you will understand, Gwen retorted. The primary reason for her refusal was that eating would necessitate removing her mask, which would inevitably lead to her being recognized by Luo Xia. It would be indecorous to partially remove her mask while eating. I must ask, you haven't taken off my spider mask, have you? Gwen expressed her concern. Yet, if Luo Xia were to discover the truth, she doubted he would remain so calm and indifferent. The more one knows, the less secure one feels. She understood this principle. I am merely an ordinary citizen. Dedicated to caring for my classmates and assisting others, Luo Xia replied. I haven't removed my mask to see your face. So, please do not trouble me or harass me in the future, or I will write to the Horn Herald, informing them that a strange woman dressed in a peculiar spider outfit has been unlawfully entering my home to harass me. Miss Spider, you wouldn't want that to become public knowledge, would you? Who would dare to harass you? Gwen scoffed. I am currently the most popular figure on social media, with fans all over Queens. To correct you, the most popular one is the demon, Luo Xia stated nonchalantly as he ate a sandwich. It's Spider-Woman, Gwen exclaimed, turning to leave. Goodbye. Swinging through the morning air of New York, Gwen recalled the frightful encounter from the previous night. The sudden appearance of that spider beast was indeed the strongest adversary she had faced recently, second only to the demon. Had it not been for Luo Xia, last night could have ended disastrously. Thankfully, it was Luo Xia who stayed by her side while she was unconscious. Otherwise, her identity as Spider-Woman would have been exposed. Luo Xia's reasoning for not removing her mask was quite convincing, and Gwen found herself believing him, as it aligned with his character. He was not one to be overly curious. At the graduation ball announcement within Midtown Tech, the teacher revealed the date of the event, prompting excited screams from the students as they exchanged glances with potential dance partners. Gwen cast her gaze towards Luo Xia, but received no response. He seemed lost in thought, or perhaps he simply did not find the graduation ball particularly intriguing. As the class bell rang and the teacher exited the classroom, brave students began searching for dance partners. Hey Gwen, will you be my dance partner? Several boys sought her attention, but as a beautiful and affluent scholar, Gwen was accustomed to such attention. Within minutes, she received several invitations, all of which she declined, as her relationships with these boys were superficial at best. Meanwhile, Luo Xia had already packed his backpack and was waiting for her at the back door. Luo Xia, who will you invite as your dance partner for the graduation ball? Gwen noticed someone flirting with Luo Xia. It was Hannah, someone with whom he shared a good rapport. Hannah also wished for Roxa to be her dance partner. Their relationship was cordial, yet Roxa would likely not acquiesce to her request outright. Gwen hastily extricated herself from the entanglement, stepping forward to link her arm with Roxa's, a clear assertion of her claim. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Gwen and Roxa shattered Hannah's heart, as well as those of her many admirers. I apologize, but I possess little interest in the prom. Roxa declined Hannah's invitation. Crestfallen, Hannah retreated, prompting Gwen to remark, you ought to find a more convincing excuse. It is not an excuse, but a fact. I am genuinely uninterested in the prom, Roxa replied. Very well. The two exited the classroom. Roxa's words left Gwen at a loss for how to express herself, as she had mustered the courage to invite Roxa to accompany her. Coincidentally, she had a collection of many dance pieces at home, which they could practice together, dazzling everyone at the graduation prom. Unfortunately, it seemed that Roxa had no such inclination. He truly lacked interest in the event. Or perhaps he was merely using it as a pretext to decline their invitations. One could not help but wonder whom else, besides herself and Hannah, Roxa might consider for a partner. Mary Jane? Betty Brant? Glory Grant? The renowned beauties of Midtown Tech were few and far between. Contemplating these matters was undeniably burdensome. Suddenly, Gwen overheard a nearby conversation regarding college applications, diverting her thoughts. Which university will you apply to? Do you have a preferred institution? Gwen turned to Roxa. It was now October, and typically, 12th graders who had completed their credits would begin applying to colleges around this time. Early application deadlines were in early to mid-November, while regular applications were generally completed by the end of December. Not yet. There is still ample time, and I wish to explore my options further. Roxa gazed at Gwen, inquiring, what about you? Roxa had not even entertained the thought of attending college, considering the monumental events that would unfold in the Marvel Universe, making it quite challenging for a student to balance academics with a demonic vocation. Stanford, Cambridge, University College London, perhaps New York University? Gwen replied, her eyes shimmering as she elaborated. If I stay in New York, I can continue working with Dr. Connor's team, which offers a fantastic opportunity for social practice, encompassing both research and management. Roxa understood her implication. He leaned closer to Gwen's ear and whispered, stay in New York. I will think it over thoroughly. Gwen's cheeks flushed. No, you can make this decision directly. Roxa expressed his dissatisfaction with her response. Okay, I will remain in New York. I adore this city, Gwen assured him. The pair arrived at the parking lot, locating Roxa's battered Ford. Gwen settled into the passenger seat, adeptly tossing her backpack into the back seat. Recently, New York has been far from peaceful. The underworld reigned supreme, while both the demon and Spider-Woman continue to roam freely. The emergence of the lizard has yet to be addressed, and crime rates are perpetually on the rise, with daily reports of robberies and fatal shootings. In such a tumultuous environment, Mrs. Stacy is deeply concerned for Gwen's safety. However, George is unable to escort Gwen daily due to his obligations at the precinct. And despite Gwen's repeated assurances that she can return home alone, Mrs. Stacy has enlisted Luo Xia to undertake this responsibility. As the old clunker roared to life, Gwen reclined comfortably in the passenger seat, glancing over at Luo Xia. Curiously, he refrained from discussing Spider-Woman today and did not share the experience of her spending the night at his home. Could it be that Luo Xia truly harbors no feelings for Spider-Woman? Perhaps he perceives the encounter as merely aiding an ordinary citizen, devoid of any need for boasting? Or could it be that he views Spider-Woman as a criminal, believing that mentioning the incident would only invite trouble? This contemplation left Gwen somewhat disheartened. After all, the superhero she portrayed failed to capture Luo Xia's admiration. Suddenly, another thought crossed Gwen's mind. What if Luo Xia believed that Spider-Woman, being female, would lead her to misconstrue the situation of having a girl stay over at his place? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Surely, Luo Xia must think this way, which is why he chose to remain silent. I saw online that someone spotted Spider-Woman in Queens last night. You live in Queens. Did you see her? Gwen ventured cautiously. The borough is vast, and I went to bed quite early, Luo Xia replied. Gwen could find no fault in his words. She deciphered the montage-like deception he wove. Luo Xia had not lied to her, nor did he wish for her to know about the events involving Spider-Woman from the previous night. What a pity. She decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. Good luck tonight. Stay up a little later, and I hope you encounter Spider-Woman. Tonight is going to be a dreadful evening. No, it will be splendid. Spider-Woman will bring you good fortune, Gwen exclaimed, grasping Luo Xia's hand as he shifted gears. Luo Xia glanced in the rearview mirror at the distant black Mercedes trailing them. Silently, he opened the system shop and spent 2,500 villain points to acquire driving mastery. Instantly, the aging Ford transformed, its full potential unleashed by Luo Xia, allowing it to weave seamlessly through traffic. Before long, he had successfully eluded his pursuers. Why are you driving so fast? Gwen tightened her grip, impressed. Your driving skills are beyond my expectations. I think you could enter underground races. But you need a better car. I haven't violated any traffic rules, Luo Xia retorted casually. I'm driving both quickly and steadily. A few minutes later, Luo Xia parked the car beneath Gwen's building. You've arrived. He was eager to return and confront those who had been following them, aside from Osborn's people. He couldn't fathom who else it might be. Shall we go out for dinner? My mother has prepared roasted chicken. The chicken is delicious, but perhaps another time. Roxas mentioned that he would wait for me downstairs tomorrow morning. Outside the Osborn headquarters, a green figure spiraled through the air, standing atop a flying device and executing a series of intricate aerial maneuvers. Clad in a high-tech green iron suit, with a mask that embodied a terrifying visage, he was none other than the infamous Green Goblin. Beneath the first-generation Green Goblin mask resided the identity of Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp. At this moment, Norman had shed his usual composed and brooding demeanor. He resembled a bird newly released from its cage, reveling in the freedom of the skies. He exuberantly unleashed emotions that had long been suppressed, to the point of delirium. The source of his exhilaration was straightforward. He had triumphed over a hereditary illness that had plagued him for years. No longer did he have to live in fear of death. The long, gray existence was finally at an end. The truth of the matter was steeped in drama. His subordinate, Reddy, had fallen victim to the clutches of the demon, and following Reddy's demise, the Lizard Serum Project was declared a failure. At this juncture, Norman's hereditary condition had reached a critical stage, leaving him no time to embark on further research. In a desperate bid for life, he was compelled to seek salvation from his previous failures. Before him lay 2 vials. One contained the Lizard Serum, which, after being injected into Dr. Connors, had transformed him into a reptilian creature. Although he had become a monster, his severed limb had been restored. The second vial held the Spider Serum, a project that had once been a beacon of hope for him, yet had ended in failure. Nonetheless, the team had produced results. The Spider Serum could alleviate his affliction and extend his lifespan, though it was fraught with peril due to the immense toxicity it contained, which had led to the demise of nearly all test subjects. After much contemplation, the bedridden Norman resolved to inject the Spider Serum. Prior to doing so, he donned a mechanical life support suit to neutralize the serum's toxins and sustain his bodily functions, which would ultimately become the Green Goblin armor. Thus, Norman embarked on his quest for survival, and fortune smiled upon him. Once again, he found favor with the divine. The plan succeeded, and Norman not only extended his life, but also became a formidable entity, the Green Goblin, through the fusion of the Spider Serum and his armor. He soared through the skies atop the glider, reveling in rapid maneuvers and flips, feeling vitality surge back into his once withered form, as if he had been reborn. The prolonged torment of his illness had warped his psyche, and, combined with the influence of the bioarmor, the genes of violence and destruction erupted within him. The businessman Norman's persona receded, and in its place emerged the Green Goblin, who now yearned to unleash the pent-up negativity within. The Green Goblin cackled maniacally as he swooped down from the skies, piloting his aircraft to drop several small Green Goblin bombs. The bombs fell among the unsuspecting crowd, who were still curiously observing, when suddenly, each tennis ball-sized explosive detonated, shredding the bodies of those nearby. Flames erupted to a height of several meters, and the explosion elicited countless screams. The panicked throng scattered in all directions, while the unfortunate souls were engulfed by the flames, their final moments filled with agonizing cries. The bustling metropolis transformed into a hellscape, and the Green Goblin reveled in the chaos he had wrought, feeling no remorse amidst the cacophony of despair. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. "Hello there, dear friends." The Green Goblin, piloting his bat-winged craft, pursued the fleeing crowd and unleashed more Green Goblin bombs. He had never experienced such unrestrained joy before. Despite having been the chairman of Oscorp, possessing boundless wealth and power, he had always been tormented by illness. Now, he savored the unbridled pleasure of wreaking havoc as the once vibrant streets lay in ruins, countless innocent lives extinguished. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing in midair, expressionless. Gazing at him, Luo Xia, who had just arrived at Oscorp seeking trouble. Luo Xia observed the destruction wrought by the Green Goblin with calm indifference, making no attempt to intervene. He felt no empathy for the ordinary people being bullied. He derived no satisfaction from their plight. Instead, he preferred to toy with superheroes and nefarious villains. Naturally, he acknowledged the tragic fates that ordinary people might encounter, such as being crushed by cars carelessly hurled by superheroes, or, as in this instance, being blown up by the Green Goblin for amusement. The Green Goblin scrutinized the figure of the observer, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, wearing a demonic mask that appeared even more refined and terrifying than his own green visage. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished to unmask this individual. "Who are you?" The Green Goblin maneuvered the aircraft closer to Luo Xia, suddenly recalling numerous media reports. "You are a demon?" He was no stranger to demons. His subordinate, Reddy, had fallen at their hands. "Indeed, I am the genuine demon. You are merely a counterfeit Green Goblin," Luo Xia replied coolly. Whoosh! A flurry of Green Goblin bombs shot from the aircraft. Demon! The Green Goblin snarled, his face contorted with rage. Luo Xia calmly extended his hand, causing the speeding Green Goblin bombs to come to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, those tennis ball-sized explosives swiftly reversed course, hurtling back toward the Green Goblin. Chicken Talisman, activate. With his current mastery over talismans, Luo Xia effortlessly dispersed the power of the Chicken Talisman among the bombs. Damn it! The Green Demon controlled the flying apparatus, swiftly evading danger as the bombs mostly detonated midair. The shockwaves from the explosions shattered the glass facades of nearby office buildings, resulting in immeasurable losses within mere minutes due to their devastation. Dragon Talisman, blaze! Luo Xia summoned a powerful column of flames from his palm to launch an attack. Yet the Green Demon skillfully dodged it due to the considerable distance. It seemed that the Green Demon realized he was no match for his adversary and hastily maneuvered his bat-winged aircraft to escape. Throughout this ordeal, he continuously hurled Green Demon bombs into the crowd, attempting to delay Luo Xia's actions by putting the lives of innocents at risk. However, he miscalculated. Luo Xia cared little for the fate of the civilians. Luo Xia activated the Rabbit Talisman to enhance his speed, and in an instant, he closed the gap to the Green Demon, delivering a powerful punch. The sheer force caused the Green Demon to tremble violently, nearly losing his balance and plummeting to the ground. In that moment, he felt the chilling threat of death, plunging him into a bottomless abyss of fear. After struggling to escape the clutches of illness and tasting freedom, was he now to be slain by a demon? He found it hard to accept such a fate. The chase continued as another fiery blast whizzed past the Green Demon's ear, the searing heat scorching his face. The demon was formidable, utterly unbeatable in his eyes. Overwhelmed by the specter of death, the Green Demon sought to create destruction while fleeing the scene. Luo Xia refrained from killing him outright. As a minor antagonist, the Green Demon was a valuable source for acquiring villainous points. Luo Xia intended to repeatedly instill in him the terror of death to amass significant villain points. After all, he required a vast amount of these points to upgrade his Dragon Talisman and to prepare for the next talisman's enhancement. His demand for villain points was substantial, leaving no room for waste. Damn demon, I will not let you escape. The Green Demon vowed to himself, planning to return to Osborn and equip his green armor with more weapons to face the demon. He continued tossing demon bombs into the crowd, finding solace in the panic of the masses. Suddenly, from the side of a building, 2 strands of webbing shot forth, skillfully ensnaring the green bombs and flinging them towards the airborne green demon. Boom! The 2 powerful explosives erupted in a dazzling display. The green demon, caught off guard, was instantly swept away by the blast's aftermath, crashing to the ground amidst his cries of agony as his bat-winged aircraft spiraled out of control, colliding with a nearby skyscraper. Luo Xia halted, gazing at the street, where a lithe black-and-white figure swung gracefully between the buildings. "Good afternoon, Miss Spider," Luo Xia greeted her. "I'm not well at all. Mr. Demon, this grotesque creature has wrought so much destruction and slaughter, yet you stand by idly. When accused the demon, you had the power to easily stop him. Apologies, but I am not a superhero. The destruction he causes and the lies he claims are of no concern to me. In fact, by the alignment of factions, I should be inclined to assist him," Luo Xia replied with a smile, devoid of any remorse. Gwen sighed, realizing she had momentarily lost her senses. Her thoughts were clouded by the memory of the demon aiding her on the Brooklyn Bridge, which had led her to entertain the notion that he might reform. "Miss Spider, since you are here, I entrust this matter to you," she declared. Luo Xia began to float away slowly. "Tonight, I have others to instill fear in." Luo Xia had already amassed considerable villain points from his encounters with the Green Goblin. He deemed it prudent to let the Green Goblin be this time, intending to reap further villain points upon their next meeting. He had other matters to attend to tonight. He was bound for Stark Industries. Oh, someone else is about to face misfortune. It was unclear whether Gwen referred to the unfortunate soul targeted by the demon or the Green Goblin she would soon confront. "Who are you?" The Green Goblin emerged slowly from a cloud of debris, his bat-winged flying machine hovering beside him. "The good neighbor of the citizens. A friend of the streets. They call me Spider-Woman." Gwen crossed her arms. "You truly do not know who I am? How ignorant you are. I have heard of you." "Spider-Woman, you must be an experiment," the Green Goblin retorted. Gwen frowned slightly, sensing the underlying implications in his words. "Even as an experiment, it seems I have succeeded. At least I do not have to travel in a flying wheelchair wearing an unsightly mask like you. Are you cosplaying as a demon? A mere admirer of demons, perhaps?" Gwen countered sharply. "Damn it, foolish demon. You are but a counterfeit. The true demon would never befriend Spider. I am the demon, the Green Goblin. Remember this name." The Green Goblin leaped onto his flying machine, exclaiming, "The demon allows you to confront me alone. He will regret it. When he sees you tomorrow, it'll be your corpse. You are mistaken. The demon and I are not friends. No one else will perish today. I will hand you over to the authorities and let the judge adjudicate your crimes," Gwen declared as she launched a web at the Green Goblin. He swiftly dodged, hurling bombs while maneuvering his flying machine closer to her. Gwen effortlessly evaded the Green Goblin's explosive attacks. He drove his vehicle towards her, the sharp bat wings resembling blades. Through her recent training, Gwen had become a competent street hero. Her combat skills had significantly improved, enabling her to adeptly counter the Green Goblin's assaults. She deftly evaded the Green Goblin's assault, and just as he maneuvered the Goblin glider to make a return strike, Gwen released a web to ensnare the underside of the aircraft. Have you ever ridden a carousel at an amusement park? Grasping the web, Gwen spun around, and under her immense strength, the glider began to rotate as well, causing the Green Goblin to wobble precariously on top, nearly unseating him once more. "Damn Spider-Woman." The Green Goblin's animosity towards Gwen reached a fever pitch as he frantically hurled pumpkin bombs. One stood atop the glider while the other swung on webs, and thus a chase ensued through the streets. Spider-Woman proved to be a formidable adversary, her speed unparalleled and her strength formidable. Nearly all of the Green Goblin's attacks missed their mark. Moreover, her combat prowess was remarkably agile, allowing her not only to evade his bombs but also to ensnare them with her webs, countering the Green Goblin's offensive. Several times, the shockwaves from the explosions nearly toppled him from the glider. However, after their recent skirmish, the Green Goblin began to perceive Spider-Woman as less formidable than he initially thought. She was conquerable, unlike the terrifying might of true demons. To Gwen, the Green Goblin did not seem particularly powerful either. The demons, lizard men, and spider beasts she had previously encountered were far more challenging. Yet, the Green Goblin posed the greatest threat, his seemingly endless supply of bombs a dire concern. This was Gwen's first encounter with such a deranged opponent. The Green Goblin not only targeted her with explosives, but also frequently attacked crowds and demolished buildings. This greatly drained Gwen's energy, for unlike a heartless demon, she could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of innocent citizens. Their chase had continued for quite some time, and as the Green Goblin realized his escape was futile, desperation began to take hold of him. After all, if he delayed any longer, the police helicopters would soon arrive. He shouted, soaring over a crowd while throwing down several bombs. As he glanced toward the train tracks beside him and the speeding train in the distance, a mad idea took shape. Spider-Woman, their deaths will be on your hands. The Green Goblin cast all of his bombs onto the train tracks, and when they detonated, the tremendous force obliterated the bridge section of the tracks. No, Gwen gasped, witnessing the impending disaster of the train. She knew she had to act swiftly. In the Stark Industries building, Tony was fine-tuning his Iron Man suit, Mark IV. After a week of labor, the Mark IV suit was finally complete. While J.A.R.V.I.S. integrated the system into the armor, Tony found himself lost in thought, staring at the progress bar. The Mark I suit, a crude metal shell crafted with Dr. Ethan in a cave, though rough and unrefined in appearance, had enabled Tony to vanquish terrorists and successfully escape their stronghold. Regrettably, Dr. Ethan lost his life at the hands of terrorists while endeavoring to buy time for the activation of the mech. The Mark II was the inaugural Stark Industries grade armor, primarily designed for testing and exploring various performance aspects of the suit. Tony donned the sleek silver armor and soared through the skies for the first time, during which he encountered the issue of ice formation at high altitudes. In the Mark III, the ingenious Tony effortlessly resolved the freezing dilemma, adorning the armor with a striking red and yellow paint scheme and equipping it with an array of combat weaponry on its shoulders and legs. He piloted the Mark III to eliminate several terrorist strongholds and inadvertently engaged in combat with 2 military fighter jets, ultimately emerging victorious. However, Tony was unprepared for the revelation that his pride, the iron armor, would prove utterly ineffective against the demon, which effortlessly outmatched the culmination of his intellect and technological prowess. First, regarding flight speed, the iron armor's hands and boots could simultaneously emit arc pulses, generating ultrasonic waves that facilitated flight or high-speed travel. Yet, even when he surpassed the speed of sound, he could not evade the demon, with Jarvis detecting the creature's velocity soaring to 2 Mach, a speed unattainable by the Mark III. Next came the weaponry. As the world's largest arms dealer, Tony had been intertwined with weaponry since childhood, equipping his armor with an extensive arsenal and the most advanced dynamic tracking targeting system. Nonetheless, even with such provisions, he found himself unable to inflict harm upon the demon, while the demon's assaults effortlessly breached his armor. When the damage to the mech exceeded 60, he was compelled to descend. "Sir, the system is fully equipped." Jarvis' alert interrupted Tony's contemplation, prompting him to refocus on the ready Mark IV. Retaining the classic red and yellow hues, the Mark IV featured a redesigned chest, shoulders, and abdomen, along with an integrated filtration system. Although its exterior bore minimal changes compared to the Mark III, the internal modifications were substantial. Tony optimized the energy output systems of the armor's 4 primary components, significantly enhancing the output power of the arc pulses in pursuit of greater velocity. Furthermore, he equipped the mech with an even broader array of weaponry, including palm-mounted cannons, mini-missiles, built-in arm missiles, and decoy flares, as well as micro-missiles housed in shoulder compartments. To accommodate this extensive armament, Tony sacrificed the mech's lightweight design. The Mark IV had become a veritable mobile armory, capable of sustaining fire for over half an hour against adversaries. Additionally, he specifically incorporated close-range weaponry to counter assaults from the demon or other foes, such as single-use laser weapons designed for quick and efficient cutting through any material. The dual arms are equipped with high-powered energy lightsabers, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. No carbon-based life form can withstand their cutting edge. Ultimately, Tony has also enhanced the defensive systems of the Mark IV, and now, facing the demon's palm cannon and laser eyes, he feels confident in his ability to manage the situation with ease. "Sir, shall we commence testing?" Jarvis inquired. "Initiate testing. Begin the arc pulse test and the high-speed flight stability test," Tony commanded repeatedly. The Mark IV was activated by Jarvis, igniting red and yellow flames beneath its palms and boots, while the screen displayed the escalating maximum speed achievable by the armor. "High-speed flight stability test successful," Jarvis announced. Tony's expression grew grave as he fixated on the armor, which was continuously increasing its power output. At last, the figures on the screen surged upward, reaching twice the speed of sound. "Arc pulse test successful. Maximum speed of Mach 2, he noted, stifling his excitement as he continued to issue commands. "Weapon test. Laser weapon test. Dual-arm energy lightsaber test." After an hour, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony finally completed all tests on the Mark IV. Perusing the data report, he could not help but raise his arms in triumph, regrettably alone in his joy. "Demon, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter," Tony mused inwardly. Suddenly, alarms blared. Amidst the flashing lights, Jarvis issued a warning. "Sir, radar scans indicate an intrusion at Stark Industries, but the surveillance system has not alerted." System analysis suggests a 90 probability that the intruder is the demon. Blast it, Tony exclaimed, intending to have Jarvis assist him in donning the Mark IV with the mechanical arm, but the lab's automatic door had already swung open. Good evening, Tony Stark. As the voice echoed, a figure gradually emerged. Tony's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. He had been haunted by memories of that fateful night, and this voice had become a veritable nightmare. The demon appeared as ever, clad in ordinary attire paired with a demonic mask, both flamboyant and composed. Good evening, my friend, Tony greeted with a forced smile, stepping out of the lab toward the adjacent bar. Care for a glass of whiskey? No, thank you. I am quite fine, replied Roxa, smiling as he strode directly toward the nearby suit of iron armor. The unactivated suit emanated an aura of advanced technology, with its sleek form, reflective metallic surface, and that iconic red and yellow color scheme, exuding an impressive coolness. As Roxa approached the Mark IV, Tony's discomfort intensified. Even the villain system detected the palpable tension radiating from Iron Man. Is this your new toy? Roxa inquired, his hand gliding over the armored suit. Clearly, this is not a toy. It is called Mark IV, Tony retorted. Tony tilted his head back, draining the glass of wine, suppressing his emotions, and believing that one day he would confront them. Do you need to don it before conversing with me? I can grant you the time, Roshi jested, suggesting that perhaps enclosed in the iron armor, he might feel a tad more secure. No, that is certainly unnecessary. Are we not friends? Tony replied, rubbing his temples. You may speak your mind freely. In truth, he found the demon's proposition quite appealing. Donning the Mark IV would instill him with the confidence to conquer the demon. Yet, he was uncertain of the demon's true intentions. After all, the formidable power of the Mark IV came at the cost of its lightweight design, requiring several minutes for him to equip. Who could predict whether the demon might suddenly alter its course during that brief interval? In the lounge, the television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the evening news when a particular report captivated both Roshia and Tony. A murderous fiend has been spotted on the streets of New York, with Spider-Woman rescuing a runaway train. The footage began with the Green Goblin hurling bombs from his glider, then swiftly transitioned to Spider-Woman at the front of the train, tirelessly shooting webs to connect the adjacent buildings. Ultimately, she wove a vast net of webs, successfully halting the out-of-control train. In the concluding moments of the video, a seemingly unconscious Gwen plummeted from the front of the train, but a web shot forth from below, and a figure soared back into the sky, followed by the exuberant cheers of the rescued passengers, who collectively hailed Spider-Woman's name. Is she also your friend? She appears quite impressive. Could you introduce me to her? Tony set down his glass, remarking, I believe you should learn from her, embracing justice. Rashia averted his gaze, stating calmly, upholding justice comes at a price. Isn't it the wicked who bear the cost? Being judged by justice and all that, Tony chuckled. Such notions are common in literary works. Do you wish to judge me? Rashia smiled. Before that, you must first defeat me, but it seems you currently lack the capability. It is time to disclose your intentions, Mr. Demon. Tony activated his wrist device, sending commands to Jarvis. Jarvis could fundamentally control the iron armor, such as targeting and launching the miniature missiles, ensuring that Tony would at least have means to retaliate should the demon initiate an attack. Tony had never been one to remain passive, although, should the demon discover his subtle maneuvers, it might escalate the situation. I am here seeking your assistance for a matter, or more accurately, a collaboration. Rashia tossed a USB drive towards Tony. Take a look. Tony received the USB with skepticism, doubting that he and the demon shared any common business interests. One was a CEO of a publicly traded company and a playboy, while the other was a criminal evading the New York police. Tony could not fathom any potential collaboration between them. Tony connected the USB drive to the computer at the bar, and upon opening it, he was astonished to discover the contents were blueprints and design parameters. The multifunctional spider suit, which I refer to as the first generation of the Iron Spider suit, contained intricate details and specifications, and I would grant you 1 week to complete its fabrication. The spider suit selected by Luo Xia was priced at 40,000 villain points in a marketplace, sufficient for him to upgrade the dragon talismans once, while the blueprints and materials for the spider suit required merely 7,500. At that moment, Luo Xia gazed thoughtfully at his system panel. Villain points, 50,927. Rabbit talisman LV8, requiring 16,500 villain points for upgrade to LV11. Dragon talisman LV6, requiring 225,000 villain points for upgrade to LV11. Fortunately, during the early narrative of Marvel, he did not encounter those formidable superheroes and villains. Presently, Luo Xia felt that the unsealed talisman power was adequate, and he harbored no urgent desire to enhance his strength through talisman upgrades. Although villain points were accrued swiftly, They were expended even more rapidly, and Luo Xia remained uncertain if the next talisman's unsealing would demand a greater expenditure of villain points, compelling him to be frugal. Purchasing the spider suit directly from a marketplace was certainly less advantageous than acquiring the blueprints and enlisting Tony's labor to produce the tangible item. Yet, whether Tony would be willing to undertake such labor was still a consideration for Luo Xia, as the current Tony lacked the capacity to refuse if he was unwilling. Luo Xia would simply compel him into agreement. Is all this you're doing? While I commend your ingenuity, I must regrettably decline this collaboration, Tony stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Luo Xia. For you possess nothing that intrigues me. This statement should have been delivered with calm composure, rather than with eyes aglow while examining the blueprints. Luo Xia smiled and replied, I understand that these blueprints and data are immensely beneficial to you. The spider suit boasts numerous exceptional features, and you can emulate these designs to enhance your subpar iron armor. Just this alone warrants sufficient compensation for your efforts in creating the spider suit. I concede that many of your ideas are brilliant, such as your defense system, which is truly a stroke of genius. However, I have no intention of copying. All right? Tony retorted, somewhat agitated. Moreover, my iron armor is by no means inferior. I am exceedingly satisfied with it, especially the Mark IV. I was just about to don it for a stroll, had it not been for your unexpected visit. Luo Xia merely smiled, choosing silence. I truly have no intention of copying your ideas, I assure you. Tony exclaimed, raising his hands. When you leave, you could destroy this computer, thus eliminating any trace of file browsing. And perhaps you could cast a spell to erase part of my memory, ensuring I won't replicate your designs. You are a demon, are you not? Such tasks should be trivial for you, I presume. Beyond the intrinsic value of the blueprints, I can propose a condition you cannot refuse, Luo Xia remarked coldly. And what might that be? Tony lacked the ability to read the room and continued. Money? You know I am a billionaire. Power? I'm afraid I have no interest in such things. It is your life. Luo Xia extended his hand, aiming at the assembled Mark IV armor beside him, illuminating a dragon-shaped pattern in his palm. Dragon Talisman, Explosive Fury. With all his might, Luo Xia activated the Dragon Talisman, unleashing a colossal pillar of dragon fire. The intense energy radiated through the air, and even Tony, not far away, felt a wave of searing heat. The explosives embedded in the armored suit detonated, instantly transforming the entire laboratory into a wasteland. Fortunately, the Mark IV was still in the testing phase and was not fully loaded with ammunition. Otherwise, the entire Stark Industries building would have been affected. As the flames and dust settled, the once pristine Mark IV lay in ruins. Half of its steel body melted away, and the wall behind it blasted open with a gaping hole. Luo Xia was quite satisfied with the power of the level 6 Dragon Talisman. He turned to the now speechless Tony. Tony's shock was overwhelming. After testing, he believed his armored suit could withstand demonic attacks. But who knew the last demon had held back? A mere strike had utterly destroyed the Mark IV's defense system, causing the internal ammunition to explode, leaving him reeling from the impact. However, after examining the schematic of the first-generation Iron Spider suit provided by the demon, he recognized that there were many areas in his suit that could be upgraded and improved. An upgraded armored suit would represent a qualitative leap, but he could not be certain whether he could contend with the demon after donning the enhanced armor. Tony could hardly fathom the nature of the demon, a formidable presence, coupled with the awe-inspiring design of the spider suit, which reflected the genius of its creators, requiring exceptional scientific talent and profound knowledge. He never believed that the schematics were pilfered from elsewhere. If they were, it could only be from a highly advanced alien civilization. For Tony considered himself unmatched in weapon design on Earth. The schematics contained many designs that did not currently exist in the market, showcasing technology at least several years ahead of global development. Tony was confident of this, for he was a top-tier scientist and inventor. And now, make your choice. Luo Xia quietly regarded Tony, knowing he had already gleaned the answer. The villain points on the system panel flickered rapidly, detecting Iron Man's intense fear. Villain points 400, 400. 400. Detecting Iron Man's mild anger. Villain points 200, 200, 200. Detecting Iron Man's severe anxiety. Villain points 300, 300, 300. The demon stood there, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of a dapper gentleman. Yet Tony felt an ominous threat of death looming over him. It seemed as if, in the next moment, the demon would raise his right hand and annihilate him with his formidable palm cannon. Cooperation. I cherish cooperation. It leads to a mutually beneficial outcome. Tony gulped down a strong drink to steady his nerves. I have previously mentioned that your ingenious designs in the blueprint have inspired me greatly, such as this web shooter, which boasts a plethora of intriguing features. Perhaps I shall incorporate 2 web shooters into the Mark V. especially since the meticulously crafted Mark IV has been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. He mused, swinging around the city could be rather exhilarating. Whoosh. Tony stumbled over his words, his usual eloquence faltering in the face of the terror he felt from the demon, a being that seemed to embody the unknown and fear itself. Yet, this reaction was entirely natural. Merely 2 months ago, he had not donned the Iron Man suit. He was simply a wealthy man reveling in indulgence. Now, even clad in armor, he had never aspired to be a hero. Very well, if you choose cooperation, we shall remain friends, Luo Xia remarked with a subtle threat. Of course, friends. You intend to gift this iron spider suit to your other friend, Spider-Woman, do you not? Tony inquired with playful curiosity. Otherwise, would I still need to cower within this armored shell? Luo Xia retorted. It appears not. Tony gritted his teeth, enduring the demon's mockery, especially since his own iron shell had been reduced to mere scrap. So do not entertain any thoughts of tampering with the spider suit. While it may not affect me, it would certainly incite my ire. 1 week's time. With that, Luo Xia turned and departed. As a friend, I must remind you that your health is in jeopardy. No, my friend, I assure you, I am in good health. Tony shouted at the retreating figure. As a demon, do not casually curse others. And have you given thought to compensating for the damage you caused in my laboratory? Luo Xia paused, and, as he turned back, Tony quickly added, just a little jest, my friend. As a billionaire, this minor loss is inconsequential. The demon continued his departure, and Tony opted for silence until J.A.R.V. notified him that the demon had left Stark Industries, allowing him to exhale in relief and wipe the sweat from his brow. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please schedule my personal checkup for tomorrow. At midnight, Luo Xia was jolted awake once more by a piercing ringtone. I assume you have something urgent. Miss Gwen, he grumbled into the phone, knowing without looking at the caller ID who it was. Luo Xia's social circle was rather limited. Few knew his number, and only Gwen would dare to disturb him at such an hour. You seem upset. Surely, you aren't already asleep at this early hour? Gwen softly uttered, well, being disturbed just as I fell asleep is indeed frustrating, but I did not intend to call at this hour. I have contemplated this for quite some time. As you know, some decisions are exceedingly challenging to make. You ought to address the reason for your call instead of rambling on about trivial matters. Roxas replied with a hint of exasperation. Is there something urgent you wish to share? Has Spider-Woman taken refuge in your home tonight? Has a demon come knocking? Or perhaps Mrs. Stacy will prepare sandwiches in the morning and advise me against purchasing breakfast from a convenience store? Regrettably, none of those, Gwen chuckled, sensing that Roxas was not genuinely upset. By the way, did you hear about Spider-Woman intercepting a runaway train today? There were hundreds of people on board, and she saved countless lives. She is truly remarkable. I saw it on television. But I also noticed that the train went out of control due to her battle with the Green Goblin, who ultimately escaped. Roxas replied somberly. It was merely an accident, and the fault lies with the malevolent Green Goblin, not with Spider-Woman, who upholds justice, Gwen assured. Moreover, she will undoubtedly capture the Green Goblin next time. Now, I have something to discuss, so please refrain from interrupting. All right, I am listening, Roxas responded. The reason I called tonight pertains to the upcoming graduation ball next week. Gwen endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though voicing these words required immense courage. Would you do me the honor of being my dance partner, Roxas? At our high school's final graduation ball? A brief silence enveloped the conversation, and Gwen was certain that she had not felt this tense even when facing the frenzied Green Goblin or intercepting the out-of-control train earlier that day. Do not tell me that you have been fretting about this until now, only to disturb my slumber for such a matter. I have not been fretting. I merely finished all my studies and work and decided to indulge in a bit of entertainment before sleep by calling you. You know how busy a top student can be, Gwen quickly retorted. And this is not a trivial matter. It is significant to me. Of course, if you have already accepted another invitation, then so be it, as many would gladly be my partner. Harry, Noah, William, Richard, Daniel, I accept your invitation. Roxas interrupted before Gwen could finish. I will be your dance partner. And are you certain about the multitude of names you just mentioned? I could have sworn I heard my name among them. It's merely a coincidence. Sharing a name is quite normal. Gwen, realizing something was amiss, stubbornly defended herself. Now, tomorrow afternoon after school, come to my house. I will tutor you, and after dinner, we can practice our dance steps. I shall guide you through them. As night descended, the auditorium of Midtown Tech Academy illuminated with splendor. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold the dazzling lights that exuded an air of opulence and extravagance. Undoubtedly, Midtown Technology is a prestigious academy in New York, predominantly attended by students of affluent backgrounds, many of whom are the progeny of political executives or wealthy merchants. For instance, Harry Osborn is the sole heir of the Osborn Group, while Gwen Stacy is the daughter of the chief of police of New York City. This elite institution places significant emphasis on its annual graduation ball, as it signifies a farewell to the students' high school years and a preparation for their ascent to higher education. This year's gala promises to be exceptionally opulent, sponsored by renowned corporations of New York, with the school and student organizations collaborating to ensure that every detail is executed to perfection, thereby creating indelible memories for all attendees. Upon entering the campus, students instinctively know to proceed towards the only illuminated building, characterized by its peculiar design and futuristic glass walls. On this extraordinary evening, the structure is aglow, radiating brilliance. The student council members, clad in formal black attire, stand in 2 lines at the entrance to welcome guests. Tonight's attendees comprise familiar classmates and invited faculty, engaging in brief conversations with acquaintances before gracefully returning to their positions. Each council member carries either a white handkerchief or a deep red rose in their suit pockets, their expressions and movements imbued with solemnity, yet betraying a hint of youthful naivete through their otherwise composed demeanor. Such a display does not daunt the affluent scions accustomed to high-profile events. Even when the student council rolls out the red carpet, they effortlessly intertwine arms with their companions, navigating through the crowd with ease. However, as is the case in any social setting, there exist those on the fringes, and this prestigious academy is no exception. Individuals like Gordon, who have not secured a dance partner, find themselves relegated to the periphery, reluctantly opting to enter through the back door after catching a glimpse of the grand affair from afar. Conversely, others at the lower strata, like Peter Parker, navigate the situation with greater aplomb. Peter has assumed the role of the ball as photographer, capturing the lavishly adorned venue, and now stands at the entrance, clicking the shutter as classmates pass by, each offering a self-assured smile for his lens. The roar of a supercar's engine reverberates through the night as a silver Aston Martin slices through the darkness like a gleaming sword. Pedestrians scatter in alarm, and as they prepare to unleash their ire, recognition of the driver prompts them to clench their fists and suppress their frustration. The supercar screeches to a halt, leaving 2 dark tire marks on the pavement, and as its speed diminishes, it skids sideways to a stop in the middle of the road. A keen-eyed student council member has already been waiting at the foot of the stairs. As the vehicle comes to a standstill, he leans in to open the door. Out steps a man clad in a black Armani suit, his smile a facade as he nods to the onlookers, adjusting his jacket to reveal a Constantine watch adorning his wrist. Harry Osborn was quite the center of attention at school, despite not being particularly well-liked. Many flocked to his side. Known as the Green Goblin, Harry was generous with his wealth, often bestowing crisp green dollar bills upon his entourage. As he navigated from the driver's seat to the passenger side, the door swung open to reveal a beautifully dressed young woman, Gloria Grant, one of Gwen's close friends. Tonight, she was fortunate enough to be Harry's dance partner, arriving at the venue in his luxurious sports car, basking in the envy of her peers, which greatly satisfied her vanity. Her face radiated with smiles. Harry escorted Gloria into the event, where the student council president promptly approached to exchange pleasantries. After all, the Osborn Group was one of the primary sponsors of the evening, and ensuring Harry's satisfaction was a key responsibility of the council president. The council member who had opened the door for Harry seamlessly transitioned into a valet, yet none looked down upon him for his servility. After all, the wealthy elite came in various tiers, and such individuals were adept at asserting their social standing. "Hey, Harry," and the lovely Gloria, "look at my lens," Peter called out from the entrance, camera in hand, leaning slightly forward. "Peter, long time no see." Harry greeted him warmly after he finished taking the photo, displaying far more enthusiasm than he had for the council president. "It has indeed been a while, Harry," Peter replied, his gaze fixed on the camera, not lifting his eyes. "You seem to have changed a bit. Is this a new style for the dance?" Harry remarked, observing Peter's flamboyant hairstyle and attire. "You look fantastic, by the way. Who's your dance partner? Mary Jane?" "No, I don't have a partner tonight," Peter smiled at Harry, his expression devoid of any embarrassment. "I'm not here to dance. I have other matters to attend to. Photography, perhaps? Well, that's of little consequence. I wish you a wonderful evening. That should be my line to you." Peter quirked an eyebrow, gesturing toward Gloria. "I wish you a splendid night." Harry suddenly appeared a tad bashful. "All right, you have indeed changed, Peter. You weren't this irreverent before." At the same moment, an old, dilapidated Ford meandered into the campus, eventually parking in a side spot outside the auditorium. Both doors swung open simultaneously, and Luo Xia and Gwen emerged, linked arm in arm as they made their way to the main entrance. Luo Xia donned a well-fitted black suit, devoid of any excessive embellishments. Unlike the other boys who styled their hair with meticulous elegance, slicked back with olive-scented pomade to a glossy sheen. Instead, he had simply washed his hair, dried it with a blow-dryer, and fashioned it casually, presenting a much more relaxed appearance. Gwen's attire was remarkably meticulous, adorned in a gown of shimmering silver embellished with crystals, complemented by a full set of custom jewelry crafted from gold and amethyst that sparkled under the streetlights. Her golden, flowing locks were impeccably styled, and she donned a pair of 10-centimeter Mary Jane heels. These details revealed the personalities of each individual and their attitudes toward the soiree. While Luo Xia was indifferent, Gwen placed considerable importance on the occasion. "You ought to round to the passenger side and open the door for me after we alight. That would be sufficiently gentlemanly," Gwen remarked with a smile, though her words were laced with discontent. "Is it possible that you could simply step out first?" Luo Xia retorted. "That's because I know you wouldn't open the door for me." Gwen snapped fiercely. As they reached the entrance, Luo Xia presented the formal invitation issued by the student council to each graduate invited to the ball. As dance partners, their names were inscribed on the same card: Ricardo M. Luo, Gwen Stacy. However, Luo Xia's simple act of handing over the invitation startled the student council officer, for Luo Xia had garnered quite a reputation in just a few weeks. Students seemed to associate him with violence, despite his not having bullied many. "Please come in, and may you have a splendid evening," the student officer announced as he opened the glass door. "Peter, would you take a picture of the two?" At that moment, Peter was absorbed in examining the camera screen, ignoring the officer's request, which left him feeling slightly irked. The student officer was among Gwen's many admirers, and Peter's disregard made him feel embarrassed in front of Gwen, even though she had never acknowledged him while holding on to her dance partner. "Peter, did you not hear me speak?" the officer pressed. "Never mind, we do not fancy photographs." Gwen interjected with a smile, then took Luo Xia's hand and led him into the venue. As Luo Xia was drawn along by Gwen, he instinctively glanced back at Peter, only to meet his gaze, which was icy and laced with a hint of cruelty. Luo Xia paused for a moment, then responded to Peter with a radiant smile. "If something were to transpire tonight, it would be delightful." A mundane ball was rather dreary, and Luo Xia welcomed the possibility of a little surprise and amusement. The venue exuded opulence, with every detail reflecting the organizer's meticulous care. The floor was polished to perfection, capable of reflecting the elegance of a young lady's gowns. On either side laid dining tables, laden with exquisite delicacies, cakes and pastries, as well as Wellington steak and Australian lobster. The large, crimson crustaceans rested upon ice, their backs open to reveal glistening white flesh that was undeniably appetizing. At this moment, not a single soul lingered by the dining table. Students gathered in clusters, each holding a flute filled with champagne, engaging in light conversation with familiar faculty members. This assembly of elite young individuals appeared to regard the school's graduation ball as a mere display of social status and influence. They exuded the charm of their predecessors, effortlessly showcasing their social prowess in any setting, whether it was mingling with new acquaintances or distributing their gilded business cards. At the forefront of the hall, a live orchestra was performing, each musician clad in formal attire, producing melodious strings that gracefully flowed from their fingertips. Despite their illustrious backgrounds of performing in renowned theaters, they approached this prestigious academy's graduation ball with the utmost seriousness, the conductor's every gesture precise, and each note from the musicians a heartfelt expression. In the center of the venue lay a grand dance floor, where, although the ball had yet to officially commence, some students were already dancing elegantly with their partners. They warmed up to the rhythm, gracefully spinning away as the music concluded, retrieving drinks from the waiters' trays before making their exit. At that moment, Harry and his partner, Glory, twirled on the dance floor, their movements fluid and harmonious, as though they had danced together for ages, despite it being their first time. As the music reached its climax, Glory executed a flawless 720-degree spin, and Harry bowed slightly, his right hand resting on his chest in a gesture of gratitude. A smattering of applause erupted from the audience, clearly appreciating their performance. With a beaming smile, Harry acknowledged the crowd with a slight bow, when suddenly, he was drawn to a distinct, resounding applause. Turning, he found his gaze not on the applauding individuals but on Gwen, who was elegantly attired for the evening. For a brief moment, Harry was taken aback, only to notice that Gwen was accompanied by Roxas. Although Roxas clapped, a hint of a cold smirk graced his lips, leaving Harry uncertain if it signified admiration or mockery. This was their first encounter, yet Harry had already heard whispers of Roxas's notorious reputation, certainly not for commendable reasons. It irked him that Gwen had declined his invitation to the ball in favor of Roxas's company. Was he truly outshined by that brute? However, he was not foolish enough to instigate a confrontation in such a setting. While he held disdain for those who wielded violence, He could not overlook Roxas's capacity for it. "Harry, what are you looking at?" Glory inquired. "It's Gwen. Let us go say hello." At that moment, unbeknownst to Harry, the two had drawn closer, with Roxas tilting his head to listen to Gwen's whispered words. "If you wish, you may approach her yourself," Harry replied coolly, turning to step aside. Glory, puzzled by his demeanor, could only follow in his wake. Her curiosity piqued. "I have attended many dances, spring balls, autumn galas, and welcome dances. Yet this graduation ball feels distinctly different, more formal, akin to the social soirees organized by my father at work," Gwen whispered. "Aren't they all essentially the same? What does it matter what the theme is, as long as we dance joyfully?" Roxas shrugged, acknowledging that for many, the intent does not lie in the dance itself. "You are absolutely right, as long as we revel in the dance." Gwen nodded in agreement, hoping you would perform to the best of your abilities, just as we practiced at my home. "It should be no problem, so can we make our way to the dining area now?" Roxa leaned closer to Gwen's ear, expressing that in her view, engaging in mundane conversations while holding a glass of wine seemed rather tedious. It would be far better to indulge in a few lobsters while we have the time. As time passed, the venue gradually filled with guests, and under the announcement of the orchestra's dance tunes, the graduation ball officially commenced. Men and women twirled together in harmony, and Roxa embraced Gwen, their eyes locked in a tender gaze as they danced a tango. The atmosphere in the ballroom was palpable, with the gentlemen in their sleek black suits and the ladies in elegant white gowns mingling together as various fragrances wafted through the air. The polished black shoes of the gentlemen and the silvery high heels of the ladies tapped lightly against the floor, the reflective surface mirroring the opulent decor and classic crystal chandeliers, while the swirling skirts occasionally obscured the lights. In that moment, every gaze was profoundly deep, akin to the unfathomable depths of the ocean, save for Roxa, who remained blissfully indifferent. "Do remember not to step on my shoes," Gwen kindly reminded. "Please, I am no novice," Roxa retorted with mild annoyance. "At my home, an inexperienced dancer once stepped on my shoes." As the music transitioned, the students moved in sync to the rhythm, their steps perfectly aligned, as if taught by a single instructor. The style shifted smoothly from a grand waltz to the Argentine tango masterpiece, Por una Cabeza, by Carlos Gardel. Suddenly, the dancers' expressions and movements became exuberant. Their gazes towards their partners were either sharp or focused, embodying a sense of pride as they danced to this noble piece. As the tango came to an end, the final notes resonated through a somber piano solo, and while the other girls came to a halt, Gwen did not. Roxa instinctively raised her hand high, and Gwen reached for her strength, relying on her as a pivot for their spin. Should either falter, Gwen would tumble like an unbalanced top. The concluding 360-degree turn was often fraught with errors during their practice at Gwen's home. Yet Roxa always managed to catch the falling Gwen in her embrace. Yet Gwen was never lacking in courage. Even after numerous falls, she executed a move during the formal ball that captivated the entire audience. As she twirled, her golden hair danced in the air, while Luo Xia's dark silhouette remained steadfast, as if they had rehearsed this moment for years. The silver gown billowed, refracting a kaleidoscope of light, and the glimmering silver on her shoes sparkled as the rhythmic sound of her heels striking the floor formed a rapid tempo. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to Gwen, who was performing the final dance at the center of the ballroom, captivating not only the dancers who had ceased their movements, but also the waitstaff and musicians at the periphery. As the last note of the piano solo resonated, Luo Xia, composed and at the focal point of attention, gently grasped Gwen's delicate hand, her timing impeccable as she completed her movement. She faced Luo Xia and gracefully sank into a curtsy, her gown cascading like a blooming flower. Suddenly, applause erupted, seemingly igniting a wildfire of appreciation that engulfed the duo. On a curved staircase leading to the second floor, a student, disregarding appearances, sat with a cold gaze, clutching a camera tightly as he observed this scene unfold. Before the formal ball had even commenced, those uninvited had discreetly retreated to the corners of the venue. He was among them. The grand crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, yet under its brilliance, his austere visage twisted into a grotesque expression, the veins in his neck becoming pronounced as if something were attempting to break free from beneath his skin. In a most radiant light, Luo Xia remained unperturbed, even as the most beautiful and enchanting figure twirled, halted, and bowed before him. It seemed that in this haughty waltz, he was the one who looked down upon all. Luo Xia extended a hand and helped Gwen rise. Amidst the resounding applause, he led her away from the dance floor, maneuvering past elegantly attired dancers. Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed. The orchestra's style shifted abruptly. The piano transformed from a graceful melody into a vibrant rock anthem. morphing the high society ball into a night of revelry as students nodded in rhythm, with many joining the dance floor in celebration. Yet, the lively atmosphere was short-lived. Suddenly, those near the window spotted several objects the size of tennis balls streaking across the night sky. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted from outside, sending shockwaves that scattered shards of glass, piercing countless bodies and eliciting cries of agony. The rock music ceased abruptly, replaced by the sound of glass fragments cascading to the ground, while screams echoed throughout the dance floor. Once again, several bombs were hurled through the window, and the students, caught off guard and unable to flee, were torn apart in an instant, blood splattering in the chaos. Panic and fear spread through the crowd as the students finally reacted, scrambling in every direction. "What has happened?" exclaimed Gwen. "I am uncertain," replied Luo Xia, his face momentarily reflecting astonishment before he quickly regained his composure, guiding Gwen along the wall. It appeared that an unfortunate incident had transpired at the ball. Someone intended to instigate a terror attack at the Noble Academy. That seems likely, given the prevalence of campus shootings in New York, but regardless, we must vacate this place swiftly, Luo Xia insisted, forcefully kicking aside a student who was carelessly about to collide with him. Gwen, being pulled along, furrowed her brow and glanced back toward the window. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic screams and cries, she discerned a fit of maniacal laughter, one that resonated with an unsettling familiarity. In the glow of the streetlight, she spotted a bat-winged aircraft, from which a green figure gradually descended from the floor-to-ceiling window. It was the Green Goblin. Her eyes widened in shock. There was no time to ponder why the Green Goblin would launch a terror attack on Midtown Tech Academy. But as she observed her classmates lying in pools of blood and the frantic figures rushing toward the emergency exit, she realized she had to take action. Abruptly, Gwen broke free from Luo Xia's grasp. He turned to her calmly, showing no sign of surprise. "Luo Xia, you should follow them to a safe location. I will exit through another route," she declared, quickly embracing him. It was undeniably strange, but time was of the essence, and she insisted, "Just trust me. We can discuss it later." With that, Gwen pushed Luo Xia away, calling back, "See you soon." Throughout the entire exchange, Luo Xia remained silent. As Gwen turned to navigate against the flow of people, she glanced back upon reaching the corner, seeing Luo Xia standing still, watching her with a serene gaze. She hesitated momentarily, yet resolutely turned away. This seemed to be nothing more than a mere terror attack. The Green Goblin wreaked havoc with a singular aim: to obliterate everything. This time, the Green Goblin had learned from past experiences and came well-equipped with ample ammunition, allowing him to hurl bombs into the crowd without concern for repercussions. Bombs, resembling green monsters, tumbled to the ground, detonating with such force that they shattered the floor, transforming the opulent venue into a desolate ruin. The ground was smeared with a mixture of drinks and blood, the crowd trampling over it, leaving behind a trail of footprints amidst the cacophony of wails. Unfortunate students trapped at the back were flung away by the explosions, and the panicked crowd surged chaotically, leading to a stampede at the exit, further delaying their escape. What a delightful ball this was. The Green Goblin cackled maniacally as he hurled several bombs into the throng. Two strands of webbing shot from the side, expertly ensnaring the bombs, which arced gracefully through the air before hurtling back toward the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin deftly maneuvered his flying device, effortlessly evading capture, while Spider-Woman astonishingly arrived at the scene within a minute, an outcome that did not surprise him. In fact, he even displayed a knowing smirk. The crisis of identity revelation loomed large. Gwen gazed upon the ruins of the venue and the lifeless body of a former classmate. Her voice filled with fury as she declared, "You are nothing but a madman. You shall pay for this." "Thank you for your compliment," the Green Goblin replied, gracefully placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. "Your anger is entirely justified. After all, I have interrupted your prom, the farewell dance of your high school days. So how shall I address you? Spider-Woman, or perhaps Gwen Stacy?" Beneath her spider mask, Gwen's face was etched with shock. She reassured herself that she had not mistakenly donned the wrong suit in her panic, yet she could not fathom how he recognized her. This astonishment momentarily halted her assault. Being Spider-Woman was a badge of honor, yet it also entailed greater peril, especially now that the malevolent Green Goblin had discerned her true identity. She was utterly at a loss as to how dire the situation had become. The last time she faced a crisis of identity revelation was when a demon forcibly removed her mask, plunging her into days of terror. Yet, she found solace in the fact that the demon seemed oblivious to her existence as a street hero. "What are you talking about?" Gwen managed to suppress her panic and questioned. "Ha ha!" The Green Goblin laughed maniacally. "You should glance in the mirror and behold your own reflection, like a hapless little rabbit. You are a superhero, An idol in the eyes of many citizens, Miss Gwen. Gwen shot a web to the ceiling, propelling herself towards the Green Goblin in an aggressive advance. She had no desire for discourse. Such words were futile. Instead, she resolved to silence him through action. Over a month ago, at Oscorp Tower, you were bitten by a mutated spider in the Biocable Development Lab, thereby acquiring superhuman strength. The Green Goblin continued to evade her strikes while controlling his glider. Gwen paid him no heed, engaging him directly in combat. After he broke free, she swung on her web to pursue him relentlessly. You are truly fortunate. Each of those radioactive spiders harbors deadly venom. Even those subjected to the spider serum do not survive, yet you remain unscathed. Shut up, Gwen retaliated, swinging a punch at the Green Goblin's head. He sidestepped, launching a bomb in response. With agility, Gwen caught the bomb and secured it to the Green Goblin with her webbing, then kicked him, using the recoil to distance herself. Boom! The bomb detonated, unleashing a cacophony of sound as the Green Goblin soared out from the dust on his glider. After learning from his previous defeat, he had fortified his green armor, augmenting his ammunition reserves and significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. It is far from adequate to describe the situation as mere luck. Not only have you survived, but you have also become the embodiment of justice in the eyes of the citizens. The Green Goblin smiled, asking, "How does it feel to be a hero? What is it like to swing between the towering skyscrapers with your web?" Gwen did not respond. Instead, she seized a heavy dining table with her web and hurled it violently at the Green Goblin. The reason Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, sought to uncover the identity of Spider-Woman was straightforward. By obtaining her genetic sample, he could potentially resolve the toxicity issues associated with the spider serum. Thus, the serum could address the hereditary ailments plaguing the Osborn family, despite his own condition being resolved. However, he had a son, Harry Osborn, and, as a father, he felt compelled to consider these matters. Norman, utilizing the documentation left by his deceased subordinate, Reddy, along with his own investigations, ultimately fixated his suspicions on Gwen. In truth, he should have ambushed her on her way to and from school. Such a plan would have been more prudent. Yet, during the graduation dance at the prestigious high school, the thrill of fear added to his enjoyment. It seemed reasonable for the parents of the students to attend the graduation ball, did it not? The Green Goblin continuously hurled bombs, cackling maniacally. "You cannot defeat me, you pitiful little spider." With a swift kick, Gwen propelled herself towards the Green Goblin's head, causing him to stagger backward until he collided with the wall, losing control of his flying apparatus, which crashed nearby. The Green Goblin slowly rose, crimson blood trickling down his scalp, igniting his fury. "I will kill you, Gwen Stacy, after tonight." Amidst the chaos, a fierce battle unfolded, while on the second-floor attic. Peter stared in astonishment at the scene. "Gwen? Spider-Woman?" He repeated the names fervently, as if trying to crush something within. Suddenly, a sharp spider leg protruded from his back, piercing through a nearby iron railing. In an instant, his shabby suit tore apart, revealing 8 spider legs sprouting from his back, and his head grotesquely transformed into that of a spider, rotating 180 degrees. Those spider legs clung to the vertical wall as his body began to move upside down along its surface. While Gwen grappled with the Green Goblin, she executed a somersault to evade his attack and turned to smash a chair over his head. Just as she prepared to continue her assault, her movements abruptly halted. The spider sense alarmed her, and without hesitation, she leaped away from her position. At that very moment, a figure descended from the ceiling, crashing onto the spot where she had just stood, its 8 spider legs piercing deeply into the floor. It was the Spider Beast, the very creature Gwen had encountered in Queens that night. Could it be connected to the Green Goblin? However, Gwen swiftly dismissed this notion. The Green Goblin was startled by the sudden appearance of the spider orc, prompting him to hastily throw 2 bombs, allowing his aircraft to whisk him away. The spider orc, without a glance back, deftly intercepted the thrown bombs with its agile spider legs, as if striking a baseball. The spider orc then turned and charged towards Gwen, its intentions clear and undeterred by any interference. In an instant, Gwen was overwhelmed. Dealing with one Green Goblin was already a formidable challenge. And now, there was an unexpected spider orc. She knew she could not withstand this alone, especially with the Green Goblin lurking nearby, watching her every move. As Gwen evaded the spider orc's attacks, she glanced towards the venue, relieved to see that all surviving classmates had evacuated. She too should retreat, or she might truly meet her demise this night. Gwen shot out a web to grasp the window ledge, but just as she prepared to leap outside, the Green Goblin lunged at her from the side. Gwen instinctively propelled herself upwards, clinging to the ceiling. "Is this also your foe? Shall I notify your police father for assistance?" The Green Goblin mocked. In her pink battle suit, Gwen leaped back to evade the Green Goblin's strike, her body gliding across the smooth floor. At that moment, the spider-orc charged in, its sharp spider legs relentlessly stabbing towards Gwen. Fortunately, her speed was remarkable, and with the help of her spider senses, she narrowly escaped. "Let me devour you," the spider-orc hissed menacingly. "No one can escape the likes of us." Gwen ascended the wall, her pulse quickening. "Who are you?" To her astonishment, this spider creature was familiar with Roxas. This revelation heightened Gwen's anxiety. The spider-orc remained silent, scaling the wall with alarming speed, closing in on her. Caught in the crossfire of both foes, Gwen found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to hold her ground. Under the relentless pursuit of the two, she soon sustained injuries. If this were a street fight, she might have managed with ease. But the vast, empty venue was not in her favor. Suddenly, amidst the skirmish, Gwen heard a piercing sound from outside the window. The unmistakable noise of an object slicing through the air at high speed. Frowning, she peered outside, her heart racing. Could a third malevolent adversary emerge at Midtown Tech Academy tonight? Surely, it couldn't worsen than this. With a resounding crash, a pink, oval-shaped spacecraft shattered through another floor-to-ceiling window and barreled directly towards Gwen. What in the world? Gwen quickly swung her web to evade. The spacecraft, outfitted with an arc pulse thruster at its rear, maneuvered with surprising precision, homing in on Gwen as she moved. Bewildered, Gwen stared at the approaching vessel. This did not resemble a missile or any form of lethal weapon. Who would paint a bomb pink? This scene left the Green Goblin momentarily stunned as he stood upon his glider, watching Gwen flee in a frenzy throughout the room. The spider-orc relentlessly pursued her, resembling a beast fixated on its prey, unwilling to relent until it either clamped down on her throat or exhausted itself in the chase. Suddenly, a wave of sound surged through the air, prompting the Green Goblin to turn his gaze towards the window, where a red and yellow figure gradually emerged. His pupils narrowed in recognition. He had identified the newcomer. Following his encounters with both the demon and Spider-Woman, the Green Goblin had meticulously investigated the superhuman entities in New York, and this individual clad in crimson and gold armor was quite renowned. While he did not operate as a vigilante on the streets, he had notably dismantled several terrorist camps, earning him the moniker of Iron Man among online communities. "Greetings, Mr. Green Goblin," Iron Man declared, extending his hand. After a brief moment of energy accumulation, he unleashed a repulsor blast. The force of the blast sent the Green Goblin crashing into the wall, halting only after the glider spiraled out of control, shattering several floor tiles. Iron Man glided into the venue, observing the farcical misunderstanding with a hand on his forehead. "Pardon the interruption, Miss Spider-Woman. That entity pursuing you is not a weapon, but rather the first-generation Iron Spider Suit's transport pod. If you pause for a moment, it will confirm its identity and automatically equip you with the suit," Iron Man explained. "A gift from Mr. Goblin. Please sign for its receipt." Gwen noticed Iron Man standing at the center of the venue. He was recognized online as a superhero aligned with the forces of justice. Iron Man's popularity soared, with expert bloggers analyzing that his power stemmed solely from the armor he donned, implying that an ordinary individual could also become a superhero by wearing a suit tailored by Iron Man. Though Gwen had never directly interacted with him, she chose to trust Iron Man, possibly due to their shared allegiance to justice. After repelling the Spider-Orc once more, Gwen remained still, observing the swiftly approaching transport pod, which indeed hovered before her. "What is the first-generation Iron Spider Suit?" Gwen inquired, perplexed. "Why would the goblins send me this?" "Apologies, Miss Spider, but my duties do not encompass answering your queries. I am solely responsible for manufacturing and transporting the suits. For any post-purchase inquiries, please consult the goblin," Iron Man shrugged. The transport pod emitted infrared rays, scanning Gwen from head to toe. Beep. Spider-Woman, identity confirmed. The pink pod opened, its exterior shedding away as the deployment sequence for the suit was activated, and a pink iron suit rapidly conformed to Gwen's form. "Why is it pink?" Gwen questioned. The goblin's designs did not specify the color. Iron Man, somewhat bemused, replied, "Thus, I took the liberty of painting the suit pink." Is there a girl in the world who does not adore the color pink? As Iron Man's voice faded, an explosion hurled him aside. It was the Green Goblin. To think someone could casually chat after knocking him down was an utter affront. He commanded his glider to incessantly fire Green Goblin bombs, intent on eliminating the figure concealed beneath the metal. Meanwhile, the Iron Spider suit enveloped Gwen completely, the helmet sealing shut. In mere seconds, the armor was donned. Not every girl favors the hue of pink. Gwen gazed at the 3D display before her, momentarily entranced, as the voice of the integrated combat assistant resonated within her helmet. A warning from her spider sense alerted her. and she adeptly evaded the onslaught of the spider-orc's attacks. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shoot webbing, only to find herself launching a capture net. The multifunctional web shooter was set to default, targeting biological entities with nets. The female voice of the assistant chimed in her helmet. Could technology truly be this advanced? Gwen mused, somewhat dumbfounded. Regrettably, the capture net proved ineffective against the spider-orc, who swiftly severed the web with his sharp hind legs upon realizing the trap. The spider-orc engaged Gwen in another struggle, and she continued to deftly avoid his strikes. Suddenly, Gwen made a surprising discovery. Her iron suit could withstand the razor-sharp legs of the spider-orc. In an instant, she adjusted her combat strategy. During their scuffle, Gwen shot webbing to obscure the spider-orc's vision, then reached out to grasp one of the legs protruding from his back, exerting all her strength to snap it. The spider-orc roared in a frenzy. Though enraged, the injury seemed trivial, especially as the severed leg began to regenerate rapidly. Donning the ironclad armor rendered the spider-orc incapable of inflicting harm upon Gwen. Despite the suit's formidable defensive capabilities, its enhancement to Gwen's attacks was minimal. And facing the spider-orc's remarkable regenerative abilities proved exceedingly challenging for her. The battle within the venue escalated to a fever pitch, with no one knowing how it would ultimately unfold. "Your armor is utterly inadequate," Iron Man proclaimed, unleashing another repulsor blast that sent the Green Goblin flying. Had they not been indoors, he would have employed more lethal weaponry to swiftly conclude the conflict. The Green Goblin's armor exhibited substantial resilience. As he soared from the debris to charge at Iron Man once more, Harry leaned against the wall on the spiral staircase, the lighting in the venue dim, barely illuminating the fierce clash between four individuals endowed with superhuman strength. "Iron Man is here too?" Harry murmured, struggling to comprehend that Gwen was indeed Spider-Woman. The ferocity of the battle between the Green Goblin and Iron Man was intense, and it was only a matter of time before a bomb might be hurled in his direction. After observing for a while, Harry prepared to make his escape. As Harry turned and took a step, he suddenly froze in place. At the end of the spiral staircase, a white figure stood at the apex of a loft, illuminated by the emergency lights. Harry discerned that face, a chilling visage reminiscent of a demonic mask. Instinctively, he recoiled, his body swaying precariously, in a moment of disorientation. He nearly lost his footing, narrowly avoiding a fall down the staircase thanks to the wall behind him. It was indeed a demon, the fifth individual endowed with superhuman strength, gathered at Central City Technology Academy. In that instant, Harry found himself in a dilemma. A demon blocked his path ahead, while the Green Goblin and Iron Man clashed in battle behind him. He could only stand and observe. The demon, clad in a pristine white suit, stood straight behind the railing, his black hair seemingly aglow. The mask fitted seamlessly over his face, and a lace handkerchief adorned with rhinestones graced his collar, his expression an inscrutable blend of anger and indifference. Suddenly, the demon moved, striding toward a severely damaged speaker nearby. Harry recognized it. The speaker had originally been downstairs, hurled by Spider-Woman at the airborne Green Goblin, and after the goblin evaded, it had soared up to the loft. Luo Xia reached out to tap the speaker, and a faint light flickered to life. Under the restorative power of the magical runes, the speaker gradually regained its former glory. Harry watched in astonishment at this defiance of scientific principles. Yet, given the demon's existence, the surreal events unfolding before him did not seem entirely implausible. The demon tinkered with the speaker, which first blared pulsating DJ music. Frowning, he switched tracks. The next was a soothing pop melody. The demon continued to change songs until he settled on Poor Una Cabeza. Harry silently admired the demon's taste. Perhaps he had seen Scent of a Woman or Schindler's List. Who could say? Once the song was selected, the demon descended the stairs. Harry cursed his misfortune as the demon chose the same side of the spiral staircase to descend. Luo Xia, meanwhile, walked down while surveying the battlefield below, his expression impassive. Suddenly, he shifted half a step toward the staircase, facing Harry directly, and with a swift kick, he struck out, his face remaining as unperturbed as a still pond. Harry cried out in pain, losing his balance and tumbling down the staircase, his head colliding with the railing, blood streaming from a wound. At that moment, the Green Goblin was hurled away by an explosion, tumbling to the ground beside Harry. Dazed, Harry struggled to open his eyes, only to behold the terrifying mask of the Green Goblin looming before him. Clutching his head, he painfully rolled to the side, coming to rest against the wall. In that instant, he recalled the image of the Green Goblin hurling bombs into the crowd. Was he destined to perish at the hands of this madman? Fortunately, the Green Goblin did not attack him, even as Harry clearly perceived the intense fury reflected in the goblin's eyes. The green demon rose, leaping onto the bat-winged aircraft, charging towards the demon on the stairs. Luo Xia tightened his wrist, his right hand opened, and a dragon-shaped totem was illuminated. 3 crimson pillars of flame shot forth in succession, tracing arc-like trajectories through the air before striking the green demon's chest. Boom! Over the past few days, Luo Xia had upgraded the Dragon Talisman to level 7. The enhanced talisman not only exhibited greater power, but also diversified its methods of attack, which Luo Xia had gradually mastered through diligent study. The green demon endured the onslaught of the Dragon Talisman, nearly losing the ability to move. His chest plate shattered, revealing a gruesome wound beneath. Harry observed as the demon, struggling to rise, leaned against the wall, yet this time, the demon ignored him. "Good evening, Mr. Demon," Tony remarked appreciatively. "Your attire tonight is quite tasteful. And this piece of music, if I recall correctly, it seems we are at a ball. Are you here to attend as well? Remember, if you're at a ball, you should bring a partner, though dancing solo is also an option. I specifically chose an elegant piece, but regrettably, it hasn't altered your loquacious nature." Luo Xia replied coolly. A piercing siren wailed from outside, prompting Tony to stretch lazily. It's time to bring this to an end. He raised his arm, aiming at the battling spider-orc nearby, and a miniature missile launched from his arm. "Jarvis, activate the dynamic tracking targeting system." Tony shouted, "Hey, get out of the way, Miss Spider." Gwen's spider sense also alerted her, and she swiftly shot out webbing to propel herself aside as a miniature missile zipped past her, hurtling directly towards the spider-orc. Boom! The entire structure trembled, and the crystal chandelier above the spider-orc quaked violently before shattering and crashing down. Whoosh! At a critical moment, Gwen shot out webbing, pulling him from the debris. The severely injured spider-orc had succumbed to unconsciousness, his 8 grotesque spider legs retreating back into his back, drenched in blood. "Let me see who you are." Gwen was still perplexed about the spider-orc's identity. "Oh, I almost forgot to remove your mask." Iron Man approached the green demon, lying in a pool of blood, clad in counterfeit armor. Even his title was a counterfeit. "Peter Parker?" Gwen exclaimed in astonishment as she approached the bloodied spider-orc. She recalled the afternoon when she and Luo Xia had unexpectedly encountered Peter exacting revenge on Fleischer in the corridor. In that moment, she sensed a feral essence within him. Yet, it was difficult for her to reconcile this with her memories of Peter. Despite his frailty, had always embodied a sense of justice, such as his willingness to help fellow victims of bullying like Gordon. Now, however, Peter had transformed into a spider-orc, attacking her, and she found it hard to believe all of this. Norman Osborn? On the other side, Tony, having removed the mask of the Green Goblin, was utterly astonished. As a prominent billionaire in New York, Tony was quite familiar with Norman. They often encountered each other at various galas and events. Although they had little personal connection, their faces were recognized. It was difficult for Tony to reconcile the frail, elderly figure before him with the Green Goblin, who wreaked havoc by hurling bombs on the streets of New York. What if one day you were to discover that the notorious terrorist unmasking before you bore the visage of your own father? Harry had never envisioned such a dramatic scenario. It had unfolded right before his eyes. "Dad?" Harry's face was a portrait of disbelief. The most shocked individual in the room, aside from Harry, who sat in the corner beneath the stairs, was unable to fathom that his father, Norman Osborn, was indeed the Green Goblin, the criminal who instigated chaos and terror, provoking public loathing and disdain, was his very own father. In an instant, Harry was engulfed in profound shock and mental turmoil. Harry's birth had weakened his mother, Emily, leading to her untimely demise after a prolonged illness. Devastated, Norman transformed into a cold father, either disdainfully belittling Harry or furiously berating him. Consequently, much of Harry's early life was spent desperately seeking his father's approval, only to be met with scorn. Deep down, Harry held a profound admiration for his father, yet now, everything had shattered like fragile glass. The world had become utterly insane. A super-rich individual personally engaged in slaughtering citizens and instigating destruction. Tony mused to himself. Yet, in some respects, he could comprehend Norman's plight. Perhaps he had grown weary of his opulent lifestyle and yearned for spiritual fulfillment. However, it was evident that he had veered off course, deriving his joy from the suffering of others. Suddenly, Tony turned to the goblin. "Beneath your demonic mask, could you also be a super-wealthy heir or a corporate magnate? Who knows? One must seek their own truths. You may attempt to unmask me." Luo Xia replied with a faint smile. "Now that you are clad in the upgraded iron armor, you must feel quite confident." Tony had indeed entertained the thought of defeating the goblin, unmasking him, and exposing his true identity to the public, to see if he would dare continue his rampage through New York. Of course, Tony was aware of the goblin's formidable strength. His confidence in overcoming him stemmed from the enhanced Mark V armor. The Mark V suit not only incorporated the advantages and manufacturing experience of the Mark IV, but also absorbed the strengths of the first-generation Iron Spider suit, resulting in significant upgrades in both defense and energy output systems. Clad in the Iron Armor Mark V and activating Jarvis' combat assistance program tailored for the goblin, Tony felt emboldened to confront and defeat the malevolent figure. However, now that Luo Xia has exposed him, Tony's heart begins to race. The demon, so audacious, must possess numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed. Moreover, the enhancement of his Mark V armor is attributable to the demon schematics. Suddenly, Tony recalls the Mark IV, which was reduced to scrap metal by Luo Xia's palm cannon in the Stark Industries building. It serves as a cautionary tale. He cannot ascertain whether his own attempt with the Mark V would meet the same fate. Haha, with no one to echo his laughter, Tony can only manage an awkward chuckle. It is an amusing jest, yet I harbor no interest in the visage beneath your mask. Even if you are handsome, what does it matter? My preferences are indisputable. Luo Xia casts a glance his way, remaining silent, prompting Tony to continue his forced laughter. Well then, shall we call it a night? Tony resolves to make his exit. How to deal with the teenage spider creature and the elderly, super-rich green goblin. The police are just outside. I suggest we let Miss Spider deliver them to the authorities, as she is quite familiar with them. A silence envelopes the venue, with no response forthcoming. Although Tony speaks with enthusiasm, he fails to notice the heavy expressions on Gwen's face and the serene countenance of Luo Xia, who is absorbed in the waltz drifting through the air. The melody of Por una cabeza has reached its crescendo, with the piano intertwining with the passionate ascent of the strings. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dance, the demon raises his hands and begins to dance. He slowly closes his eyes, his expression solemn and dignified, executing each step with meticulous precision, as if he truly embraces an extraordinary partner. The demon's white garments whirl around him, the sound of his heels striking the floor, forming a rhythmic cadence. His dance is graceful, yet oddly, as Tony observes this scene, he feels an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. Despite the demon's exquisite movements, he perceives no hint of artistry. All he feels is an eerie sense of dread. Why the urgency? The climax has only just begun. Luo Xia opens his eyes and states, I have never regarded them with any seriousness, be they the spider creature, the green goblin, or the police outside. Thus, how could they possibly affect our mood? Apologies, Mr. Demon, but it seems I must hasten back tonight. My assistant, Miss Potts, is awaiting my return to report on her work. Tony rambles on, As a super-rich individual, I am often quite busy, and Miss Potts possesses a rather fiery temperament, as unpredictable as a little chili pepper. If I am late, I fear I shall receive a tongue lashing. Then next time, we can invite Miss Potts to the ball. The demon replies coolly, not even deigning to glance at Tony, sending a shiver down his spine. Well, upon further reflection, I find I have no pressing matters tonight. Let her wait until tomorrow morning. I can keep you company until dawn. Tony adjusts his tie with a flourish. So what shall we do now? Engage in a shootout with the police, perhaps? Shall I summon a few Hollywood starlets for you? I might need you to keep silent. Roxas disregarded him and moved towards Peter's direction, casting a glance at Gwen, who had been lingering at the periphery. Since the demon's arrival, Gwen had remained mute. It was not out of hatred for the demon or a desire to avoid interaction, but rather because she was overwhelmed with questions she longed to pose to him, yet felt at a loss for where to begin. Why had the demon appeared here so suddenly? What motivated him to gift her a steel spider suit, one that fit her so perfectly? How could he possibly know her measurements? However, now Gwen stood between the demon and Peter, and as she observed the demon approaching, a chilling realization washed over her. He must intend to kill Peter. The demon acted without restraint, completely unconcerned for the consequences. He traversed the thin line between justice and malevolence, as if bound neither by the definitions nor constraints of either. He operated solely based on his whims. Just as on that fateful night at the Platinum Hotel, when the demon brutally dispatched several heinous criminals, an act that, while extreme, appeared to serve justice. Yet, he also murdered 3 innocent employees at Oscorp, individuals with no criminal records whatsoever. That was sheer murder, and the demon remained indifferent, even leaving his signature mark behind. Gwen's presence obstructed his path, prompting Roxas to halt his advance. He was not accustomed to detours. Good evening, Mr. Demon. Long time no see. It seems you haven't encountered any kidnapping cases or ill-mannered drivers lately. Gwen's remarks stemmed from the demon's recent absence from online discourse. There had been no tweets from citizens recounting encounters with him that sparked public intrigue. In truth, over the past few days, Gwen had been preoccupied with dance practice alongside Roxas, resulting in his late returns home and a significant reduction in outings. Gwen's attempt at conversation felt like a stalling tactic, though it also seemed to squander time. No one could impede the demon, neither Iron Man nor the police outside. What I truly wish to express is my gratitude for the suit, but why have you bestowed it upon me? Mr. Demon, this steel suit is far too precious for me to accept. As she spoke, Gwen began to remove the armored suit. Although shedding its protective layers left her feeling vulnerable in the demon's presence, the snug black and white bodysuit beneath afforded her a measure of comfort. Gwen had felt a twinge of confusion when Iron Man mentioned that the suit was a gift from the demon. She and the demon had never been allies, and their relationship was decidedly adversarial. Would enemies truly exchange weapons and ammunition? Was the demon attempting to entice her, persuading her to join his ranks? Yet, the demon was known for his solitary nature. Or was it a gesture of unreciprocated kindness? Could the demon truly be so benevolent? Nonetheless, Gwen understood that if the demon wished to harm her, he would not need to resort to such a convoluted method involving the suit. She was acutely aware of her own inadequacy in confronting him, especially since he was already privy to her true identity beneath the Spider-Woman mask. I had thought you approached me with the intention of sharing a dance, Luo Xia remarked nonchalantly. If you find this battle attire unappealing, you may discard it beside the 11th tree on the left at the entrance. This is not an act of moral coercion. It is merely a fact that this suit was tailored specifically for you. Others who don it merely encase themselves in a cumbersome shell, provided they can indeed wear it. With my abilities, I require no enhancement from external sources. I apologize, but I have a dance partner tonight, and it is not you. Gwen momentarily found herself at a loss for words. You seem quite familiar with this institution. Did you also graduate from Midtown Tech? She inquired, having noticed upon entering. Luo Xia raised his right hand, the dragon totem pulsating with energy. Now, please step aside. I must purify this grotesque spider. Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. Her suspicions were confirmed. No, Mr. Demon, you cannot do this. She insisted, resolutely obstructing his path. She trembled slightly before his raised hand, fully aware of the horror that accompanied his attacks. Though she had shed the formidable iron spider suit, she remained undeterred. There were myriad reasons for her steadfastness. Peter Parker had always been her classmate, and she could not bear to witness a demon take the life of someone she knew. Even though the current incarnation of Peter had become a monster, having attacked her twice and even attempted to kill her, one could not forget the Peter who had once embodied justice. While he lacked the formidable might of Luo Xia, capable of easily defeating bullies, he had always been courageous in assisting others. Gwen was uncertain of what had transpired to bring about Peter's fall and instill animosity towards her. Yet she believed he deserved a chance for redemption. At the very least, since his transformation into a monster, he had not committed any unforgivable acts. He had not harmed innocent civilians nor caused destruction or mass casualties. His transgressions did not warrant a death sentence. For these reasons, Gwen could not simply stand by and watch as the demon extinguished Peter's life, much like her instinct to aid innocent bystanders. The thought of such an event occurring would burden her with guilt for a long time. Miss Spider, you appear rather overconfident, the demon observed, standing his ground. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? No, I did not intend to provoke your wrath. Gwen's complexion paled. Peter was not an irredeemable criminal, nor had he committed grievous offenses. Perhaps turning him over to the authorities would be a more prudent choice. Should we not take a moment to regain our composure? Tony interjected, clearing his throat. Mr. Demon and Miss Spider, let us all remain calm. This piece is so elegant, profound yet solitary, as breathtaking as Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. I cannot help but feel the urge to dance. Do you not share this sentiment? Tony awkwardly monologued, feeling increasingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Shouldn't the demon and Spider-Woman be on the same side? After all, he had threatened to craft a spider suit for her. Why are the two about to engage in a fierce confrontation again? Luo Xia cast a faint glance at him, prompting Tony to immediately mimic zipping his lips. Your compassion will only give rise to a far greater villain. When he devolves into a mad criminal, you shall be left to lament your inability to eliminate him. Luo Xia spoke calmly, asserting that all of this was of no concern to him, even if he were to bring about the ruin of New York. He was merely stating a fact. The notions of justice or evil held no significance for him. He had no desire to rectify anything, as long as he was spared the sight of that grotesque face. No, he will find his way back. There exists a sense of justice within him, Gwen declared resolutely. Moreover, we must uphold the dignity of the law, a statement that, albeit humorous, drew laughter from Tony. Luo Xia turned to glance at him, just in time to witness the pitiful sight of the Green Goblin. Surely you do not mean to suggest, Tony, that you would allow him to perish? His true identity is Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Corporation, a billionaire and a major taxpayer in New York. I do not intend to defend him. The wealthy must also face the consequences of violating the law. What I mean to say is that if he dies here, it will send shockwaves throughout the world. I believe it is far more reasonable to hand him over for judicial proceedings. Tony replied earnestly, "We must uphold the dignity of the law." At this moment, I find Spider-Woman's words to be quite accurate. Luo Xia raised his hand towards the Green Goblin. The dragon totem ignited, and the power of the talisman surged forth with full force. Boom! A colossal pillar of flame, over a meter in diameter, erupted, as the dragon talisman operated beyond its limits, unleashing a torrent of raging energy. The overflow of energy sent ripples through the air, toppling Iron Man, while Harry let out a pained scream, clutching his face. In the center of the dragon talisman's assault, the Green Goblin had vanished, leaving not even a trace in the charred ruins. Thus, the first generation of the Green Goblin was declared deceased. Silence. Luo Xia's face was etched with severity as he aimed at Iron Man, stumbling slightly, yet managing to regain his balance. Iron Man instantly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. In Midtown Tech, the sound of piercing sirens reverberated through the air. What is the situation inside? Have those superpowered criminals escaped? Are there any survivors trapped within? Director George, having just arrived on the scene, unleashed a barrage of inquiries. I apologize, Director, but all surveillance equipment inside has been destroyed. We are currently unaware of the specifics of the situation, a sweating officer reported. As the police sealed off the area, combat was still ongoing inside. It only subsided a few moments ago. Until now, we have only managed to observe Iron Man flying away from the left side window. The Green Goblin, who instigated the terror attack, should still be inside. Iron Man? That superhero who combats terrorists? When did he become involved in such activities? George pondered aloud, confusion evident in his voice. What are we waiting for? The police are not mere janitors to clean up their battlefield. We must apprehend these arrogant criminals. Director George declared with dissatisfaction, "Advance. Fire at will and search the entire building, prioritizing the protection of the surviving students." Grasping a riot shield, Director George was the first to charge into the chaotic venue, where every officer could see the concern and urgency etched on his face. Before crossing the security line, Director George passed by the gathering of survivors, yet he did not spot Gwen or Roxa among them. Armed officers filed in, and the interior of the building had transformed into a desolate wasteland. At the exit, several bodies lay strewn across the ground, victims of the same blast. Everywhere, shards of glass and wooden debris littered the floor, and a massive crystal chandelier lay shattered, mingling with spilled drinks and blood, creating a sticky mess underfoot. Officers entering for the first time could still discern the opulence that had once characterized the venue from the lavish remnants and the occasional sighting of Australian lobsters on the ground. Should the institution wish to restore this place to its former glory, it would undoubtedly incur a considerable expense. The expressions on everyone's faces grew heavier. The venue now resembled a hell on earth. With each body he examined, Director George scrutinized meticulously, though some, being at the epicenter of the explosion, were rendered unrecognizable, their bodies torn to shreds. Suddenly, a cry rang out. "We have found survivors." Director George hurried over. The survivor lay beneath a spiraling staircase, clearly the battleground's epicenter, where half of the staircase had been obliterated and flames flickered at the broken edges. It seemed to be the aftermath of a powerful explosion, making it hard to fathom how the student had managed to survive in such conditions. Approaching the survivor, Director George noted that although the student had lived, he bore severe injuries. His face was drenched in blood, with grievous burns marring his features. It was a male student, and Director George carefully examined the clothing of the surviving student. After a moment, he concluded that this was not Roxa. He remembered the attire Roxa wore when he came to fetch Gwen that evening. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he gazed upon the mangled visage. A name flashing through his mind, Harry Osborn. Harry was one of his daughter Gwen's friends. Despite the severe burns, the shape of his face and features were still recognizable. "Harry? Harry!" George called out repeatedly, but the unconscious Harry remained unresponsive. "Get him outside for medical assistance." Director George commanded, his tone resolute. "Continue the search. There must be more survivors." Just then, one of the officers suddenly grasped his shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment. Confused, Director George slowly turned to face the direction illuminated by the officer's flashlight. There, a figure was suspended. He was clad in a tattered suit, his body smeared with blood, ensnared tightly by translucent webs, his head drooping limply, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Director George furrowed his brow as he discerned the nature of the gossamer strands. Spider-Woman? Has she also arrived here tonight? The situation had deteriorated further. The elite academy in New York was under a terrorist attack. And among the known attendees were the Green Goblin and Iron Man, now compounded by the revelation that the notorious Spider-Woman was also implicated. While the police remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, Director George, accompanied by his team, cautiously approached the individuals suspended from the ceiling by webs, maintaining their weapons drawn throughout the process, wary of the possibility that the target might feign unconsciousness and launch a surprise attack. Their caution was not unwarranted. Although Spider-Woman was perceived as a criminal still at large, experience had taught them that those ensnared by her webs were invariably wrongdoers. Gwen prudently navigated around the crowd, slipping into a secluded corner to remove her spider suit and don a shimmering silver gown. She retrieved her phone, utilizing the glow of a street lamp to tidy her makeup and hair. Upon unlocking her phone, Gwen noticed several missed calls from her father, George, prompting her to return the call with urgency. "Gwen?" came George's anxious voice from the other end, filled with dread that someone might have discovered his daughter's phone. He exhaled in relief upon hearing her voice. "Where are you?" "You Haven T answered your calls, and I'm quite worried about you," he said. Sorry, Dad. I had my phone on silent for the dance tonight. I'm next to the academic building," Gwen apologized. "Well, you should have at least called me once you were safe." George reproached. "Is Lucia with you?" "Lucia? Yes, not with you?" George's tone turned tense. "I passed by the playground when I entered, where all the surviving students were gathered, but I didn't see you or Lucia." Gwen suddenly froze. And after a brief moment, she quickly clarified, "He was with me. He has been with me since we left there, but now he has gone to get the car. We were planning to leave." Upon hearing this, George finally felt a weight lift from his chest. His worries had escalated throughout the night, and prior to receiving Gwen's message, he had been teetering on the brink of losing his composure, which would have impacted his work. The worst possible outcome was a thought he could never bear to entertain, even hypothetically as a father. Leave the school immediately. That is the prudent course of action. Let Lucia drive you home. I still have numerous matters to attend to tonight. The scene is chaotic, but rest assured, the danger has passed, George instructed. Remember not to disclose any of this to your mother. All right, Dad. Be careful with your work, Gwen replied, relieved as she prepared to end the call. Gwen, George suddenly called out to her. I just saw Harry. Your friend has survived, but his condition is dire, and he may be in grave danger. After hanging up the phone, Gwen stood there in a daze, a singular thought swirling in her mind. Had Luo Xia also vanished from everyone's sight tonight? Like her, he had mysteriously disappeared for a time. The reason for Gwen's disappearance was straightforward. She was not an ordinary student, but Spider-Woman. When ordinary students encountered peril, they sought safety, while Spider-Woman confronted the danger. But what could be the reason for Luo Xia's absence? An array of speculations surged within Gwen, yet she could not discern the truth amidst them, for they were merely hypotheses, lacking solid evidence. In a court of law, one must have evidence to convict a suspect of grave crimes. Gwen had no justification to doubt or malign Luo Xia based solely on her conspiracy-laden conjectures. However, one thing Gwen was certain of was that Luo Xia could not be an ordinary high school student. Thoughts she had previously shunned now surfaced in her mind. Over a month ago, Luo Xia had mysteriously appeared in Oscorp Tower, a feat no typical high school student could accomplish, given the security systems in place. On that day, it seemed Luo Xia was searching for something within Oscorp. Her own curiosity had led her to follow him, inadvertently stumbling into a laboratory where she was bitten by a radioactive spider, thus gaining her powers and becoming Spider-Woman. Tonight, Gwen had also learned of the existence of a superhuman born from Oscorp, the Green Goblin. It was evident that Oscorp harbored many secrets, and Luo Xia, as one who sought to uncover these mysteries, was equally enigmatic. Luo Xia appeared to possess formidable personal strength, a factor not merely attributable to physical prowess. At school, he had effortlessly lifted the burly Fleischer with one hand, yet Luo Xia was not a muscle-bound brute. As far as Gwen knew, he did not even have a habit of exercising. Moreover, there was that night in Queens when Gwen, after an encounter with Peter, transformed into the Spider Beast, had fled the scene and inadvertently entered Luo Xia's home. When Luo Xia entered the living room, the two had a brief confrontation. Gwen had exerted herself fully before recognizing Luo Xia, yet she had not even grazed the hem of his clothing. His speed was beyond human comprehension. Gwen had encountered numerous superheroes and criminals, but only one demon could surpass her in speed. At the time, Gwen had not doubted her own capabilities. She believed the injuries inflicted by the Spider Beast, compounded by the effects of anesthesia in her system, had impaired her speed. Yet, upon reflection, numerous doubts arose. After her mutation, Gwen's strength and speed had already surpassed the limits of human capability. Even if various factors affected her speed, it was still not something a normal human could rival. Gwen possessed an exceptional memory, and the events of that night in Queens unfolded before her like scenes from a cinematic reel. The powerful wave of energy she sensed nearby heightened her vigilance. It was this very awareness that compelled her to strike before she could ascertain the identity of the intruder upon Luo Xia's entrance. Reflecting on these memories, Gwen furrowed her brow. The past resembled a tangled ball of yarn, and meticulously unraveling, it could yield numerous insights. Yet, with merely these suspicions and clues at her disposal, Gwen could not definitively ascertain Luo Xia's identity or his potential connection to the demon. It would be folly to conclude that the two were one and the same merely because both possessed dark hair. Perhaps, in due time, she would unearth evidence to substantiate her theories, but any conclusions would have to await that moment. However, once the notion of Luo Xia being the demon took root in her mind, Gwen found herself unable to suppress her associations. She pondered, if the person behind the demon mask truly was Luo Xia, then all her uncertainties would find resolution. Even her newly arisen questions about why the demon crafted the Iron Spider suit for her, or why this seemingly reckless fiend spared Peter, would be answered. The demon had once removed her spider mask, recognizing that Spider-Woman was indeed Gwen Stacy, which could explain the demon's gift of the Iron Spider suit and his cessation of hostilities. Furthermore, both the demon and Luo Xia exhibited a disturbing affinity for violence, showing no reverence for justice. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Gwen discerned clear distinctions. The demon embodied chaos, a madness lurking beneath a veneer of disorder, driven by a heart thirsting for carnage. In contrast, Luo Xia was far less loquacious than the demon. His demeanor was cold, even aloof. Yet he revealed a warmth when in Gwen's presence. While he did not adhere to the principles of justice, he did not succumb to malevolence either. Abruptly, Gwen severed her spiraling thoughts. Doubts and speculations, once planted, took root in the mind like seeds, swiftly growing into towering trees through incessant contemplation. She resolved not to dwell on these matters any longer, recognizing their futility. Taking out her phone, she dialed Luo Xia's number. An idea surfaced in her mind. Perhaps it was better to inquire directly rather than speculate endlessly. Spider-Woman and the demon were not adversaries, and neither were she and Luo Xia. After a few beeps, the call connected. "Where are you?" "I miss you, Luo Xia," Gwen softly uttered. In the parking lot came Luo Xia's gentle voice from the other end. "I remember we parted less than half an hour ago. It's south quite close to danger. It's all right now." Luo Xia tilted his head, peering through the car window at the flickering police lights. The officers had cordoned off the scene. "I just saw your father," he remarked. "Why didn't you greet him?" Gwen chided. "Because you weren't by my side," Luo Xia replied with a smile. "If Mr. George were to ask, 'How did you lose, Gwen?' how should I respond?" "Well, that is indeed true. Fortunately, you didn't go to see him just now," Gwen bit her lip. "Now, don't move. I'll come to you. And don't hang up. I wish to hear your voice." They met in the parking lot, standing before the dilapidated Ford, embraced tightly in the glow of the white headlights. "I was so worried about you. I missed you dearly," Gwen murmured, burying her head in Luo Xia's embrace, her voice somewhat muffled. "I should be the one worrying about you." "It was you who suddenly vanished," Luo Xia replied calmly. Gwen suddenly lifted her head, her wide eyes scrutinizing Luo Xia's face, taking in his dark eyes and prominent nose. "You seem unfazed, without a trace of doubt or inquiry. Don't you want to ask me anything about my abrupt departure?" "No," Luo Xia said, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "I believe that if you wish for me to know something, you will tell me when the time is right." His words instantly dissolved all of Gwen's uncertainties and speculations. Rising on her toes, she kissed Luo Xia. In the shroud of night, they shared a kiss, Luo Xia wrapping his arms around Gwen's waist, and she responded fervently. In a luxurious hospital room at New York's Columbia and Cornell Presbyterian Hospital, Harry lay in his bed, dazedly staring at the ceiling after awakening from surgery. His head was wrapped in bandages, a few crimson stains seeping through, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. The two cabinets by the bedside were empty, while the electrocardiogram and blood pressure monitor diligently tracked his vital signs. The room was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic dripping of the floor above. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door to the room was pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the threshold. "Harry?" Chief George spoke softly as he entered the room. Hearing his voice, Harry slowly turned to regard him, offering no other response. Chief George sighed and proceeded with a formal introduction. "I am Chief of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy. May I have a moment of your time? The police need to inquire about some events that transpired last night and take a brief statement. I understand that you are in a delicate condition, but I apologize for the intrusion, as you are the sole survivor at the scene." Behind Chief George appeared a gray-haired elder, who coldly addressed him. "Chief George." You have only 5 minutes. Our young master is still in recovery and requires rest. This was the old butler of the Osborne household. The old butler concluded his remarks and firmly shut the door, leaving several officers who had accompanied Director George outside. Under normal circumstances, they would have entered alongside Director George to document the scene and observe the witnesses' reactions throughout the ordeal. However, Harry's identity was too delicate, and the butler insisted that law enforcement could not proceed forcefully. Harry? Director George pulled out a chair and sat before the hospital bed. Harry remained silent, casting a cold, unyielding gaze upon him. The alert director sensed the chill emanating from Harry, yet he found it unsurprising. He could even empathize with the hostility that Harry exhibited. As a victim who had endured suffering, Harry had grown somewhat cynical, a sentiment that was entirely understandable. According to the doctor, although Harry's life was not in jeopardy, the severity of his facial burns rendered any hope of restoring his original appearance through plastic surgery futile. Anyone receiving such news would inevitably crumble, regardless of age or gender. No one could maintain composure after being disfigured. Observing Harry's condition, George felt a pang of guilt. The police had failed to fulfill their duties the previous night. They had not protected the citizens nor deterred the criminals, merely acting as cleanup crews, dealing with the chaos left in the wake of the heroes and villains alike. With a calm demeanor, Director George discreetly activated a recording device hidden within his sleeve. Harry, I hope you will cooperate with me. The scene has been severely compromised, and the police need to understand what transpired that night from your perspective. George spoke in a low tone. Harry remained unresponsive, prompting George to sigh. Very well. Let's get straight to the point. What occurred at the venue last night? George inquired. Where did the Green Goblin flee? And Iron Man, was he involved? What role did Spider-Woman play in all of this? The perceptive director noted that Harry's eyes suddenly brightened at the mention of the Green Goblin. Was it possible that Harry had a profound impression of the Green Goblin? Or could it be that the injuries on his face were inflicted by the Goblin himself? Director George was inundated with speculation. No, it was not the Green Goblin, Harry suddenly interjected. What did you say? Director George was taken aback upon hearing Harry's voice. It was hoarse and sharp, akin to someone choking on charcoal, reminiscent of the grating sound produced by two pieces of metal scraping against one another. The Green Goblin did not partake in the assault last night. Someone masqueraded as him, instigating destruction and slaughter. Harry articulated each word with clarity, declaring that the true culprit was the demon. The demon? Director George echoed incredulously. Did you witness this with your own eyes? I saw it with my own eyes. During the skirmish, he discarded his disguise, revealing that demonic mask, Harry asserted with conviction. Director George, his expression grave, pondered deeply. Many eyewitnesses had been present when the terror attack unfolded, and the students' testimonies indicated that it was the Green Goblin who had hurled bombs at them from his flying apparatus. However, Harry now asserts that it was the devil in disguise, which leaves Director George engulfed in confusion. In fact, prior to arriving here, the police had just ruled out the possibility of the devil's involvement in the case, as they found no signs of the devil within the venue. Director George has handled numerous cases involving the devil, whether it be the kidnapping at the Platinum Hotel or the murder within Osborne Tower. The arrogant devil always deliberately leaves behind the distinctive grin marked with an M above and a V below, once on a wall and another time on a desk. If the tragedy from last night was indeed orchestrated by him, he would have surely left his mark in the most conspicuous location. In criminal investigation, the act of marking by a perpetrator refers to a specific behavior enacted to satisfy certain psychological or emotional needs, a peculiar and evident trait of the criminal's modus operandi. This indicates that the devil harbors no fear of the police and perhaps relishes in provoking them. His intent to leave his mark is quite clear, announcing to the world that this horror was wrought by him, yet no one can impose punishment upon him, thereby establishing his formidable persona while spreading terror. Moreover, subjectively, Director George finds it hard to believe Harry's claim that the devil would masquerade as the Green Goblin to launch an attack. Such behavior is typically reserved for second-rate thieves. He possesses a certain understanding of the devil, who revels in amplifying his own wickedness. Nevertheless, Director George refrains from contradicting him. For Harry, as a survivor from a venue, may have witnessed something significant and possesses insider knowledge. A brief silence envelopes the hospital room, and after glancing at his watch, Director George continues his inquiry. What is the devil's motive behind this attack? Is he aiming to murder a student attending the ball? Or is he merely seeking thrills through his heinous acts? No, I do not know, Harry replies, shaking his head with difficulty. I have no understanding of the devil. Last night was my first encounter with him. What about Iron Man? We have officers who witnessed him flying away from the window. What role did he play in last night's assault? And Spider-Woman? Director George questions gazing into Harry's eyes. Accomplices. They are all accomplices of the devil. They were the ones who killed their own father, the devil, Iron Man, and Spider-Woman, who is actually your daughter, Gwen Stacy. Harry silently screams within. However, it is evident that this assertion is fraught with inconsistencies. The birth of two villains unfolds as they attempt to thwart the devil, Iron Man, and Spider-Woman, engaging in a fierce battle within the venue, resulting in countless injured students suffering secondary harm and ultimately perishing. Harry's gaze is shrouded in gloom, with sorrow flowing beneath the surface. In the midst of it all, Iron Man gifted Spider-Woman a suit forged from steel, enhancing her prowess. Harry feigns recollection. Yet they still proved no match for the devil, who wreaked havoc unrestrained. In the end, Iron Man fled in a panic, and Spider-Woman vanished without a trace. Spider-Woman has become stronger with the new suit? That seems to be a notable development, Director George remarks. Director George fell silent for several seconds before speaking again. One final question. Last night, a student was suspended by Spider-Woman. What did he do? In the eyes of the police, Peter was a suspect, thus he never fell within the realm of survivors. He did nothing. He is our classmate, Peter Parker, Harry asserted. Like me, he is a victim, an ordinary student merely attending the dance. And he has even been bullied at school. He was powerless to act. Then why was he suspended by Spider-Woman with webbing? That treatment is reserved for criminals, Director George inquired. I do not know, Harry replied, gazing at him. But I am aware that Spider-Woman is not a police officer, and even the police can mistakenly handcuff the wrong person. Director George was at a loss for words, and could only say, in most cases, the police apprehend criminals. Of course, there are mistakes in any job. Everyone makes errors. Thank you for the information. It greatly aids the police's efforts. Director George rose to take his leave, but suddenly turned back after taking a few steps. Harry, I don't know if you are aware of this unfortunate news, but I feel it is my duty to inform you. Both as a police officer and as Uncle George, your father, Mr. Norman, is missing, Director George said solemnly. Last night, after you were admitted, the police were unable to reach Mr. Norman, and today remains the same. Your butler is quite anxious. Isn't it the police's responsibility to search for missing citizens? Harry appeared calm. I am not worried at all. He has frequently gone missing for short periods since my childhood. Perhaps he is currently in some secret laboratory drafting a work report. Of course, that would be best. Director George cast a deep glance at Harry before turning to exit the hospital room. After leaving the room, Director George ignored the stern gaze of the old butler and bid farewell while a group of officers gathered in the corridor. Any discoveries, Chief? Someone inquired eagerly. Director George retrieved a recording device from his sleeve and handed it over. Remember to transcribe this and ensure an audio backup. He was no longer concerned about the recordings, as he recalled the final scene. Before departing, Director George had mentioned the disappearance of Harry's father, Norman Osborn. Harry responded with calmness. But the perceptive Director George noticed the heart rate monitor beside him displaying a significant fluctuation in its readings. Not long after the police had left, individuals from a special government department arrived, requesting a brief conversation with Harry, the survivor of the tragic incident at Midtown Tech Academy's dance, to gather insights about last night's events. The old butler opened the door with an icy demeanor. The police chief had just completed the report and departed. Harry regarded the visitors outside with a cold expression, yet the newcomers remained unfazed, their composure unshaken by his indifference. Phil Coulson, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, produced his identification, presenting it to Harry and the old butler. I am a victim, not the perpetrator, Harry retorted, his irritation palpable. Have I lost my memory post-surgery? I cannot recall ever engaging in matters concerning the logistics of Homeland Strategic Attacks. My apologies, but your names are simply dreadful. Coulson remained unfazed. Mr. Harry, we are merely conducting a straightforward inquiry regarding the terrorist incident that transpired last night at Midtown Tech Academy. After a brief silence, Harry replied coolly, Come in. As night fell, the moon was obscured by dark clouds. The lights in the upscale hospital room blazed brightly, with the bedside adorned with an array of flowers. The cards accompanying the bouquets were signed uniformly by newspapers or media personnel, the New York Daily, Midtown Weekly, CNN. The newly added carnations bore the signature of the Hornet Daily. Mr. Harry, are you suggesting that a demon is responsible for all of this? And that Spider-Woman has allied with Iron Man to thwart him? The short-haired reporter momentarily switched off her recorder. However, in previous cases, Spider-Woman had always been aligned with the demon, collaborating in their nefarious deeds. For instance, on the Brooklyn Bridge, Spider-Woman conspired with the demon, inciting the lizard to assault the police. So, are you certain that Spider-Woman did not commit a crime last night? Surely, she assisted the demon in resisting Iron Man. Did she not? How many innocent students did she kill? After finishing her statement, she activated the recorder again, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Harry. Feeling a headache brewing, Harry found himself exasperated by the reporter from the Hornet Daily, who consistently led him towards maligning Spider-Woman. God knows what grudge the editor of the Hornet Daily harbored against her. Although Harry longed to declare Spider-Woman an accomplice of the demon and expose her hypocritical hero facade, revealing her true identity to the public, he remained remarkably rational at that moment. He needed to ensure consistency in his statements across all media outlets. No, I have been quite clear on this matter. The interview is over, and I require some rest. Harry impatiently called for the butler to escort the reporter away. And as the door to the hospital room closed, silence enveloped them once more. At midnight, just as Harry was on the verge of slumber, a sudden commotion outside the window startled him awake. The curtains were drawn tight, obscuring the view. A series of persistent knocks echoed against the floor-to-ceiling window, as if someone were traversing it. But at such heights, who would be outside? A few seconds later, the curtains were pushed aside, revealing a silhouette that did not resemble a human form. "Peter?" Harry queried uncertainly. No answer came, and the curtains were gradually parted by several spider legs, unveiling a grotesque, terrifying spider head. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, Harry was still taken aback as he confirmed. "Peter? Apologies, your transformation is quite significant." "No need to apologize, Harry." Peter slowly approached the hospital bed, and I had grown accustomed to the peculiar glances. The voices of both individuals sounded abnormal, reminiscent of devils rising from the depths of hell in conversation. Suddenly, Harry noticed the glass container in Peter's hand, within which a green reagent swirled. "A gift for you, Harry. I trust you will appreciate it." The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon the verdant field. From the playground of Midtown Tech, one could see the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan in the distance. The horrific attack that night had cast a shadow over this prestigious institution. Yet the students who had not experienced the calamity merely mourned momentarily during the memorial service organized by the school, returning swiftly to their vibrant lives, each seizing the fleeting moments of youth within the campus, untroubled by nostalgia. In the center of the field, the school's football team was engaged in their daily training. The blue and white teams clashing fiercely, punctuated by shouts of encouragement. Beyond the iron fence, Roxa and Gwen sat in the stands, sunlight casting shadows behind them. Gwen donned a sea blue coat, paired with a short skirt, black stockings, and knee-high boots. Her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall as she sat sideways, facing Roxa. "Did you catch the news today?" Roxa inquired, handing her phone to Gwen. "Your idol, Spider-Woman, has been caught in wrongdoing by the Horn Herald." Gwen glanced at the headline. Spider-Woman collaborates with the demon to orchestrate terror at Midtown Tech. Her brow furrowed as she read. "This is utterly ludicrous. Spider-Woman is kind enough to help citizens find their lost pets. Would she truly engage in acts of terror against us?" Gwen returned the phone to Roxa, asserting that no one would believe such fabrications, which were nothing more than slander. Roxa chuckled and shook her head. "Not necessarily. The public is often gullible, easily led astray by unscrupulous media. Look at their likes and comments. Many have fallen for their narrative, calling for the police to apprehend Spider-Woman." Gwen felt a wave of weariness wash over her, letting out a long sigh as she leaned her head against Roxa's shoulder. It is exceedingly difficult to be a true superhero. Suddenly, she found herself empathizing with the demon. The demon acted freely, unbound by societal constraints, and causing destruction was commonplace, rarely sparking controversy. The expectations of the citizens were simple: inflict less damage and claim fewer lives in each incident. Many citizens even hesitated to voice their disdain online, for the demon was also known as the messenger of Satan, and one could never be certain when he might appear before those who had dared to insult him. In truth, this was of little consequence. The Horn Herald was notorious for targeting Spider-Woman, and everyone knew their news was unreliable. Meanwhile, reputable outlets like the New York Daily and CNN refrained from tarnishing Spider-Woman's name, focusing their critiques on the demon instead. As Gwen spoke, she lifted her gaze to observe Roxa's expression. They audaciously attributed the faults of the green demon to the demon itself, despite the presence of numerous eyewitnesses who distinctly witnessed Gwen's grievances. This unfortunate narrative owes its inception to your esteemed friend, Harry Osborn. Lowering his gaze to meet Gwen's eyes, Luo Xia, as a scion of wealth, found that many were inclined to believe his words. Being the only survivor discovered by the police, Harry's account was regarded with considerable credibility. Gwen nudged Luo Xia's shoulder, acknowledging that the media, indifferent to the truth, prioritized newspaper sales and clicks. They would disseminate erroneous information without a second thought. There must be some misunderstanding. Harry did not strike one as a person who would distort the truth, for he possessed his own pride. And a proud individual would disdain deceit. Gwen silently mused. Alas, I remain oblivious to what transpired that night at the venue. Yet in truth, Gwen was acutely aware of everything. Harry had witnessed the demon murder his father, a hatred that was irreconcilable. Furthermore, Gwen was certain that in the recent nights, Harry had been plotting his revenge. By shifting the blame for his father's faults onto the demon before the media, Harry was executing a plan to mold the demon into an irredeemable criminal, rendering him a public enemy. This would incite greater animosity from the citizens, prompting the police to expend more effort in combating him. Although the actual impact might be minimal, Harry had already taken the initial step towards vengeance. However, unbeknownst to Harry, he was inadvertently aiding the demon. Through his endeavors, the demon had been sculpted into a figure of terror. The more people loathed and feared the demon, the more his villainous aura would intensify, thereby augmenting his power. As you stated, you are unaware of what transpired that night, yet Harry Osborn bore witness to it all. How could you claim he is distorting the truth? Luo Xia smiled. Gwen countered. My father indicated that there are numerous inconsistencies in Harry's words, and the police are still investigating. No one truly cares whether he speaks falsehoods. Luo Xia interrupted Gwen, asserting that the citizens have always believed that terror attacks and the demon are perfectly aligned. I doubt the demon is concerned about his reputation, even if rumors circulate that he is scheming to annihilate all of New York, inciting panic and vitriol among the populace. The demon would merely laugh, let alone be wrongfully accused of terror attack. Gwen sat up straight, gazing deeply at Luo Xia, and after a long pause, she softly remarked, You truly understand the demon. At times, I feel as though you are one and the same. It is my honor, Luo Xia murmured. What? Gwen did not catch that. I meant to say, I genuinely enjoy kissing you. Luo Xia looked at Gwen, relishing the sensation. Gwen chuckled lightly. I do too. Your kissing skills are remarkable, but you claimed that was your first kiss, and I feel you were deceiving me. No, integrity is a virtue I have always possessed. Roxy leaned in a little and asked, Could it be that I am exceptionally gifted? Haha. Gwen lightly patted Roxy. Gazing at Roxy, Gwen slowly closed her eyes, maintaining the delightful curve at the corners of her lips. Roxy smiled as well, tilting her head closer. Suddenly, Gwen raised her hand, skillfully catching a rapidly approaching football. Wow, cool, Roxy exclaimed, revealing a mysterious smile as she looked at Gwen. Purely coincidental, Gwen replied, handing the football to Roxy with a flick of her wrist. A hint of discomfort crossed her face, yet she subtly observed Roxy's expression. Members of the football team shouted from the edge of the field, urging Roxy to throw the ball to him. Roxy turned her head, casting a casual glance at him before tossing the football with one hand. The trajectory of the football in the air veered towards a straight line, nearly imperceptible to the eye. It soared over the stands, colliding with a resounding thud, causing the player to tumble to the ground. Wow, you're also quite impressive. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Roxy. Just a coincidence, Roxy replied, wrapping her arms around Gwen's waist, brushing aside her golden hair, and kissing her crimson lips. In the Stark Industries building, the research lab was in disarray. The layout and arrangement of items appeared chaotic, yet from Tony's perspective, there existed a certain order. Standing in the control area, Tony's fingers danced across the screen. As 3D models were projected holographically before him, he meticulously adjusted the details, transforming the few imperfections into perfection. After another thorough inspection, Tony transmitted the 3D model data, prompting the lab's 3D printer to spring to life, crafting intricate components that were then assembled by a nearby robotic arm. Weapon development was also one of Tony's responsibilities, and with the assistance of the smart equipment and robotic arms in the lab, his efficiency soared to new heights. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass erupted from behind. Tony paused briefly, but continued his work without turning around. A robotic arm had accidentally knocked over a glass, shattering on the floor and spilling green liquid everywhere. I swear I will dismantle you. I'll ruin your motherboard with that stuff and turn you into a bookshelf, Tony grumbled. The offending robotic arm curled its fingers together, lowering them slowly, resembling a sullen child. Minutes later, the final component was designed, and Tony rubbed his wrist. The robotic arm cautiously brought a cup of the green liquid, gently placing it on the table before Tony. Tony gazed at the cup filled with a noxious green liquid. A grimace of distaste etched across his face. He lifted it, and, with a sense of resignation, downed half of its contents. How much more of this dreadful concoction must I endure? He lamented, furrowing his brow. Pinching his nose, he swallowed the remainder in one swift motion. Sir, it requires 80 ounces to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning, Jarvis's voice chimed in. 80 ounces is approximately 24 liters. This is nothing short of torture. Tony grimaced, and the thought of enduring this torment daily was unbearable. From his leisure pants pocket, he retrieved a sleek silver metallic box and placed it upon the table. Pressing a button, a sharp needle protruded from the device, and he pressed his thumb against it. Jarvis assessed the palladium content. A spinning progress bar appeared on the screen, and moments later, Jarvis's voice returned. Blood toxicity at 9, rate of diffusion, slow. Sir, it appears that if you persist in utilizing the Iron Man suit and allow the microarc reactor to continuously output more energy, the rate of palladium poisoning will accelerate. It is advisable to cease using the suit. You ought to rush to the Middle East and advise those terrorists to abandon their AK rifles, lest the recoil eventually shatter their shoulders. Tony disregarded Jarvis's warning, lifting his shirt to remove the arc reactor from his chest. The palladium energy cell was depleted once more. He inverted the reactor, and the mechanical components at its base unfurled like petals, revealing a palladium energy cell the size of a CPU. Tony extracted the cell, noting how rapidly they were consumed. They deplete far too quickly, he murmured. Opening a box, he revealed a row of palladium energy cells and withdrew one, reinserting it into the base of the arc reactor. I have simulated every known element, yet none can substitute for palladium. Jarvis's voice resounded once more. Sir, your time and options are dwindling. Yes, I am aware. Spare me the platitudes. Tony lifted his shirt and replaced the arc reactor in his chest. The mechanical whirring echoed as the reactor settled back into place. Surrounding the arc reactor, dark markings appeared on Tony's chest, resembling swollen veins, with a troubling tendency to spread further. Sir, Miss Natasha has arrived. Tony looked up to see a striking figure standing behind the glass door. Silence, he commanded. The matter of his deteriorating condition remained a secret, even from Pepper Potts. The woman named Natasha stood at the door, inputting a numerical code. Her alluring silhouette visible through the glass, capturing Tony's attention. Natasha donned a light blue shirt, the undulating waves seemingly threatening to burst forth from its confines. Her wine-red hair cascaded down, while her lower attire consisted of sleek black trousers. Her form so alluring that one might imagine a fine stemware could rest upon her shapely curves. Who is she? Natasha? This name, steeped in Russian elegance, was unfamiliar to Tony, prompting his curious inquiry. Jarvis had already been commanded to silence, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Natasha Romanoff, from the legal department, currently serving as Ms. Potts' assistant. Ms. Potts had previously noted that she might embroil you in a sexual harassment lawsuit. The glass doors swung open, and Natasha entered. Mr. Stark, I am Ms. Potts' assistant, and I have a document that requires your signature. Natasha had been observing Tony intently. Place it on the desk, Tony instructed, gesturing toward the surface before him. Natasha complied, her gaze subtly scanning the surroundings. A new employee? I don't believe we've met before, Tony remarked, stealing a glance at her while signing the document. I just received a transfer, Natasha replied. Apologies, but your position will soon change again, Tony stated, placing the document back on the desk. I also require your fingerprint. Natasha pointed to the designated area for signatures. Tony pressed his fingerprint there. All set. Goodbye, Miss Natasha. She smiled and nodded before turning to exit the research room. Throughout this exchange, Tony remained utterly still, his gaze fixed on Natasha's retreating figure. Jarvis, inform Pepper that I require a new assistant, Tony murmured, bowing his head to type Natasha Romanoff into Google, perusing her personal information. Fluent in French, Italian, and the soon-to-be extinct Latin? Who speaks Latin anymore? Tony mused aloud. Sir, I not only speak Latin, but am proficient in 651 languages worldwide. You're not human, okay? Suddenly, the sound of the glass door opening echoed. I didn't realize you had modeled in Tokyo, Tony exclaimed, magnifying a bikini photo of Natasha on the screen. Natasha? A voice, both familiar and dreaded, reverberated. Was that the name of the alluring woman? Tony froze, slowly lifting his gaze to see the well-known visage of the devil. Moments latte. He could not conceal his astonishment. His shock did not stem from the sight of the devil. He was aware of the devil's ability to cloak itself. However, Tony understood that even when concealed, the devil could not evade radar detection. Following their encounter, he had instructed Jarvis to maintain a constant radar scan around Stark Industries. Yet this time, even as the devil infiltrated his research room, Jarvis failed to raise the alarm. 048, Intern Devil. Are you surprised to see me, Mr. Stark? The demon sauntered in, surveying the surroundings with an air of casual confidence. No, it was merely that you did not knock, and I was engrossed in my work. After finishing his nonsensical ramblings, Tony lifted the glass of green liquid from the table and took a sip. The bitter taste ignited his taste buds. Yet his expression remained impassive. Roxa was well aware of Tony's thoughts. His deliberate evasion of the radar scans near Stark Industries today was by design. The method was simple. As they approached Stark Industries, Roxa harnessed the power of the monkey talisman to transform himself into a bird, whose diminutive size rendered its electromagnetic wave reflections negligible, thus dismissively overlooked by Jarvis as mere air data. "You have yet to answer my question," Roxa remarked, gesturing as a chair gracefully glided toward him, settling neatly behind. "Let me recall what you asked, Natasha." Tony tapped his forehead, realizing she was his new assistant. A line of text appeared on the screen before him. "Sir, Miss Potts has not yet officially responded. Do you need me to speak up?" Tony muttered under his breath as he casually closed the screen. "She seems quite impressive, both beautiful and capable." Roxa smiled. "Mr. Stark, given your startled demeanor upon our meeting today, I believe you would benefit from having an employee dedicated to liaising with me. Miss Natasha would be quite suitable for the tasks of managing correspondence and answering calls. What are your thoughts?" Roxa was certainly no stranger to Natasha, the alluring yet lethal operative known as Black Widow, whose membership in the Avengers attested to her formidable abilities. Originally a Soviet agent, she joined SHIELD after her defection from the Red Room. Enhanced through modifications, her aging process was significantly slowed and her immune system and resilience fortified. Coupled with years of physical and mental training, she had transformed into a deadly Black Widow spider, her agility surpassing that of Olympic gold medalists, allowing her to maintain impeccable balance and flexibility. Of course, Natasha's capabilities extended beyond mere physical prowess. She could process multiple streams of information swiftly, akin to Captain America, adeptly assessing threats and responding to rapidly shifting tactical scenarios. She was also a highly efficient strategist, tactician, and commander, having even led SHIELD on one occasion. Although Tony had yet to publicly disclose his Iron Man identity, SHIELD had evidently dispatched Natasha to approach him, indicating they had acquired intelligence regarding Iron Man from elsewhere. Roxa's intent in having Natasha manage his communications was straightforward, through her connection to SHIELD. Regardless of whether the outcome was favorable or adverse, he would gain valuable insights. As the principal organization of virtue, SHIELD had ties to every superhero while simultaneously combating various villains. Roxa sought to extract villainous value from these interactions, should he extend his influence into SHIELD. The potential rewards would be beyond imagination. However, how to infiltrate SHIELD poses a dilemma. Despite the fact that the upper echelons of SHIELD have been infiltrated by Hydra, this is the result of decades of meticulous planning and development by Hydra. At this juncture, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, presents a promising point of entry. Having defected from the Red Room to join SHIELD, Natasha has not been with the organization for long and has yet to earn their complete trust. In contrast to other superheroes, Natasha lacks a strong sense of conviction and personal power. If any member of the Avengers is susceptible to coercion, it would undoubtedly be her. Did I mishear? Are demons truly intrigued by alluring human women? Tony was taken aback by this notion, pondering whether it is appropriate to engage a woman in conversation with a demon. Would she not faint upon seeing him? Roxia merely regarded him with a calm demeanor. Upon confirming that the demon was not jesting, Tony adopted a serious expression. It seemed he lacked the capacity to refuse the demon's presence. JARVIS, please issue a personnel transfer order. Legal Department Natasha Romanoff is to be appointed as my assistant, responsible for direct communication with Mr. Demon. As Tony stepped away from the control panel, a mechanical arm presented 2 glasses. "Whiskey, care to indulge?" Tony gestured to Roxia with his glass. "I have also prepared some white liquor and shochu in the lab. Which would you prefer?" Given that demons are typically depicted with dark hair, Tony assumed Roxia was likely of Asian descent. After all, 54% of the population in America has black hair, with Asians comprising 44% of that demographic, and Native Americans and Alaska Natives representing 10%. "No, I cannot consume alcohol, Mr. Stark," Roxia declined. "Why not? Do you not enjoy human alcoholic beverages?" Tony's curiosity about the demon was piqued. Surely a demon could not be allergic to alcohol? "No, it is simply because I have not yet reached the legal drinking age," Roxia shrugged, adding, I have always been law-abiding." Tony was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his glass in astonishment. Not because of the absurdity of the demon's joke about being law-abiding. "Mr. Demon, you are not yet 21? Tony exclaimed, astonished. Surely, The methods of age calculation differ between demons and humans, or perhaps, considering the lifespan of demons extends to 10,000 years. Luo Xia had only lived for a little over 1,000 years, equivalent to a mere teenager in human years. No. I'm 18 this year. Just recently an adult, Luo Xia smiled. In his perspective, this was entirely normal, given that Spider-Woman, Gwen, is only 17. Mr. Demon, are you suggesting, Tony paused, intrigued, that you're also a human? A citizen of the United States? At your age, you must still be in high school? Of course. Being a demon is merely a job. High school students need to engage in social practice. Luo Xia nodded. Tony was rendered speechless. Social practice, for heaven's sake. An intern demon is so terrifying, roaming the skies of New York, committing misdeeds without a hint of remorse. What chaos would ensue once he officially commenced his duties? The entire world must tremble beneath his shadow, mustn't it? This world is utterly insane, Tony uttered, tentatively inquiring. Your childhood must have been rather unfortunate, I presume? I once read that to create a villain, one merely needs to provide them with a tragic upbringing. That would indeed disappoint you. I have been quite fortunate since my youth, Luo Xia replied, shrugging his shoulders. Of course, if you wish to be reduced to ashes like the Green Goblin that fateful night. We can certainly continue this discussion. No, I do not wish for that. Tony gulped down a sip of whiskey, suppressing the shock within him. We can commence with the formal topic now. 049. The creation of a demon. Prior to arriving here, I had seen a portly individual standing at the entrance of the chairman's office on the same floor, surrounded by numerous employees. The imposing Luo Xia feigned concern, resembling a treacherous usurper, as if he were intent on usurping your rights and position. No, that is Obadiah Stane, one of the stalwarts of Stark Industries and a significant shareholder, Tony introduced. He once collaborated with my father and subsequently assisted me in leading Stark Industries. I trust he is here tonight regarding the unveiling of the arc reactor project. Pepper will certainly have her hands full. Do you know about the arc reactor? Tony boasted. It is yet another groundbreaking creation of mine. Several arc reactor cores, when interconnected, can produce energy equivalent to that of a nuclear power plant. Stark Industries could even transition from an arms dealer to an energy supplier. No, I have no interest in that. Luo Xia interrupted with a wave of his hand. Being a demon is a well-paying job. I can still afford my utilities and heating expenses. Luo Xia, of course, would not remind Tony of Stane's treacherous ambitions. Once Stane donned the ironmonger's suit and dealt Tony a setback, it would not be long before he appeared to harvest a wave of villainous value. The mechanical arm began to operate once more. So, dear demon, what brings you here tonight? Tony wished to send him away promptly, surely. He wasn't merely passing by Stark Industries for a casual chat, was he? I cannot possibly believe that. I am not Spider-Woman. You possess a keen sense of self-awareness, Mr. Stark, Luo Xia remarked, tossing a USB drive to Tony. I am here to commission a batch of figurines, or perhaps some model toys. The blueprints are contained within. Furrowing his brow, Iron Man plugged the USB drive into his computer. Upon opening it, he found, just as the demon had indicated, two 3D models of toys, one of Godzilla and the other of Pikachu. Tony was taken aback. Could the demon's true identity be a toy supplier, or perhaps an enthusiast of monsters and Pokemon? What sort of advanced weaponry is this? Why have I not seen the weapon specifications? Tony queried, perplexed. There are no weapons, Luo Xia replied with a broad smile. I have stated before, these are merely model toys. Yet, Tony felt an unsettling notion that the demon was concocting some form of conspiracy. Tony's mind was in disarray. The formidable demon, who ruled the streets of New York and represented terror and destruction in the eyes of the citizens, was, astonishingly, a fervent enthusiast of model toys. When did he have to personally craft Godzilla and Pikachu? He was, after all, a top-notch scientist and weapons inventor. Yet, the reality was that Luo Xia was preparing the Mouse Talisman, a mystical artifact endowed with the power to transform stillness into motion, capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects. For instance, Luo Xia could create a genuine Godzilla from Glass's model. However, this was merely part of Luo Xia's meticulous preparations. The currently unopened Mouse Talisman could only animate the dolls with basic movements, incapable of imbuing them with greater energy, let alone the myriad abilities they were designed to possess. Well, I shan't attempt to comprehend the demon's thoughts, Tony shrugged. Electric power or fuel-driven? Your schematics are rather vague. If paired with Stark Industries' arc reactor, it would undoubtedly be impressive, though the cost would escalate significantly. No, just construct it precisely according to the blueprints. All the data is specified. 10 units of each, Luo Xia interjected. Make sure they look cool, and spray my demon insignia prominently, with the English phrase demon creation beneath it. Okay, I believe this is the effect you wish to convey, Tony exclaimed as he activated the screen, revealing a logo exclusively tailored for Luo Xia. Soon, a design that matched Luo Xia's description appeared on the display. Luo Xia was pleased. Regardless of his motivations, Tony complied with his requests obediently. The only stipulation was the material. Stronger and harder metals, like titanium alloys, were to be selected. Of course, star quality is guaranteed. Tony saluted playfully. At that moment, a clumsy mechanical arm presented a glass of green liquid. Tony took a sip. Palladium would continuously diffuse in his bloodstream, necessitating regular consumption of this liquid for suppression. With my task completed, are you leaving now? Tony raised his glass in a gesture. Would you care for a drink of Stark's new beverage? No. I have no desire to consume chlorophyll, Luo Xia retorted without mercy. Mr. Stark, the miniature arc reactor in your chest is rapidly causing palladium poisoning in your blood. Thankfully, I do not need to wear a glowing bulb on my torso. Tony's cheerful demeanor froze momentarily. I thought your observation was merely coincidental, but it seems you truly discerned my bodily ailment without employing any medical instruments or even coming into close proximity to me. His gaze was complex. Could a demon, known for violence and destruction, also possess medical expertise? Tony scrutinized the demon, who smiled and said, rather than pondering such matters, you should consider how to spend the fleeting moments of your brief life. You are a playboy. Nightly revelries suit you splendidly. That smile carried an air of schadenfreude. Tony felt the urge to strike the demon, yet he understood that even with his Iron Man suit upgraded to Mark 50, he would stand no chance against the demon. Is there any way you could assist me? After all, we are friends. Tony inquired tentatively. Are you not a demon? Demons are omnipotent. No one can face death with equanimity, especially not a playboy billionaire like Tony, whose life was replete with splendor each day. Of course, the demon replied with unwavering certainty, illuminating Tony's countenance. As Jarvis had previously indicated, he had simulated every conceivable element, yet none could substitute for palladium. Even a genius like Tony could not unravel the enigma that was claiming his life. Nevertheless, Tony endeavored to maintain an exterior calm. Literature and cinema invariably suggest that striking a bargain with a demon is the inception of one's descent into hell. What, then, will you offer in exchange? Luo Xia inquired with solemnity. You know I harbor no interest in your wealth. The weapons or armored suits you have developed are of no consequence to me. What else do you possess? Would you barter your soul for your life? Tony's expression grew grave as he remained silent. Ha ha ha. Luo Xia laughed heartily as he departed, the glass door sliding open automatically. He turned back to say, you may ponder this, and do not forget my little toys. The figure of the demon vanished in an instant, leaving Tony seated motionless, save for his mechanical arm, which continued to sway in a state of confusion. Steve Rogers. Another pitch, a soaring foul ball. The score against the Dodgers stood at 4-4. Inside a quaintly furnished single-patient room, a radio was broadcasting an intense baseball match. The patient lying on the bed appeared unscathed, with no signs of weakness. His shirt was taut against his muscular chest, exuding vitality. He lay there as if in slumber, not donned in a standard hospital gown, but in a white t-shirt, khaki trousers, and brown boots. A gust of wind billowed through the window, stirring the white curtains and gently caressing his face, prompting him to suddenly open his eyes. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds as he slowly began to maneuver his body, struggling to sit at the edge of the bed. He surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered expression. The lower walls were painted a soft green, while the upper portion and ceiling were white, with a ceiling fan languidly rotating above. On the table rested a portable radio, accompanied by a carnation, and beneath the fluttering curtains was a heater. The room's decor felt strikingly familiar. He had once toured various states to assist a congressman in selling war bonds, often visiting local army hospitals to comfort the wounded. And those hospitals resembled this one. The radio continued to relay the baseball match. He winds up, pitches, swings, a beautiful arc. He has surpassed the Grimson Dodgers, scoring. Suddenly, the patient turned in disbelief to gaze at the vintage radio. Rizzo scores. Laser is sprinting towards third base. At that moment, the door to the recovery room swung open, and a woman entered. She donned a grayish-white shirt, a military green tie, and a short skirt, all of which evoked a sense of familiarity in the patient. He recalled a female friend, Peggy Carter, who favored such attire. Good morning, Captain Rogers. The woman smiled, glancing at her watch. To be precise, it should be good afternoon. Where am I? Steve Rogers looked at her with a perplexed expression. You are in a post-operative recovery room in New York, she explained, though you have regained consciousness. The doctors have advised that you still require rest, so you may lie down for now. Steve studied the woman in silence, while the radio continued to broadcast. The Dodgers are leading 8-4. It's truly unbelievable. No one anticipated they could win since the game's inception. Let's give a round of applause to all the players for delivering such an extraordinary match. Steve glanced back at the radio and, after a moment, inquired once more, "Where exactly am I?" "I'm afraid I don't quite understand your question, Captain Rogers," the woman replied with a strained smile. "You went missing in the Arctic, and the military exerted considerable effort to locate you. This game took place in May 1941 in Los Angeles," Steve interrupted. "I know because I was there." The woman's expression subtly shifted as she recalled that baseball broadcasts from that era were indeed live, catering to countless fans unable to attend in person. However, the broadcaster had made an error by selecting a game that occurred before Captain Rogers' coma, and coincidentally, he had been present at that match. This rendered all of S.H.E.A.N. Isha subshiken preparations futile. "I'll ask you once more, where am I?" Steve stood up, gradually approaching the woman. She discreetly pressed her pager, "Captain Rogers. Please remain calm. I can answer all your questions." The door to the recovery room opened again, and several heavily armed personnel stormed in. The woman suddenly felt a sense of dread as she saw the fury on Steve's face. Their presence had exacerbated the situation. As the woman attempted to explain, Steve took action. His extensive combat experience allowed him to make the most astute judgment when confronted by armed adversaries. Having led multiple raids against Hydra's secret bases during World War II, he found these armed forces to be no obstacle. One of the armed personnel was thrust against the wall, creating a large breach in a hastily erected structure. Steve did not hesitate as he rushed out of the cave. Sprinting down the corridor, the woman at the cave entrance shouted, "Captain Rogers, wait." However, a slightly agitated Steve offered no reply. Observing his retreating figure, she retrieved her walkie-talkie. "Attention all agents, emergency alert." As Steve made his way into the hall, he too heard the announcement. "Attention all agents, emergency alert." The hall was filled with personnel clad in black suits, their waistlines revealing the outlines of firearms. Without a moment's pause, Steve charged toward the exit. A few black-clad agents obstructed his path, but he effortlessly knocked them aside and burst through the door. Only upon reaching the street did Steve sense something amiss. The vehicles on the road appeared peculiar, and people's attire was remarkably fashionable. The numerous LED screens and billboards adorning the towering buildings struck him as novel. This bustling thoroughfare was far too extravagant. Prior to his participation in the war, he had ventured to New York's most vibrant streets, which now seemed quite inferior in comparison. Everything exuded an air of strangeness. Had it not been for the woman conversing with him in English moments ago, he might have believed himself transported to another world. Confused and disoriented, Steve had little time to ponder. He ran amidst the throngs of people, yet as the cacophony of voices enveloped him, his pace gradually slowed. He spun in circles, surveying the unfamiliar metropolis, suddenly at a loss for direction. Amidst the blaring horns of automobiles, he was uncertain of where to go next. Several black cars approached from all directions, encircling him. Uniformed officers emerged, surrounding Steve and dispersing the onlookers. "Don't panic, soldier." As Steve contemplated which way to break free, he heard this voice. Turning, he beheld a one-eyed African-American man dressed in a black trench coat, seemingly the leader of the group. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury. I sincerely apologize for the earlier performance, but..." Nick pressed his hands down. "We believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to all of this." "Acclimate to what?" Steve turned to face him. "You have been in slumber, Captain." Nick endeavored to convince Steve of his words. Though difficult to believe, he continued, "You have been asleep for approximately 70 years. Steve, his face a canvas of shock, surveyed his surroundings. Even this formidable warrior appeared bewildered in Nick's presence. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Steve shook his head. I have an appointment." 051 Morgan Bank. Simultaneously, at the Morgan Bank located just a street away, some unpleasant events were unfolding. A few minutes earlier, a somewhat slender man stands before the crosswalk, raising his arms in a stretch, patiently awaiting the flicker of the red light across the street. Clad in a black hoodie and jeans, he dons a fearsome demon mask that bears a striking resemblance to the recently popularized malevolent villain. However, passers-by scarcely spare him a glance. This demon has garnered immense popularity online, boasting a fan base that eclipses that of many superheroes, leading to a frenzy of demand for demon masks. With countless fervent admirers parading about the streets in disguise, should one find themselves aboard the New York subway, it is highly likely to encounter a cluster of passengers sporting demon masks. In such instances, it is advisable to steer clear of this raucous assembly, preferably exiting the car to await the next train. Nevertheless, this particular enthusiast exhibits commendable decorum as he patiently waits for the red light while traversing the crosswalk. The sun casts an elongated shadow behind him, illuminating the foul-smelling gutter in a humble diner. its walls adorned with a colossal skull graffiti. Nearby, a group of disheveled delinquents congregate in an alley, their faces marked by despondency. Opposite them stands the opulent Morgan Bank, a cornerstone of the J.P. Morgan Chase conglomerate. The red light across the street flickers gradually until it relinquishes its hold. As the green light illuminates, the man prepares to step forward, only to be startled by the screeching halt of a dilapidated pickup truck before him. His demon mask contorts into an expression of discontent as he clenches his wrist. Demon, it pleases me that you are not late this time, but have you forgotten something? The truck door swings open, revealing a man clad in a black hood, who bellows. Are you really planning to rob Morgan Bank empty-handed? Truly, those who idolize demons lack common sense. Our time is limited. If we continue this idle chatter, our next encounter will be in Rikers Island prison. The pickup's driver, smiling, turns his head, his visage obscured by a black stocking with holes cut for his eyes. The hooded man, incensed, relinquishes his position. The demon hesitates momentarily before entering the vehicle and shutting the door. Unnoticed, several meters away, a man struggles to emerge from a trash bin, laboriously tearing off a misshapen demon mask, his face smeared with an unidentifiable substance. In the passenger seat sits a man of African descent, his face devoid of disguise. He nods at the demon, tossing him a Browning handgun along with several magazines. The demon receives the firearm and ammunition in silence, while the driver, the man in the stocking, glances at him in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, the driver perceives the demon mask smiling. He blinks, and the mask reverts to its fixed expression. He exhales, dismissing his unrealistic thoughts, despite being a wanted A-list criminal. He feels a flutter of anxiety in the presence of Morgan Bank. Yet his anxiety was not born of fear, but rather of exhilaration. Morgan Bank's total deposits amount to a staggering $15 trillion, accounting for 25% of the total deposits in the United States. Even though this was merely a branch, the vault housed a treasure trove of dollars and gold, far surpassing any institution he had previously robbed. Gentlemen, this is undeniably our final endeavor. The man in stockings jerked the steering wheel to the left, achieving success. The wealth acquired was sufficient to squander a lifetime, while failure would result in death or a lifetime of imprisonment. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pickup truck's engine roared to life. The man seated beside the demon became instantly flushed, brandishing a submachine gun and unleashing a barrage upon unsuspecting pedestrians, shouting maniacally. A powerful surge pushed him back as the pickup sped forward, horns blaring, crashing towards Morgan Bank. The security guard at the entrance sensed something amiss and immediately reached for his weapon to thwart the intruders. The African-American in the passenger seat raised his hand and unleashed a volley, riddling the guard with bloodied holes. The pickup shattered the bank's glass doors, barreling into the lobby and colliding with several staff members and awaiting customers before coming to a halt before the teller's counter. The man in stockings exited the vehicle, stepping over the body caught beneath it and opened fire. Ladies and gentlemen, squat down and cover your heads. You still have a chance to survive. The lobby erupted in gunfire as the African-American and another masked man expertly dispatched the security personnel and staff, simultaneously severing the alarm lines. The lobby manager, who had just been conversing with a lady, recognized the chaos unfolding and grasped the gravity of the situation. The cash is in the vault. Please do not harm my employees or customers. He had barely completed his plea when he collapsed to the ground amidst the gunfire. The man in stockings set down his weapon and deftly dashed to the counter, seeking the keys. You watch these hostages. Guard the entrance, he commanded the African-American. The demon followed the man in stockings and the masked accomplice through the opulent lobby to the vault, using the keys to unlock the grand doors. The vault swung open, revealing a mountain of verdant bills. The masked man rushed inside first, but suddenly the man in stockings raised his gun and fired, the 9mm bullet piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth. The masked man turned to glance behind him, his face etched with disbelief, before collapsing with a thud. You see, with one less person, we can allocate more money. Of course, the primary reason is that he deserves it for daring to abandon me last time. The man in stockings entered the vault with a canvas bag, stuffing it with cash while turning back to smile at the demon. And I shan't forget that you were the one who drove back to save me last time. Go take care of the ones outside, and we shall split the spoils. Suddenly, his words trailed off as he distinctly saw the smile creeping beneath the demon's mask. Luo Xia raised his hand, and the man in stockings, filled with terror, brandished his gun. Yet it was all for naught. Flames erupted like the breath of a dragon, reducing both the terrified man and a plethora of dollars to mere ashes in an instant. Luo Xia lifted his gaze, smiling at the camera nestled in the corner, before turning to depart. By the time he returned to the main hall, the The distant wail of police sirens could already be heard. Where are they? A panicked African-American man with a gun rushed forward to inquire. Luo Xia produced a Browning pistol, assuring, "You will meet them shortly." With a touch of unfamiliarity, he discharged the weapon, emptying the magazine. It was known to all that demons do not wield firearms. Luo Xia strolled leisurely to the counter. This area was heavily taxed, and the response time for law enforcement was swift. Officers, brandishing riot shields, had already disembarked and rushed to the entrance. Luo Xia raised his hand once more, invoking the dragon talisman. The shattered glass door was completely melted away, and several riot officers were hurled backward, engulfed in flames, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. A pillar of fire shot forth again, and the struck police car exploded in an instant. "Report to headquarters. We have encountered a superhuman. Requesting backup. Requesting backup." An officer shouted frantically into the radio amidst the cacophony of chaos. Amidst the tumultuous screams, Luo Xia gently tapped on the bulletproof glass of the counter. A female staff member, hiding beneath the desk, could do nothing but emerge under his watchful gaze. "How may I assist you, Mr. Demon?" she asked for a New York. No one was unfamiliar with that mask. He casually picked up a nearby paper bag and handed it over, smiling. "Old bills, non-sequential, filled to the brim. Thank you." Even through the sturdy, bulletproof glass, the staff member dared not defy the demon's request, complying obediently. Captain America's shield. Captain America was traveling in a SHIELD vehicle down the road when the sounds of alarms and gunfire erupted, causing everyone to glance towards the chaos at the roadside. Morgan Bank? Is a bank robbery occurring? Captain America inquired of Director Nick Fury beside him. "I deposited some money there back in 1944. I hope to retrieve it." Even during the bank's anti-explosion drills, they would not resort to crashing vehicles through the doors. Director Fury glanced over. "It appears to be a meticulously planned bank heist. But it does not concern us. The police are already on site." Captain America frowned at the incessant gunfire. With each shot, a life could be extinguished. "Stop the vehicle." The car screeched to a halt. Even after 70 years, people instinctively obeyed Captain America's commands. "Captain, even if a hunting dog assists a house cat in catching a mouse, the cat may not show gratitude," Nick Fury cautioned, gripping Captain America's shoulder. SHIELD. And the police are two separate entities. Our roles and functions differ. But I cannot stand idly by and watch the criminals escape, allowing them to slaughter more innocents. Captain America's resolve was unwavering. "But you've only just awakened. You have slumbered for 70 years, entirely oblivious to the current state of the world." Director Nick Fury waved his hand, asserting that meddling in police affairs would only lead to complications. For SHIELD operates as a clandestine organization. Captain America rested his hand on the car door. Regardless of the passage of time and the transformations of the world, the vulnerable still require assistance, and the stance of justice remains unwavering. He pushed the door open and stepped out, while Director Fury called out from behind. SHIELD embodies justice as well. Our mission is to shield ordinary civilians from the disturbances of supernatural events or advanced technology. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted Fury's words, and before all eyes, a searing flame ignited a police vehicle, propelling several officers into the air with the force of the heatwave. Captain America turned to Fury, who shrugged in resignation, declaring, "Well, someone is about to have a bad day. All agents, pay attention." He shouted into his radio. Captain America began to stride towards Morgan Bank, inhaling deeply to center himself, when a voice called from behind. "Captain, you might need this." It was the female agent he had just encountered in the hospital, tossing him a shield. He caught it deftly, placing it in his left hand. "Thank you," he replied without looking back. His fingers traced the red-painted rim of the shield, his gaze fixed upon the white star at its center. And a flood of memories washed over him. 70 years had passed. His comrades were no longer by his side, yet this shield continued to accompany him in battle. As he surveyed the chaos outside Morgan Bank, he began to sprint, his fearless silhouette commanding the respect of all agents. "Captain America," someone whispered, and in an instant, the fervor of all agents erupted in unison. "Captain America." He reached the entrance of the bank, where he was met with the sight of lifeless bodies lying in pools of blood and a quivering crowd huddled in the corner. Suddenly, 3 flames surged towards him. Captain America instinctively raised his shield to defend himself. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted against the shield, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing into a police car a dozen meters away before coming to a halt. The shield slipped from his grasp, hurtling toward the unfortunate Director Fury. keenly observing the battlefield, managed to dodge by rolling to the side just in time to avoid being cleaved in two by the shield. A resounding thud echoed as the shield shattered the bulletproof glass of the vehicle, embedding a third of its surface into the window. The cheers of the crowd abruptly ceased, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Before their eyes, Captain America had yet to breach the bank, and already he had been sent flying. Director Fury grasped the shield with both hands, placing a foot on the car's body, exerting all his strength to retrieve it. "Hey, Captain, are you all right?" Fury inquired, lifting the shield. "I believe you merely need some time to regain your training after such a long slumber." With a hand raised from the dented car roof. All right." Captain America rolled over and climbed up from the rooftop, catching the shield thrown by Director Nick Fury. 70 years have passed, and how much the world has transformed. Captain America mused. Can even bank robbers now wield high-energy flames? No, they cannot be ordinary criminals. Director Fury replied. It seems we require some intelligent support. Inside the bank lobby, the explosion that had just resonated at the entrance reached the ears of a female staff member through the bulletproof glass, momentarily halting her actions of stuffing cash into bags. Roxa turned to look at her, and she hurriedly resumed filling the bag with $100 bills. Was I imagining things? Roxa leaned against the counter and remarked, I believe I saw a man holding a red, white, and blue shield. That is Captain America's shield. A staff member interjected. Red symbolizes courage, white represents truth, and blue stand for justice. Roxa remained silent, smiling at her. The staff member quickly fell silent, bowing in apology and returning to her task. Outside Morgan Bank, Captain America dismounted the vehicle, shaking his numb left arm before reattaching the shield. The previous strike had been swift and fierce. He had barely glimpsed the situation inside the bank before being blasted away by a high-energy flame. Had it not been for the vibranium shield absorbing most of the energy, he might have faced dire consequences from that blow. Director, there are not many superhumans in New York capable of flame attacks. Based on the data analysis of the footage transmitted from the scene, it is highly probable that the individual who attacked Captain Rogers is a demon. A voice echoed in Nick Fury's earpiece. A demon? Director Fury sensed the complexity of the situation. SHIELD's duty is to handle supernatural events, intervening whenever a superhero or criminal arises that the police cannot manage. Ever since the demon killed those robbers at the Platinum Hotel, SHIELD have been monitoring this superhuman. Following several subsequent incidents, the demon was classified as a criminal by SHIELD, necessitating either capture or confinement. SHIELD had employed considerable resources to apprehend the demon, yet all efforts proved futile. The demon appeared erratically in various neighborhoods of New York, whimsically engaging in both benevolent and malevolent acts. His attire was not fixed, with the only distinguishing feature being the demon mask on his face. However, since the demon gained popularity online, there had been an increase in individuals wandering the streets of New York wearing demon masks. Of course, a more significant reason lies in the demon's formidable strength and ever-changing abilities, making it nearly impossible for SHIELD to capture or track him. According to SHIELD's records, the known abilities of the demon include invisibility, super speed, flame attacks, and laser assaults. Today, the demon audaciously attempted to rob Morgan Bank, and SHIELD found itself unprepared for such an encounter. 053 First Encounter. All right, Captain. It seems that the misfortune does not lie with the criminals, but rather with us. With these words, Director Nick Fury handed the tablet to Captain America, displaying detailed information about the demon. Captain America, somewhat flustered, accidentally triggered a function key, causing the screen to jump to another page. Forget that you're a veteran of World War II, Fury remarked as he demonstrated the tablet for him. Though I was born in 1918 and participated in the Second World War, I'm not an old man, Captain America retorted. I am merely 27 years of age. The demon is a superpowered criminal who has committed numerous offenses in New York over the past few months, and his activities also involve Spider-Woman, Iron Man, and other superheroes. The situation is quite complex, Fury explained. In essence, the demon possesses formidable abilities, and those present today are merely ordinary agents, lacking specialized equipment such as electromagnetic wave detectors to confront the demon. Standard firearms are ineffective against him. Therefore, we must temporarily bide our time. You are an organization established to combat these superpowered individuals, yet you hesitate when faced with superpowered criminals? Those hostages are in imminent danger. Captain America shook his head. And I do not consider myself among your so-called ordinary agents. Even if I cannot defeat the demon, I can certainly engage him for an entire day. It is not retreat, but a strategic wait for reinforcements. Even if these agents bravely charge forward, they merely provide the demon with targets for amusement. Having no significant impact on the situation, Fury calmly responded. Moreover, the probability of the demon killing civilians during his crimes is only 13. If he is not provoked, those hostages remain safe. While I may not be well-versed in S.H.I.E.L.D., I find myself deeply disappointed in this organization, Captain America replied, turning away. The safety of the public should be our responsibility, not dictated by the whims of a demon. If we allow him to escape this time, how shall we confront him when he threatens public safety again? Captain America approached the entrance of Morgan Bank, lifting his shield in a defensive posture, vigilant against potential attacks from any direction. S.H.I.E.L.D. is devising a plan against the demon. Our objective is to capture him and study his powers, Fury's voice called from behind. Confronting such a formidable foe requires meticulous planning and ample preparation, not mere courage and reckless charge. Captain America paid no heed to Fury's words. During World War II, it was his courage that consistently overwhelmed Hydra's bases. He believed that even 70 years later, both soldiers and agents still required bravery. As he neared the entrance of Morgan Bank, the frightened police officers huddled behind their vehicles, none daring to peek out. Fury observed Captain America's solitary figure and exchanged glances with the remaining agents, who stood ready with their sidearms, awaiting instructions. Rubbing his bald head, Fury conceded to Captain America's unwavering determination. Individuals of that era invariably possessed admirable qualities: bravery, justice, kindness, and an unwavering resolve that radiated infectious inspiration. Not to mention, this individual is none other than Captain America, whose tales were recounted to all agents present as they grew up. Captain, the mighty Avenger turned, deftly catching the handgun tossed by Nick. While this weapon may prove futile against demons, I recall that demons have yet to withstand a bullet. Captain America nodded, raising his shield with his left hand and the gun with his right. A cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Director Nick, readied their weapons. Following his lead, the captain cast a glance back, reminiscent of the past, as those not belonging to this era often do. When he led the Howling Commandos to dismantle Hydra, his comrades stood resolutely behind his shield in the same manner. Mr. Demon, I believe you are mistaken. Captain America has been absent for 70 years. A courageous female staff member, emboldened by her brief interaction with the demon, dared to engage him in conversation. In this bag is 400,000. I hope you find my service satisfactory. She had worked as a bank teller for several years, but had never before served a demon. Satisfactory indeed, beautiful lady, Luo Xia remarked, adjusting his collar, his casual sweatshirt, and jeans, transforming into an elegant suit. Impressive. Is this also part of your superpower? The teller, her fists clasped before her chest, declared, from this day forth, I shall be your devoted fan, Mr. Demon. No woman could resist a man who embodies strength, violence, coldness, mystery, terror, and elegance, especially one so charming and adept at flattery. Today, the demon had pilfered 400,000 from Morgan Bank, and he remained affluent. She found herself envisioning the handsome face concealed beneath the mask, one that surely surpassed the allure of Bourne Anderson and Leonardo DiCaprio. Luo Xia raised a finger to his lips, prompting the woman to fall silent, then gestured towards the space beneath the counter, where she retreated to her previous hiding spot. Leaning casually against the counter, Luo Xia awaited by the door. Soon, that red, white, and blue shield reappeared at the entrance, and Luo Xia smiled, a genuine expression of joy. Thus, for the first time, Steve Rogers beheld the demon in this striking tableau. The demon leaned casually, clad in a tailored white suit, with medium-length black hair slicked back, exuding sophistication and grace. He supported himself against the counter, a bag of cash in hand, evidently his bounty for the day. The palm of his dangling right hand bore a dragon-shaped totem, one that Captain America had seen in S.H.I.E.L.D. files, albeit vaguely, with notes indicating that the demon's fiery attacks emanated from this very emblem. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature of the demon was the mask adorning his face. In that singular moment, Captain America knew he would never forget that smiling visage. Hello, Captain Rogers. Captain America refrained from engaging the demon in conversation, his senses heightened in anticipation of a potential attack. He had already experienced the demon's formidable power during their recent skirmish. Prior to this day, his most formidable adversary had been the Red Skull, the leader of Hydra, but he understood that from this moment onward, the demon would eclipse the threat, likely for an extended duration. As Captain America observed the demon's hand, adorned with a dragon totem, he instinctively raised his shield, though the demon's palm was directed towards the ceiling. "Do not be alarmed," smiled Roxa, and in the next instant, he summoned the dragon spell once more. Captain America heard an explosive sound reverberate through the air as dozens of high-velocity, searing columns of flame erupted from the demon's palm, soaring straight towards the ceiling before abruptly veering off, leaving graceful arcs in their wake. Hastily, Captain America positioned his shield overhead. Yet those formidable flame columns seemed to assault him from all directions, rendering his shield inadequate for 360-degree defense. 054, confiscate your shield. To Captain America's astonishment, the dozen or so furious crimson flame columns merely swept past him, effortlessly shattering the glass and striking every agent behind him with precision. The air was filled with anguished cries. Even the most resilient agents could not withstand the searing pain of the flames. Turning to witness the chaos, Captain America saw several agents lying unconscious, their bodies engulfed in flames. Director Nick Fury struggled to rise, his chest charred, blood pouring forth, exposing ghastly white bone beneath the mangled flesh. Had the energy from the dragon spell not been dispersed into multiple parts, significantly reducing its lethality, the demon's casual strike could have claimed their lives. Regaining his composure, Captain America unleashed a volley of gunfire at the demon, the rapid discharge of bullets merging into a singular, resonant sound. Yet, no matter how swift his aim or how precise his shots, the bullets failed to find their mark on Roxa. The rabbit spell not only augmented Roxa's speed, but also enhanced his reflexes. With a maximum velocity of 680 meters per second, he easily evaded the bullets, which traveled at a mere 400 meters per second. Suddenly, the target vanished from Captain America's sight, and the bullets embedded themselves in the counter's bulletproof glass with a thunderous impact. Captain Rogers, aiming a firearm at someone is not a commendable habit. He heard Roxa's voice, who had somehow taken a seat on a nearby public bench. His hands clasped elegantly on the armrests, a bag filled with cash resting on the adjacent empty seat. His smile was composed and graceful. "Captain, should you fail to astonish me today, I would not mind letting you continue your slumber," Roxa remarked, and this time, it would be a slumber of eternity. With heightened tension, Captain America continued to fire, yet predictably, the bullets fell short, and, as the demon vanished once more, Captain America swiftly turned, bracing his shield against his chest. This time, Captain America witnessed the entire process of the dragon-shaped totem illuminating up close. Once the dragon's talisman had completed its charging, it emitted a heart-pounding energy, exploding in a myriad of light and heat. Boom! Captain America was once again hurled backward, crashing down onto the seat that Luo Xia had just occupied. The shield, flung away, clanged violently against the ceiling before rebounding several times and finally landing on the ground. With great effort, Captain America rose to his feet, performed a roll, and retrieved his shield, confronting the demon once more. A 90-year-old superhero should be contemplating retirement. And the demon, too, understood the value of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Luo Xia coldly smiled and taunted, "Captain, are your legs still nimble? Come at me. Don't just hide behind that shield. I could engage you for an entire day." Captain America spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his shield in front of him. Before he had received the serum and transformed into a super soldier, the frail version of himself had been cornered by thugs in an alley, uttering the same words in defiance against their fists. Given the current circumstances, the demon seemed as invincible as those thugs that day, yet he would not submit. Luo Xia glanced sideways, not merely because Captain America had recited that iconic line again. The villain system had already indicated that he had acquired villain points from Captain America, collecting negative emotions such as tension, anger, and guilt, yet fear was conspicuously absent, even with such a vast disparity in strength. Facing a violent and terrifying foe like the demon, Captain America exhibited no signs of fear. This was an unprecedented situation for Luo Xia. As the demon, he could effortlessly instill fear in other superheroes or villains, regardless of their formidable powers, such as Spider-Gwen, Iron Man, Green Goblin, or Lizard. "I could turn you to ashes." "But it wouldn't take all day," Luo Xia scoffed, slowly advancing toward Captain America. "You truly should consider retirement. A superhero from the World War II era cannot keep pace with the times. Iron Man possesses his intellect and armor. Spider-Woman has her reflexes and webs. But all you have is that shield." The dragon talisman was activated once more, sending Captain America flying, halting only when he crashed against the bulletproof glass of the counter. His head struck the resilient glass, blood streaming down. Captain America struggled to rise again, this time with even greater difficulty, yet he showed no signs of surrender. his bloodied face reflecting a steely determination as he fixed his gaze upon the demon. Director Nick's words held some truth. After all, Captain America had only recently awakened from 70 years of cryostasis, and his body had yet to fully recover, though even in his prime, he would still find it impossible to defeat the demon. Captain America could only watch helplessly as his shield levitated in the air, flying towards the demon. Does the demon possess the ability to control objects? Luo Xia grasped the edge of the shield with one hand, fiddling for a moment before sliding his left hand into it. Luo Xia's fingers curved as he forcefully tapped the surface of the shield, producing only a faint chime. He felt no rebound, confirming that the force had indeed been absorbed. Vibranium shield, quite impressive. Luo Xia expressed his satisfaction, gazing at Captain America. From now on, you shall no longer be known as Captain America, but rather as Captain Rogers. For I have confiscated your shield. Just as Captain America, newly risen, struggled to find his footing, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this declaration. Luo Xia held the shield close to his chest, his expression grave and solemn. I am a true Captain America. However, his serious demeanor shattered in an instant as curiosity took over, and he began to examine the shield as if it were an intriguing toy. Shield toss. Luo Xia hurled the shield, which struck the wall and ricocheted off the bulletproof glass, yet it did not return to his hand but instead landed on the ground. The survivors hiding in the corners of the hall watched furtively, and even the clerk behind the counter poked her head out to steal a glance. Cough, cough, second ricochet. Luo Xia extended his hand, harnessing the power of a talisman to summon the shield back to him. Shield attack. He struck the shield forcefully against the marble floor, shattering it instantly, and the shield rebounded towards the corner, bouncing several times before coming to rest. Captain Rogers, is there a secret to wielding this shield? Luo Xia inquired earnestly, unashamed to ask, curious about the angles and force required for its flight. Upon hearing this, Captain America coughed up more blood, taking a deep breath as he clenched his fists and charged at Luo Xia. Luo Xia raised the shield and nodded, stating seriously, I wish to learn your courage. Yet I must also be wary of your folly. Wouldn't it be wise to simply lie still and avoid punishment? Captain America ignored the jibe and bravely swung his fist. Shield block. Luo Xia easily deflected Captain America's punch with the shield, slipping behind him to deliver a kick to his rear, sending the unsteady captain sprawling to the ground. Transform stillness into motion. Get up, come on. Captain Rogers, weren't you intending to exhaust me until dawn? Luo Xia pranced around Captain America, reminiscent of Bruce Lee, though his intentions were purely to provoke, not to attack. Captain America, gravely injured, struggled to rise. Ah, the advantage of age, falling asleep at any moment, Luo Xia remarked. Upon hearing this, Captain America lifted his head, his indomitable spirit compelling him to rise once more, trembling yet resolute, fists clenched as he charged at Luo Xia again. Luo Xia raised the shield to push Captain America aside, and then delivered a powerful hook to his face. Captain America was sent sprawling, this time unable to rise. Cool. After the defeat, Luo Xia maintained his pose, turning his back to Captain America and calmly stating, if you cannot surprise me, a mere shield will not suffice. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted his words. Monitoring the superhero Captain America, the mouse charm has been unlocked and can be upgraded with villain points. Try to evoke negative emotions in Captain America. More surprises await your exploration. Luo Xia had considered that Captain America's unexpected appearance might unlock a charm for him. Although Captain America's strength is not particularly formidable, he remains the leader of the Avengers, undeniably one of Marvel's central figures. However, Luo Xia did not anticipate that the charm unlocked by Captain America would be the mouse charm. The mouse charm symbolizes the essence of life, capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects and endowing them with their designated abilities. While it cannot resurrect the deceased, it can animate statues of humans and deities, granting them the legendary powers they once possessed. The potential of the mouse charm is extraordinarily high. If utilized correctly, a single charm could decisively alter the course of battle. Before the mouse charm was unlocked, Luo Xia had harbored numerous expectations and visions for it. He devised an intriguing plan to acquire a comic team, instructing artists to create characters aligned with his vision, subsequently publishing them, and finally collaborating with model or toy manufacturers to produce figurines of these characters. Character 1 possesses the ability to fly at remarkable speed, easily capable of pursuing Spider-Gwen or evading her webbing, and her strength far surpasses that of Spider-Gwen. Character 2 generates a powerful magnetic field around him, capable of blocking all signals and disrupting electrical circuits, while attracting metals such as Iron Man's suit. Character 3 is composed of rubber, rendering him immune to any lightning attacks. What delightful occurrences might unfold if Luo Xia wields these figurines, endowed with abilities to counter superheroes. Alongside the mouse charm? Of course, these are merely Luo Xia's initial musings. He has many other ways to seek amusement. Luo Xia accessed the system, revealing a glowing azure 3D interface. Indeed, the emblem of the mouse charm was illuminated. Mouse charm LV1 bestows life upon inanimate objects, granting them an energy level of 40 as per their original design. The animated target will execute your commands. The total energy granted to all targets by the mouse charm will not exceed that of the dragon charm. Reading this description, Luo Xia drew his first conclusion. He could use the mouse charm to bestow life upon multiple targets simultaneously. He opened the charm's upgrade menu. Mouse charm LV1. To upgrade to LV2 requires 30,000 villain points, granting the target an energy level of 45 as per their original design. The previous dragon talisman requires 10,000 villain points to ascend from level 1 to level 2. And it has now been confirmed by Luo Xia that the subsequent talismans demand increasingly higher amounts of villain points for upgrades. This realization brings a tinge of sorrow, as he has currently unsealed 3 talismans, with 9 remaining in their unopened state. The third talisman demands an initial 30,000 villain points for its upgrade. And such accumulation suggests that the final talisman will necessitate an astonishing 100,000 points to commence its ascent. He accessed his personal panel, revealing the following. Villain points, 70. 927. Rabbit Talisman level 8, requiring 500 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Dragon Talisman level 7, requiring 225,000 villain points to reach level 11. Mouse Talisman level 1, necessitating 525,000 villain points for the same. Luo Xia struggled to fathom the total villain points required to elevate all 12 talismans to level 11. With a hint of melancholy, he expended 500 villain points to upgrade the Rabbit Talisman to level 11, thereby enhancing his maximum speed to 5 times the speed of sound. This marked his first talisman to reach level 11. The system had previously indicated that upgrading all 12 talismans to level 11 would unlock their potential to ascend to level 12, and upon reaching full capacity, their power would experience a qualitative leap. He envisioned a time when he could roam the Marvel Universe with unrestrained audacity. Yet, he understood the necessity of diligent effort in amassing greater villain points, propelling himself further down the path of villainy. Traditionally, villain points are gathered by wandering the streets, yielding approximately 10,000 points in a single night. Fortuitously encountering superheroes or villainous adversaries could amplify this yield significantly. However, Luo Xia deemed this traditional approach too sluggish and felt compelled to innovate, seeking a more efficient method of accumulation. Coincidentally, he had begun to formulate some ideas. Of course, while pursuing innovation, one must not forsake tradition. Only through the harmonious coexistence of both can one achieve true freedom in villain points. Captain Rogers, Lady Luck has not forsaken you. You have retained your life, he mused. Luo Xia needed to find a secluded spot to contemplate the mouse talisman. With little time to engage with Captain America, his gaze drifted, and suddenly, amidst the crouching crowd, he spotted a small boy clutching a doll. Luo Xia approached the throng, causing an immediate stir of chaos. Some individuals trembled in prayer, while others frantically surged forward. Observing the tumult, Luo Xia furrowed his brow, kicking aside a few people until he stood before the boy. The child held a panda toy, resembling the character from Kung Fu Panda. Beside the young boy knelt a sensuously dressed noblewoman, trembling as she cradled him. It appeared she too discerned the demon's intent, her eyes brimming with tears of terror. No. Please, don't take him. Luo Xia pointed at the Kung Fu Panda toy clutched in the boy's hands. The boy remained silent, clutching the plush figure tightly. The noblewoman beside him seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, her mind completely blank, motionless. Suddenly, Luo Xia swiftly evaded Captain America's punch, thrusting his shield to topple the hero. Captain America watched as Luo Xia approached the crowd, mistakenly believing he would slaughter the hostages. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his last reserves of strength. Yet it proved futile. Throughout the entire encounter, Luo Xia did not cast a glance at Captain America. With a smile, he addressed the young boy. Hand it over. The boy hesitated for a few seconds, trembling in fear as he extended the Kung Fu Panda toy to Luo Xia. Luo Xia grasped the toy and tossed it lightly. Channeling the power of the mouse talisman, he felt an inexhaustible vitality surging within the fabric of the plush toy. Go forth. Paul. Luo Xia hurled the Kung Fu Panda figure into the air. A faint glow flickered, and to the astonishment of all present, the diminutive toy rapidly enlarged, transforming into a panda nearly 2 meters tall. The young boy stood in shock. Often, in the pursuit of evading fate, one unexpectedly encounters it. Kung Fu Panda stood with his eyes tightly shut, arms crossed behind his back, though the two hands could not clasp. He flew forward, crashing onto the floor. Luo Xia retracted his leg, unwilling to allow anyone to outshine him, not even a panda. He quickly rose, rubbing his backside in a display of indignation. Defeat him. Luo Xia pointed at the fallen Captain America. Smite him while he is down. With that, Luo Xia turned and departed from Morgan Bank, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. 056 Dinner. Manhattan, Park Row. The Stacy family, accompanied by Luo Xia, sat down for dinner while the television broadcast the evening news. This afternoon at 3:47 p.m., a robbery occurred at the Morgan Bank branch in Brooklyn, resulting in the deaths of 17 bank employees and customers, with a significant amount of cash in the vault incinerated. The primary suspect has been identified as the Demon. Following the destruction, he absconded with $400,000 in cash. Upon the police's arrival, a gunfight ensued with the Demon, leading to the deaths of 5 officers and injuries to 7 others. According to survivors, the one who ultimately thwarted the Demon's rampage was none other than Captain Steve Rogers, who had been missing for 70 years. Armed with his shield, he engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon, demonstrating unwavering resolve to drive him away and safeguard the lives and properties of the citizens. Captain America! It's Captain America! I've already seen a video on Twitter. Howard, Gwen's younger brother, was exhilarated as he pointed at the striking female host on the television. But she is lying. In the video, Captain America was pummeled by a panda. If the police hadn't arrived, he would have been finished. He exclaimed, "Ordinary pandas cannot withstand Captain America." That was Kung Fu Panda. Angus, the youngest brother, emphasized, proudly displaying several plush toys of his beloved character on the bed. No. Kung Fu Panda is not a match for Captain America. Howard retorted. The panda could overpower Captain America only because the Demon had already beaten him half to death. Kung Fu Panda is the strongest. Angus protested. Even with the Demon and Captain America combined, they could never defeat Kung Fu Panda. The brothers fell into a heated argument, with Howard struggling to explain to Angus that Kung Fu Panda was merely a plush toy, while the Demon was omnipotent. Angus could not fathom that there existed creatures more formidable than Kung Fu Panda, especially one that was a martial arts expert. The Demon is the strongest. No, is Kung Fu Panda. The Demon. Upon hearing the news, everyone except Luo Xia paused their activities. George and Gwen stared at the television screen in silence, while Mrs. Stacy appeared somewhat melancholic. As a peace-loving housewife, she set down her knife and fork to pray. Witnessing this, Luo Xia also laid down his fork and raised his hands in prayer. May the Buddha bless us. Amen. What are you doing? Gwen asked curiously, able to discern that Luo Xia was speaking Mandarin, but unable to comprehend the meaning of the syllables. This is an Eastern prayer, Luo Xia replied earnestly. I am praying for those who perished because of the Demon. Gwen regarded him with a deep gaze, as though she had much to express but remained silent. Once Luo Xia concluded his prayer, he resumed cutting his steak, which was excellently prepared by Mrs. Stacy, using the finest tenderloin, rendering the meat soft and succulent. However, juxtaposed with his earlier prayer, his current focus on the steak seemed somewhat insincere. Rox, would you like some vegetable salad? Mrs. Stacy inquired, evidently pleased with Luo Xia's recent display of kindness. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it, Luo Xia replied with a smile. Mrs. Stacy shook her head. For to a cook, the best praise was that the food was enjoyed. Seated at the head of the table, George remained silent, chewing his food with a stiff expression. As the chief of police in New York City, he was acutely aware of the intricacies of the bank robbery case. The police had once again fallen victim to the Demon. He had lost count of how many times he had to clean up the mess left by the Demon's havoc. Including street fights, robberies, and vandalism, there were already hundreds of crimes associated with the Demon, yet he remained at large. Father Gwen hesitated, words unspoken. I am well, George remarked as he set down his knife and fork. This minor setback is inconsequential to my work. Mrs. Stacy nodded in agreement, stating, the likes of the Demon and Spider-Woman have thrown New York into chaos, making the police's duties increasingly burdensome. However, you must remain at ease, George. These superpowered individuals are beyond the reach of law enforcement. Yet, this cannot serve as an excuse for the police. Our mission is to safeguard the citizens and maintain order, regardless of the adversary we confront. George managed a feeble smile, aware that the public would not consider such nuances. They would merely perceive that their taxes were sustaining a cadre of ineffectual loafers. Nearby, Spider-Woman buried her face in her plate, while the Demon, tilting his head back, oscillated between nodding and frowning, a look of empathy crossing his features. The two instigators exhibited entirely contrasting reactions, but tacitly refrained from engaging in the discourse at the table. Luo Xia, what have you been up to today? Gwen casually inquired, having not seen him all day nor heard from him. Apologies. I was at home playing video games and watching anime, including a series titled Spider-Woman vs. the Demon. Luo Xia replied nonchalantly. Did you catch the scene where the demon robs a bank? Surely Spider-Woman must have dealt with him quite severely, Gwen remarked as she sliced a piece of broccoli in half and placed one portion on Luo Xia's plate. The anime indeed draws inspiration from real events, such as the Brooklyn battle against the Lizard Man. The bank robbery storyline will likely unfold later, right? Luo Xia speculated uncertainly. But Spider-Woman wouldn't punish the demon, why not? Gwen inquired, intrigued. Is it because Spider-Woman isn't enhanced in the comics? Can she not defeat the demon? Because it is a romance-themed comic. Such playful scenarios have yet to emerge, Luo Xia replied with utmost seriousness. Gwen was taken aback, and, after a moment, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, the demon and Spider-Woman, one a villain and the other a superhero. How could they possibly fall in love? Is that not quite common? Luo Xia countered. Many literary works and films feature protagonists from opposing factions, even enemies, who unite through the power of love, enduring trials together while simultaneously clashing. It's rather intriguing. I even supported the comic's creator. No, Spider-Woman must loathe the demon. Gwen insisted vehemently, even in the comics. After dinner, Gwen accompanied Luo Xia downstairs, and the two strolled along a cobblestone path adorned with greenery. You possess the traits of a recluse? I only just discovered this tonight, Gwen said, observing Luo Xia. Don't you go out with friends on weekends? Playing billiards, board games, or attending parties? No, I have no friends, Luo Xia replied with a cheerful smile directed at Gwen. Only you. We're not friends, Gwen retorted, playfully wrapping her arms around Luo Xia's neck, and they shared a kiss, parting only after several moments. As the two parted ways, Gwen gestured with her phone, indicating that she would call when she arrived home. It might be a bit late, remarked Luo Xia, mentioning he had some matters to attend to that evening. Gwen, unfazed, assured him, I will wait for your call. On the rooftop of Stark Industries, darkness enveloped the scene, with ominous clouds swirling overhead and gusts of wind howling through the night. Natasha, arms crossed and rubbing her shoulders, furrowed her brow as she surveyed the desolate rooftop. It was evident that her mood was far from pleasant. No one could remain in good spirits after being exposed to the elements at such a late hour. She retrieved her phone and opened the email once more, confirming that the agreed-upon location was indeed the rooftop of Stark Industries. With the time set for 10:30 that night, all details were in order. Just a day prior, Natasha had received a notification regarding her reassignment to the position of executive assistant, a role that suited her aspirations perfectly, as her purpose for infiltrating Stark Industries as an agent was to get closer to Tony Stark. Recently, New York had witnessed the emergence of a new superhero, Iron Man, whose rising popularity rivaled that of Spider-Woman and other superpowered individuals. The mission of SHIELD was to address supernatural phenomena and advanced technologies that posed a threat to public safety, and Iron Man had immediately captured their attention upon his debut. Consequently, SHIELD initiated an investigation, with director Nick Fury assigning agent Phil Coulson to the case. Although Coulson's progress was slow, a turning point soon arrived with the tragedy at Midtown Texprom. Upon learning that Iron Man had been involved in the battle that night, Coulson promptly intensified his investigation, focusing his gaze on the sole survivor, Harry. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit when Harry divulged crucial information regarding a conversation between the Demon and Iron Man that mentioned Stark Industries. While Coulson sensed that Harry had intentionally fed him this information, subsequent surveillance by SHIELD on Stark Industries and Tony Stark's seaside villa confirmed the veracity of Harry's claims. SHIELD successfully identified Iron Man's true identity, leading to a shocking revelation. The superhero was none other than the billionaire Tony Stark himself. Armed with Tony's dossier, SHIELD quickly pinpointed his vulnerabilities and crafted a meticulous plan. They decided to deploy the alluring and enigmatic Agent Black Widow to gain Tony's trust. The strategy proved to be remarkably effective. After a single encounter with Natasha, the notorious playboy Tony utilized his authority to have her reassigned to his side. Natasha harbored no objections, for serving as Tony's assistant would enable her to work more effectively. However, she was taken aback to discover that her primary task assigned by Tony revolved around liaising with a mysterious guest, and for the past few days, her responsibilities had consisted solely of managing emails. In the course of her investigation, Natasha had delved into the email account of the sender, hoping to uncover some valuable information. As a skilled operative, she was well versed in hacking techniques. However, it was perplexing that she could find no trace of that account. The feedback from SHIELD's technical department corroborated her findings. It was an account that should not exist. Yet, astonishingly, the sender had reached out to her through this very account. Even more bewildering was the implication that Tony seemed to be engaged in some clandestine dealings with this mysterious individual. That evening, she ascended to the rooftop with a rather heavy box in hand, prepared to hand it over. Cautious as ever, Natasha refrained from prying into the contents of the box, suspecting it might possess self-defense mechanisms. Tony Stark, renowned for his brilliance, would undoubtedly avoid such elementary mistakes. Her mission was to remain close to Tony, and any information regarding this enigmatic figure was merely an unexpected bonus. "Sir, I have arrived," she typed into her phone, dispatching the message. With only a minute remaining until their appointed time, she had yet to see the other party. The rooftop did possess a helipad, yet there was not even a shadow of a helicopter in sight. Suddenly, her phone lit up with an incoming email. Natasha opened it to find a single sentence: "To your left." Puzzled, she turned to her left, only to freeze in astonishment. A figure was slowly emerging just a few meters away from her. As an operative, being approached without awareness could prove fatal. In an instant, Natasha drew her handgun and aimed it at the figure. As she focused, she recognized the face, a mask of a demon, a sight she was all too familiar with as a the agent. The demon advanced toward her, seemingly oblivious to her raised weapon. "An employee of Stark Industries carrying a gun to work?" Luo remarked with curiosity. "I shall certainly file a complaint with Mr. Stark the next time I see him." Natasha maintained her employee guise, her shirt and suit accentuating her figure, her auburn hair flowing in the breeze, filling the air with its fragrant allure. Luo cast a glance at Natasha, acknowledging her exceptional beauty and physique. At that moment, Natasha felt her jaw drop in disbelief. Tony's mysterious guest was none other than the demon. Wasn't Iron Man adversarial to the demon? Were they clandestinely communicating and trading? Quickly, Natasha holstered her weapon, recognizing that firearms would be ineffective against the demon. Just that afternoon, Captain Rogers had been thoroughly overpowered by the demon, and Director Nick had suffered severe injuries at its hands. These were cautionary tales she did not wish to emulate. "My apologies, sir," Natasha said, offering a slight bow. "My reaction was rather excessive. I became overly excited upon recognizing your identity." Luo waved his hand dismissively. "And what of the gift Mr. Stark promised me?" "It's all here," she replied. She turned and pointed at the somewhat hefty box, questioning what gift Tony could possibly offer to the demon. Natasha's eyes flickered with curiosity. Could it be his latest weapon? Yet, the demon seemed to eschew weaponry entirely. This was crucial intelligence, and she resolved to report it to SHIELD that very evening. Luo Xia stepped forward and opened the box, revealing meticulously crafted models of Godzilla and Pikachu, fashioned from titanium, a costly endeavor. Yet a mere trifle for billionaire Tony Stark. Natasha gazed into the box, momentarily taken aback. What were these? Figurines? They bore an uncanny resemblance to Pikachu. "Sir, were these?" she inquired tentatively. "As you can see, models," the demon replied with a smile that sent shivers down her spine, especially on that deserted rooftop. "Models?" Natasha puzzled over the demon's intentions for these figurines when a sudden realization struck her. Recalling how Captain America had been soundly defeated by Kung Fu Panda earlier that afternoon, the battle report from SHIELD indicated that the demon had snatched a Kung Fu Panda toy from a young boy and transformed it into a real Kung Fu Panda. If a plush toy could best Captain America in the demon's hands, what might these metal models, crafted by the genius Tony, be capable of? Natasha recognized another model, the monstrous Godzilla. Was the demon intent on wreaking havoc upon New York? "Agent Hill," the demon remarked, closing the box, pulling Natasha from her astonishment. "Mr. Stark hasn't meddled with my toys, has he? No trackers or locators, I trust?" Natasha flashed a charming smile. "Apologies, Mr. Demon, but my role was merely to transport this box and facilitate your handover. Beyond that, I am not privy to any further details." Tony would certainly not tamper with these models. He had previously received schematics for the Iron Spider suit from Luo Xia, from which he had borrowed many techniques to enhance his own suit. Thus, Tony regarded Luo Xia as not only a technical whiz, but also a rather formidable one. He would never resort to petty tricks, especially not with his life at stake. However, Natasha felt a pang of regret. Had she known that the enigmatic contact was indeed the demon, she would have surely installed a tracker within the box, perhaps yielding unexpected benefits. Even if discovered by the demon, she could have easily implicated Tony, sowing discord between Iron Man and the demon. After all, Should Iron Man and the demon unite? Aligning with the forces of evil, it would spell disaster. The Stark family was renowned for their brilliance. Howard Stark had contributed to the development of the atomic bomb. Who could say what Tony Stark might devise for the demon? Such a scenario was certainly one SHIELD wished to avert. Suddenly, the vigilant Natasha ceased all contemplation. Upon acquiring the box containing the model, the demon did not take his leave. Instead, he gradually approached her. Natasha could not help but take a step back, only to immediately halt her retreat. Even as a seasoned agent who navigates the razor's edge, she felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of such a terrifying entity. Nonetheless, with her unwavering resolve, she could conquer this fear. She knew she had to stand her ground. If the demon harbored any malicious intent, retreating to the edge of the rooftop would avail her nothing. Mr. Demon, are you perhaps a connoisseur of collectible figures as well? Natasha decided to engage the demon in conversation, although crafting models from precious metals seemed excessively indulgent. No. My true passion lies in instilling fear and suffering in others, Luo Xia replied with a smile. These will serve as my delightful playthings. Mr. Demon, what is your relationship with my employer, Mr. Stark? Natasha continued her inquiries. Friends, perhaps? It is difficult to imagine a demon being friend a billionaire. Of course, I relish making acquaintances, Luo Xia asserted with conviction, be it the little spider swinging about the streets in a mask or the flawed billionaire, Mr. Stark has behaved rather amiably in my presence. I also aspire to forge connections with individuals of unique professions, such as agents or spies. That is rather unfortunate. The CIA and FBI would likely not wish to befriend a demon, Natasha replied, her words meticulously crafted, yet her astonishment deepened. Was the demon testing her? Or did he already know of her affiliation with SHIELD? Natasha maintained a facade of calm, yet her mind was intensely focused. Her nervous energy radiating as Luo Xia drew nearer, less than a meter away. Miss Natasha, you appear quite tense, Luo Xia remarked, placing a hand upon her shoulder. Relax. Natasha felt the warmth of his hand resting on her icy skin, only amplifying her fear, for she knew that it was this very hand that unleashed devastating flames. With some stiffness, she turned to face the demon, who, to her astonishment, wore a smile behind his mask. Natasha had seen the demon's terrifying grin countless times in images, but witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. She found herself shaken. Yet, she sensed that the demon's smile was not as fearsome as she had imagined, but rather carried a sinister intent. Sir, Natasha hesitated, words caught in her throat. Suddenly, Luo Xia withdrew his hand, having obtained what he sought. The system had just issued a notification. Detected superhero Black Widow. Serpent Talisman has been unsealed, can be upgraded using villain points. Try to elicit negative emotions from Black Widow. More surprises await your exploration. Today, following Captain America, the Widow too had provided him with a delightful surprise, aiding him in unsealing the fourth talisman. Natasha cast a sidelong glance as the demon swept past her. Good night, a voice echoed from behind. Natasha turned around, her mind sharply focused, yet suddenly the demon vanished from her sight, along with the box. Good night, she murmured into the darkness. A few moments later, Natasha confirmed that the demon had departed. The slight panic on her face instantly transformed into a calm demeanor, with an added hint of coldness. She descended from the rooftop and, in the surveillance blind spot of the corridor, retrieved her phone. Agent Hill, this afternoon, SHIELD. Director Nick Fury was severely injured in a confrontation with the demon at Morgan Bank and is currently hospitalized. His duties have been temporarily entrusted to Agent Hill. She had just encountered the demon. Tony Stark had delivered 2 metallic monstrosities to it. Natasha cautiously glanced around, sensing that the two were seemingly maintaining clandestine communication. In the western sector of SHIELD, to ensure safety and confidentiality, the central control room was situated dozens of meters underground. The space was filled with the rapid clatter of keyboards, the hissing of printers, and the clicking of mechanical cipher machines translating encoded messages. This environment could be overwhelming, yet prolonged exposure allowed one to adapt, as was the case with Hill, who could effortlessly drift into slumber amidst the cacophony. Standing before a massive holographic screen, Hill observed a 3D virtual globe. With a gentle wave of her hand, the globe spun swiftly to reveal the desired location. Red dots frequently flickered upon its surface, indicating SHIELD alerts, signifying potential clashes involving terrorists or a monitored superpowered individual engaging in criminal activity, all of which required SHIELD's intervention. A soft blue glow enveloped her, akin to a delicate filter, rendering her face both simple and captivating. Destined, fitted SHI, LED. Uniform, Hill possessed a statuesque figure. Her smooth, long hair was tied back, exposing her alabaster neck, and a zipper at her chest revealed a hint of black lining. Accentuating the contrast, even within the confines of the headquarters, a handgun rested on her thigh, showcasing her vigilance. Her expression was grave. As the acting commander of SHIELD, she received a multitude of information hourly and managed numerous urgent incidents. Upon hearing Agent Black Widow's report regarding the demon, her countenance grew heavier. "We shall inevitably confront the demon," she mused before pressing her earpiece to sever communication. At that moment, the globe model on the holographic screen minimized and transitioned to display a visage adorned with a demon mask. He'll turn to a staff member. "As of now, what is the probability of success for the operation to capture the demon?" The staff member adjusted his glasses and swiftly typed on the keyboard. "Ma'am, the supercomputer has conducted thousands of simulations and refinements of the demon capture operation, yet the latest plan yields a mere success rate of 62%. Why?" Hill inquired, her expression stern. "The absence of bait is noted." The staff responded that if the confrontation were to take place in an open outdoor space, the probability of a successful combat plan is merely 0.74. However, if the battleground is an indoor environment, meticulously arranged with equipment by SHIELD personnel in advance, the likelihood of success could ascend to 4.112. Yet, our understanding of demons is scant. We remain unaware of what bait might attract them and cannot foresee when they might venture into a structurally robust indoor setting. He'll turn to gaze silently at the screen, displaying the demon labeled as 059, an unauthorized intruder. The power of the Serpent Charm is rooted in invisibility and spatial manipulation. Serpent Charm LV1 grants the holder invisibility, effective even on objects. To upgrade the Serpent Charm from LV1 to LV2 requires 50,000 villain points, enhancing one's invisibility capabilities. Upon achieving deep invisibility, short-range spatial movement becomes possible. The maximum range for spatial displacement is 50 meters. However, consecutive displacements within a short time will induce a brief cooldown period for this ability. The strength of the Serpent Charm can be augmented through system upgrades, leading to a continual enhancement of the maximum range for spatial movement and an increase in the number of uses within a short time frame. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level, the Serpent Charm will bestow the following abilities: concealment of one's presence, including breath and body temperature, and the ability to mask all energy fluctuations. It can infinitely diminish one's signal characteristics, rendering radar and other detection methods challenging to locate, identify, track, and attack, thus achieving true invisibility against radar, infrared, electronic, and sonar detection. You can bestow the invisibility capability upon biological targets, enabling spatial movement, albeit with a reduced maximum displacement range. It allows for the concealment of all information and traces in the current dimension, including fate, time, and causality. When the Serpent Charm reaches LV12, one will gain a temporary invulnerability, rendering one immune to attacks and selections, erasing all effects upon oneself, and liberating one from any constraints and disturbances of energy or rules. However, this formidable ability necessitates the Dragon Charm to accumulate energy for the Serpent Charm, resulting in a cooldown period after each use. Presently, Luo Xia's personal panel has also been updated. Villain points: 60,727. Rabbit Charm LV11. Upgrade status: unable. Dragon Charm LV7. Required villain points for upgrade to LV11. 225,000. Mouse Charm LV1. Required villain points for upgrade to LV11. 525,000. Serpent Charm LV1. Required villain points for upgrade to LV11. 725,000. In Stark Industrial Park, Zone 16. A colossal room houses a glass sphere resembling a slightly flattened basketball in its form. Within the glass sphere resides a multitude of pulsating blue arcs, which, when viewed from the outside, exude a captivating brilliance. The energy they possess is immense, yet remarkably stable. The arc reactor, or the arc reactor, serves as the cornerstone of Stark Industries' innovative clean energy project. Should this marvel come to fruition, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the scientific community and captivate the attention of the entire world. Before the arc reactor stand two individuals. One is a corpulent figure, none other than Obadiah Stane, one of the founders and current major shareholders of Stark Industries. "Sir, The technology you have entrusted us with has encountered yet another impasse. My team has exerted tremendous effort. The man in a white lab coat murmured, his gaze cast downward. But regrettably, the project has been deemed a failure. The technology to power this armor seems beyond our reach. Doctor, the technology is right here, Stain retorted, gesturing towards the enormous arc reactor. Stark Industries has manufactured the completed product, positioned just outside your office door for you to see each day. Your task is merely to miniaturize it. I have already invested tens of millions of dollars into your team. The doctor's glasses slid down his nose, and he, drenched in perspiration, replied, I apologize, sir. But we cannot achieve this. No one in the world can, except Tony Stark has accomplished it. Stain bellowed, his finger pointing accusingly. He fashioned a miniaturized arc reactor in that cave, using nothing but scrap metal. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not Tony Stark. He is the foremost scientist in this world, the pioneer of arc reactor technology. No one can surpass him in this domain. Aside from Tony Stark, no one can create a smaller, stable arc reactor. Stain's face turned ashen, his hands gripping the iron railing tightly, lost in thought. Luo Xia drove his dilapidated Ford back home, encountering a mechanical failure on the way that rendered the vehicle immobile. Fortunately, his talisman possessed restorative powers. Otherwise, his lack of automotive repair skills would have left him stranded on the road for hours. This incident sparked within him the idea of acquiring a new vehicle. Although the Demon Flight was sufficiently swift and powerful, eliminating the need for a Batmobile, Luo Xia found himself in need of transportation, especially since he occasionally drove Gwen home. Should he attempt to coax a sport car from Tony? Or perhaps exchange some villain points for a vehicle in the system's marketplace? However, utilizing villain points for this purpose could complicate the legitimacy of the car, particularly since Luo Xia lacked the social clout to navigate such matters. The marketplace offered a diverse array of vehicles, from ordinary luxury sports cars to modified vehicles armed with weaponry, and even mecha cars equipped with artificial intelligence capable of independent combat. Yet, Luo Xia did not require a transforming robot to bolster his combat prowess. He merely desired a sleek sports car. Lost in thought, Luo Xia drove into the garage, inserted his key into the door, and came to a halt as he stepped inside the room. Entering someone else's residence without permission is indeed a criminal offense. However, considering your identity as a perpetrator, I can comprehend your actions. Luo Xia switched on the light, right? Spider-Woman. He lifted his gaze, and there indeed was Gwen, the Spider-Woman, clinging to the ceiling, observing him. How did you discover my presence? Gwen gracefully descended from the ceiling, landing soundlessly on the floor. Luo Xia's eyes brightened at the sight. It appeared that with the passage of time, the fusion of spider genes and Gwen had reached a remarkable level. Her strength and control had evidently intensified. Gwen continued her inquiry. You didn't turn on the light, nor did you glance in this direction. I placed a strand of hair on the shoe rack, and upon opening the door, I noticed it was gone. The local safety conditions Haven T deteriorated to the point where someone would dare to commit burglary here. Luo Xia casually fabricated a response, the true reason being that after his Energy Dragon Talisman upgraded to level 7, his sensitivity to energy entities had significantly increased. Each superpowered individual possesses a unique energy signature, and having spent considerable time with Gwen, he could easily discern hers. However, I entered through the window. Are we perhaps mistaken about our roles in this script? Luo Xia strolled over to the sofa and took a seat, regarding Gwen, clad as Spider-Woman, with a bemused expression. How is it that a criminal who illegally invades another's territory dares to question the homeowner? Shouldn't it be I who accuses you of your transgressions? To reiterate, I'm not a criminal. I am a superhero. Gwen confidently settled across from Luo Xia. Citizens sing my praises online daily. I suggest you spend some time perusing the internet. I frequent the internet often. Let me ponder what Spider-Woman has been up to recently. Luo Xia feigned contemplation. Ah yes, Spider-Woman was involved in the Midtown Tech incident, collaborating with demons to launch a terror attack on students. Fortunately, the righteous Iron Man arrived just in time. As a student of Midtown Tech myself, it seems I was quite fortunate that night. Damn that Hornet Daily. Gwen sighed in exasperation. Hornet Daily is merely an entertainment magazine. Can't you consult other mainstream media? At least they 1T distort the facts. Of course. Luo Xia nodded. Many newspapers reported that Iron Man gifted you an Iron Spider suit. Why weren't you wearing it when you went out? That suit was not a gift from Iron Man. Gwen asserted emphatically. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you now possess a remarkably cool suit. It undoubtedly surpasses your spandex attire. Luo Xia remarked, eyeing Gwen. Is there something wrong with my uniform? Gwen retorted, visibly displeased. I designed it myself. I find it quite stylish. Indeed. One would be hard-pressed to find another superhero in New York sporting a hood. However, numerous gang members roam the streets. Luo Xia's patience waned, so, did you come here for a specific purpose tonight? If not, kindly leave my home. I still need to make a call to my girlfriend. Gwen was startled, grateful for her habit of keeping her phone on speaker. Is it the girlfriend you mentioned last time? The daughter of the police chief of New York City. Gwen feigned an air of gossip, crossing her legs and reclining on the sofa, her petite feet in blue ballet flats swaying gently. Luo Xia gazed at her impassively, while Gwen pouted. Well, there isn't too much to it. I merely stopped by while passing through, since you were quite helpful to me that night. Gwen spoke the truth. She had been investigating in Queens during the recent nights. The day following the tragic incident at Midtown Tech, Peter Parker was exonerated by the police. Gwen had overheard her father, George, mention that the Osborn group was involved in the matter, and the police had no grounds to detain an innocent person. At least no evidence to suggest his involvement in the terrorist attack or any other crime. Gwen feared that Peter, transformed into the Spider Beast, might succumb to madness once more, endangering the safety of the other residents in Queens. After all, it was Gwen who intervened to save Peter from the demon when it sought to take his life that night. Should Peter err again, she would feel a profound guilt for those who were harmed. Moreover, Gwen harbored a peculiar thought about how she would confront the demon upon their next encounter. It was strange, given that her adversarial stance towards the demon was unquestionable. Fortunately, the past few days had been devoid of any abnormalities, and she had managed to thwart several crimes in Queens as well. You can call your little girlfriend. I assure you I won't make a sound. Gwen mimicked zipping her lips with her fingers. Luo Xia cast her a resigned glance. Adhering to her playful charade, he dialed a number that was unlikely to be answered. The call connected, ringing until it was met with a busy signal, and subsequently hung up. Luo Xia regarded the expressionless spider when seated on the sofa. Perhaps she had already fallen asleep. Gwen said somewhat sheepishly, girls tend to retire early. She certainly didn't mean to ignore your call, so don't lose heart. Men also retire early. Would you like to sleep together? Luo Xia suddenly leaned closer to Spider-Gwen. Gwen nodded in bewilderment, then shook her head rapidly. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Luo Xia, she realized she was becoming quite anxious. Then please leave my home at once. If my girlfriend discovers I was alone in a room with a woman late into the night, she would surely be displeased. Luo Xia rose and headed toward the bathroom. It's still early. I believe we can engage in conversation. Gwen called after Luo Xia. What would you like to discuss? Luo Xia turned slowly, looking at Gwen with a faint expression. It seemed there was little to talk about, as this was only their second meeting. Had anyone else dared to sneak into his home and persistently linger, Luo Xia would have ensured they faced dire consequences. None would return unscathed. Yet this was Gwen. Luo Xia did not wish for Gwen to uncover his true identity as the demon, at least not yet. As you step outside, you may use the door, but be cautious not to be seen. Remember to close it behind you. With that, Luo Xia turned and made his way toward the bathroom. Suddenly, Gwen shot out a strand of webbing, which flew swiftly through the air and ultimately adhered to Luo Xia's back. Why didn't you dodge? Gwen instinctively exclaimed, her surprise evident. In her eyes, Luo Xia should have been able to easily evade the web she had launched. Setting aside her doubts about him, she recalled their brief encounter that night, where Luo Xia's astonishing speed left a deep impression on her. Luo Xia was enshrouded in mystery, and Gwen was aware that he harbored secrets, which fueled her desire to unravel them tonight. Additionally, she aimed to probe whether Luo Xia had any connection to the demon. Perhaps it was due to the recent destruction caused by the demon at Morgan Bank that Gwen felt compelled to unveil its true identity, or rather, to eliminate any suspicion that Luo Xia could be the demon. Deep down, she wished for no association between Luo Xia and the malevolent entity. The association of Spider-Woman with criminals stemmed from a misunderstanding by the police. However, the demon was unambiguously a criminal, a fact universally acknowledged. The demon had become synonymous with slaughter and terror, leaving countless victims in his wake, some of whom had suffered gruesome fates. He had once murdered 3 high-ranking members of the Osborn group who had no prior criminal records, and he showed no mercy toward actual criminals. As one could still perceive the terror etched on the faces of his victims, Gwen firmly believed that Luo Xia could not possibly be connected to such a criminal. While Luo Xia possessed a cold, violent side, Gwen had predominantly sensed warmth and kindness emanating from him. Do you find this amusing? Luo Xia coldly inquired as he turned to face her, the web strand trailing behind him. Gwen, taken aback by the chill in his demeanor, instinctively wanted to retreat. However, seated on the couch, she found herself with no escape. Luo Xia approached her, leaning in close, forcing Gwen to continuously lean back, her hands instinctively rising to shield her chest in a defensive manner. He positioned himself over her, adopting an imposing stance that confined her until her back and head pressed against the couch, leaving less than 10 centimeters between them. Do you find this amusing? He reiterated. I'm truly sorry, Gwen replied, feeling a pang of guilt. She managed a nervous smile. I can clean up the web. Please don't be angry. Apologies were of little consequence, Spider-Woman. Luo Xia's voice suddenly regained its calm, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. Gwen could discern no trace of anger in his gaze. The term Spider-Woman felt overly familiar to her, as if the demon were whispering softly in her ear, Spider-Woman. At that moment, Gwen's mind was a blank slate. Luo Xia pulled back her mask down to her nose, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, he captured her lips with his own. 061 Insight Program. Miss Pepper, are you busy? Please come to my office. I require your assistance. After receiving a call from Tony, Potts entered the RD room. Upon entering the room with the password, she spotted the fully assembled Iron Man suit, Mark V, behind the main control console. The freshly painted red and yellow exterior glimmered faintly under the lights. As Tony was still fine-tuning the enhanced armor, the suit's right arm, housing a miniature missile, was exposed. Potts was well aware of the destructive capability of that missile. A single shot could obliterate the entire RD room. Tony? Pot called out. Right here. Tony emerged from the back, holding a transparent cup filled with a green, chlorophyll drink. You shouldn't keep such dangerous items here, Potts remarked, pointing at the missile. Relax. I'm Iron Man. These are merely my little toys, Tony replied nonchalantly. Besides, who would be foolish enough to get blown up by their own creation? Potts frowned at his response. That day, Tony had donned the Iron Man suit to dismantle a terrorist base and, on his return, had engaged in a skirmish with 2 Air Force jets. When Potts heard the commotion, she opened the door to find several clumsy robotic arms assisting Tony in removing the bullet-riddled armor. Thus, Potts had learned early on that Tony was indeed Iron Man, all right. Let us get back to why you called me, Potts said, shifting the subject with a hint of exasperation. As Tony's assistant, she was well acquainted with her boss's arrogance and stubbornness. I need you to go to my office, hack into the main computer, and download all the recent shipping manifests. Tony instructed Potts earnestly. Hasn't T-Stark Industries ceased its arms dealings? Potts questioned, puzzled. The equipment research department has been dismantled, yet those weapons have found their way into the hands of terrorists. Tony exclaimed, agitated. They are using Stark Industries' banned weapons to decimate government forces, resulting in countless deaths and displacing innumerable civilians. Potts looked astonished, and Tony continued, his expression stoic. It's staying, but I need evidence. He handed Potts a chip the size of a USB drive, which she accepted. This is a decryption chip. It will unlock the manifests, which may be located in the administrative folder or perhaps in a hidden directory. If I retrieve the shipping manifests, what will you do? Potts interrupted him. Tell me the truth, Tony. I will convene a board meeting to terminate Stain's position at Stark Industries and file a lawsuit against him, Tony replied, gazing at the Iron Man suit. If they're secretly continuing their dealings, I will put a stop to it and destroy all the weapons. Just like last time? It was a miracle you returned unscathed then. Potts hurled the encrypted chip back onto the table, exclaiming that if he were to act as such, it could spell doom for Tony. He lamented that he ought to have perished long ago, yet for the sake of these beliefs he had endured, perhaps fulfilling a greater purpose. It was imperative for him to proceed. That was all there was to it. Then I resign, Potts declared, turning away. Tony, I would do anything for you, but I will never allow you to confront the peril of death. With those words, Potts departed. Pepper, you have stood by my side through many trials. When I wreaked havoc and profited from the misfortunes of others, you were there. Now, as I endeavor to shield those who have suffered because of me, you choose to abandon me? Potts halted in his tracks. Latitude, 38 in 53 feet 33 inches. 78 foot. Longitude, 77 s 3 feet 38 inches. 91 foot. Isa, Akievipos, Triskaliun. The vast observation elevator ascended steadily as Alexander Pierce, the minister of the World Security Council, stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing down at the diminishing landscape below. His assistant, bodyguards, and a retinue of followers pressed against the elevator door, creating more space. The World Security Council functions as an international assembly comprised of political elites from various major nations, which underscores the high stature of Minister Pierce. The elevator began to decelerate until it reached the top floor. The crowd parted, allowing Pierce to exit first, followed by his entourage. At the entrance to Pierce's office, Agent Jasper Sitwell had been waiting for some time. Pierce waved his hand, signaling for his assistant and bodyguards to take their positions. Then he pushed open the office door, with Sitwell following and shutting the door behind him. You should remain in your designated role. Only Nick Fury is required to report to the council on behalf of Pierce stated as he sat behind his desk. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, scrutinizing Sitwell. Sitwell stepped around the desk, bowing his head as he addressed him, Sir, Doctor. Zola has sent word that his algorithm is complete, and the code has been implanted into 3 aircraft carriers. The Insight program is ready for implementation at any moment. Pierce raised a hand, interrupting him. Activating the aircraft carriers requires the authorization of the remaining council members. With Nick Fury present, no one can guarantee that the plan will proceed flawlessly without unforeseen complications. Sitwell pondered for a moment before responding. Director Fury is a top agent. Eliminating him may prove somewhat challenging. No one survives the Winter Soldier. Nick Fury shall be no exception, Pierce replied coldly. He cast a glance at Sitwell, who promptly said, "And I shall take my leave." The office fell into silence once more. Pierce, cradling a cup of coffee, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing quietly at the lake's surface. Beneath the water lay the underground base of SHIELD, where 3 aircraft carriers were anchored. His emotions remained tumultuous, as the imminent realization of his lifelong ambition intoxicated him. As a supervisor of SHIELD, Pierce shared a close friendship with director Nick Fury. Together, they orchestrated the Insight program. The 3 aircraft carriers were synchronized with the Target Identification Network satellites, destined to remain airborne once launched, empowered by new engines that would enable suborbital flights. Equipped with long-range precision weaponry, these carriers could eliminate 1,000 enemies in a single minute, targeting terrorists and criminals without their presence being necessary, as satellites could glean their DNA, allowing SHIELD to eradicate threats in their infancy. Yet, Pierce also held the position of leader of Hydra within SHIELD, and his plan entailed executing mass assassinations. The targets consisted of citizens identified as threats to Hydra, based on Arnim Zola's algorithms. The list was extensive: Nick Fury, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, George Stacy, Peggy Carter, and Harry Osborn, numbering in the millions. Should all these threats to Hydra be eliminated, the world would kneel before Hydra's feet. "Good afternoon, sir." A voice suddenly emerged from behind Pierce. File 062 and the collapsing defenses. Instantly, Pierce's body tensed, his expression froze. Was there a third person in the office? When had he entered? Had he overheard the recent conversation with Sitwell regarding the Hydra Insight program? Slowly, Pierce turned, his gaze landing on the figure seated at his desk. Another man occupied the spot where he had just been, dressed in a sleek black suit. The man reclined in the executive chair, his feet propped on the desk, holding a document aloft that obscured his face. "Who are you?" Pierce feigned composure. In a remote town in New Mexico, an unknown hammer-like object fell from the sky, composed of materials not found in any earthly element, confirmed to be extraterrestrial in origin. However, no one could lift this hammer. Agents employed every means possible to move it, but to no avail, establishing a research facility around the object to study its composition, origin, and energy. SHIELD had summoned numerous physicists and chemists to the research facility, yet to date, no progress had been made. An unidentified, robust man forcefully breached the guards and approached the hammer, attempting to lift it, but ultimately failed. Following his failure, he became increasingly agitated, as the hammer seemingly possessed the ability to affect biological minds. We apprehended the man at the scene, and upon investigation, significant doubts arose regarding his identity. There were no records of his citizenship in any country, nor any social security or tax documents, educational background, or even consumption history. He seemed to have materialized from thin air. These 2 paragraphs were extracted from the SHIELD report on Pierce's desk. While he attempted to calm his thoughts as he gazed down at the ground, Luo Xia casually picked up the document to peruse. He was well aware that the mysterious hammer was none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, and that the man in question was indeed Thor Odinson. Thor is the son of Odin, the king of Asgard. He is fierce and valorous, of noble lineage, and was early on designated as the next king of Asgard. However, his arrogant and reckless actions instigated an ancient war, and Thor, showing no remorse, was stripped of his divine powers by the furious Odin and cast down to earth as punishment. Thus, Thor was compelled to coexist with humanity, and the hammer fell to earth alongside him. Furthermore, Odin had cast a spell upon Mjolnir, declaring that whosoever could lift the hammer and was deemed worthy would possess the power of the god of thunder. Luo Xia was acutely aware of the events that would soon unfold. Seizing the opportunity, while Odin was ensconced in slumber and Thor was exiled, Loki ascended to the throne of Asgard and dispatched the destroyer armor in an attempt to annihilate Thor completely. The destroyer wreaked havoc in the town, overpowering Thor's companions. Sif and the warriors 3 from Asgard. At a critical juncture, Thor reclaimed Mjolnir and restored his divine might, obliterating the destroyer. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor shattered the Bifrost Bridge to prevent Loki from annihilating the frost giants. Yet, the destruction of the bridge nearly sent both Thor and Loki plummeting into the abyss of the cosmos, only for Odin to awaken just in time to save them. At this moment, Loki recounted his supposed accomplishments to Odin, claiming that had it not been for his brother Thor's interference, he would have entirely eradicated Asgard's enemies, the frost giants. However, Odin dismissed Loki's actions, leading to Loki's profound disillusionment and subsequent descent into darkness, as he relinquished himself to the cosmic void. Of course, Luo Xia found little interest in the trivial familial squabbles. His curiosity lay in the fact that the corrupted Loki encountered the Chitauri, ultimately wielding the scepter imbued with the Mind Stone, bestowed by Thanos, to orchestrate chaos on Earth via the Tesseract. This marked the commencement of the Avengers saga, where the Chitauri wreaked havoc in New York, while Luo Xia contemplated how he might exploit the situation to accumulate villain points. Should he leverage the Chitauri's assault on Earth to amass villain points, or await the convergence of superheroes to reap the rewards? Perhaps he could execute both strategies concurrently? Presently, an opportunity had arisen to garner substantial villain points through participation in the Insight program. Luo Xia cast the document back onto the desk, startling Pierce. The demonic mask on Luo Xia's face was exceedingly conspicuous, indicating his identity. No one in New York was unaware of this mask, especially given Pierce's long-standing oversight of SH. Do you know where this place is? Pierce smiled, feigning composure as he spoke. Mr. Demon, your actions are undoubtedly a self-imposed trap. Of course, I am aware of this location, Luo Xia replied, gazing at him. It is the office of Mr. Alexander Pierce, the council minister and leader of Hydra within SHIELD. Pierce's eyes flickered, filled with terror. A chill coursed down his spine at the mere mention of his identity as a Hydra member, one of his most closely guarded secrets. A self-imposed trap? What do you intend to arrest me with? Those agents from SHIELD. You may summon them now. And perhaps tomorrow's headlines will read Demon's massacre at SHIELD headquarters. The thought of the citizens' fearful faces is exhilarating, especially considering they ought to know what sort of organization SHIELD truly is. Pierce regarded Luo Xia in silence. Yet the smile had vanished from his face. I almost forgot that you also have a Winter Soldier, Luo Xia continued with a smile. Have you brainwashed him today? It could be disastrous if he goes out of control. Upon the revelation of the Winter Soldier's secrets, Pierce's psychological defenses had already crumbled considerably. In comparison to the demon's formidable power, the pervasive sense of uncertainty and relentless psychological pressure instilled a far greater fear. How could the demon possess such intimate knowledge of his secrets? Yet Pierce clung to his resolve. Years of experience and his identity as a Hydra member had forged his unwavering spirit and extraordinary tenacity. Mr. Demon, I regret to inform you that I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Pierce shook his head, his pallor evident. If you believe that you can frame a high-ranking council member to extort me for your ulterior motives, you are gravely mistaken. You may kill me, but you shall never reduce me to the status of a puppet for a demon. Is that so? Luo Xia replied with a sardonic smile. Resisting me will not allow you to return home for the new year. I abhor slaughter. Rather than killing you, I have far more entertaining methods at my disposal. Now, shall I descend to SHIELD and expose your Hydra identity? Though Director Nick is absent, Hill, as the executing officer of SHIELD, should still be able to command the situation, yes? Luo Xia analyzed seriously. The tampered operating procedures aboard the 3 aircraft carriers stand as the most compelling evidence. With SHIELD's technology, identifying the functionalities of those codes is a mere trifle. How ironic that SHIELD's Insight program has been replaced by a Hydra version. Pierce was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet Luo Xia had not finished. I have an even more amusing proposition. I could restore the Winter Soldier's consciousness and let you both occupy the same room. Guess what might transpire? Will he tear you apart? Or shall you experience the sensation of electric shocks and brainwashing as well? Pierce's mental defenses shattered completely. He trembled violently and suddenly collapsed to the floor. What do you wish me to do? Luo Xia smiled at Pierce, gesturing towards the chair across the desk. First, let your assistant bring me a cup of coffee. After a knock on the office door, Pierce hurriedly approached and received the coffee through the crack. If anyone were to witness the demon in his office, it would undoubtedly lead to greater troubles. For the sake of Hydra's plans and his own safety, Pierce was exceedingly cautious. He respectfully placed the coffee on the table with both hands, yet the demon did not cast a glance at it. I wish to collaborate. I want to join the Insight program, Luo Xia declared. Pierce, taken aback, replied, I apologize, Mr. Demon. I must have misheard your words in my earlier nervousness. You did not mishear. Luo Xia fixed his gaze upon Pierce. Why are you surprised? My passion lies in destruction, and Hydra's goal is to dismantle the current order, to forge a new order from the ruins. At least, during the initial phase, our interests will not conflict. Pierce's mind reeled, though the demon's reasoning was irrefutable. He could not fathom when Hydra had sunk so low as to ally with the demon. Hydra sought dominion over the world, not its obliteration. I never anticipated the opportunity to work alongside you, Mr. Demon. It is indeed a great honor, Pierce proclaimed with a serious demeanor, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Luo Xia callously disregarded it, his scornful gaze seemingly conveying, You think you are worthy of shaking my hand? Unfazed, Pierce continued, Hydra welcomes you to the Insight program. With your assistance, the Insight program, it is now the Demon program. Luo Xia interrupted, his tone earnest. From this moment forth, the Insight program shall be renamed the Demon program. Pierce was left speechless, staring at Luo Xia's serious countenance. Luo Xia's declaration had firmly established the tone of their collaboration, yet Pierce remained oblivious to the significance of naming rights. Compared to the Insight program, the core objectives of the Demon program would not alter. After eliminating Nick Fury, they would seek authorization from the remaining member states, and, upon the launch of 3 aircraft carriers, commence the annihilation of humanity. That is, the eradication of those humans who pose a threat to Hydra, Pierce interjected. Unable to contain himself, neither he nor Hydra had ever contemplated the complete destruction of humanity. Dr. Arnim Zola would employ a set of algorithms to calculate potential future threats to Hydra, which amounted to several million individuals. Not enough, far from enough. Luo Xia shook his head in discontent. He regarded Pierce with a peculiar smile, asserting that the existing order must be utterly destroyed to facilitate the establishment of a new one. Pierce fell silent. The demon was indeed synonymous with terror and slaughter, and his words had sealed the fate of millions. It seems the Demon program is more suited for Hydra. The situation compelled Pierce to acquiesce to the demon's demands. In his perspective, the demon's scheme to eliminate millions was preferable to the decades-long Insight initiative of Hydra being thwarted. After all, the annihilation of those individuals merely required Dr. Zola to compute a new set of data through an extended algorithmic process and amend several lines of code within the aircraft carrier's operations. Rashia nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Pierce's astuteness. Pierce rose and declared, Then may our collaboration be fruitful. Not yet, Rashia interrupted. How could such a grand demonic plan unfold in silence? A magnificent slaughter cannot occur without an audience. Pierce's expression faltered, filled with confusion. Mr. Demon, do you mean? We are to announce the great demonic plan to the world? Let humanity await death and destruction in fear. Rashia proclaimed passionately, I intend to record a short film. Appearing personally, in this film, I shall unveil the entirety of the demonic plan to the world. 1 hour prior to its execution, I want every interconnected electronic screen globally to continuously broadcast this film. Let the world await their demise in panic. The ascent of 3 aircraft carriers must also be live-streamed. Pierce observed the demon laughing with abandon. I want people to witness those colossal vessels take flight, extend their cannons, aim, and unleash destruction upon their targets. We could even intersperse close-up footage of the fallen. It will be utterly fascinating. Terrified, Pierce sank into his chair, overwhelmed by the madness of the plan. But there's more. You must establish a website where those trembling in fear can check if their names appear on the execution list. Survivors will rejoice while the condemned have time for their final farewells. Rashia cautioned, thus, the website must withstand the onslaught of global visitors. It cannot crash under billions of accesses per second. Now, the fear Pierce felt towards Rashia emanated from within, devoid of rationality. The demon was utterly deranged, more insane than that failed art student. This is an impossible undertaking, Pierce exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. If we reveal our plan an hour in advance, the demonic initiative cannot succeed. The council will never consent. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents will react. And even the superheroes on the streets will spring into action to save the world. Everyone will come to thwart us. And what of it? Rashia coldly regarded Pierce. I will thwart them all. No one shall jeopardize the demonic plan. I have no intention of showcasing my power before you, and I am not soliciting your opinion. Pierce. Pierce fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. After decades of development, Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD and extended its reach into high echelons across various sectors. With a meticulously crafted plan and ample preparation, combined with the demon's formidable strength, this fanciful scheme seemed to harbor a possibility of successful execution. With the formidable influence of Hydra within SHIELD, the successful launch of the aircraft carrier is assured. Subsequently, the carrier may immediately engage its stealth mode, soaring through the skies to evade attempts by various nations to initiate long-range destruction or nuclear strikes. Mr. Devil, I shall endeavor to fulfill your requirements. May our collaboration be fruitful, Pierce remarked, his tone laden with complexity. It is not merely an endeavor. It is imperative. Luo Xia replied with a faint smile. Should any slip occur, should even the slightest detail be overlooked, I shall hold all participants in the Devil's plan accountable. The first to perish will be you, Pierce. I will incinerate you to ashes with dragonfire. By then, even if Hydra experiences a resurgence, you shall not witness it. A chill enveloped Pierce, rendering him nearly immobile, as he could only watch Luo Xia rise and stride towards the glass wall. To his astonishment, the Devil's form penetrated the glass, hovering outside as he cast a cold, mocking glance back at him before vanishing into thin air. 064 Hospital. Luo Xia had utilized the spatial mobility granted by the serpent charm to pass through the glass. This ability of spatial movement is undeniably formidable. It can transcend physical barriers for instantaneous relocation, often surpassing the quintuple speed of sound provided by the rabbit charm LV11 in various scenarios. For instance, within an entirely enclosed space, even Luo Xia, possessing quintuple speed, could not exit without damaging the walls, whereas the spatial mobility from the serpent charm allows for effortless passage. Thus, Luo Xia invested 1,050,000 villain points to upgrade the serpent charm to LV3, acquiring the capability of spatial movement, which also rendered his villain points depleted. If Luo Xia seeks to continually strengthen himself, the current path lies solely in upgrading the 12 charms, which will inevitably require an increasing amount of villain points. Naturally, Luo Xia has also reformed his method of acquiring villain points. The Devil's plan is merely his first step. Pepper Potts ultimately completed the task entrusted to her by Tony. Although the process was fraught with peril, Stain unexpectedly appeared in the office while Potts was downloading files. It was fortunate that he did not discover her downloading incriminating evidence that could lead to decades of imprisonment for him. Once Potts exited the company, she immediately called Tony, her expression frantic, for she had not only obtained Stark Industries' shipping manifest, but also stumbled upon a video linking Stain to the terrorists who had kidnapped Tony. Not long ago, during a test of a new weapon, Tony was abducted, an operation orchestrated by Star shareholder Stain. The revelation of this matter would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the public. A villa constructed by the sea serves as the private residence of billionaire Tony Stark. As Tony answered Potts' call, a sudden wave of high-frequency noise erupted in his ears. An electric current surged from his neck throughout his body, engendering intense pain accompanied by a numbing sensation, as if his limbs had severed their connection to his brain, rendering all motor functions null. Tony's mind raced with thoughts as he discerned the source of the electrical currents and the cacophony. It was a weapon capable of swiftly incapacitating individuals, rendering them incapable of combat. Regrettably, his production had not received governmental approval. Only the upper echelons of Stark had access to the initial batch of experimental products. Tony arrived at the conclusion. It was Obadiah Stane, who had surprisingly acted before him. "Tony, are you there?" Pepper's anxious voice resonated through the phone's receiver. Tony, a hand emerged from behind, grasping the phone, while simultaneously steadying Tony's faltering body. Stane glanced at the incoming call and decisively ended the conversation. "Breathe, relax." Stane supported Tony as he leaned against the sofa. He maneuvered around the furniture to stand in front of Tony, removing the protective headphones from his ears. With a broad smile, Stane slowly retrieved the device from a portable case. "When I ordered your assassination, I feared I would eliminate a golden goose. But it seems your fate was not yet sealed." He affixed a mechanical apparatus to Tony's chest, right where the miniature arc reactor lay. "You still have one last golden egg to lay." The machinery word as Stane effortlessly extracted the arc reactor from the incapacitated Tony. He forcefully disconnected the reactor from Tony's body, causing Tony to tremble violently, bloodshot eyes wide in horror as he could only watch the scene unfold. "Did you truly believe the thoughts in your mind belonged solely to you?" Stane gazed at Tony. "Your father helped create the atomic bomb. Had he clung to it as you do, what would the world resemble? Quite beautiful indeed." Stane beheld the shimmering arc reactor in his grasp. Tony, a true masterpiece. The symphony of your fate. He placed the reactor back into the case and turned to leave. Tony, you should not have involved Miss Potts. Unlike you, the philanderer. She holds great importance to Stark. I had intended to keep her as his voice trailed off. A light chuckle echoed, and the door was firmly shut. Tony struggled to turn his head, glancing toward the elevator leading to the research lab on the villa's lowest level, where another arc reactor remained. This was the first-generation arc reactor Tony had crafted in the cave. Though it had already been replaced and discarded, Pepper had preserved it, framing it as a gift for Tony. Now, it had become his final lifeline. This was a heavily fortified hospital, guarded by fully armed sentinels and patrols outside, while inside, uniformed agents stood ready with firearms. Most astonishing were the striking nurses clad in white coats, moving with purpose and keen eyes, traversing the corridors in pairs and trios. From numerous details, it is evident that they have undergone specialized training. They serve as the final line of defense for this hospital and its critical patients. When confronted with individuals of dubious identity, they do not hesitate to swiftly draw their firearms from beneath their skirts. The guard had just completed a security patrol of the 7th floor, and the corridor was somewhat vacant, with only one nurse on duty at the station, diligently inputting data into the computer. Suddenly, someone lightly tapped on the surface in front of her. It was a handsome man dressed in a black suit, strikingly resembling Bourne Anderson. May I inquire where Director Nick Fury's room is? Who are you? The nurse felt a tinge of suspicion. This man was unfamiliar to her. A certainty she held. Had she ever encountered such a striking visage, she would undoubtedly remember it. An agent of SHIELD. The man revealed an identification card, stating that he had urgent matters to report to Director Fury in person. The nurse glanced at the card and was convinced of his identity, as she was well acquainted with the credentials of SHIELD. Moreover, the presence of this man indicated that he had successfully passed the outer security checks. Room F707. She eagerly directed him, gesturing to the left. The man flashed a charming smile, yet he did not immediately proceed to report his urgent matters. Instead, he leaned on the nurse's station, gazing at her. I sincerely thank you, beautiful nurse. Were it not for your guidance regarding the room number, I would have had to kick open each door in search of that bald head. The nurse was taken aback as the handsome, smiling face morphed into that of a grinning demonic mask to ensure the smooth execution of his nefarious plan. Luo Xia had concluded a cordial exchange with Pierce before arriving at the hospital where Nick was located. He intended to keep this director occupied for a while, or to erase him entirely from this world. 065 Invasion. Luo Xia placed an ordinary business card on the nurse's station. The unsealed sheep talisman granted him the abilities of astral projection and mild hypnosis. Under the hypnotic influence of the talisman, the ordinary card appeared to the nurse as a replica of the SHIELD credential she held in her memory, and the demonic visage transformed into that of a man resembling her favorite star, Bourne Anderson. After merely half a second of hesitation, the nurse swiftly retrieved a Glock handgun from her drawer. Just as she raised the weapon, however, her trained reflexes, honed through countless repetitions, seemed painfully slow in Luo Xia's eyes. He swiftly seized the gun from her grip. While I appreciate your assistance, pointing a firearm at me is utterly intolerable. Suddenly, even from half a meter away, the nurse felt an intense heat emanating from Luo Xia's hand. She watched in astonishment as the Glock in his grasp rapidly melted, turning into a pool of molten metal that flowed across the table. In this process, the faint energy from the explosive powder of the bullet was erased by the dragon talisman, resulting in the nurse only hearing a dull popping sound, reminiscent of a muffled firecracker being ignited. A high-pitched alarm reverberated throughout the hospital, and red warning lights flickered in the corridors and all patient rooms. Meanwhile, the on-duty personnel behind the surveillance cameras had already detected anomalies on the 7th floor, while Luo Xia was engaging the nurse in conversation. Luo Xia smiled at her and turned left, ambling leisurely under the crimson lights as he sought the F707 patient room where Nick was located. Demon invasion. All personnel, proceed to the 7th floor for support. This incessant announcement echoed, mobilizing all guards and agents within the hospital. Suddenly, the door to room F704 burst open, and a robust figure charged violently at Luo Xia. He deftly sidestepped and delivered a punch that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Steve Rogers, have you not learned your lesson after being sent to the hospital by a panda? Luo Xia remarked, shaking his wrist. The impact of Luo Xia's fist was but a mere annoyance to Captain America, who rose and blocked Luo Xia's path. He refrained from initiating an attack, well aware that he was no match for the demon, and that this was SHIELD's territory. His strategy was to stall for time while awaiting reinforcements. He lacked the energy for banter with the demon, who could unleash powerful fiery assaults at any moment. And without his shield, Captain America knew he had to remain vigilant. Otherwise, he would be reduced to ashes by the demon's flames. Suddenly, Captain America, in alarm, lunged to the side as a group of armed agents appeared at the end of the corridor. Spotting the standoff between him and the demon, they opened fire without hesitation. Captain America dove back into his patient room, narrowly avoiding several bullets that whizzed past him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have been struck. He was acutely aware that ordinary firearms were ineffective against the demon, and pressing himself against the door, he peered out. Indeed, the demon had vanished from sight. "Captain Rogers!" The agents shouted from the corridor's end. "Iem me fine." He responded, remaining cautious of his surroundings. The demon had not yet departed. Turning his gaze toward the opposite end of the corridor, he attempted to catch a glimpse of the demon. Yes, be cautious, especially what is behind you." Luo Xia's voice echoed from behind Captain America, who mimicked Luo Xia's stance against the door, inquisitively asking, "What are you looking for? Is it me?" Captain America's fist lashed out like a whip, but Luo Xia evaded it, causing his punch to crash against the metal door, which was sufficiently bulletproof yet now bore a dent. "Unfortunately, there are no kung fu pandas in this hospital. Otherwise, I would have relished a fair duel," Luo Xia lamented. "Stop mentioning that damned panda," Captain America retorted, clenching his fists, ready to attack again, but seeing Luo Xia extend his right hand, he was forced to retreat back into the corridor. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, creating a gaping hole in the iron door of the adjacent ward, and sparks flew, splattering Captain America. Farewell. Rather than exiting, Luo Xia dashed towards the wall of the ward. Utilizing the spatial movement ability of the Snake Talisman, he opted not to engage with Captain America and the agents, for wasting time could potentially allow Nick to escape. Captain America's ward was numbered F704. According to the hospital's layout, Luo Xia needed only to employ the Snake Talisman's spatial movement 3 consecutive times to reach Nick's ward. F707. Captain America, witnessing the direction in which Luo Xia vanished, quickly deduced the demon's purpose for visiting the hospital tonight. Its target was Director Nick. The reasoning was straightforward. Nick was the most significant figure within the entire hospital. During his hospitalization, Captain America had perused all information regarding demons from S.H.I.E.L.D., noting that demons had a history of assassination and would not whimsically wreak havoc in a hospital. The target was indeed Director Nick. Captain America rose and sprinted towards Nick's ward. Meanwhile, Luo Xia swiftly entered ward F707. He cast an irritated glance at Natasha, who was crouched behind the door with her weapon drawn, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment as their eyes met. "Are you not going to shoot?" Luo Xia inquired while moving towards the wide-open window, where the cold wind rushed in, sending the curtains fluttering wildly. A metal chain dangled down from the window to the ground below, where Director Nick was being supported by several individuals, surrounded in the glow of a streetlight. He turned to regard the demon by the window with a chilling expression. Luo Xia, observing Nick as he entered a bulletproof SUV, paid little mind. Nick's choice of a sedan as transportation foreshadowed his tragic fate for the night. Luo Xia extended his hand, activating the dragon talisman repeatedly, unleashing fierce dragon flames that carried with them a will for destruction, sparing neither buildings nor the crowd. "Miss Natasha?" Luo Xia stepped away from the windowsill as countless bullets riddled the walls, leaving pockmarked craters. "Mr. Demon, this is truly a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." Natasha raised her hands, clearly unwilling to fire, knowing that in this hospital, she could receive immediate medical attention post-shooting. Suddenly, Luo Xia aimed in her direction, prompting Natasha to kick off the wall and leap out, a burst of light erupting as the door, along with the agents who had approached, was engulfed in flames. Captain America, who had just reached the doorway, was violently thrown back by the explosion. Whoosh! In the darkness, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, its tip glimmering with a red light. Luo Xia effortlessly shot a flame to detonate the arrow mid-flight. Undoubtedly, it was Hawkeye's projectile. Aside from him, no other agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded a bow. Luo Xia felt intrigued. Thus far, every superhero he encountered had aided him in unlocking a talisman. And as a member of the original Avengers, Hawkeye should be no exception. Could there be further rewards to reap tonight? Luo Xia activated the chicken and rabbit talismans, vanishing from his original location in an instant. By the time he soared through the window into the sky, he had already surpassed the speed of sound. A resounding sonic boom echoing forth, causing the windows to tremble. Had it not been for the bulletproof glass, the entire building's windows would have shattered. The piercing alarm bells reverberated through the base, while white searchlights swept across the night sky, illuminating the dim corners. In the sky, Luo Xia quickly spotted Hawkeye among the crowd, his bow drawn and aimed at the window of the F707 ward, the arrowhead flickering with a red signal light. Luo Xia dove downward, his speed exceeding that of a hunting falcon by tenfold. Hawkeye, with a keen instinct, sensed something amiss, although he could not identify the object. He instinctively aimed his arrow in Luo Xia's direction and released it. Luo Xia deftly evaded the incoming projectile, seizing Hawkeye by the collar and pulling him upward, continuously gaining altitude. As Luo Xia ascended to several dozen meters, the agents below collapsed, the intense sonic boom spreading outward, shattering their eardrums and inflicting varying degrees of harm upon their bodies. Hawkeye's situation was even more precarious, as excruciating pain radiated from every part of his body, making him feel as though his bones were shattering. Yet, despite the agony, he clung tenaciously to his bow. In moments of crisis, one often discovers their hidden potential. He understood that losing his weapon would mean certain death. Reaching an altitude of several dozen meters, Luo Xia held Hawkeye with one hand, a frown creasing his brow. Thus far, the system had not granted any enhancement for unsealing the talismans, leading Luo Xia to conclude that swiftly unlocking the 12 talismans would not be an easy feat. "You are truly useless," Luo Xia muttered under his breath, recalling how even Black Widow had received the system's recognition to assist in unlocking the snake talisman. With a final farewell, Luo Xia released his grip, allowing Hawkeye to plummet freely. Luo Xia then oriented himself, pursuing the direction in which Nick's convoy had fled. As Hawkeye fell, he expended his last reserves of strength, firing a specialized arrow into a wall. The sharp tip penetrated effortlessly, transforming into a gripping mechanism that embedded itself into the wall, ensuring it remained secure despite the impact. This unique arrow was tethered by a slender, yet sturdy cable to the bow in Hawkeye's grasp. Clinging to the mechanical bow, he utilized this descent apparatus to slow his fall, ultimately crashing through a window on the 6th floor and rolling into the room. Luo Xia swiftly caught up with Nick's armored SUV, and in the darkness ahead, a flicker of red light appeared. Suddenly, Luo Xia ascended higher. It was a single soldier missile that struck the armored SUV, resulting in a fierce explosion that sent a massive fireball soaring 10 meters into the air. The vehicle was lifted off the ground, tumbling several times before landing on its side. From the darkness of the road emerged a group of individuals, armed and firing at the overturned car while steadily advancing. The leader was someone whom Luo Xia recognized all too well. With medium-length hair and a black mask covering his face, the most striking feature was his silver metallic arm, a testament to his transformation. It was the Winter Soldier, Bucky, Captain America's trusted ally, during the Howling Commando's mission to capture Dr. Zola. Bucky had plummeted from a train into a valley, presumed dead by all. Yet, he was rescued by Hydra and brainwashed into becoming the perfect assassin, the Winter Soldier. This individual epitomized the archetype of a darkened hero, enhanced thrice over, yet diminished in virtue by a significant margin. As Luo Xia descended slowly, a member of Hydra's strike team instinctively aimed his weapon at the descending figure, only to be immediately restrained by his comrade. "The demon is our ally." Apologetically, Luo Xia raised his hand and stated coolly, "I never ally with anyone." The flames illuminated the terrified face of the Hydra member as the others opened fire upon the demon. Yet, not a single bullet found its mark. Luo Xia's speed was astonishing. He approached a member amidst the gunfire, triggering a grenade on the individual before soaring away. Mere seconds later, the man, realizing too late, was obliterated in a burst of flames. Soon, the Hydra team tasked with eliminating Nick Fury crumbled, leaving only the Winter Soldier shooting at Luo Xia's afterimage in the air. Renowned as the perfect assassin, the Winter Soldier boasted a 100 success rate in his assassination missions. He would not retreat until Nick Fury, his current target, was eliminated. Suddenly, the battle-hardened Winter Soldier ceased fire and rolled to the side, just as a pillar of fire descended upon the spot where he had stood moments before. The asphalt was torn apart, revealing charred earth beneath. Had that strike landed on him, he would have faced certain death or disfigurement. Yet, the cold gaze emanating from the Winter Soldier's mask revealed no hint of fear. Raising his rifle, he discovered the magazine was empty, prompting him to discard the weapon to the roadside and confront Luo Xia with his metallic arm. Luo Xia tilted his body slightly, lifting his hand to channel the dragon talisman towards the overturned SUV, despite having the leisure to tease a beautiful nurse during the invasion. Even engaging Hawkeye in a bungee jumping escapade, Luo Xia remained resolute in his true objective for the night. To ensure the success of his nefarious plan and to amass substantial villain points, he could not allow Nick Fury, the head of SHLD, to escape this evening. The door of the overturned armored SUV remained ajar, and one agent struggled to crawl out, only to be met with an encroaching explosion before his eyes. The bulletproof off-road vehicle was completely engulfed in flames, with explosions resonating and illuminating the stretch of road. From a distance, the sound of car horns echoed, and several beams of white headlights pierced the darkness like swords, signaling the arrival of rescue from the base. Roxa turned to glance at the Winter Soldier, but to his astonishment, the once formidable Winter Soldier, upon witnessing Nick's vehicle explode under the demon's assault, instantly sought to flee the scene. Roxa pursued him, yet just as he was about to close the distance, the Winter Soldier, as if endowed with a sixth sense, swung his metallic arm like a whip towards Roxa, approaching from behind. Utilizing the spatial displacement capability of the Serpent Talisman, Roxa instantly teleported to the Winter Soldier's rear. He then employed the Rabbit Talisman, which allowed him to control his speed, halting his advance, and delivered a punch to the Winter Soldier's nape. The Rabbit Talisman not only facilitated acceleration, but also, upon reaching level 11 and with sufficient proficiency, could instantly negate the kinetic energy of oneself and any moving objects. Unaware of the demon's powers, the Winter Soldier was caught off guard by Roxa's series of strikes. Before he could react, he found himself knocked to the ground. However, Roxa's blow did not incapacitate him. The Winter Soldier rolled back to his feet, wary of Roxa's right hand capable of unleashing fiery attacks, and raised his fist to initiate an offensive. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier noticed the demon before him, its eyes ablaze with intensity. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, lifting his metallic arm to block. Two beams of laser erupted from Roxa's eyes, striking the Winter Soldier's metallic arm and sending sparks flying. The Winter Soldier darted back, casting a glance at the two dark marks on his metallic appendage. Roxa, however, shook his head slightly. The power of the talisman, yet to be fully unleashed, was too feeble. Had the pig talisman reached its maximum level, that strike would have easily penetrated the Winter Soldier's metallic arm. The Winter Soldier's eyes betrayed no emotion. He now found himself in a predicament, forced to maintain a standoff with Roxa while raising his metallic arm. "You are far more useful than Hawkeye," Roxa suddenly remarked, offering a peculiar form of praise. Monitoring the anti-hero Winter Soldier, the Tiger Talisman has been activated. Upgradable with villain points. Attempt to elicit negative emotions from the Winter Soldier. Further surprises await your exploration. Roxa deliberately sought out Hawkeye, but to no avail. However, casually engaging the Winter Soldier had unexpectedly activated the Tiger Talisman. This marked the fifth talisman he had unlocked, bringing him one step closer to his goal of activating all talismans. Tiger Talisman LV1 grants the holder the power of duplication. When using this power, the holder transforms into two entities influenced by good and evil, each retaining the full strength of the original. Your subjective consciousness can perpetually shift between two entities, unaffected by the constraints of time and space. It possesses the ability to pause its duplication, yet remains susceptible to the moral inclinations of its manifestations. The Tiger Talisman Level 1 enables the bearer to achieve equilibrium among all innate powers, granting access to energies beyond the talisman's inherent strength. To upgrade the Tiger Talisman from Level 1 to Level 2 requires an accumulation of 90,000 villain points, at which point one shall wield the power of duplication, capable of creating a greater number of manifestations, albeit with diminished strength. Post-upgrade, your balancing force may also be directed towards other entities, including inanimate ones. The system allows for the enhancement of the Tiger Talisman S level. Upon reaching level 11, you will acquire the ability to partition your own energy, which can likewise be applied to other targets. However, should the target's energy exceed that of the Dragon Talisman, the Tiger Talisman will prove ineffective against it. At this juncture, Luo Xia's talisman status undergoes an update. Villain points, 7054. Rabbit Talisman level 11, unable to upgrade. Dragon Talisman level 7, requiring 225,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Mouse Talisman level 1, requiring 525,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Snake Talisman level 3, requiring 620,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Tiger Talisman level 1, requiring 125,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Luo Xia's singular thought is that the diabolical plan, which instills fear in all humanity, must proceed without hindrance. Otherwise, considering the meager villain points he has accumulated on the streets of New York, it is likely that by the time Thanos snaps his fingers, none of the 12 talismans will have reached their maximum potential. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the Winter Soldier's face and causing him to squint. S-H-I-L-D. Reinforcements have arrived. Some immediately rush to aid the burning bulletproof SUV, from which anguished, chilling cries continue to emanate amidst the rising flames. This SUV is remarkably resilient. Despite enduring a direct hit from a shoulder-fired missile, its occupants remained unharmed. However, the intense heat from the Dragon Talisman produced a violent explosion upon impact, the ensuing shockwave instantaneously igniting all flammable materials within. Isaaki Eila has dispatched agents to pursue those who attacked Nick's vehicle as the convoy races along the highway. The Winter Soldier remains on high alert, fixated on the demon hovering above. Yet, he suddenly notices that the demon appears to be lost in thought, standing motionless in the distance. After glancing between the demon and the approaching S-H-L-D convoy, he decisively turns to flee. Moments later, Luo Xia regains his senses, observing the Winter Soldier's retreating figure without any reaction. Suddenly, he turned and beheld the support department of S-H-I-L-D. Without a doubt, Captain America would be among them, as he was undoubtedly the most formidable asset among the agents. An amusing notion suddenly struck Luo Xia. What would transpire if the brainwashed Winter Soldier were to encounter Captain America? However, before that, he needed to remove the Winter Soldier's mask, allowing Captain America to recognize Bucky, his comrade from World War II. Luo Xia's execution capabilities had always been exceptional. He descended swiftly towards the direction in which the Winter Soldier had fled, and with the enhancement of the Rabbit Talisman, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of surpassing his speed. Luo Xia activated the Rabbit Talisman once more to further augment his velocity, brushing past the Winter Soldier. Just as the Winter Soldier began to comprehend the situation, Luo Xia had already torn off his mask. Yet, Luo Xia possessed only the means to kill the Winter Soldier and lacked any method to subdue him, forcing him to rely on the Rabbit Talisman and the Serpent Talisman to ensnare the Winter Soldier, rendering him immobile. The Winter Soldier, faced with a relentless demon, was filled with murderous intent, yet he found himself utterly incapable of escaping from the demon's grasp, let alone killing him. He could hear the roar of approaching car engines, encircling him. Captain Rogers, it's the demon, and the assassin who attacked Director Nick. Natasha, in the driver's seat, exclaimed, "I thought they were on the same side." Following the attack on Director Nick, an agent, still conscious in the overturned vehicle, relayed this information to them. However, Captain America did not respond. Natasha pressed on, asking, "What should we do now?" Captain America remained unresponsive, and when Natasha turned, she found him in a daze, his expression beyond description. "Bucky?" Captain America muttered in disbelief to himself. He would never forget that moment. Bucky plummeting from the cliff, his anguished cries echoing through the desolate snowy valley. A source of deep regret. The headlights illuminated that familiar face, and Captain America saw it clearly, yet he could not accept the reality that Bucky, presumed dead, was alive. He was astonished. They had once fought side by side, dismantling Hydra's base after base, yet now Bucky had become an assassin, having just attacked Director Nick. As the agents disembarked and raised their weapons, awaiting orders, Captain America's voice resonated in every agent's earpiece. "Everyone lower your weapons." Though the agents were perplexed, they complied with Captain America's command. After all, the assassin was now surrounded, with nowhere to flee. The demon, however, was an exception. Thus far, no agent had ever contemplated sparing the demon. "Captain Rogers," the demon's voice proclaimed, "I apologize for taking your shield last time. Tonight, I shall return it to you. An old friend." With that, Luo Xia darted behind a Winter Soldier and delivered a powerful punch, sending him to the ground. As the Winter Soldier struggled to rise, he spotted Captain America charging towards him, and without hesitation, he prepared to confront him. The true instigator, Luo Xia, has quietly merged into the depths of the night. As Iron Tyrant observed Captain America approaching, the Winter Soldier drew a dagger from his thigh, gripping it with fierce intent. His eyes were filled with a menacing glare as he scrutinized Captain America's every move, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. Should the distance close or a vulnerability present itself, he would unleash a lethal assault without hesitation. "Bucky, you're alive," Captain America exclaimed with palpable emotion. "What has become of you?" Yet, the Winter Soldier remained unyielding, his expression betraying no signs of recognition as he tightened his grip on the dagger. "Bucky?" Captain America queried, his confusion deepening at the Winter Soldier's lack of response. "Do you not remember me? Who is Bucky?" The Winter Soldier retorted, drawing a firearm from behind and firing. Fortunately, Captain America's extensive combat experience allowed him to roll away just as the Winter Soldier aimed. Without his shield, he could not afford to withstand bullets. Several rounds struck the asphalt, sending sparks flying. In a swift motion, Captain America executed a precise kick, disarming the Winter Soldier of his handgun. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, astonishing the surrounding agents with the Winter Soldier's formidable prowess, which matched that of Captain America. Their exchanges were intense. Though Captain America initially held a slight advantage, the Winter Soldier's metallic arm provided both formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, causing Captain America to gradually falter without his shield. With a powerful swing of his metallic limb, the Winter Soldier aimed a blow at Captain America. After Captain America managed to block the strike, the Winter Soldier's right hand, wielding the dagger, sliced across Captain America's abdomen. Fortunately, Captain America's quick reflexes allowed him to contract his stomach just in time, resulting in a shallow cut on his uniform. "We have known each other since childhood." Captain America grasped the Winter Soldier's wrist, demanding, "What has happened to you?" In response, the Winter Soldier forcefully headbutted Captain America, his metallic arm striking the latter's head, sending him crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. "I do not know you," he declared vehemently. Preparing to strike again, the Winter Soldier took a step forward, only to be met with a gunshot to his abdomen. "Drop your weapon and kneel," Natasha commanded coldly, raising her firearm. The Winter Soldier surveyed his surroundings, finding himself encircled by a dozen agents, their weapons drawn and red dot sights trained on him. "This is your final warning. Drop your weapon and kneel," Natasha shouted, aiming at the Winter Soldier's head. Reluctantly, he complied, discarding the dagger and kneeling before them. The agents tightened their encirclement, the red dots converging ominously on his forehead. Any sign of defiance would undoubtedly result in his immediate execution. With a wave of her hand, Natasha signaled two agents to produce specially designed handcuffs for enhanced individuals. Only when the cuffs were secured around the Winter Soldier did the agents collectively exhale in relief. Captain America rose from the ground, turning to witness the Winter Soldier being escorted away. His gaze was laden with complex emotions. "If you show mercy to your enemies, you risk your own life and the lives of us all." Natasha turned to glance at the extinguished flames in the distance. Lives had already been lost this night. "He is not my adversary, but rather my brother and comrade," murmured Captain America, his head bowed. "I can assure you, it is indeed him. Yet he gazes at me without recognition." Bucky's unit was captured in 1943, and Dr. Zola subjected them to inhumane experiments. Perhaps this is why, when Bucky and I plunged from the cliff during our mission, he did not perish. Captain America whispered, "It is all my fault." "It is not your fault, Captain. What will become of him?" Captain America turned to Natasha. "Will Bucky face execution? If he is to be executed, would you fire upon us to save him?" Natasha inquired. "Or would you simply watch him perish?" "I do not know." Natasha shook her head in disappointment. "He will not die, but he will languish in S.H.I.E.L.'s clandestine prison for a considerable time. The technical department will surely take an interest in his metallic arm." Having spoken, Natasha turned and boarded the transport vehicle for the Winter Soldier, which then roared to life and made its way back to the base. A figure, adorned in red and yellow, swept across the Brooklyn Bridge, flames trailing behind him, vividly visible against the dark sky. "It is Iron Man," a voice cried out from the bridge, as someone hastily pulled out their phone to capture the moment. Luo, perched atop the Brooklyn Bridge and enjoying the night breeze, cast a sidelong glance at the departing Iron Man. "Energy levels are at 48 and continuing to decline, sir," Jarvis reminded him. "This heart was not designed for prolonged flight. It may not endure until the battle's conclusion. Increase power output, faster," Tony urged, desperate for updates on energy status. Finally, after soaring over several blocks, Tony beheld the Stark Industries complex. Jarvis transmitted the scanned images to the screen. Pepper was fleeing ahead, pursued relentlessly by a massive mech. Stanley has indeed created the Iron Tyrant, outfitted with an arsenal of high-powered weaponry. From its appearance, Tony discerned that Stanley's Iron Tyrant possessed greater destructive capabilities than his Mark series. Energy levels plummeted to 45. At this moment, Tony was less than 100 meters from the Iron Tyrant. "Focus energy to the chest," Tony commanded. The iron suit soared through the night sky. Upon hearing the sound, the Iron Tyrant turned. At that moment, Tony's suit had completed its energy charge, and a powerful energy beam erupted from his chest. The force of Iron Man's chest cannon far exceeded that of his palm repulsor, launching the Iron Tyrant backward. Energy levels dropped to 32. "Tony," Pepper exclaimed, her tear-streaked face filled with terror. "Get to safety, Pepper," Tony replied confidently. "I will handle this." Before he could finish, a shoulder-mounted missile from the Iron Tyrant struck him. Tony plummeted from the explosion, crashing onto the concrete floor and leaving deep gouges in his wake. Tony, this suit is undeniably your most exquisite design. There is no comparison, Stanley exclaimed with fervor. I feel immensely powerful. The colossal iron juggernaut charged down the street like a mighty elephant, and as Iron Man rose, he was instantly enveloped in the juggernaut's embrace. Concentrate the energy to my feet, or I shall be strangled. Iron Man's feet erupted with dazzling arcs of electricity. Yet he remained ensnared in the juggernaut's grasp, which smashed through two walls and crashed onto the road behind the building. Iron Man landed heavily, rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt. Sir, the probability of a concussion is 79. A hapless taxi was crushed beneath the descending juggernaut, while several cars screeched to a halt, leaving dark skid marks on the pavement. Of course, there were even less fortunate drivers who collided with the juggernaut's rear. I'm the strongest, the juggernaut proclaimed, lifting the car high. Put down, Stanley. Do not harm those innocent people, Tony shouted, extending his hand. Their misfortune is of no concern to me. Tony, we are both in this for profit. Why feign goodwill now? The juggernaut, hoisting the car, spun and unleashed his strength, astonishingly launching the one-ton vehicle onto a nearby overpass. No, Tony exclaimed, filled with despair. This suit rightfully belongs to me. In your hands, it is merely a toy, but in mine, it could dominate the battlefield. The juggernaut, once again seizing a car, challenged him. Did you not wish to save them? Here is your chance. This time, the juggernaut hurled the vehicle towards Iron Man, whose 3 passengers screamed in terror. Iron Man struggled to catch the incoming car, the asphalt beneath him shattering upon impact. The juggernaut raised his arm, and Iron Man noticed a red targeting his chest. Oh no! Tony quickly tossed the car aside. Boom! Stanley, a true purveyor of chaos, had equipped the juggernaut with nothing but top-tier Stark weaponry, combining forces that relentlessly pushed Tony back. Energy levels are down to 19. Spare me the details. Just display the progress bar, Tony hastily commanded, channeling all energy to the propulsion system. Iron Man began to ascend. At his speed, the juggernaut could not aim effectively, lacking an advanced targeting system like Jarvis. After several missed shots, the juggernaut ceased wasting ammunition, and with flames erupting from his legs, his massive form began to ascend slowly, accelerating steadily. Tony, fortunately, I have also incorporated a flight system, Stanley proclaimed proudly. Now where can you run to? Sir, his armor appears capable of flight as well. I saw it, okay? Tony controlled the armor, initiating a vertical ascent, continuously increasing altitude. Iron Monarch pursued him. Stanley was well aware of Tony's genius, one that even surpassed his old partner Howard Stark. Thus, Stanley recognized the dire consequences should Tony manage to escape. Sir, do you intend to ascend to heights that would induce icing on his suit? Jarvis cautioned. Yet given the remaining energy, the probability of reaching maximum altitude is. I know, Tony replied calmly. Full throttle, buddy. As the creator of the armor, Tony was certainly cognizant of these factors, but at this moment, he found himself devoid of alternatives. This battle was inherently unfair. Stanley had seized his upgraded arc reactor, leaving him to contend with the original version. Stanley's ability to forge Iron Monarch was entirely due to him. Hence Tony's mission was to obliterate Iron Monarch. Help me. A girl clad in a dress dangled precariously in midair, her hands desperately gripping the broken metal guardrails of an overpass. Who will rescue me? Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, the night breeze lifting her skirt as if unfurling a delicate petal. Yet her predicament was perilous, with the threat of a fall looming at any moment. Within mere seconds, her hands ached as if they were on the brink of giving way. Yet she clung to the metal pipe with unwavering resolve, continuously calling for help, hoping for a passing superhero to save her. The hero makes an entrance. A resolute voice resonated from the heavens, drawing nearer with a rush of wind. The girl's cries intensified, drowning out the cacophony of blaring car horns. Save me, beautiful lady. Your life shall be preserved by my hand. A charming voice emerged from behind her, and she felt a pair of hands spread beneath her arms, lifting her with great strength, their fingers long and slender. My sincerest apologies, madam. I was so engrossed in the battle between those 2 tin men that I failed to notice your peril. The figure behind her expressed with remorse. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you for saving me. Your timing is impeccable. The girl exclaimed loudly, leaning back to glimpse the superhero who had come to her aid. However, what she beheld was a smiling demonic mask. Ah! The girl screamed, her voice reaching a pitch. A sonic attack? You too are a superhero? Luo Xia disdainfully tilted his head back. Aren't you a fan of demons? Well, good luck then, goodbye. With that, Luo Xia released his grip and the girl began to plummet, her descent accelerating as she felt herself falling, only able to scream in a frenzy. Luo Xia swiftly retrieved her once more, grasping the girl by the nape of her neck as they soared into the sky. "I am your fan, Mr. Demon. It is such a delight to meet you." The girl nearly shouted, "You are my idol, my superhero. Greetings, dear fan. Would you like a photograph? Or perhaps an autograph?" Luo Xia began, only to be struck dumb as he felt an absence of weight in his grasp. Holding the remnants of a torn dress, his face was etched with confusion. A counterfeit? Just an hour prior, he had effortlessly lifted Hawkeye by the nape while indulging in an exhilarating bungee jump, during which Hawkeye's attire had endured the velocity. With the girl now devoid of her dress, she screamed anew as she plummeted. Luo Xia caught her again, this time opting for a tender princess carry. Trembling, the girl gasped for breath in his embrace, never having felt such a profound sense of security before. Let's continue our previous conversation. I could sign your skin if you wish." Luo Xia glanced at her, conceding that the black lace was indeed tasteful. He gently returned the girl to the ground, where she knelt, her legs shaking. "Good luck, beautiful lady," Luo Xia called as he soared away, the remnants of the dress cascading atop her head. Luo Xia ascended to the rooftop of Stark Industries, gazing up at the inky night sky, where two falling silhouettes could be discerned. He raised his hand to aim, activating the Dragon Talisman. "Auxiliary power activated. Emergency landing engaged, sir." Iron Man struggled to make a controlled descent when suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, striking him. Boom! "Sir, armor damage assessed at 30. The suit spiraled out of control, beginning a vertical drop. Amidst Tony's alarm, the armor crashed heavily onto the rooftop, creating a gaping hole before finally coming to rest on the second floor. "Sir, armor damage now at 59. "Damn, if I find out who ambushed me, I will. Are you alright?" A figure loomed at the hole, peering down at him. "Mr. Stark, the demon?" Tony swallowed his retort. "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Mr. Demon, but seems you missed your shot." 070, the demon's gift. Iron Man attempted to ascend through the hole he had just created to reach the upper levels, only to find himself wedged at the opening. The demon looking down with evident disdain. He braced himself against the floor, striving to extricate himself. Yet despite his efforts, he remained stuck. "Arves. Are you certain you want to allocate all remaining energy to the propulsion system?" "Never mind that," he exclaimed, pounding his fist against the concrete floor, debris flying with every strike. "Are you not going to lend a hand?" Tony remarked with a hint of exasperation at the unmoved demon. "Friends ought to assist one another. Are we not enemies? Everyone claims you are a superhero, while I am deemed the malevolent villain." The tone of Luo Xia was somewhat peculiar. As an adversary, I would be remiss not to refrain from delivering the final blow. Don't you think? "I have known this all along," Tony retorted with dissatisfaction. "And your factory is remarkably sturdy." Naturally, Tony's voice brimmed with pride, for beneath lay a colossal arc reactor. The demon's reaction did not exceed Tony's expectations. Could there truly be individuals capable of forging a friendship with a demon? Certainly, he was not one of them. They were only friends when the demon required something from him, which aligned perfectly with the demon's character. Tony had never anticipated receiving assistance from the demon. As long as the demon remained a mere spectator and did not interfere in his battle against Ironmonger, Tony would be thoroughly content. Suddenly, Tony felt the floor tremble and turned to see Ironmonger charging towards him, indicating that the issues caused by the ice had not been entirely resolved. As Ironmonger barreled towards him like a rhinoceros, Tony was drenched in cold sweat, his fists hammering against the floor. His remaining energy was insufficient to support the firing of an energy cannon to repel Ironmonger. At that moment, the observing demon unexpectedly turned to him and inquired, "Do you require assistance, Mr. Stark?" "What?" Tony was taken aback. Could the demon truly be so benevolent? In response, Luo Xia raised his hand, aiming at the floor before Tony. As the dragon totem gradually illuminated, it appeared the demon intended to assist him in blasting through the unyielding floor. No. Tony hastily declined. The memory of the demon's earlier strike that shattered the Mark IV armor was still vivid in his mind. Even if he were to be pummeled by Ironmonger, he did not wish for the demon to extricate him in such a manner. Luo Xia smoothly pivoted to aim at the charging Ironmonger, invoking the Dragon Talisman, unleashing a pillar of crimson flame infused with formidable energy that struck true at the leaping Ironmonger. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted, and the ensuing heat wave lifted the hem of Luo Xia's attire. Ironmonger was heavily wounded, sent sprawling who knows where. Tony was curious as to why the demon had chosen to assist him. It certainly could not be because he had aided the demon in crafting the Iron Spider armor and models. for the demon was not one to remember favors. Was it due to Ironmonger's grotesque appearance? It seemed the demon's aesthetic judgment was intact, compared to that rotund figure. The red and yellow paint job and aerodynamic structure of the Mark series were leagues ahead. Regardless, the current situation favored him, and Tony could only bury these unsettling speculations deep in his mind. "And you, my friend," Tony exclaimed, giving Luo Xia a thumbs up. "You are the true hero." With that, he struck the floor with all his might, as the arc pulse device at his feet struggled to function, intermittently sparking, barely propelling him to the top floor. "Sir, I have captured the trajectory of the Iron Tyrant, devoid of any aggressive intent. He has commenced his retreat." It appears that Stanley has also recognized the figure atop the factory rooftop as the demon. The formidable strike from the demon doused the excitement of Stanley with a cold splash of reality. The Iron Tyrant cannot be allowed to roam freely in this world. "I must pursue him," Tony asserted with conviction. Iron Man cannot permit a mobile arsenal to wander the streets of New York. He extended his arm, palm open, as the arc pulse device ignited, emitting 2 faint glimmers of flame. However, after merely a few meters of flight, the armor faltered and plummeted, crashing onto the rooftop. "Sir, the backup energy has been entirely depleted," came the disheartening announcement, severing the connection with JR. Yes, Tony lay on the floor, his gaze fixed on the now darkened screen, unable to resist pounding the ground in frustration. Damn, had it not been for Stanley's ambush and theft of my arc reactor, the tide of this battle would have certainly turned. It is crucial to note that his armor was specifically designed to counter the demon, and had been continuously upgraded to Mark V, which could effortlessly annihilate that Iron Tyrant. Yet now, his armor lay powerless and drained, evidently incapable of pursuing Stanley any longer. Was he to simply allow Stanley, clad in the Iron Tyrant, to escape unscathed? "It seems you are in need of assistance," a calm voice interjected from the side. It was the demon. Tony, drenched in cold sweat, had momentarily forgotten about this very demon who had just launched an attack on him. Now, not only was the pursuit of the Iron Tyrant a concern, but surviving in the presence of the demon had become a pressing issue. "Of course. Could you lend your phone?" Tony feigned composure. "I need to contact my assistant. The losses from this battle are significant. Additionally, I must dial 911. I feel dizzy, and my chest aches. It must be a concussion and fractured ribs." "No, you do not require any of that," Luo Xia replied, shaking his head. Lying on the floor, Tony vaguely observed as the demon extended his hand toward his chest, a blinding light emanating in an instant. "No," Tony exclaimed, sensing the specter of death approaching, but in the next moment, the screen before him flickered to life. "Good evening, Sir JARVIS. Re-established the connection with the armor, announcing, energy remaining 50. What? Tony was taken aback. 3 pillars shot forth from the dragon-shaped totem in Luo Xia's hand, directly connecting to the arc reactor in Iron Man's chest. Energy reserve, 100. Tony's mind momentarily short-circuited. Energy reserve, 200. He quickly realized that the arc reactor he was utilizing was exceedingly fragile and could not withstand the overload of energy storage. Enough. Stop, Mr. Demon. Energy reserve, 300. Luo Xia ceased the energy transfer, and Iron Man was instantaneously propelled into the air. A medical miracle, Luo Xia murmured to himself before turning to leave. However, a heaviness settled in Tony's heart as he called out to the retreating figure of the demon. "I never claimed I would exchange anything with you, Mr. Demon." The demon's voice faded into the night. Tony's expression darkened further as he recalled a line from Zweig's The Headless Queen. At that time, she was still too young to realize that all gifts bestowed by fate had already been secretly marked with their price. He stood still for a dozen seconds, and only returned to his senses when Jarvis reminded him. He could not afford to dwell on what scheme the demon was concocting. He had to confront the Iron Tyrant now. "Jarvis, I feel like I'm about to explode. Release some energy." A surge of energy flooded into the suit's power system, and the 4 electric arcs pulsed into overdrive. Iron Man shot forth at incredible speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Detected Iron Man's profound sense of awe. "You have become a mysterious, formidable, incomprehensible, and insurmountable antagonist in his heart, granting you 200,000 villain points. 071 Gwen's troubles." On Monday, the entrance of Midtown Technology Institute was somewhat congested, with vehicles moving slowly. In a black sedan, Gwen, seated in the passenger seat, rested her hand against the window, gazing outside. Early December, Christmas had yet to arrive, but the festive spirit had already enveloped the entirety of New York City. The greenery surrounding the school was adorned with colorful ribbons, and beneath the fluttering decorations were students walking and skateboarding, radiating youthful vitality. Gwen suddenly recalled that this would be her last Christmas during her high school years. It had been quite some time since I had the chance to drop you off at school. The changes are remarkable, yet thankfully, I still recognize the way. You often drove me to school during my middle school years, she remarked without turning her head. Certainly, but ever since you started dating Luo Xia, you haven't ridden in my car to school, George replied with a hint of nostalgia. And you don't need me to pick you up in the afternoon anymore. Although Luo Xia has alleviated my burdens, I can't shake the feeling that my sweetheart has been taken away from me. Am I a burden? Gwen retorted, clearly displeased. Don't dwell on that, George smiled. Christmas is upon us again. What gift do you desire? A brand new drum set? A custom chocolate house cake? Oh, I just remembered. I need to prepare an extra Christmas gift this year. Dad, Gwen turned to George, her eyes filled with reproach. So, what has transpired between you two? Have you had a disagreement? Or have you quarreled? George inquired with concern. I'm sorry for prying, but your mother and I are genuinely interested. After all, this is our daughter's first romance. We haven't had any issues. Everything is perfectly fine. Why would you ask that? Gwen replied curiously. Could it not simply be that he has something to attend to today? Even a full-time driver has moments when he may take leave, let alone when he is my boyfriend or his old, dilapidated car is in for repairs. You spent the entire weekend at home, engrossed in books and studying, without any dates or phone calls. Even when your mother suggested inviting Luo Xia over for dinner, you declined. George shrugged and remarked that this was hardly a sign of being in a passionate romance. Have you forgotten you are a police officer? Gwen said with a hint of melancholy. Your observations are quite astute, Captain. George reminisced, back when I was courting your mother. Stop, stop, stop. I know. You've mentioned it countless times. Gwen conceded, feeling defeated. All right, Dad, Luo Xia and I are indeed facing a few minor issues, but there's no need to worry. I will handle it myself. I trust you, George replied, extending an invitation for Luo Xia to join us for Christmas after their reconciliation, adding, Your mother has recently been learning to cook Chinese cuisine. Okay, this is where I get off by. Gwen exclaimed as she grabbed her backpack and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Gwen, George called out, look, there's the old car in for repairs. He pointed to a Ford parked by the roadside, and Gwen immediately recognized it as Luo Xia's aged vehicle. Gwen covered her face with her hands and fell silent. George smiled at his daughter's retreating figure. Gwen, approach problems with a bit more patience. Gwen waved her hand without turning back as she slipped through the school gates. Entering the campus, Gwen greeted a few familiar classmates with a smile, yet her mood gradually soured. It had been a weekend since she last communicated with Luo Xia, a silence she had unilaterally imposed. That night, Gwen donned a Spider-Woman mask and entered Luo Xia's home, only to be unexpectedly kissed by him. In that moment, she nearly lost herself in the kiss, yet she managed to snap back to reality. Gwen pushed Luo Xia away, pulling off half of her mask. If your girlfriend finds out, she'll be utterly disappointed. Well, Gwen, or should I say Spider-Woman, she said before leaving Luo Xia's home. To this day, Gwen struggles to comprehend the significance of that kiss, which clearly represented their second encounter as Spider-Woman. It was precisely this kiss that left Gwen in a state of turmoil. A peculiar thought began to surface in her mind. She wished that the true identity of the demon was Luo Xia. This way, if Luo Xia, as a demon, knew that Spider-Woman's true identity was hers, it would mean he respected their relationship. However, Gwen quickly dismissed this notion. Demons are criminals, anti-heroes, embodiments of wickedness. As a girlfriend, she should desire that Luo Xia has no connection to the demon whatsoever. Amidst these strange thoughts, Gwen strolled through the campus, deliberately taking a detour along a cobblestone path. Suddenly, someone embraced her from behind. Gwen quickly broke free, her reaction so intense because someone had approached her without triggering her spider sense. Gwen, you hung up on me over the weekend and just resisted my hug, said Roxas, rubbing his hand as he spoke. I sincerely apologize, Gwen replied, her face filled with regret as she gently examined Roxas's arm, realizing she had inadvertently exerted too much force. A regular person would surely have struggled to endure it. However, it was evident that Roxas was unharmed as he adeptly pulled Gwen into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist. Gwen was not overly surprised. This was not the first time she had sensed Roxas's uniqueness and mystery. Is it forbidden to hug one's girlfriend? Roxas gazed into Gwen's eyes. It was just a bit unexpected. Gwen explained, I thought it was someone else. Someone else? They must have been seeking a beating, and a rather severe one at that. Roxas declared confidently. Gwen silently chuckled. I permit you to use violence against him. Roxas leaned down to kiss Gwen, and she reciprocated, but moments later, she lowered her head, ending the kiss. What has transpired between us? Roxas held on her tightly. I can no longer see love in your eyes, my dear. Gwen shook her head, gazing at Roxas's face, suddenly filled with other thoughts and logical possibilities. Roxas knew the true identity of Spider-Woman. That night, he realized he was kissing Gwen. And he had no connection to the demon. He was merely a superhuman concealed among ordinary people. Strangely, Gwen's mood lifted. Her troubles vanished swiftly in Roxas's presence. She was convinced of the possibility that Roxas knew she was the superhuman Spider-Woman because she trusted her boyfriend. "There is nothing that has transpired between us," Gwen stated earnestly. Looking into Roxas's eyes, "I love you as I always have. Have you seen the news? Last night at Stark Industries, Iron Man battled another Iron Man." An excited Chinese boy exclaimed in the classroom. "They even fought their way to Times Square. Iron Man." The helmet was removed, and it turned out to be Obadiah Stane, a board member of Stark Industries. Another classmate chimed in. "The whole of New York is aware of it. Come on. Everyone has access to the internet. This morning's newspapers reported it too. So, who do you think Iron Man really is?" The chubby boy asked mysteriously. "Tony Stark? Or perhaps his bodyguard?" The classroom erupted in discussion. What billionaire would personally engage in such perilous endeavors? Isn't Tony Stark the editor of gossip columns? I see his name in every entertainment news issue. Now, Stark Industries is holding a press conference, where Chairman Tony Stark will personally elucidate the identity of Iron Man and address the inquiries regarding Director Stan Lee. A chubby boy raises his phone and inquires if anyone is placing bets on the notion that Iron Man is indeed Stark. Gwen, intrigued by the chatter, retrieves her own phone. She glances back at Roxas seated at the rear. Could Iron Man be that notorious playboy, Tony Stark? Gwen feels a tinge of disdain. The first time she encountered this name was in an entertainment magazine, where he was reported to have dined with 12 cover girls consecutively. Yet, he is also regarded as one of the most brilliant scientists in the world, having developed weaponry far surpassing that of governmental arms manufacturers. Roxas casually remarks that the iron armor must surely be his invention, and while the identity of its wearer may seem inconsequential, it undoubtedly would be him. He is far too conceited. "You seem quite knowledgeable about these superheroes," Gwen observes, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "No, I'm a fan of the devil," Roxas retorts, dismissing her comment, asserting that it is merely speculation. The announcement from Mr. Stark is imminent. He will not entertain any questions, thank you. The live stream of the press conference is reaching its zenith. Amidst the gasps of journalists and the flickering of flashbulbs, Tony Stark strides onto the stage. The moment of revelation is at hand. Gwen places her phone on the desk, propping her chin on her hand. Even if he's Iron Man, I doubt he would confess, as it would only invite more complications. Questioning the official statement is one thing. Insinuating that I am a superhero is quite another. A person beside Tony subtly reminds him, prompting him to grasp the notes. In truth, Tony stares at the small piece of paper, momentarily dazed. "I need to use the restroom," Roxas says, gently ruffling Gwen's hair as he rises to depart. "Don't you want to know the truth?" Gwen calls after his retreating figure. Roxas turns back, smiling without a word, and exits the classroom. Gwen fixates on the screen. Both the classroom and the live broadcast have fallen into silence, with countless individuals holding their breath in anticipation of Tony's revelation. The flashbulbs illuminate Tony's face as the camera zooms in, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. "I am Iron Man." A collective gasp resonates from both the classroom and the live stream. Both the reporters on site and the students watching from afar erupt with excitement. Gwen turns her gaze towards the direction Roxas had taken. It is not until the class bell rings that Roxas steps back into the classroom, leaving Gwen without an opportunity to speak with him. As the teacher enters, Gwen glances back at Roxas, who flashes her a smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. Roxas's smile is unfamiliar. Gwen knows well how he typically smiles. His lips would normally curl upwards at a 45-degree angle, exuding a certain roguish charm, even hinting at a mild disdain, as if a haughty antagonist were mocking her. However, in this moment, when Luo Xia smiled, he revealed 8 gleaming teeth, a sight that could be aptly described as refreshing as a spring breeze. Moreover, his eyes radiated warmth and purity. Gwen shook off these chaotic thoughts from her mind and opened her textbook. Luo Xia, or rather the malevolent version of him, was soaring towards the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. Atitriskelion. Just moments ago, Pierce had contacted him via an electronic mail, mentioning an urgent matter regarding the Demon Project. While the Demon Project was undeniably significant, Luo Xia couldn't afford to skip classes and escape. Thus, he upgraded the Tiger Talisman spell, utilizing its ability to create a doppelganger, allowing the benevolent version to attend school while his conscious control guided the sinister version towards Triskelion. Fortunately, the previous night, he had triggered further surprises from Iron Man, earning himself 200,000 villain points. Otherwise, he would not have been able to upgrade the Tiger Talisman. Although the unupgraded Tiger Talisman was still usable, it had its shortcomings. The conscious mind could only stay with one doppelganger at a time. cautious by nature. Luo Xia certainly would not allow another version to operate beyond his control. A few minutes earlier at Triskelion, Captain America had just had a heated argument with Pierce regarding the assault on director Nick Fury. It was confirmed early this morning that Director Fury had succumbed to his injuries, with both the hospital and SHIELD presenting death reports. Internal SHIELD documents indicated that his assailants were demons and the Winter Soldier. Yet, astonishingly, Nick had crawled out of that inferno the previous night, showcasing an incredible will to survive. During the rescue efforts, he had awakened multiple times and engaged in secret conversations with Captain America, the content of which remained undisclosed to anyone. Thus, this morning, Pierce inquired about what Nick had said before his passing, only to be met with Captain America's evasive responses, leaving him quite dissatisfied. After exiting the office, Captain America made his way directly to the glass observation elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. The elevator descended smoothly, encountering other passengers along the way. By the time it reached the mid-level administrative floor, it was filled to capacity with SHIELD personnel. "Captain, I'm truly sorry about Fury," Agent Rumlow said with a hint of sadness. "It's a tragic event." "Thank you," Captain America replied. A seasoned warrior, he quickly noticed the subtle movements of the people around him. Some were sweating nervously, others had their hands instinctively resting on their holstered weapons, while others were adjusting their breathing. "Before we make a move, does anyone wish to exit?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, Rumlow adjusted his stun baton to full power and thrust it forcefully into Captain America's abdomen. Agent Sitwell was monitoring the commotion via surveillance. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking with me?" In a mere 30 seconds, all the agents in the elevator collapsed. Incapacitated, Captain America dispatched them effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. The current scene depicts Captain America breaching the defenses of SHIELD, having emerged from the Trihelix's grand entrance. The facility is now under Level 1 alert. The Department of Transportation has been notified, and all intersections in the district are illuminated in red, with all airport runways nearby sealed off. Sitwell issues commands to his subordinates. Track all communication devices, phones, computers, tablets, anything that can be monitored. If anyone tweets about him, I must be informed immediately. We need to apprehend Steve Rogers without delay. 073, apprehend Captain America. Has he managed to infiltrate SHIELD's defenses alone? Where does our annual funding for SHIELD security actually go? One director exclaimed in frustration. I believe the first order of business for the new director should be to scrutinize SHIELD's financial records from previous years. At the top of the Trihelix, the World Security Council convenes a video conference with representatives from various nations participating via 3D video. Mr. Pierce, as the overseer of SHIELD, you two have failed in your duties. A female director chastised. You allowed Nick Fury to plunge SHIELD into chaos. Should I resign in disgrace, then? Pierce replied, spreading his hands in resignation. We will discuss this matter further at another time. Did you truly consider dismissing me? Pierce questioned, his expression one of disbelief. Nick Fury exploited your relationship to coerce the council into delaying the Insight program. He is aware that this plan would expose his transgressions. A director retorted angrily, but he is already deceased, and one murderer still roams free. Pierce countered, apprehending the villain is the responsibility of the next SHIELD. Director, we must immediately reactivate the Insight program, asserted another director firmly. The 3 aircraft carriers must be airborne before Christmas Eve. This is the essence of the World Security Council's existence. We must ensure true peace in this world, shielding the populace from threats posed by terrorists and criminals. As the video conference concluded, Pierce returned to his office. Upon opening the door, he paused, stepping back to survey the empty corridor before finally entering and shutting the door behind him. I hope you were cautious enough not to be detected by others, Mr. Devil, he murmured. Rather than joining the Devil in the seating area, Pierce took a seat behind his desk, as if seeking a semblance of security. You should think before uttering such foolish words. Does SHIELD truly warrant my caution? Luo Xia shot him a sidelong glance. Pierce felt a tremor of unease. Today, the Devil appeared different, exuding not only an aura of mystery and terror, but also a hint of ominous malevolence. It seemed the Devil's mood was particularly foul today. Yet in New York, who would dare provoke him? Pierce had intended to confront the Devil about last night's altercation with Hydra operatives, which had cost him the powerful asset known as the Winter Soldier. However, sensing the devil's current disposition, he swallowed his words, choosing silence instead. After all, the Winter Soldier's confinement by S.H.I.E.L.D. bears little distinction from being under his own control. He could effortlessly fabricate the illusion of a successful escape. Moreover, these matters seem trivial compared to the Insight program. In the face of a demon, one must refer to it as the demon plan. I apologize for my remarks, Mr. Demon. Pierce, ever adaptable. Let me elucidate the situation. Just this morning, Nick Fury was confirmed dead, and through our meeting, we have identified Steve Rogers. Am I here simply to listen to your drivel? Do I appear to possess an abundance of patience? Rorschach coldly retorted, cutting to the chase. A sheen of cold sweat beaded on Pierce's forehead. Steve Rogers had escaped, and Nick might have divulged some vital information to him. If you wish to avert any mishap with the demon plan, I believe it is prudent to keep him under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control until we extract intelligence from him. Rorschach let out a chilling laugh as he approached Pierce, who found himself pressed against the back of his chair. With nowhere to retreat, Rorschach stood before Pierce, grasped his collar across the desk, and yanked it violently. Thud! Pierce crashed heavily onto the desk, a muffled grunt escaping him as he rolled about, nearly fracturing the frail bones of his aging body. Are you threatening me, old man? Rorschach's voice was icy. Should there be any slip-up with the demon plan, I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome. Jesus himself could not save you. I am not threatening you. I have invested considerable effort into this plan. The entirety of Hydra hopes for its success. Pierce gritted his teeth against the pain. Yet Steve Rogers remained an unstable variable. And my Winter Soldier is unavailable. We must rely on you to act. It is unfathomable that with your limited strength, you still dare to dream of world domination. Rorschach released his grip on Pierce's collar. He wiped his hands with a few tissues and carelessly tossed them onto the floor. Pierce watched in disbelief as the demon soared past the glass and vanished into the air. Slowly, he rose, picked up the tissues, discarded them in the wastebasket, and returned to his seat, lost in thought. Sam Wilson had served in the 58th Airborne Rescue Unit, and, upon retiring, began working at the Veterans Affairs Office. Thanks to that unforgettable military experience, Sam had cultivated a daily exercise routine. This morning, after completing his morning workout, Sam returned home. Just as he opened the refrigerator to retrieve a drink, a knock echoed at his front door. Peeking through the curtain, he recognized the visitor as Captain Rogers, a fellow runner he had met during their jogging sessions. Without hesitation, Sam opened the door. You look unwell, Captain, Sam remarked, observing the bloodied arm that had ceased bleeding. I apologize, but I need a place to lay low for a while, Captain Rogers panted, though I am reluctant to involve you in this. Well, it seems I'm already entangled. Sam smiled nonchalantly as he stepped aside, gesturing for Captain America to enter the room. Inside, he was retrieving a first aid kit to assist the captain with his injuries. What exactly had transpired? Sam was filled with curiosity. After all, you are Captain America. How did you find yourself in such a fugitive predicament? There were issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., with even the upper echelons infiltrated by Hydra. Director Nick Fury was dead, and chaos reigned. Who could possibly have slain Nick Fury? Sam expressed his astonishment, clearly having heard of the legendary Agent S reputation. The demon. The very same demon from the streets of New York? How could he possibly be involved in the conflict between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sam fell into silence. Captain America hesitated while holding Sam's phone. Before his death, Director Fury had divulged the entirety of the Insight project. Aware of the present turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D., yet he had provided 3 trustworthy agents, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Maria Hill. However, Captain America was at a loss as to whom to contact, completely unaware of the current situation. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, prompting both Sam and the captain to become immediately alert. The captain prepared to retreat into the bedroom for concealment, casting a questioning glance at Sam regarding the identity of the visitor outside. Sam's expression mirrored his uncertainty, filled with question marks, as he signaled for the captain to hide while he approached the door. Cautiously, Sam drew back the curtain just enough to glimpse outside, holding his breath in suspense. 074 Evil. Knock, knock, knock. The demon locked eyes with him through the glass, sending a chill down Sam's spine. As he grappled with his confusion, the demon's demeanor shifted, revealing a distinct impatience. Luo Xia extended his hand, and the intense heat generated by the dragon talisman instantaneously melted the bulletproof glass, swiftly seizing Sam by the collar. Just as Sam comprehended Luo Xia's movement, he was thrust against the door, his face and body pressed against the glass. You have 2 choices. Open the door or die. This door was utterly incapable of thwarting the demon. He could easily breach it with brute force. Yet he insisted that the room's owner, Sam, be the one to open it. For the first time, Sam felt the overwhelming force and arrogance of the demon. With great difficulty, he reached for the doorknob, as no one would doubt that the demon's threat was genuine. Moreover, he had just learned that Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. had met his end at the hands of this very demon. Luo Xia released his grip and pushed Sam, causing him to tumble to the ground. Luo Xia entered the room, already sensing that Captain America was concealed in the bedroom, yet he was in no rush to unearth him. "Mr. Demon, what is your purpose for coming to my home?" Sam mustered the courage to inquire, forcing himself to remain calm. For one misstep before the demon could cost him his life. Luo Xia didn't spare him a glance, instead calling out into the room, "Captain Rogers." Even though Luo Xia was aware of the captain's presence, he showed no interest in dragging him out. Rather, he wished for the captain to emerge on his own, as if engaging in a game of cat and mouse. "Apologies, Mr. Demon." Sam approached, though he was gripped by an overwhelming fear of the fiend. He still wished to assist Captain America in buying time. Sam earnestly explained, "You may have made a mistake. I am Sam Wilson, a retired veteran. This is my private residence, and I do not." Before Sam could finish a sentence, he was seized by Luo Xia and hurled aside, crashing through a glass table with a resounding crash. "Did I permit you to speak? You are not Captain America yet," Luo Xia declared, arms crossed and eyes filled with disdain. "Let me bestow upon you a small punishment." With a flick of his hand, flames erupted, and he wreaked havoc upon the room, destroying the sofa, floor, and walls. Within mere moments, the elegantly adorned apartment lay in ruins under Luo Xia's wrath. Expensive appliances exploded, emitting sparks, walls were punctured, and the charred marks on the floor continued to emit smoke. Sam was left in shock. This was the apartment he had painstakingly worked for years to acquire. Yet, all of it was reduced to ashes in the hands of the demon. Inside, Captain America clenched his fists upon hearing the commotion outside. He had contemplated escaping through the window, given that Hydra was concocting a nefarious scheme, and he bore a grave mission. However, if he fled, the demon would undoubtedly take out his wrath on Sam, who was in no way involved. Captain America's sense of justice would not allow him to abandon Sam. Even when faced with the formidable demon, Luo Xia slowly approached Sam. "Are you angry? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead. Be a bit braver." With all his might, Sam swung his fist, aiming for the demon's face. Luo Xia countered with a single punch, knocking Sam down and seizing him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Captain Rogers, my patience is limited." Luo Xia taunted, grinning, "I shall count to 3. If you remain hidden, I will turn him to ash." Without needing a countdown, Captain America appeared before Luo Xia, unable to convince himself to flee. "Let him go, demon. If there is a matter, let it be directed at me." "Very well. As you wish." Luo Xia hurled Sam with great force towards a nearby bookshelf, which splintered upon impact, leaving Sam unconscious amid scattered books. "You bastard!" Captain America shouted, swinging his fist in anger. However, he struck only a phantom, as Luo Xia effortlessly knocked him to the ground with incredible speed. After undergoing the Super Soldier program, Captain America became the first superhero, powerful in his time, capable of single-handedly dismantling Hydra's bases with just a shield. Yet in the modern era, his strength was not as formidable, especially against Luo Xia, who possessed the speed of a level 11 rabbit charm, utterly overpowering the one-dimensional attacks of Captain America. "Your first punch against me landed you in the hospital, courtesy of a panda," Luo Xia quipped, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rushing Captain America tumbling. "The second time you sought to thwart me, I nonetheless extinguished Nick Fury's life, leaving him to wail amidst a raging inferno. Do you wish to experience such a sensation? Do you still dare to lay a hand upon me, Captain Rogers? It appears that you have yet to learn your lesson." With a malevolent grin, Luo Xia seized Captain America's hair, yanking his head and forcefully smashing it against the floor. Captain America raised his bloodied visage and inquired, "Are you allied with Hydra?" A bold assumption indeed. Luo Xia hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head with a chuckle and proclaimed, "Hail Hydra." Without further ado, he lifted Captain America's face once more and slammed it back down. A few hundred meters away, amidst the greenery outside the apartment S.H.I.L.D., agents observed the horrific scene of the demon battering Captain America through their binoculars. "Sir, shall we not rescue Captain America?" one agent inquired, noting that the demon who had slain Director Nick was present, providing an opportune moment to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding agents cast him complex glances, and the agent suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "I authorize you to engage solo." "Go ahead," Agent Ramro said, patting his shoulder. "I will assist you in securing the highest level of compensation." Ramro added, glancing around at the others, some of whom nodded in understanding, revealing themselves as Hydra members. "We still need to wait," Ramro whispered. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, as a fireball descended and detonated upon impact, sending shockwaves that hurled all agents into the air. At Midtown Technology Institute, in the biology lab, Gwen's phone vibrated abruptly. She stepped away from the crowd, retreating to a corner of the classroom where she lowered the media volume and pressed the device to her ear. "Calling headquarters. The demon and a group of unidentified individuals are engaged in a shootout on 13th Street. Upon our arrival, we found the unconscious Captain America in front of a residential building. Utilizing her father George's credentials, Gwen effortlessly infiltrated the New York Police Department's communication channel. This greatly aided her superhero endeavors, allowing her to be aware of crimes occurring in each area, thereby enabling her to combat criminals with greater efficiency and to avoid hazardous zones, such as those occupied by the demon." Listening to the officers' discussions, Gwen remained frozen in place. Although the demon was wreaking havoc, a sense of joy surged within her. She gazed at Luo Xia amidst the crowd, her face radiant with warmth. 075 Chicken Charm. Superhero Falcon detected. Chicken Charm has been unsealed and can be upgraded using villain points. Attempt to induce negative emotions in Falcon, as more surprises await your exploration. Additionally, an unexpected boon had arisen. Luo Xia's 6th charm had been unsealed. He had now completed half of his goal of unsealing 12 charms. Chicken Charm LV1 grants the holder the ability to fly, effective on objects as well, though it cannot act on those of excessive mass or at great distances. The Chicken Talisman at level 1 requires 100,000 villain points to upgrade to level 2, significantly enhancing the ability to control the distance and mass of objects. It allows one to manipulate items within a range of 20 meters and weighing up to 3 tons. The power of the Chicken Talisman can be augmented through system upgrades, with its capacity for controlling distance and mass continuously improving. Furthermore, upon reaching certain levels, the talisman grants additional capabilities. Level 3, the object can be a living entity. Level 7, multiple objects can be controlled simultaneously. Level 11, the Rabbit Talisman can be employed to increase the speed of controlled objects, though they cannot exceed the maximum speed of the Rabbit Talisman. Level 12, one can manipulate any object regardless of its mass, unconstrained by space or distance. After completing these tasks, Luo Xia shifted his awareness to a clone influenced by benevolence, halting the power of the Tiger Talisman. Meanwhile, a clone swayed by malevolent ideologies was stealthily approaching at high speed, preparing to merge with the benevolent clone. What was I just doing? I have unwittingly destroyed a sanctuary that someone painstakingly built. I have slain several agents of the Hydra who fought valiantly for their ideals. How utterly despicable. Luo Xia gazed at his hands, filled with remorse, lamenting the increasingly frustrating nature of the system. Nevertheless, the strength of the Chicken Talisman remains exceedingly beneficial. Reaching level 2 allows control over objects weighing 3 tons within a 20-meter radius, presenting remarkable cost-effectiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xia expended 100,000 villain points to upgrade the Chicken Talisman to level 2. Now, endowed with a formidable power akin to an enhanced Magneto, Luo Xia's talisman status underwent an update. Villain points 90,000. Rabbit Talisman level 11. Upgrade status unavailable. Dragon Talisman level 11. Upgrade status unavailable. Mouse Talisman level 1. Requires 250,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Snake Talisman level 3. Requires 620,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Tiger Talisman level 2 requires 350,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Chicken Talisman level 2 requires 125,000 villain points to upgrade to level 11. What were you just mumbling about? Gwen inquired from behind Luo Xia. Turning to face her, he noticed her uncontainable joy, a stark contrast to the students who rarely smiled in class. It seemed she had received news of the chaos wrought by the demons outside. Luo Xia understood that as long as he did not expose himself, Gwen would not connect him to the demonic activities. What a naive and trusting girl she is. Luo Xia could not help but marvel at how easily he could manipulate Gwen, the Spider-Woman, to his advantage. Feeling a twinge of compassion, he observed the joy in Gwen's eyes, which gradually gave rise to guilt. Gwen tilted her head and smiled at him. I remarked how cruel the teacher was to inject the little white mice with improving substances. Gwen was taken aback. In her recollection, Luo Xia was hardly a benevolent figure. You cannot possibly be considering using these experimental drugs for human trials, can you? Gwen boldly speculated, aware that such actions were strictly forbidden. Yet the white mice are also lives, Luo Xia stated earnestly. Gwen regarded Luo Xia with skepticism, realizing for the first time that his acting prowess could rival that of Hollywood's finest. In the restroom on the first floor, a young black man squatted on the toilet, engrossed in a tweet about the National Security Agency rescuing Captain America from the clutches of a demon. He chuckled. The demon destroys everything. Suddenly, he felt a tremor. The vibrations intensified, and he discerned they were emanating from the toilet beneath him. What? Just as he contemplated rising, he and the toilet were thrust against the ceiling. The ground collapsed, and a monstrous lizard began to emerge from the sewer. The young man, now on the floor, was cursing vehemently, but his words faltered upon seeing the lizard creature. The reptilian being leaned closer, and the young man turned pale, trembling in fear, unable to restrain himself. "Where's Peter?" the lizard demanded. "What?" the young man replied, bewildered. "I don't know any Peter." The lizard swiped its claw, blood splattering forth. The horrific screams from the restroom quickly drew the attention of many, some recalling traumatic memories and rushing towards the exit, likely survivors of that fateful night at the dance. However, a few brave students ventured toward the restroom, eager to uncover the mystery. Around the corner, a panicked group of students fled as a massive lizard emerged behind them. Upon sighting the creature, all curiosity vanished, replaced by frantic screams as they bolted toward the door. "Luo Xia, do you have any plans for Christmas?" Gwen inquired, tilting her head. Before Luo Xia could respond, the chaos from outside reached the classroom, prompting Gwen to frown and glance out. Students hurried to the windows to witness the commotion. "It's that lizard," a chubby boy shouted. "Where is Peter?" the lizard demanded with each person it seized, its fury palpable. Those unable to respond were tossed aside as it continued its search, leaving many injured, some with fractures, others unconscious from head trauma. In the narrow corridor, students struggled to evacuate in time, exacerbated by several stampedes. Just as the lizard extended its claw toward a girl, a web shot from behind, ensnaring its claw. Gwen swiftly completed her transformation and rushed to the scene, forcefully pulling the web strands, causing the lizard to topple over and slide along the ground. "I thought you had vanished from New York." Gwen maneuvered the web to keep the lizard away from the crowd. The lizard retaliated by severing the web strands with his sharp claws, yanking them so forcefully that Gwen was propelled in that direction. The lizard swung his claws in midair, attempting to cleave Gwen in two, but fortunately, she managed to shoot another web and halt her descent. "Where is Peter?" the lizard inquired, suppressing his fury as he directed his question at Gwen. "Peter?" Gwen replied, somewhat bewildered. "Peter Parker? He has dropped out." Upon hearing this, the lizard lost all restraint, turning around to slash at a row of lockers, reducing them to splinters. Dr. Connors had recently discovered new mutants in New York, and he was astonished. With Norman Osborn's demise, such technology should have ceased to exist. Moreover, the mutant was even more powerful and flawless than he was, devoid of any defects. After conducting some investigations, Dr. Connors uncovered the truth. It was Peter in alliance with Harry Osborn, who had created those mutants. What infuriated him further was the fact that Peter had utilized a perfect formula to produce these mutants, while he had previously given himself an erroneous formula, 076 exposed. The lizard, in a fit of rage, lashed his tail, sweeping across the ceiling and tearing through light tubes that erupted in showers of sparks. He ripped a locker from its place and hurled it towards the crowd. Gwen shot a web to catch the locker, yanking it back to crash into the lizard's face, scattering books across the floor. "Calm down, Mr. Lizard." Gwen pressed against the wall, poised for action. "This is a school, and there is no one here you seek." The enraged lizard had lost all reason, lunging at Gwen with claws bared. Gwen launched 2 strands of web, anchoring them to the walls on either side of the corridor. Taut with tension. "Do you know? Today was supposed to be splendid, but you have ruined it." Gwen shot forth like an arrow, delivering a flying kick that sent the lizard flying several meters until he crashed against the wall at the end of the corridor. Yet, the lizard quickly regained his footing. "You cannot stop me, Spider-Man." No, I'm Spider-Woman," Gwen declared as she unleashed a barrage of webs. With a swift flurry, several strands secured one of the lizard's hands to the locker, and Gwen, hands on her hips, commanded, "Stay right there." The lizard exerted all his strength, tearing the locker door clean off. The jagged edge was sharp, and the end was secured by Gwen's web to his hand, resembling a deadly dagger. Gwen looked on, exasperated, pondering what foolishness she had unleashed. The lizard charged, wielding the sharp metal shard, while Gwen, aided by her spider sense, deftly evaded his strikes with agile movements. She leapt and began to scuttle along the ceiling, but the lizard man pursued her relentlessly, possessing the same wall-crawling prowess. As Gwen landed, the lizard man opened his maw, intent on seizing her. Shut your foul mouth. Gwen shot out a web to cover the creature's mouth, nimbly leaping onto its back. Stop. No destruction allowed. She ensnared the lizard man's hands with her webbing and delivered a powerful kick to his head, forcing him to stagger forward. Suddenly, the web snapped. Oh no, Gwen thought, glancing at the severed strand with trepidation. The lizard man grasped her leg and slammed her violently against a nearby locker, causing a thunderous crash that dented the entire row of lockers. Gwen rolled onto the floor, and just then, sharp claws glinted ominously. She quickly shot a web towards the wall to distance herself. A horrifying sound erupted as the lizard man's claws gouged deep scratches into the floor, leaving Gwen shaken. Had those claws struck her, she would likely have been forever deprived of her bikini days. Cornered by the lizard man, Gwen found herself with no escape. The creature's eyes glinted with cold malice. No one escapes my grasp. Neither you nor Peter Parker. With that, the lizard man swiped his claws at her, and instinctively, Gwen raised her hands in defense, shutting her eyes as the claws approached. Yet, the anticipated agony never came. Instead, a resounding crash echoed in her ears. A metal locker from a classroom hurtled toward the lizard man, colliding with force and shattering upon impact. The lizard man lay on the ground, gingerly touching his head, appearing quite dazed from the blow. Gwen turned in bewilderment toward the source of the flying locker, and in the spacious corridor stood Luo Xia at the entrance of a classroom. Are you all right? Luo Xia inquired with concern. Truth be told, he needn't have intervened. While Gwen might have sustained minor injuries, the lizard man posed no real threat to her. However, this avatar was influenced by kindness, and now Luo Xia felt sympathy even toward the mere mouse, let alone witnessing his girlfriend in peril. Even at the risk of revealing his own superhuman abilities before Gwen, Luo Xia was determined to protect her. Fortunately, under the influence of benevolence, Luo Xia's intellect remained intact. He opted to employ a newly acquired ability, psychokinesis, through a chicken talisman. Although the talisman was only at level 2, the level 11 dragon talisman could continually empower it, making it a breeze to defeat the lizard man. Weren't you supposed to have evacuated? Gwen recalled instructing Luo Xia to join the crowd in their retreat before she changed into her Spider-Woman attire. Aren't all the students safely evacuated? It's a pleasure to see you again, little thief from Queens. It appears that Spider-Woman harbors some grievances regarding the forceful kiss from Luo Xia, and she inquires if it was indeed his doing. I had previously asserted that you are no ordinary individual. Currently, Gwen's emotions are tumultuous, as she has finally validated all her suspicions. Luo Xia is indeed a being endowed with superhuman abilities. Luo Xia approaches slowly, responding only with a smile. The lizard lunges forward once more, and Gwen positions herself in front of Luo Xia, turning back to say, "Leave this to me. You must hurry and escape. He is formidable." Luo Xia offers a kind smile and extends his hand, gradually pushing towards the onrushing lizard. Gwen hears the sound of metal tearing. Suddenly, her eyes widen in disbelief as an astonishing scene unfolds. The student lockers along one wall begin to tremble violently, and one by one, they detach, entwining themselves around the lizard, compressing tightly and securely binding him, until every locker from that wall has fallen. The lizard appears as if ensnared within a colossal iron sphere. The lizard roars, exerting all his strength to break free from the metallic shackles. Yet it proves futile. Well, if your classmates were to witness this scene, they would surely berate you. Gwen remarks with a nod, her expression serious. Luo Xia shrugs helplessly. I can only resort to such measures to subdue him. I cannot simply kill him. He is merely a pitiable individual with a disability. A disabled individual? Gwen scoffs at the absurdity of it all. He possesses immense strength, is highly aggressive. Just moments ago, he harmed many, and his regenerative abilities are extraordinary. Ordinary firearms are ineffective against him, and severed limbs regenerate instantly. No one is more whole than he. She adds, when did you become so compassionate? Kicking him where he is vulnerable seems more in line with your usual style when facing a disabled adversary. I have always been kind. Please do not tarnish my reputation. Miss Spider, Luo Xia retorts. As soon as he finishes speaking, the lizard's roars intensify, and the metallic shackles created by the compressed lockers begin to crack, eventually torn to shreds beneath his claws. The lizard seizes these metal fragments and hurls them frantically at the two. Luo Xia and Gwen nimbly evade the onslaught. As the lizard charges forward, seemingly intent on annihilating them both, Gwen furrows her brow, stating, "It seems we must make our escape." "Of course," Luo Xia responds, turning around as a trash can levitates under his control, crashing down onto the lizard's head. "I hope you won't be angry." Unbelievable. If a manifestation influenced by malevolent ideologies were present here, it would likely summon the dragon talisman to reduce the lizard to ashes. However, the current Luo Xia has no desire to do so. The fiery assault of the Dragon Talisman is a hallmark of demonic tactics, and additionally, he does not wish to genuinely harm the lizard. Although Dr. Connors stands as an adversary of Spider-Man, he has dedicated his life to scientific endeavors. In a desperate bid to thwart the Osborn Group's initiation of human experimentation, he injected himself with an unripe lizard serum, which ultimately led to his current state. The myriad of sufferings that befell him rendered Dr. Connors somewhat extreme. After his descent into darkness, his sole desire became to share the potent animal genes with humanity, liberating them from the shackles of disease. Thus, in a certain light, he cannot be deemed a criminal, at least in the eyes of Luo Xia. Dr. Connors is wholly deserving of forgiveness. Regrettably, the current horse talisman remains sealed, capable only of remedying minor ailments and mending simple objects, utterly inadequate to address the genetic quandary stemming from Dr. Connors' lizard serum injection. Otherwise, Luo Xia would undoubtedly harness the power of the talisman to restore Dr. Connors to normalcy. That would truly encapsulate his purpose, utilizing his strength to rescue more fallen souls and assist those enduring suffering. The two approached a classroom, where an elderly gentleman, donned with headphones, faced away from them, engrossed in his music and oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. "You go first," Gwen exclaimed, eager to confront the lizard man. Yet a desk flew past her at high speed, toppling the creature to the ground. "All right," Gwen conceded. "Do we need to devise a strategy? You attack, while I flank him and ensnare him with webbing. That sounds quite promising." Luo Xia gently waved his hand, sending another desk hurtling towards the lizard man's head. The objects, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, proving formidable. Gwen scuttled along the ceiling, maneuvering behind the lizard man, binding his limbs with webbing. Much like a spider weaving its silk, the strands tightened and reinforced until, at last, her webbing was depleted, leaving the lizard man encased in a massive white cocoon. Though he struggled, attempting to break free from his confines, Gwen triumphantly declared, "Done." Gradually, the lizard man ceased his movements. Gwen looked on, observing him lying still, utterly drained of strength and appearing profoundly weary. A miraculous transformation unfolded before the two. The lizard man began to shrink, his claws vanishing to reveal human fingers. His green skin seemed to melt away, and the lizard-like features gradually dissipated, giving way to human characteristics until a middle-aged man lay amidst the metallic debris. "Dr. Connors?" Gwen gasped in astonishment. "Well, you were right. It truly is a disabled individual." Gwen struggled to reconcile this reality. The repugnant green lizard man was, in fact, her internship supervisor. "Connors, how did you ascertain that this lizard man was Dr. Connors?" Gwen inquired. "I can see through everything." "Including you?" Gwen's heart raced at the implication. In the distance, the wail of sirens pierced the air, and soon, the New York police re-entered Midtown Tech. "Please go ahead. I shall explain this incredible fact to the police," said Gwen. "Mr. Director, by the time we arrived, the assailant on campus had already been apprehended. It was Spider-Woman who resolved the situation." Director George furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this and sighed. "Very well, let us prepare the news department for overtime." As Director George approached the vehicle containing the apprehended criminal, an officer cautiously opened the door. "Director, he is quite dangerous." Seated within was a middle-aged man clad in a shirt and trousers provided by the police, his wrists secured in specialized handcuffs. "Dr. Connors?" Director George was taken aback. The now conscious Connors leaned back against the seat, casting a dispassionate glance at George before resuming his blank stare ahead. "I recall the witness described the assailant as the lizard. The police had previously engaged him on the Brooklyn Bridge," George remarked, shutting the car door in shock. "You must be mistaken. He is a renowned biomedical professor. How could he be the perpetrator of a campus attack? Do not tell me Dr. Connors is the lizard." "We cannot ascertain that, Director," the officer explained. "By the time we reached the scene, the battle had concluded. Spider-Woman ensnared him in webs and informed us that he was indeed the lizard. There were no other lizard creatures present." "This is utterly insane," Director George found it hard to accept. "For now, send Dr. Connors to a special prison and continue investigating the scene. Do not overlook any clues." "Yes, sir." After completing the preliminary tasks, George's phone suddenly rang. It was his daughter, Gwen, calling. "Dad, we are just to your left." George turned to see Luo Xia and Gwen holding hands under the shade of a tree just beyond the police cordon. He waved at them. "I am relieved to see you both safe," George said. "Gwen, tell me you have reconciled. That would bring me even greater joy." "Yes, Dad." As you can see, Gwen raised their intertwined hand from a distance. George smiled faintly. "Gwen, did you witness the lizard with your own eyes?" Indeed, everyone was terrified, fleeing for their lives as he wreaked havoc on campus. but Spider-Woman appeared just in time to stop him. And what happened next? Did you see the lizard transform back into a human? George interrupted Gwen, who was becoming animated in her recounting. Not at all. We all went to a safe place. Gwen and Luo Xia exchanged a knowing glance. To this day, Gwen and Luo Xia maintained their unspoken understanding. Luo Xia refrained from revealing that Gwen was Spider-Woman, and Gwen feigned ignorance regarding Luo Xia's superpowers. Perhaps this was their little game of intrigue. George felt a twinge of disappointment. His school would be closed for a day, and he reminded himself to exercise caution during their outing, adding that he could pick her up in the evening. Gwen set her phone down, watching George enter the building where she had battled the lizard man. It seems we must find a place for lunch, Gwen remarked, pursing her lips. At that moment, Luo Xia's two manifestations had completely merged, no longer swayed by notions of good or evil. The criminals had been taken away by the police. Surely they wouldn't be released again? Luo Xia scoffed, asserting that Spider-Woman ought to have dealt with the lizard man thoroughly. Gwen was taken aback. Just moments ago, Luo Xia had expressed sympathy for Dr. Connors. He is a person with disabilities. Gwen couldn't help but interject. That should make it easier to resolve. Luo Xia nodded in agreement. Yet Spider-Woman can't even best someone with a disability. Gwen. She began to suspect that Luo Xia might be suffering from a split personality. In the confines of Prison 078, Council Minister Pierce and Agent Romulo traversed a lengthy corridor, greeted by salutes from guards and agents along the way. This was a clandestine facility of SHILD, located in the 3-Arc Wing, housing numerous dangerous criminals yet to face trial, such as the Winter Soldier, who had attacked former SHIELD Director Nick Fury and Steve Rogers, suspected of threatening internal security. They were both temporarily detained here. Romulo approached a sealed door, inputting a numerical code, followed by a biometric verification to unlock it. Inside, 4 fully armed operatives stood ready, wielding QBEZ rifles. Equipped with high-voltage stun batons, clad in bulletproof vests, and donning blast masks, appearing thoroughly armed to the teeth. It was no surprise that Romulo had arranged such precautions. Anyone who glimpsed the solitary confinement within would agree that no defense was excessive. Pierce made eye contact with Captain America through a thick pane of glass. Rising from his seat, Captain America approached the transparent barrier. "Be careful, Captain Rogers," Romulo cautioned. "The glass is electrified. High voltage is effective even against superhumans like you." "I didn't expect you to be one of Hydra's agents, Pierce," Captain America replied solemnly. "Nick Fury once told me you were his closest friend, yet you betrayed him." "Nick's ascent to the directorship was entirely due to my efforts," Pierce smiled. "Whether as a member of Hydra or SHIELD is of little consequence. What matters is that I can achieve my ambitions. But you are mistaken. You'll cause the deaths of many, and you are destroying this beautiful world." Captain America retorted coldly. "How righteous you sound." Pierce shook his head. "I did not come here to debate with you, Captain. I have endured for decades for this plan. Your words will not alter my course. I am merely curious about what Nick said before his demise. Certainly, I had no intention of extracting anything from your lips. Coercive interrogation is unnecessary. The Insight program has officially commenced, and nothing can deter me. By the way, it is now to be referred to as the Demon Program. What does this imply?" Captain America furrowed his brow, pondering whether the demon had truly allied with Hydra or if he was complicit in their machinations. Pierce merely regarded him with a smile, refraining from uttering a word. After a moment of silence, Captain America declared, "Director Nick Fury informed me before his demise that SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra. He uncovered your conspiracy and urged me to thwart you." Pierce shook his head, evidently skeptical of Captain America's claims. "The demon merely shares a common objective with us." He cast a deep glance at Captain America before turning to depart. Only upon reaching an uninhabited stretch of road did Pierce inquire of Romulo, "Have our personnel replaced the security around the prison?" Romulo nodded confidently, assuring him that the security was impenetrable, stating, "No one but us can reach him. We must not allow him to speak recklessly in front of others." Pierce contemplated, then said, "Before we proceed, extract the Winter Soldier from the prison. You shall handle it personally." "Understood." Romulo hesitated for a few seconds before voicing his thoughts. "I believe we should eliminate Rogers to eradicate any future threats. As long as he lives, he remains an unstable factor." "Too complicated," Pierce replied, transferring Captain America from SHIELD. "Involves intricate procedures and requires a plausible justification. Our primary focus must be the Insight program. We cannot allow distractions. Let him remain in that room. When he emerges, the world will be unfamiliar to him." After Pierce's departure, Captain America, confined within his cell, felt a surge of anxiety. He scrutinized the specially designed prison, finding no means of escape. It was evident that Pierce and Hydra had set their nefarious plans in motion, and without intervention, many lives would be lost. This realization unsettled Captain America, perhaps due to his past victory over Hydra during World War II, which instilled in him a sense of duty to dismantle Hydra's Insight program once more. As minutes passed, his impatience mounted, and he could no longer contain himself. Are you all members of Hydra? Did you belong to Hydra from the outset, or did you first join S.H.I.L.D. before being subverted by Hydra? Captain America sought to derive strength from the outside to resolve his predicament. Suddenly, a guard brandished a taser to intimidate him. Silence, Captain, the nearby guard cautioned. This cell possesses numerous functions, and I doubt you would wish to experience them all. His words were abruptly interrupted as another guard lunged forward with a taser. Before Captain America could react, he was incapacitated. Captain America was momentarily taken aback as he observed the traitorous guard through the glass. The guard hurled 2 coin-sized cards, which adhered to the helmets of 2 other guards, resulting in a violent shockwave and a piercing high-pitched sound that incapacitated them instantly. The traitor removed his blast shield, revealing a strikingly beautiful face framed by silky black hair that flowed like willow fluff. Agent Hill, Captain America's voice was filled with astonishment. This thing is giving me a headache. Hill casually discarded the blast shield onto the ground. Approaching the cell that confined Captain America, she executed a series of fluid maneuvers, causing the glass wall to slowly ascend. Exhaling deeply, he stepped out. I thought I would be fighting alone this time. You alone could only watch helplessly as Hydra's schemes unfolded, just as I did. Thus, we must unite. Hill gestured towards the 3 guards lying incapacitated on the ground. Black Widow is in position, and Hawkeye is waiting for us outside. Captain America understood, quickly donning the uniform of one of the guards before tossing the 3 into the very cell that had ensnared him. Hill pressed a button, and the glass wall descended again, sealing perfectly. Clearly, Agent Hill was well acquainted with the layout and patrol routines of the facility. She guided Captain America seamlessly, with doors opening automatically at checkpoints without her needing to operate them manually. Is this also Director Nick's preparation? Captain America inquired, somewhat astonished. Hill faintly shook her head, remaining silent, yet Captain America discerned a hint of sorrow in her eyes. They emerged from the prison and boarded Hawkeye's vehicle, departing the Triskelion base. After several evasive maneuvers, they arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. safe haven. Captain, Falcon Sam has been waiting for quite some time, Hill remarked. We visited his home for reconnaissance. He insisted on coming along. Captain America embraced Falcon, saying, you shouldn't have gotten involved. Hey, Captain America needs my assistance. Is that not a sufficient reason? Falcon chuckled. I can do what you do, just a bit slower. Natasha? Where is she? Captain America surveyed the surroundings. Hill settled before a large screen, stating, where she's meant to be. 079 Immortal. When Pierce returned to his office, he found the demon standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the tranquil lake, seemingly awaiting the surface to crack open, the gate to unlock, and 3 aircraft carriers to ascend into the sky. Pierce could vaguely sense that the demon was indeed invested in the success of the Insight project, not merely seeking the thrill of destruction. The demon had his own schemes and machinations. Nonetheless, it mattered not, for Pierce would ensure that the demon vanished alongside the Insight project. Not only does Pierce harbor a deep-seated animosity towards demons, but Dr. Zola, after meticulous calculations, has compiled a list of individuals who may pose a threat to Hydra in the future. In addition to this list, Dr. Zola has explicitly warned of the peril that demons represent. He has utilized vast amounts of data to predict the behavior of demons. Yet he has never arrived at a definitive conclusion. His algorithms are not sufficiently advanced to forecast the future of such entities. Nevertheless, the martial prowess wielded by demons poses an undeniable threat to Hydra. A demon could assist Hydra in dismantling human societal order, as easily as it could aid others in obliterating the order established by Hydra. Pierce understands that he must eliminate the demon. Enjoy your final moments of tranquility, Mr. Demon. He approached the demon, holding 2 glasses of champagne, aware that in the ensuing moments, the world would be enveloped in the cacophony of gunfire. The demon paid him no heed, nor did Pierce mind. Moreover, you shall find yourself exceptionally busy, Pierce remarked with a smile, as per your request. The video introducing the demon's plan, which you personally recorded, was dispatched an hour ago, and it will be looped on electronic screens connected to the World Wide Web. I am certain that many will come seeking vengeance or attempting to thwart the demon's plan. Pierce continued, you will indeed be quite occupied. After all, even New York is teeming with superheroes, and you are required to assist us in stopping them for an hour. Before that, Shall we share a toast? He offered a glass of champagne to our formidable alliance. Roxa turned to face Pierce, who radiated vitality and exuberance, likely invigorated by the impending realization of his life's ambitions. Roxa disregarded the champagne that Pierce held aloft. You should pray that your efforts do not falter. For if they do, you shall have no opportunity for regret. Pierce, unperturbed by Roxa's ominous warning, reassured, rest assured, Mr. Demon, there will be no errors. With Nick Fury deceased and Captain America incarcerated, it will be too late for the others to comprehend the Demon's plan. No one can impede us. Pierce recounted, affirming that Hydra had fulfilled all promises made to the Demon. The globally distributed video and live broadcasts, along with the websites for targeted viewing, were all prepared. His excitement mounting, he tilted his head back and took a sip of champagne. The members of the Security Council had arrived at the airport and were en route to this location. The Grand Demon Plan was on the verge of unfolding. Just then, the phone rang, and Pierce answered. Minister, Captain America has escaped from prison. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His smile frozen upon his face. Roxa regarded him with a cold gaze. It appears that matters are not proceeding as smoothly as planned. Pierce, sensing the chill in Roxa's eyes, recoiled in fear. We are pressed for time. Moreover, the adversaries we face may encompass the entirety of SHIELD. And the more daunting news is that the demons are involved, who have never faltered in their endeavors. Hill's slender fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, conjuring three-dimensional models of aircraft carriers on the screen. To thwart Hydra's Insight initiative, it is imperative to infiltrate the carriers and replace their positioning modules with our own. Hill unveiled a silver briefcase containing 3 verdant chips. Captain America, Falcon, and Hawkeye exchanged glances, each taking 1 chip. You 3 correspond to Carrier A, Carrier B, and Carrier C. Hill indicated towards the vessels, stating, merely replacing 1 or 2 is futile. We must seize control of all 3 carriers. Only by obliterating them can we deem the mission a success. For if even 1 carrier remains operational, countless lives, numbering in the millions, will be lost. What should we do now? Falcon inquired, gazing at the chip in his hand, feeling a sense of trepidation as he had never shouldered such an immense responsibility before. And this mission diverged significantly from his previous undertakings. Infiltrate the Triskelion, Hawkeye remarked coolly. Captain America equipped himself with weaponry, explaining, if we prevent the carriers from taking off, everything will be over. How do we infiltrate? Falcon stammered, bewildered, for that was the headquarters of SHIELD, one of the safest edifices in the world. Fortunately, we are not alone in this battle, Hill stated solemnly. Director, I will pave the way for you. A voice familiar to Captain America echoed, none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Falcon appeared as though he had seen a ghost, while Captain America surveyed the empty corners of the room in astonishment. Suddenly, all the lights and screens illuminated, filling the air with the sound of whirring fans. I am here, Captain. Captain America looked forward, where Nick's visage was projected holographically on the main screen. I thought you were dead. Captain America shook his head. Where are you? Nowhere in New York is safer than here, Captain, Nick replied, fixing his gaze upon him. I truly died, engulfed in flames. It was you who witnessed my heart cease beating in that hospital, and you who covered me with a white sheet. Captain America fell silent, as Nick's words evoked memories of that fateful night. Ever since he had injected the serum, he believed he would never feel that sense of helplessness again. Yet that night, he could only watch as the demon wreaked havoc, witnessing Nick's demise beside him. But I have risen again, reborn from the flames. I have attained immortality. What on earth is happening? Falcon exclaimed, struggling to contain his bewilderment at the astonishing events unfolding before him. In 1972, after Hydra's surrender, Dr. Zola was diagnosed with terminal illness, yet he remained crucial to a particular line of research at that time. He crafted a device known as the consciousness register, enabling him to transfer his consciousness into a colossal computer of the same era, which now resides within a clandestine facility of SHIELD in New Jersey. I suspect that Dr. Zola is one of the masterminds behind Hydra's Insight project. With his expertise, I adeptly employed the consciousness register to resurrect my essence on a supercomputer, just as you see me now. Nick recounted his harrowing tale with a calm demeanor, enveloping the 4 present in a profound silence. I had never felt more at ease. I would not only assist you in this mission, but also partake in subsequent endeavors of SHIELD. Please do not mourn for me. Nick remarked with a smile. Captain, it is now your turn. Commence Project 080. The black convoy of Mercedes-Benz vehicles approached slowly, coming to a halt as representatives from various nations disembarked, converging together. "How was your journey?" Pierce greeted with a broad smile. "It was satisfactory, though the route from the airport here was rather unpleasant," replied the female council member, her expression revealing her discontent. "Isa, aki, cannot exert control over everything, including Captain America," Pierce said, shaking his head. News had just arrived from the prison that he had escaped. "Enough with the pleasantries, Pierce. We are not here for sightseeing, but to witness an unprecedented event in human history." The council member's dissatisfaction with Pierce was palpable. Pierce nodded an apology with a smile, gesturing for his assistant to open a silver briefcase containing 4 specially designed badges. The tri-wing security system requires identity verification. Failure to authenticate will trigger alarms and defensive measures, Pierce explained. Here, identity verification relies on biometrics. These badges will grant you unhindered access. The council members raised no objections, recognizing that heightened security was reasonable at SHIELD's headquarters. The female council member's gaze flickered, but seeing the others don their badges, she complied. Subsequently, Pierce escorted the 4 council members via a panoramic elevator to the control room on the top floor. The launch operations of 3 aircraft carriers were nearing completion, and he requested their patience for just a moment longer. With a wave of his hand, his assistant placed a tray laden with glasses of champagne on the table. However, the council members had no time to indulge in the exquisite champagne prepared by Pierce, as they stood before a massive screen, solemnly observing the underground surveillance of the 3 enormous aircraft carriers. The personnel in the underground base had concluded their busy tasks, and vehicles transporting supplies were departing, passing beneath the colossal aircraft carriers, appearing as insignificant as ants. 3 aircraft carriers loomed like majestic mountains, their decks adorned with a multitude of fighter jets, and the countless gun ports along their hulls exuded a chilling aura of menace. The subterranean broadcast persistently announced, "We have entered the final phase of launch. All personnel, please evacuate the launch base and carrier decks and proceed to safety." At this moment, I found myself wholly convinced of the Insight program's impending success. What an exhilarating moment it was. Pierce merely chuckled upon hearing this, raising a glass of champagne. "I am aware that the path of the Insight program has been fraught with challenges, and some of you may harbor disdain for me," Pierce declared, lifting his glass. "Yet here we stand, united at the brink of launching the Insight program, poised to purify this world, and all shall be forever grateful." The 4 council members silently raised their glasses as well, celebrating the completion of this monumental endeavor. Nearby, a staff member raised a camera to capture this historic scene. The 5 men, holding their bottles, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the tranquil lake, while the countdown in the upper left corner of the large screen signaled that in mere minutes, the 3 aircraft carriers would ascend before their eyes. "All SHIELD. Agents, this is Steve Rogers." Suddenly, a voice resonated through the broadcast. The faces of the 4 council members turned to expressions of astonishment, while Pierce remained remarkably composed. "The recently escaped captain," he scoffed, shaking his head, "is but a devoted follower of Nick Fury. He will not allow the Insight program to proceed smoothly." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Captain America and his team, aided by Nick, effortlessly navigated through SHIELD's security systems. Captain America stood at the microphone, preparing to deliver his speech. One council member interjected, "No one could disrupt the Insight program. This is your failure." "Pierce, we shall address our grievances later." Pierce raised his glass from a distance, his disdain igniting the ire of the council member. Yet before he could retaliate, Captain America uttered a stunning revelation over the airwaves. SHIELD is no longer the organization it once was. It has been entirely infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Council Minister Alexander Pierce. Pierce had colluded with malevolent forces, utilizing the officially sanctioned Insight program to eliminate obstacles for Hydra. Several council members turned their gaze toward Pierce, who had already approached his desk, oblivious to the scrutiny as he picked up his phone. Captain America's voice continued to resonate. "Nick Fury's demise is merely the beginning. If you launch the aircraft carriers today, Hydra will have the means to eliminate anyone standing in their way." "Pierce," exclaimed the previously agitated council member, "will you not provide us with a reasonable explanation? This is not a matter of differing ideologies or internal strife." Pierce, however, maintained his composed smile, betraying no hint of anger at the exposure of his schemes. "Originally, I intended to unveil everything later, and we even thoughtfully filmed a short clip to address your uncertainties." Pierce leisurely settled into his position, yet it mattered little. The outcome remained unchanged, and no one could alter the course of events. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon's plan has commenced. Suddenly, several guards raised their firearms, aiming at the four directors. This unexpected turn of events left them in a state of shock. Yet none dared to make a move in the face of the chilling gun barrels. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. emotions ran high as agents surveyed their surroundings, casting wary glances at once familiar faces now shrouded in suspicion and caution. At last, the countdown reached 0, and all electronic screens abruptly went dark, leaving everyone unable to control their computers. The screens flickered back to life, and some were startled to behold the familiar, yet terrifying visage of the demon mask as panic began to spread. Ladies and gentlemen, as the video played, the demon's voice emerged, and after a brief and polite exchange, he began to unveil his malevolent scheme. Once airborne at 30,000 feet, the aircraft carriers would utilize triangulation from reconnaissance satellites, transforming into lethal weapons. Each carrier was equipped with long-range weaponry capable of claiming 1,000 lives within a minute. The fortunate chosen few need not reveal themselves. The descending munitions would suffice. This operation aims to extinguish 20 million lives worldwide within the span of a week. The list of the chosen has been uploaded to the official website of the demon's plan. I invite everyone to visit the site by entering their specific region and name. They can discover if they are among the fortunate. What an exhilarating moment it is, as 3 aircraft carriers prepare for takeoff. With only 1 hour remaining in the countdown for the demon's plan, fear permeates the air. Simultaneously, the image of the demon mask dominated LED screens in every commercial hub across the globe, with the introduction video of the demon's plan looping incessantly. Times Square in New York, Ginza in Tokyo, the Champs-Élysées in Paris, and Central in Hong Kong. Passers-by halted in disbelief, their faces etched with shock as they absorbed the video, incessantly posing existential questions to one another. Is today April Fool's Day? Are aliens attacking Earth? Who is the demon? Yet, no answers emerged to quell their confusion, and they could not ascertain the veracity of the claims made by this figure known as the demon. After all, the notion of a nefarious villain orchestrating the demise of 20 million people globally is far too outrageous, especially when he purportedly wields weaponry from an organization under the so-called World Security Council. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of panic had begun to ferment, rapidly spreading through the digital realm. The demon's ability to commandeer such an extensive array of electronic screens attested to his immense power, rendering this madman a source of dread for all. In this world, the prevalence of anti-heroes, criminals, and villains is overwhelming. Every region harbors its own malevolence. The infamous demon was once renowned solely within the confines of New York, with the majority of individuals in other nations scarcely aware of his name. However, from this day forth, countless souls will indelibly remember the name of the demon and the terror he has instilled in them. As images of 3 aircraft carriers taking flight were broadcasted live, the public's panic intensified, leading them to gradually believe the demon's ominous proclamation that, in merely an hour, 3 aircraft carriers would soar above them, harvesting the lives of 20 million souls amidst the chaos of gunfire. The viewership of the demon's official website surged at an astonishing rate, with millions clicking to access it every second from all corners of the globe. People, their fingers trembling, meticulously selected their regions and entered their names. Upon pressing the enter key and awaiting the page to refresh, they experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to querying their own fates, even though the horrifying demon-esque plan had yet to be substantiated by any official source. Should the screen reveal a blank page or merely a namesake, they would exhale in relief, realizing it was a false alarm, only to scoff at the absurd prank. Conversely, if the web page indicated their inclusion on the execution list, an overwhelming wave of terror would engulf them. Yet they would attempt to reassure themselves that the demon-esque plan was clearly nonsensical. While the emotions of the populace varied, the world descended into chaos at an exponential rate within mere minutes. New York was the first to succumb to madness, as everyone here was familiar with the infamous demon, aware of his past exploits and modus operandi. Thus, when the demon solemnly announced his plan, the majority accepted it as truth. The ensuing turmoil in the city was not solely attributed to those on the death list. Soon, criminals emerged in the streets, engaging in small-scale looting and vandalism, while police dispatchers remained inundated with calls. Reports of gang activity on West 3rd Street prompted the dispatch of a team of officers to investigate. Nearby, a report of an attempted sexual assault was made, urging the nearest patrol officer to respond. George shouted, urging everyone to act. Do not fall for that fictitious demon plan. We will apprehend the demon in due time. Trust in the government. Amidst the fear propagated by the demon, the morale of the officers had waned considerably, primarily because some had discovered their names on the website. If this truly was the final hour of their lives, who would wish to spend it at work? Except for George Stacy, who had never checked the website for his name. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to restore stability to New York, or perhaps repeating the most vulgar curses against that madman, the demon. Pierce, clutching his phone, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, and all eyes followed his movement. The lake's surface began to fragment into several sections as the gates slowly opened, unleashing a torrent of water that stirred white, frothy waves. The surface of the lake parted, revealing the fighter jets stationed on the aircraft carrier's deck, followed by the immense vessel itself. For the first time, 3 aerial fortresses made their grand appearance. Once they ascended, they would remain airborne for eternity. Pierce took out his phone to edit a message, as Hydra would proceed according to plan. During the aircraft carrier's ascent, they would deploy reconnaissance equipment and satellites to locate and track the demon's position. As the carrier reached an altitude of 30,000 feet, the modified Insight program would officially commence, unleashing a sequence of long-range strike weapons to commence their slaughter based on a predetermined list of targets. The system's foundational code dictated that the first wave of annihilation would focus on terrorists and criminals worldwide, followed by individuals deemed potential threats to Hydra as identified by Dr. Zola, politicians, affluent magnates, scholars, and those endowed with superhuman abilities. Throughout this operation, they would remain vigilant for the demon's whereabouts, should he be exposed to their firepower. All 3 aircraft carriers would halt their extermination tasks and redirect their full might to eliminate him. Pierce's face glowed with excitement as he beheld the aircraft carrier's engines roar to life, a smile illuminating his features. He turned to the assembled crowd and declared, "I shall eradicate evil and establish a new order." The colossal aircraft carrier soared above him, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Captain, they have initiated the launch." Agent Hill's voice crackled through the earpieces of Captain America and his allies. Altitude at 200 feet. Captain America's expression turned grave. Despite having anticipated this dismal outcome, its reality was still hard to bear. "I'm coming," he called back. "I need a ride, Sam. I've got you covered," Falcon replied, his mechanical wings unfurling with a flourish. "I've spotted the demon," Hill suddenly exclaimed, her radar indicating he was on the rooftop. "Be careful." On the rooftop of the 3-winged structure, Luo Xia stood in the shadow of an aircraft carrier. Since the commencement of the demon plan, the system notifications indicating villain points gained had been relentless. Although each increment was modest, the frequency was astonishing. Within mere minutes, Luo Xia had amassed over 100,000 villain points, instilling fear in millions. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the terror would only intensify, peaking amidst the cacophony of gunfire. It was evident that this innovative method of acquiring villain points had proven immensely successful. However, Luo Xia felt no elation. Rather, a chilling calm enveloped him as he contemplated the sensation of instilling dread across the globe. To him, villain points were merely a tool for enhancing his own power. Their rapid accumulation did not elate him unduly. Luo Xia glanced at the ascending aircraft carrier, then turned his gaze to the approaching Falcon, a faint smile gracing his lips. 082 Alloy Behemoth. The Falcon, soaring through the skies alongside Captain America, suddenly noticed an object plummeting from the rooftop of a towering building. In an instant, a blinding light erupted in the sky, pulsating like a fallen sun. The 2 airborne heroes were startled by a primal roar that echoed through the heavens. Reminiscent of a dragon's cry, confusion etched on their faces. They were taken aback as a colossal claw materialized from the luminous mass, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. The Falcon, in a state of panic, evaded the oncoming menace. Yet after a violent shake, both he and Captain America began a rapid descent, with no choice but to initiate an emergency landing. Captain America, equally startled by this sudden threat, was drenched in cold sweat. Should that gigantic claw strike them, survival would be a mere fantasy. With a thunderous crash, the heavy object collided with the earth, producing a deafening sound that sent shockwaves rippling outward. It was as if a meteor had struck, shaking the very world beneath them. Once the Falcon descended to a safer altitude, he released Captain America and ascended once more towards the site of the colossal fall. The descent point was an underground base, previously a storage area for 3 aerial motherships, now reduced to a massive crater as the motherships had taken flight. Dust swirled through the expansive underground facility, while the once tranquil lake's surface now roiled with immense waves from the seismic disturbance. Peering through the haze of debris, the Falcon discerned the silhouette of a gigantic beast, its roars reverberating through the air. "What is that?" An astonished voice crackled through the communication channel, belonging to Hill. As the colossal creature fell, she had managed to capture a clearer image through the slow-motion playback of surveillance footage. Although she had arrived at a conclusion regarding the beast's form, she hesitated to confirm it. The creature seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinematic fiction. Simultaneously, the unfolding spectacle was broadcasted live across the globe, initially drawing attention to the launch of the 3 aerial motherships. But now this unprecedented scene captivated audiences far and wide. As the dust settled and the camera focused, countless viewers witnessed the fearsome visage of the metallic behemoth. Is that Godzilla? If Dr. Zola had incorporated a comment feature into the live streaming site, the name Godzilla would have undoubtedly flooded the screen. The beast's exterior bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur, bipedal and reminiscent of the iconic Godzilla. However, its body was constructed from a silver-gray titanium alloy, glistening under the sun, an embodiment of ancient monstrosity interwoven with cutting-edge technology. Towering nearly 100 meters, with a tail measuring about 160 meters and weighing an astounding 55,000 tons, the alloy monstrosity bore a demonic insignia etched upon its chest. Inscribed beneath it were the words "Demon Creation" in English. The breathtaking live footage was undeniably beyond the realm of visual effects, leaving viewers in a state of bewilderment. Demon creation? Was this Godzilla conjured by a demon? Will it also partake in that terrifying infernal scheme? Many questions abound, and those listed on the death roster are now gripped by fear, for the demon has once again demonstrated its formidable power, confirming that the demonic plan is no mere jest. The Falcon soared high above, circling with keen vigilance as he closely observed the colossal beast. Real-time footage was transmitted back to the makeshift command center through the lenses of his glasses. Fortunately, this immense metallic Godzilla had descended into the underground base housing the Sky Mothership, standing in a vast pit with only its shoulders protruding above the surface. Had it not been for this, its terrifying capacity for destruction could have effortlessly leveled the entire Tri-Wing building, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous innocent agents. Upon landing, the underground facility was utterly devastated. As a result of the seismic shock, the sluice gates on the lake began to rotate, preparing to close. Godzilla extended its claws to seize the gates, effortlessly shredding the massive metal barriers with a cacophonous roar. In an instant, torrents of lake water surged into the underground base. Cascading like a waterfall, Godzilla unleashed a deafening roar, gripping the fractured edge of the gate and forcefully ascending. It appeared intent on climbing out. The Falcon shouted into his earpiece. In the temporary command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., where Hill was stationed, they were transfixed by the imagery relayed by the Falcon. "Director, do you have any relevant biological data in your database?" Hill turned to Nick on the screen. "Does Godzilla have a counterpart in existence?" "I searched the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, but found nothing. Clearly, Godzilla is not a creature of this universe." Nick's voice emanated from the speakers. "Do you remember that day at Morganbank when the demon resurrected a Kung Fu panda?" Suddenly, an instrument indicating energy fluctuations began to pulse, with the bar graph skyrocketing, even breaching the red line. This signified that the external energy monitoring apparatus had detected a powerful energy source steadily coalescing. In the footage, Godzilla tilted its head back, revealing a cerulean energy orb gathering within its gaping maw. Hill shouted into the microphone, "Get out of the way." The Falcon swiftly maneuvered his mechanical wings to evade the impending threat. Having honed his instincts during his military career, he acted without hesitation upon receiving the command. In the next moment, Godzilla unleashed a blue energy beam that swept through the area where the Falcon had been flying, piercing the heavens and creating rifts in the clouds. The Falcon's heart raced. Had Hill not alerted him in time, he would have been reduced to ashes by Godzilla's attack. No longer daring to linger before Godzilla, the Falcon realized that Captain America on the ground was equally powerless. He could only temporarily assist in evacuating S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel from the scene. "We need aerial support." Captain America directed the flow of people while shouting into the communication channel. Standing atop the building, Luo Xia observed the scene below with a bemused smile and a gentle shake of his head. Under the influence of the mouse charm, the Godzilla model was imbued with life and strength, effortlessly stabilizing the battlefield. Just moments ago, Luo Xia had utilized his recently acquired 200,000 villain points to elevate the mouse charm to level 6, granting Godzilla energy levels rivaling that of the dragon charm, originally set at 65. With Godzilla's colossal form and resilient titanium alloy exterior, it was beyond the capabilities of superheroes like Falcon and Captain America to contend with, let alone the creature's formidable arsenal. which included atomic breath, radioactive heat rays, ultraspiral heat rays, and the crimson G-flash heat rays. No longer wishing to observe, Luo Xia turned and departed. Since Godzilla's emergence, the entire building had initiated an emergency evacuation, but clearing a skyscraper in such a short time was a daunting task. Godzilla's roar reverberated once more, shaking the very glass of the structure, causing the inhabitants to tremble in fear. The monster is climbing up, Captain, Falcon called out urgently. We need to get out of here. Captain America gazed at the throngs of people streaming toward the exits, lost in contemplation. Many remained trapped inside. We require more time. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice crackled through the communication channel. Hello, everyone. It seems you are in need of Iron Man's assistance. Accompanying the voice was an electrifying rock anthem, Shoot to Thrill by AC/DC, released in 1997. The high-pitched vocals prompted Hill to remove her headphones as she watched a red and yellow figure soaring through the sky, rapidly approaching the tri-winged aircraft. Tony Stark? Hill inquired, casting a glance at Nick. Did you inform him? Only by uniting can we hope to defeat the alliance of Hydra and demons, Nick replied coolly. I contacted him before the Insight program commenced, but he clearly dismissed it at the time. Captain America stood at an elevated position, observing Iron Man's trail across the sky while listening to the chaotic sounds in his earpiece, his brow furrowed slightly. He was no stranger to Iron Man. By the time he awakened, Iron Man had already ascended to fame as a renowned superhero, particularly in recent times, with his true identity revealed as a billionaire and superhero. No one had garnered more attention. Countless young admirers idolized him. Recent news had reported congressional hearings regarding him, with the military demanding he relinquish his armor technology. Yet that very evening, he hosted a lavish party in his private mansion, clad in his armor. Captain America, however, found himself somewhat disillusioned by this demeanor and preferred the rising superhero, Spider-Woman, instead. Spider-Woman has consistently aided the populace, combating criminals and upholding justice, steadfast in her moral conviction even amidst misunderstandings from law enforcement. In terms of qualities and responsibilities befitting a superhero, she surpasses Iron Man. As he approached the crowd, Iron Man decelerated from his supersonic flight. He veered around the twisted spires of the building, arriving at the vicinity of Godzilla. At that moment, Godzilla was nearly ascending the shore, its colossal claws sweeping through, reducing several low-rise structures to mere rubble. Why does this creature seem so familiar? Tony mused, gazing at the silver-gray Godzilla. Sir J.A.R.V. I.S. interjected that night the demon approached Stark Industries. Stop. I remember now. Tony interrupted J.A.R.V.I.S. having spotted the demon logo emblazoned on Godzilla's chest, a design he had crafted himself. Return to your lair, you little model. With that, Tony aimed at the foundation where Godzilla was climbing and simultaneously launched 32 miniature missiles from his shoulder pods. The missiles traced erratic paths through the air, detonating in succession like a display of fireworks. The powerful explosions obliterated the ground, and Godzilla roared in defiance, yet could not evade a plunge back into the abyss, sending a spray of lake water soaring dozens of meters high. Following his battle with the Iron Tyrant that night, Tony had once again upgraded his armor. In the creation of the Mark VI, he emphasized defensive capabilities and endurance, inspired by the demon's method of energizing his Mark V. Through his research and enhancements, the Mark VI could absorb external energy and convert it into armor energy. Iron Man glanced back at the submerged Godzilla before soaring into the sky. All right, that's momentarily dealt with. Now, who can enlighten me on this? Why does that damn demon scheme bear my name? Suddenly, Tony halted as a red alert illuminated his screen. What? In the next instant, Godzilla unleashed its thermonuclear breath. A column of scorching white light erupted forth, striking Iron Man directly and sending him hurtling away, his back charred. The red-yellow paint melted under the intense heat. Ouch! 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 Tony yelped, did I truly create this monstrosity? Sir, to be precise, it is a creation of the demon. Your power is formidable and enigmatic. You always manage to surprise. In the control room of the headquarters, Pierce smiled as he observed the figure before the window. Addressing him as Mr. Demon, the headquarters had gradually emptied, with personnel either evacuating or retreating to the subterranean safe zone. However, Pierce remained unyielding in the control room, as security personnel and the subdued members of the Security Council had yet to withdraw. You are a formidable ally. Perhaps you should truly contemplate joining Hydra. Pierce approached Luo Xia, both gazing skyward. At an altitude of 9,000 feet, the aerial fortress had activated its reflective panels, achieving an invisible state. Pierce spoke to Luo Xia. addressing not only him, but seemingly every individual present. Once the sky fortress becomes invisible, it eludes detection by radar, thermal imaging, and sonar systems. In a certain sense, these airborne strongholds have vanished from the world. Luo Xia turned, and the 4 council members felt a twinge of fear upon beholding that demonic visage. For as members of the World Security Council, they were well acquainted with the devil. Luo Xia's gaze swept across each individual. The female council member slightly recoiled, as if sensing the demon's gaze linger upon her for half a second. Yet the demon's scheme had yet to commence. Luo Xia doused Pierce with cold reality. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, Pierce glanced back at the screen, stating, "Patience, Mr. Demon. No one can thwart us now. Once the sky fortress ascends to 30,000 feet, the operation will commence, and under satellite lock, no one shall escape." Really? Isaaki will not remain idle. Suddenly, a voice familiar to Pierce resonated from behind, instantly freezing the smile upon his face. He turned stiffly to find his old friend, Nick Fury. A video? A virtual apparition? Pierce shook his head, exclaiming, "Nick, do not tell me you've been reduced to ash only to resurrect." However, Luo Xia had little interest in their nostalgic exchange or Nick's nonsense. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, where resurrection is a well-established premise. Luo Xia raised his hand, the energy of the dragon talisman radiating outward like an ascending mushroom cloud, shattering the entire screen upon contact. Superhero Nick Fury detected. The dog talisman has been unsealed. Upgrade available with villain points. Luo Xia communicated with Pierce from the top level, initiating the dog talisman for Nick. Dog Talisman LV1 enhances the holder's vitality and lifespan, decelerating the aging process. To upgrade Dog Talisman LV1 to LV2, 110,000 villain points are required, significantly boosting your vitality and lifespan, ensuring eternal youth. Through the system, the power of the Dog Talisman can be upgraded, and upon reaching LV11, it grants the power of immortality, rendering the holder impervious to death regardless of the intensity, type, or rules of the attack. Eternal life is assured. Upon reaching maximum level, one can bestow the power of immortality upon designated living entities. Upon seeing the description of this talisman, Luo Xia's thoughts had never been so clear. For the first time, he yearned to upgrade a talisman to LV11. Since the moment the short film and live broadcast were launched globally, the demon plan has been in operation for half an hour. During this brief period, Luo Xia has been gathering the negative emotions of hundreds of millions of people worldwide, causing the villainous value to soar past 1 million. Luo Xia is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. Once the Sky Mothership reaches its designated altitude, and the footage of the remote weapons activation is aired, the world's terror will reach its zenith. Furthermore, there will be a continuous influx of villainous value, enabling him to acquire sufficient villainous points within mere minutes to elevate the dog charm to level 11, bestowing upon himself the powers of immortality and indestructibility. Luo Xia opened the charm status panel. Villainous points, 12, 280,000. Rabbit charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Dragon charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Mouse charm level 6. Required villainous points for upgrade to level 11. 3, 250,000. Snake charm level 3. Required villainous points for upgrade to level 11. 620,000. Tiger charm level 2. Required villainous points for upgrade to level 11. 10, 350,000. Chicken charm level 2. Required villainous points for upgrade to level 11. 11, 250,000. Dog charm level 1. Required villainous points for upgrade to level 11. 1, 550,000. Without hesitation, Luo Xia expended his villainous points to elevate the dog charm to level 9. Now, he possesses the power of immortality, ensuring he will not age with the passage of time, and as long as he does not suffer fatal harm, he shall not perish. So you wish to replace the positioning chips of the 3 Sky Motherships with these 3 chips to thwart this damn demon plan? Tony cannot help but scoff. Yet, at this moment, the 3 Sky Motherships had already ascended to over 10,000 feet, while you remain on the ground. In response to Tony's biting remarks, the communication channel fell silent, as the current situation was dire. Their task progress was at 0, and, as time passes, the mission will only grow more arduous. Can you be any more unreliable? Tony continued his tirade, but it was indeed inappropriate to entrust you with the monumental responsibility of saving the world. One is in his 70s. Another has retired to a desk job, and one is playing hide and seek. Agent Barton is not hiding. Hill's voice resonated through the communication channel. Accompanied by a sharp rush of air, he was already aboard one of the Sky Motherships, Hawkeye had infiltrated the Sky Mothership at the moment of takeoff. Yet he had yet to complete the chip replacement task, indicating he was facing considerable challenges. Tony altered his course and flew to Hawkeye's side, quickly perceiving the rudimentary equipment Hawkeye was using. Mechanical gliding wings and a flight pack resembling a rocket propulsion system. You seem to be a great iron bird. Tony extended his hand, suggesting, you should hand that contraption over to me. I appear to be far more suited for high-altitude flight. The Falcon had no objections to Tony's proposal, even though there were elements of insult in Tony's words. This was a critical moment for the salvation of humanity. Hesitating for even a few seconds could result in the loss of hundreds of lives. The principle of passing the ball to someone with greater capability who could score was universally understood. Agent Hill, the Falcon cautiously inquired with the command room. Although Iron Man appeared to be on the side of protecting humanity, the ministers of the Security Council were all Hydra operatives, who could ascertain the steadfastness of this playboy stance. Leave it to him. Agent Hill did not respond, but a deep voice resonated through the communication channel. It was Nick, and he had spoken. Without hesitation, the Falcon handed his chip to Tony, who smiled and said, "Well done, soldier." The Falcon began to descend. Sensing an irritating tone in Tony's voice, "Mr. Stark?" Captain America interjected over the communication channel, requesting a lift if it was convenient, thanking him in advance. "Are you sure you want to do this, Captain?" Jarvis quickly scanned Captain America's location, and Tony began to dive downward. The plan involved 3 aerial carriers ascending to 30,000 feet, where the air pressure would be significantly low, approximately 0. 2 atmospheres. Even a superhuman would require oxygen to breathe, and should you succumb to hypoxia up there, I would be unable to find a lovely nurse to administer artificial respiration. I am quite certain. Captain America disregarded Tony's ramblings. He looked up just as a rush of air announced Iron Man's heavy landing, shattering a tile beneath him. "Are you ready for high-altitude flight?" Tony approached him, adding, "I wouldn't mind you briefly embracing my body." Before Captain America could respond, Iron Man seized the collar of his uniform, and with a tremendous force, he felt himself soaring upward at an astonishing rate. Impressive muscles. Tony glanced down at him. "I've seen your battle video with a panda. It was quite a fierce encounter, but given your age, your agility is rather commendable." Captain America maintained a serious demeanor, returning Tony's banter with a solemn expression. "What do you call the training you do?" Tony's curiosity was insatiable. "Pilates? Yoga? What is that?" Captain America couldn't help but express his confusion. It's akin to aerobics. You might not know considering you spent so many years as an ice pop." Tony's serious tone nearly breached Captain America's resolve. He constantly reminded himself of the gravity of the situation and the immense responsibility he bore, which helped him resist the urge to deliver a punch to the armored face before him. Just as Tony was about to speak again, a fireball shot toward them from below, traveling at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of crimson flames in its wake. By the time Tony noticed it, the fireball had already struck. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Iron Man and Captain America hurtling through the air. Iron Man spun uncontrollably before regaining his balance, thanks to his flight stabilization system. Captain America, however, faced a harsher fate. Propelled downward by the shockwave of the blast, he plummeted towards the ground. This marked the second time he had been ambushed midair. On the top floor of the 3 building, Luo Xia calmly retracted his hand. In the next instant, the floor-to-ceiling window, which had been shattered to create a gaping hole, completely disintegrated. The bulletproof glass could not withstand the released energy and was reduced to fragments. Inside the control room, all witnesses stood in stunned silence, for the demon's casual strike was akin to a surface-to-air missile, precisely aimed with a formidable explosive force upon impact. Who could possibly challenge him? Who could thwart his nefarious plans? Even Pierce, an ally of the demon, could not suppress his trepidation. He began to doubt whether the firepower of the 3 airborne aircraft carriers would suffice to deal with the demon. As Captain America descended rapidly from the sky, he stifled a scream, desperately attempting to regain his balance. "Captain!" Falcon called out, rushing to his aid. He firmly grasped Captain America's body, working to slow their descent. Together, they fell over 100 meters before reducing their speed to a manageable level. Falcon supported Captain America with one arm while using the other to guide their flight path, finally setting him down on the rooftop. "How much do you weigh?" Falcon exclaimed, shaking his wrist. "I estimate at least 100 kilograms. A piercing shriek echoed through the air, and both men turned to see a triangular fighter jet speeding towards them. 085 has arrived. The deck of the airborne aircraft carrier reverberated with the roar of engines. Equipped with 4 engines to ensure stable flight, the carrier could maintain balance even if one engine failed. Its primary armaments included kinetic and laser weapons, enabling long-range strikes against ground targets. Additionally, it could deploy F-35 fighter jets, capable of carrying and launching nuclear missiles. All SHIELD pilots prepare for takeoff. Several pilots opened the passage and stepped onto the deck, while the captain shouted into the intercom, "We are the only aerial support for Captain Rogers." Suddenly, a deafening roar of artillery pierced the air. Everyone looked up as a rocket soared overhead, striking down a fighter jet that had just taken off. The explosion produced a massive fireball, toppling pilots and ground crew alike with the force of the shockwave. Amidst the flames, a figure emerged, wearing a black mask and wielding a shoulder-launched missile launcher, the arm holding it forged for metal. Beneath his sunglasses, Winter Soldier's gaze was frigid as he fired the missile into the crowd, unleashing a devastating blast that also affected several F-35 fighter jets. The Winter Soldier emerged from behind, wielding an M16 rifle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire with swift precision, akin to a merciless war machine. Within mere seconds, he had decimated most of the personnel on the deck. A security guard, reacting swiftly, drew his handgun to retaliate. But the Winter Soldier raised his metal arm to deflect the shot, before delivering a powerful kick that sent the guard crashing into the engine of a jet fighter that was powering up behind him. A conflagration erupted as the guard was mercilessly shredded by the jet's engine, rendering the aircraft inoperable due to damage to one side. The sound of the jet's engines roared again, as several other aircraft on the runway began to accelerate. The Winter Soldier unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards the cockpit of the jets. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a swift arrow. Its tip, glowing ominously red, struck the ground where he had just stood. The Winter Soldier glanced at the rapidly flashing red light atop the arrow and leapt away once more. An explosion detonated, tearing up a section of the runway, sending shards of high-grade asphalt mixed with rubber flying in all directions. The Winter Soldier turned his head to see a combat-suited agent drawing a bow and aiming with intent. His intervention had caused 4 jets to roll off the runway in succession. Rising to his feet, the Winter Soldier accelerated forward, casually tossing a throwing knife to eliminate a guard who was firing at him. His singular focus was now on Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Hill piloted the fighter jet, slowing to a hover at the top of the building, landing swiftly on the helipad as the rear hatch of the aircraft opened. The airborne carrier loomed at an altitude of 21,000 feet, and time was of the essence. Hill deftly pressed various buttons on the control panel. "What is the situation with Hawkeye?" Captain America inquired, striding toward the fighter. He had yet to complete the chip replacement task, and the Winter Soldier was still aboard the airborne carrier. Hill replied, "I'm on it." Falcon pondered for a moment before asserting, "I should join you. I can't be of much help here. Are there any passengers who need a lift?" Hill queried swiftly as she initiated the ignition sequence, the hatch beginning to close. Suddenly, a strand of web shot inside, tightening and straightening as a slender figure vaulted through the closing hatch. Gwen crouched, bracing herself with one hand while extending the other, executing a flawless superhero landing. Falcon, feeling a surge of anxiety at the unexpected intruder, instinctively brandished his weapon. After all, no agent of SHIELD donned a pink costume. Captain America raised a hand to halt Falcon, his gaze conveying a silent command. Falcon immediately lowered his weapon. "Spider-Woman?" Captain America remarked. "I've seen your story in the papers." "Hello, Captain," Gwen replied, rising to her feet. "I hope the paper you read wasn't the Daily Bugle." Hill glanced back at the interior of the aircraft, continuing her ascent as she deftly maneuvered the jet into the skies. As the aircraft ascended, it tilted at a steep angle, causing both Falcon and Captain America to tumble and nearly slide out. They managed to steady themselves by grasping their seats. "Agent Hill," Falcon exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Who told you not to sit properly and fasten your seatbelts?" Hill retorted without turning around. However, Gwen remained poised within the aircraft, showing no signs of instability even as the plane continued to accelerate. "Need some assistance?" she inquired, arms crossed, observing the disheveled duo. "No," Captain America asserted, effortlessly repositioning himself and lending a hand to Falcon. "This flight is headed to the Sky Carrier," he reminded after fastening his seatbelt. "I trust it aligns with your intended destination." "Absolutely," Gwen replied, "the Demon Plan, the Sky Carrier, and my name on the list for remote eradication. Everyone aboard this aircraft is on that list." Falcon interjected. "I recall that your true identity has yet to be revealed to the public," Captain America reflected. "The list contains individuals who may pose a future threat to Hydra's domination of the world. In other words, those who are deemed absolute elites. It seems your alternate identity is quite impressive as well." "Thank you." Gwen received Captain America's compliment with skepticism, particularly since her boyfriend's name was absent from the death list. It appeared this list lacked accuracy. Gwen certainly did not consider Luo Xia to be outside the ranks of the elite. "Nice suit," Captain America remarked, examining Gwen's charming pink iron spider suit. He noticed many details reminiscent of Iron Man's armor and questioned, "Stark, are you acquainted?" It seemed he had not come across any news regarding the Midtown Tech Prom incident. "Yes, Mr. Stark created it," Gwen replied somewhat ambiguously. "Acquainted is not quite accurate. I have never met Mr. Stark, only encountered Iron Man once." Gwen refrained from mentioning that the armor was a gift from the demon, the very instigator of the demon plan, which they were now preparing to dismantle. Suddenly, a red light illuminated the control panel, and Hill's brow furrowed as she listened to the alarm. "What is happening?" Captain America inquired, having noticed the commotion. "An object is approaching us at high speed." Before Hill could finish, a deafening crash echoed, as if something had landed on the aircraft, causing it to shudder slightly. "It's the demon." Hill heard Nick's warning through her earpiece. Captain America and Falcon drew their weapons, while Gwen shot a web to pull a package of parachutes toward herself. Everyone braced for the impending confrontation, fully aware of the demon's formidable power. Yet, strangely, the demon did not initiate an attack. Moments later, the aircraft trembled again as Luo Xia ejected from above. He flew away. Hill gazed at the radar with a hint of perplexity. The incantation 086 had been upgraded. Luo Xia soared through the skies. Just moments ago, he could have effortlessly obliterated the aircraft piloted by Captain America. Yet the energy fluctuations emanating from Gwen within the craft compelled him to refrain. Even now, allowing Captain America to board the Sky mothership would bear no consequence. The 3 Sky motherships would soon reach operational orbit, while Captain America would be unable to thwart their advance in such a brief span. The motherships would have ample opportunity to showcase their armaments to the world, instilling terror in all humanity with their relentless bombardments. Even if Captain America were to halt the slaughter of the motherships at the last moment, Luo Xia's nefarious scheme would already be realized. For his true aim was merely to amass a substantial amount of villain points, not to orchestrate a grand massacre. Perhaps the information regarding the demonic plan was proliferating across the internet. As an increasing number of individuals became aware of this horrifying event unfolding on the outskirts of New York, poised to impact the globe, observing the live broadcasts, many astute individuals recognized that this was not a mere prank, but a genuine occurrence. The more people who experienced fear at the hands of the demon, the greater the villain points Luo Xia would harvest. As the demonic plan progressed flawlessly, the villain points, which had been reset only moments prior, surged once more, exceeding 3 million and continuing to rise with an accelerating momentum. Luo Xia initially expended 390,000 villain points to elevate the dog talisman to level 11, making him truly immortal. Regardless of the passage of time, the harshness of his environment, or even the most destructive of assaults, he would not perish. The dog talisman became the third of Luo Xia's talismans to reach level 11, and with over 3 million villain points remaining, he found himself in a state of considerable affluence. Thus, with newfound freedom regarding his villain points, Luo Xia did not hesitate to sequentially upgrade various talismans. He utilized 25 million villain points to enhance the originally level 6 rat talisman to level 11, bestowing upon its target the original setting of 90. Without exceeding the energy of the dragon talisman, he spent 620,000 villain points to elevate the original level 3 snake talisman to level 11, acquiring profound invisibility that eluded all detection devices and methods. He could also bestow this invisibility upon multiple living and non-living entities, facilitating their ultra-long-distance spatial displacement. Furthermore, Luo Xia had concealed all traces and information of his presence within the current dimension, including his fate line, timeline, and causal line. Now, even the Ancient One, wielding the Time Stone, could not observe Luo Xia as future or traverse back to alter any past moments. He expended 1,035 million villain points to upgrade the original level 2 Tiger Talisman to level 11, not only gaining the power of duplication, but also the ability to balance and divide power. He could absorb abilities beyond those of the talismans, such as the Infinity Stones. Luo Xia possesses the ability to partition his energy or direct it towards alternate targets. For instance, he can eradicate Captain America's serum-enhanced powers, reverting him to an ordinary man. Utilizing 125,000 villain points, he has upgraded the originally level 3 Chicken Charm to level 11. Presently, he wields control over the mass of objects without limitation, although heavier items require proximity. Not only can he manipulate living entities through telekinesis, But he can also command multiple objects simultaneously and employ the rabbit charm to expedite the movement of those under his control. At this moment, having transformed his villain points into tangible abilities, Luo Xia has truly reaped a bountiful harvest, and his charm status panel has been updated. Villain points: 1, 0, 50. 0, 0, 0. Rabbit charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Dragon charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Mouse charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Snake charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Tiger charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Chicken charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Dog charm level 11. Unable to upgrade. Hill piloted the aircraft, landing atop the sea ship. Before the hatch had fully opened, Captain America leaped out, closely followed by Falcon. Hawkeye was also aboard this airborne carrier. However, he had yet to complete the task of replacing the positioning chip and was in imminent peril, being pursued by the Winter Soldier. Aware of Hawkeye's precarious situation, Captain America hurriedly made his way with Falcon towards the coordinates shared by Hawkeye, which led directly to the location of the positioning chip on the airborne carrier. Hill ascended the aircraft again, adhering to Captain America's combat strategy. She was now tasked with escorting Gwen to the next airborne carrier to replace the positioning chip on Ship B. Observing the two departing figures through the monitor, she turned to her earpiece and said, "Leave a ship to you, Mr. Stark." "Not a problem," Tony responded confidently. His armor was equipped for high-altitude flight, and he encountered no obstacles along the way. Completing the mission was merely a matter of time. Hill had no doubts about Iron Man's capabilities. She glanced back at Spider-Woman, who was seated with her feet propped up. "Mr. Stark, please descend to Ship B promptly after completing your mission." The captain has entrusted this heavy responsibility to an intern superhero. "Is there an internship period for superheroes? Then I suppose I'm still a novice," Tony quipped. Gwen could only shrug in resignation, saying, "I can do this, trust me." "Spider-Woman?" This was the first time Tony had heard her voice over the communication channel. "Are you also going to defy the demon? Aren't you?" "I stand opposed to the demon," Gwen asserted, although she was still clad in the battle attire bestowed upon her by the demon, which slightly undermined her conviction. Hill swiftly hovered the aircraft over the second Sky mothership, selecting a position in close proximity to the mission point. "Do you see that area? Your task is to infiltrate and replace the mothership's positioning chip with the one provided by the captain." Hill opened the hatch, asking if she needed assistance with the outer guards. Gwen nimbly leapt, landing in the center of the aircraft, directly facing the hatch. She shot out strands of webbing, securing both sides of the hatch with taut precision. The aircraft remained suspended, awaiting her command. 3 minutes, Gwen declared confidently. With that, she utilized the elastic potential of her webs to propel herself directly toward the concentration of guards. As she spread her arms, the legs and back of her steel spider suit unfurled, equipped with built-in wings and flaps, allowing her to maneuver swiftly. Before even landing, Gwen launched 2 nets to ensnare 2 guards, but the remaining guards quickly turned their weapons towards her, opening fire. The barrage struck her suit, igniting a flurry of sparks. Gwen shot a web towards a wall, forcibly altering her trajectory to deliver a powerful kick to one of the assailants. With a pained cry, he was sent flying. The remaining guards proved no match for her prowess. In quick succession, Gwen incapacitated the guards and infiltrated the interior of the Sky mothership. Hill observed from a distance, commending her via the earpiece. "Well done." Gwen's confident laughter echoed through the communication channel. After a brief silence, Nick Fury's voice broke through. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "The bad," Tony interjected, eager to share his own good news. "I've successfully replaced the positioning chip on the A ship." Before the team could celebrate, Nick doused their enthusiasm with cold reality. "However, it is ineffective. The A ship has already entered flight mode, and the true orchestrator of the Insight Plan, Dr. Zola, has commenced the execution phase." His tone remained calm. "The A ship's long-range weapons are fully operational and linking with satellites to lock onto their targets. Evacuate the A ship immediately." "Is there any good news that compares to this?" Tony couldn't help but scoff, piloting his armor as he flew out. The cannons on the side of the mothership rotated toward the same direction, seemingly targeting something. "The good news is that their target has been identified as the demon," Nick stated coldly. "The alliance between the demon and Hydra has shattered." Pierce placed his phone on the table. "Can we eliminate the demon? Or can the firepower of a single Sky mothership do so?" "Eliminating the demon is less about firepower and more about the method of attack. I have selected the optimal weaponry configuration. If one mothership cannot vanquish him, then 3 certainly will not." Dr. Zola's voice emanated from the phone. "I will first deploy laser weapons to restrain him, followed by unleashing the full firepower of the mothership. Even a god could be slain, let alone a demon. Let us see." Pierce leaned against his desk, his gaze fixed upon the screen of his mobile device. an overwhelming tension brewing within him. For the success of the assassination against the demon would directly dictate his fate. Meanwhile, Luo Xia was airborne when a colossal blue beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping him. The velocity of the beam was astonishingly rapid. Even with the rabbit talisman, Luo Xia had no time to react. The laser weaponry from the sky battleship propagated at a staggering speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, meaning that to aim was to hit the target. The high-powered laser could cause Luo Xia's skin to melt and vaporize instantaneously, expelling vaporized material outward, generating a shockwave from the recoil. His bodily tissues were disintegrating. Had this attack occurred prior, it would have been lethal for Luo Xia. However, endowed with the dog talisman at level 11, he had become virtually immortal, rendering the laser weapon incapable of ending his life. The extreme heat surged forth, culminating in a powerful explosion. Enduring the excruciating pain, Luo Xia activated the displacement ability of the snake talisman, teleporting himself beyond the laser's lethal range. The dog talisman surged with formidable vitality, while the unsealed horse talisman continuously mended his wounds, with the melted flesh visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Fortunately, the laser beam from the sky battleship was a sustained attack, and the long-range fire was significantly affected by atmospheric conditions, including energy absorption, turbulence-induced energy decay, thermal distortion, and beam jitter, all of which diminished the weapon's efficacy. Otherwise, even with the dog talisman preventing his demise, the unsealed horse talisman could not remedy severe injuries in a short span. Luo Xia glanced upward at the sky battleship that had ambushed him. An uncountable number of missiles were hurtling towards him at high speed, yet they were far slower than the laser weapon. The failure of the assault prompted Dr. Zola's voice to send chills down Pierce's spine as preparations were made for a second laser strike. Luo Xia engaged the deep invisibility of the snake talisman, rendering himself undetectable to the sky battleship and satellites. He continued to utilize the snake talisman's displacement, eluding his original location, while the missiles, deprived of their target, could only follow their predetermined trajectories before ultimately detonating in midair. Boom! Nearly 100 missiles detonated in succession, creating a small mushroom cloud in the sky. With shockwaves radiating outward, the target lost. Dr. Zola lamented the failure of the assassination plan against the demon. A chill crept up Pierce's spine. Damn it, he cursed, turning to depart. He had remained calm even in the face of the metallic behemoth, Godzilla, but he dared not confront the demon. Pierce pointed at several council members and commanded, "Let them leave first," as several guards prepared to raise their weapons. In a critical moment, a female council member suddenly took action, knocking down a nearby guard with a punch, disarming him, and swiftly eliminating the remaining guards. Pierce turned to see a shadowy figure approaching swiftly. A female officer struck him down with a powerful kick. Surprised, he watched as she brushed aside a veil, revealing her true visage. A Romanov agent? Natasha had no time to acknowledge Pierce's astonishment. She knew she needed to flee quickly. Who could predict the wrath of an enraged demon? Luo Xia summoned the power of the rabbit talisman, ascending to an altitude of 30,000 feet, where he surveyed the aerial battleship that had targeted him with laser weaponry. His hands fell to his sides, and a dragon totem on his right hand began to glow intensely, the brightness escalating to a blinding luminescence as the dragon talisman operated at full capacity. Luo Xia continuously extracted energy from the dragon talisman, triggering the detection systems aboard the 3 aerial battleships. Alarms blared in the control room, casting the crew into confusion as they beheld the sudden surge of energy. In an instant, Luo Xia unleashed the amassed energy in a singular strike. A half-meter-wide energy column erupted from his chest, striking the aerial battleship with devastating force. The energy pierced through the ship, entering from the top and exiting from the bottom, effortlessly cleaving the vessel in twain. A deafening explosion ensued, flames and thick black smoke rising hundreds of meters into the air. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering every window aboard the battleship and creating numerous massive fissures in its hull. The intense heat ignited fires across various sections. Yet, despite such extensive damage, the battleship remained airborne, its 4 engines still operational. Luo Xia was undeterred. He descended slowly, approaching the vessel, now reduced to a mere wreck. With an outstretched hand and fingers splayed wide, he summoned the telekinetic force of the chicken talisman. The piercing sound of tearing steel echoed throughout the aerial battleship as it succumbed to his overwhelming power. Even the most robust sections of the hull could not withstand the telekinetic force generated by the chicken talisman at level 11. Under Luo Xia's will, the hull cracked, the fissures widening until, astonishingly, the aerial battleship split in 2. No longer capable of maintaining flight, the battleship began its descent from 30,000 feet, continuing to explode mid-air. This scene was broadcast worldwide, and as viewers beheld the colossal battleship, they were left in awe. The ease with which the demon single-handedly dismantled such a formidable vessel hinted at an unfathomable power. Witnessing the demon's silhouette, everyone trembled at the thought of such a potent embodiment of evil, intent on destruction. Who could possibly stand in his way? Luo Xia coldly regarded the remaining 2 aerial battleships, contemplating their potential to aid him in harvesting villain points. Roxa dove downward, conveying a message to Godzilla. Annihilate the towering edifice before you.